Chapter 1. The Owl and the Letter. William, we're planning to go to the seaside for a holiday tomorrow morning. Would you like to join us? Mr. Smith inquired gently, patting William's shoulder. The 11-year-old William set aside his book, casting a resigned glance at Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith was fully aware that his son did not particularly enjoy outings, yet he still sought his opinion, perhaps to assuage his own guilt. He vividly recalled the day, 9 years prior, when, for reasons unknown, they had inadvertently left William behind in a park. Though it had been an accident, the memory was indelibly etched in his heart. Yet, this was not the most heart-wrenching aspect concerning their child. William Smith had always been somewhat invisible, with few friends, and it was entirely possible that no one in his long-attended class even recognized him. The Smiths were concerned that their son might feel sorrow because of this, leading them to pay him special attention. However, it was precisely due to this concern that they uncovered an astonishing secret. Their child was not an ordinary boy. One night, Mr. Smith awoke to use the restroom. Suddenly, he heard an extraordinary sound emanating from William's room. His drowsiness vanished, replaced by a surge of fear as he dreaded what could be happening to his child. Upon rushing into William's room, he was met with a sight that left him paralyzed with shock. Mrs. Smith, hearing the commotion, hurried over and gasped, covering her mouth with her hand at the scene before her. "Rose, Rose, do not be afraid. He is our child." Mr. Smith comforted his wife with a trembling voice. William floated above his bed, emanating waves of green light. A strange wind swept through the room, scattering various objects. Mr. Smith noticed that the window was still ajar and quickly closed it, drawing the curtains shut. After completing these tasks, he leaned against the windowsill, his expression vacant. The couple exchanged a glance, each recognizing the determination in the other's eyes. They resolved to conceal this child and allow him to grow up in health. The Smiths hurriedly tidied William's room before dawn broke. Mrs. Smith approached, gently ruffling his hair, reminding him softly, "William, it is getting late. You should go to bed." "All right, mother." William relished his solitude at home. While his parents adored venturing out, he appreciated the peace, for his parents were exceedingly indulgent, and he felt a twinge of apprehension when facing them. He harbored a secret he had never dared to confess to his parents. In truth, he was a soul transported from the 21st century of Huaxia to this era. Aside from the memories in his mind, he had lived here for 11 years, blessed with a pair of loving parents. William sprawled on the sofa, contorting his body into the most comfortable position. What could possibly have brought an ordinary person like him to 1980s England? He pondered this conundrum endlessly, yet the answer eluded him. Nevertheless, he cherished his current life in this warm little home. Perhaps finding a stable job in the future and leading a simple, untroubled life would be quite satisfactory. Lost in thought, drowsiness overtook him, and he exhaled deeply, preparing to drift off on the sofa. Bang! 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 A series of sharp sounds against the glass shattered William's drowsiness. What was happening? He lifted his head, rubbed his eyes, and scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, clarity struck him as he beheld a sight he had never dared to imagine: an owl clutching an envelope. He placed the envelope flat on the table, which bore his home address and his name as the recipient. Flipping the envelope over, he noticed a capital H, a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger. Ah, so it was indeed the world of Harry Potter. William felt a rush of excitement. The owl pecked at his hand with its sharp beak, and he momentarily froze. "Oh, how foolish of me," he murmured, lightly tapping his forehead before rising to fetch some fish snacks for the owl. Once the owl had its fill, it soared away contentedly, leaving William alone on the sofa, clutching the envelope. 1991 wasn't that the year the chosen one was to begin his studies. This timing was decidedly unfriendly. The Ministry of Magic was embroiled in a power struggle, and the Dark Lord was poised to return. As a Muggle-born wizard, William felt a haunting melody echo in his mind that, well, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. He carefully opened the envelope and withdrew the letter inside. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Smith, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Aside from his acceptance letter, there were several attachments. In his previous life, he had read the Harry Potter series as a child. Though young at the time, the plot remained etched in his memory. Hogwarts had never enjoyed many peaceful days. The years when the boy who lived was in attendance were sure to be tumultuous. William scratched his head, a grimace crossing his face as he contemplated the impending chaos. While the magical world was undoubtedly enchanting, it was also fraught with peril. Who could guarantee that the next casualty wouldn't be him? There were grim-faced old bats and cheerful old bees lurking about. Each day bore the risk of being struck by an unexpected curse. If it were the killing curse, it would mean certain death. Sighing, he decided to cast aside his worries. Since he was uncertain of what to do, he would simply go with the flow. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Muggle-born wizards would have someone to guide them into the magical world. He wondered who that person would be. With nothing else to occupy his mind, William closed his eyes and drifted back to sleep. Chapter 2. Professor McGonagall. William, this is a gift for you. Mrs. Smith, William's mother, was a gentle and kind-hearted woman. However, one aspect that left William exasperated was that Mrs. Smith epitomized the archetype of a beautiful yet somewhat foolish woman. His greatest dread was the gifts bestowed upon him by Mrs. Smith, which often tended to be excessively charming. Consequently, throughout his life, William had always selected his own clothing and personal belongings. To avoid social embarrassment, he would carefully stow away any gifts from Mrs. Smith in the attic as treasure keepsakes. Mr. Smith sat on the sofa, observing William with a look of hesitance, his face occasionally breaking into a smile. It was only during such moments that he perceived a hint of the innocence befitting an 11-year-old boy in William. William, I hope the Smiths do not think you are playing a prank. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, an owl had delivered a peculiar message. Mr. Smith fell silent. Ding-dong. The doorbell rang at an inopportune moment. Mr. Smith, perplexed, rose and walked over to open the door. Good afternoon, sir. Is this the residence of Mr. William Smith? A tall, slender woman in glasses and a dark purple robe spoke softly. Yes, madam. May I inquire what brings you to see William? Mr. Smith had never encountered this unusual woman before. Professor McGonagall, William peered through the gap between Mr. Smith and the doorframe, gazing at the head of Gryffindor House and Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. Forgive my impudent intrusion. I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. You may call me Professor McGonagall. Hogwarts. Mr. Smith instinctively recalled the letter he had received. Please, come in, Professor. Professor McGonagall nodded and followed Mr. Smith into the house. Please take a seat, Professor. Mrs. Smith poured a cup of red tea for Professor McGonagall, hoping it would suit her taste. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Professor McGonagall nodded in gratitude, elegantly settling onto the sofa and taking a delicate sip of her tea. A magic school? I apologize, madam, but I have never heard of such an institution. Mr. Smith was hesitant to believe in the existence of this so-called magical professor before him. That is quite understandable, sir. Magic is indeed mysterious. Professor McGonagall set her teacup down on the table, retrieved her wand, and gently tapped the rim of the cup. Both Mr. and Mrs. Smith stared in astonishment, their mouths agape at the spectacle. Transfiguration, William mused inwardly, reflecting on the mystique and wonder of magic. I trust my eyes do not deceive me, madam. Mr. Smith sighed in resignation. Please forgive our rudeness. However, I believe it is William who should make the decision, is it not? Mr. and Mrs. Smith exchanged glances, each able to discern the apprehension mirrored in the other's eyes. Professor McGonagall understood that a mere letter or a demonstration of transfiguration would not suffice to persuade the young wizard and his family. She nodded, her cat-like eyes fixed on William. Mr. William Smith, am I correct? Yes, Professor McGonagall, William replied. Professor McGonagall appraised William from head to toe, occasionally pursing her lips thoughtfully. Dear sir, did you experience the enchantment of magic when you were 6 or 8 years of age? William felt perplexed, if his memory had not been tampered with. He possessed no recollection of a surge of magical power. He gazed at Mr. and Mrs. Smith, only to find Mr. Smith nodding in affirmation. It seems that the magical upheaval occurred while he was asleep. William, with his calm demeanor, typically refrained from any intense emotional fluctuations. It was only when he occasionally dreamed of his past life that he felt a sense of confusion and unease. The surge of magic in young wizards is a normal phenomenon, stabilizing around the age of 17. William Smith, you may choose to attend Hogwarts or any other magical institution to learn to control the magic within you. Should you opt not to enter the magical world, we will respect your decision. Your magic will not interfere with your life, Professor McGonagall stated, settling quietly onto the sofa to await their response. Whether he truly had a choice was uncertain to William. However, he was aware that the Ministry of Magic had likely been observing him, a mere Muggle wizard. The thought of attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives left him apprehensive about the potential consequences. To forego the study of magic meant becoming a lamb to the slaughter. The Death Eaters would not concern themselves with whether one had attended a magical school. William could not rely on the kindness of others for his family's safety. He had no choice but to learn magic to protect both himself and his loved ones. Professor McGonagall, it is an honor to be chosen by Hogwarts, he declared. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, welcoming him, and continued, now I must share some specific information with you. After Professor McGonagall departed, Mrs. Smith could no longer contain herself and embraced William, weeping softly. William gently stroked his mother's back and reassured her, "Thank you, Mom. I am fortunate. You and Dad have worked so hard over the years." The Smiths must have lived in constant trepidation, unable to confide in anyone. Mr. Smith observed this scene with a mix of relief and concern. William was not an oddity. Yet, a sense of helplessness washed over him. The Smiths were not naive, and they could not believe that the magical world would be entirely benevolent. The wonders of magic often came hand in hand with peril, and the future of their child was an enigma to both him and his wife, leaving them to silently wish for his well-being. The path ahead would be one William would have to navigate alone. Mr. Smith's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he looked at his only 11-year-old child. That night, William lay in bed, gazing at the crescent moon outside his window. Professor McGonagall had not mentioned the existence of Voldemort and the Death Eaters today. William found it absurd. This was likely what adult wizards refer to as protection for young wizards. Yet, was it not also their arrogance? William tossed and turned, grappling with the reality that the world he had inhabited for 11 years resembled that of a novel, and he had yet to fully comprehend it. He wondered if this time he would still play the role of the protagonist destined for victory, while the Dark Lord was fated to perish. For the sake of his own survival, he needed to contemplate his options carefully. He understood that neither Hogwarts nor any other old institution could be relied upon. The supposedly safest Hogwarts was riddled with vulnerabilities. Death Eaters could infiltrate at will, and even during competitions, the safety of participants was not guaranteed. As the headmaster, how could one allow outsiders to sully Hogwarts? How could one ensure their own safety? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, William found it increasingly difficult to sleep. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. "William, we are about to depart." Mrs. Smith, now dressed and ready, urged him on. "Mother, there's no need to rush." William had just finished his breakfast and was seated, engrossed in the newspaper that had arrived that morning. Ever since they learned of William's wizarding status, the Smiths had relaxed considerably. At least he was no longer an enigma to them. He followed them, as they were set to venture to Diagon Alley for shopping, and the Smiths seemed more eager than he was. Is this the right place? William's home was in London, and Mr. Smith's vehicle swiftly approached the vicinity of Charing Cross. Yet he saw no sign of the fabled leaky cauldron. Is it magic? Mr. Smith, confident he had not misremembered Professor McGonagall's words, turned to William for confirmation. "Yes, Father. It's the Muggle-repelling charm," William replied, recalling how Mr. Smith had suddenly accelerated away just moments ago. Once they alighted from the vehicle, William took the Smiths by the hand and pushed open the wooden door of the leaky cauldron. The establishment was rather modest, featuring a bar counter and a few tables. The Smiths noticed several oddly dressed patrons sipping their drinks, casting glances at the trio. A bald man scrutinized the Smiths closely. "Good sir and your lovely lady. Care for a drink?" Old Tom, with a face etched with wrinkles, offered a rather unsightly grin. "Apologies, but we do not partake in alcohol," the Smiths replied, their unease evident as they surveyed their surroundings. The pub felt as though it had materialized from thin air. "It seems you require assistance. A young wizard from Hogwarts. I presume a new student?" Old Tom finally turned his gaze to William. William regarded the legendary owner of the pub with accustomed curiosity. In truth, he was not an ordinary man either. "Indeed, sir. Then, please follow me." Old Tom proceeded at a leisurely pace, with the Smiths trailing closely behind him to a small courtyard at the back of the pub. He drew out his wand and pointed it at a wall. "Count 3 bricks up from this rubbish bin, then 2 across, and tap that brick." No sooner had he spoken than the wall began to tremble, gradually revealing an archway. "May you enjoy your time," Old Tom said, flashing another ghastly smile, his teeth long since gone. The Smiths exhaled deeply. The experience was overwhelmingly magical and utterly incredible for them. Flanking the cobblestone path were various shops, their architecture ancient and peculiar. There was even a store for pets, from which William could hear the cacophony of their calls and observe their bizarre appearances. Mr. Smith retrieved a memo. "Shall we first exchange Muggle currency at Gringotts?" He appeared somewhat anxious, as wizards occasionally passed by, making Mr. Smith apprehensive enough to avoid their gaze. Following the map, they walked for quite some time until they arrived before a white building. "It seems we have arrived," Mr. Smith declared, closing his memo. Beside the bronze doors stood a diminutive goblin, grotesque in appearance, with large eyes fixated on the Smith family. "Students of Hogwarts, step inside." Yet again, "They come to rob us of our galleons," the goblins chattered incessantly, dismissing William and his companions. For every £5, one could exchange for a galleon, with new students permitted to convert a maximum of 200 galleons. Indeed, William found himself perplexed by the peculiar exchange rates. 1 galleon for 17 sickles. and 1 sickle for 29 nuts. Mr. Smith produced a list, wiping the beads of perspiration from his brow. This so-called wizarding bank resembled more of a sales pitch for vault services. A goblin had been persistently nagging him, and he had only just managed to extricate himself from the situation. Wands, textbooks, robes, cauldrons. Are we concocting potions here? Mr. Smith could not help but voice his exasperation. William and Mrs. Smith shared a laugh. Their spirits lifted from the earlier gloom. The Smiths and William began purchasing items in Diagon Alley, and William gradually grew accustomed to the bustling street. Ollivander's wand shop was quaint and worn, with a display window showcasing a wand of indeterminate material. Inside, the shop appeared deserted as William surveyed the wooden shelves, piled high with small boxes, each likely containing a wand. Good sir, I don't believe we have met before. Have you come from another country to procure a wand? A shrewd-looking elder appeared beside Mr. Smith, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Nearly all wands for British wizards had passed through his hands, and he had never encountered Mr. Smith before. Oh, no. I am merely accompanying William, Mr. Smith replied, somewhat embarrassed. Oh, my apologies, sir. Ollivander turned his gaze to William. Is this young gentleman a new student at Hogwarts? Indeed, it is a privilege to meet you, Mr. Ollivander. I am William Smith. What a courteous young gentleman. Which hand do you favor? My right, sir. No sooner had he spoken than Mr. Ollivander began to swiftly take measurements of William. Although curious, William pondered whether his youthful form might alter. Was he measuring proportions? Each wand corresponds to a wizard. Ollivander intoned mysteriously. Does the wand choose its master, Mr. Ollivander? William inquired, despite finding Ollivander's eccentricity somewhat peculiar. He held a deep respect for this foremost purveyor of magical implements in Britain. A truly astute gentleman, Mr. Smith. Ollivander beamed at the affirmation. Well then, Mr. Smith, I believe I know which wand suits you. You are its destined master. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Ollivander ascended a ladder, rummaging through the array of wands. Let me see. It should be here. Ah, found it. He placed a somewhat worn box before William. A wand of phoenix feather, and you would. Only those of great talent shall be chosen by it, and it remains loyal solely to its rightful owner. As William took the wand, he felt an undeniable connection, as if it were an extension of his very being. A gentle flick, and the wand emitted a dazzling radiance at its tip. Ah, indeed, Mr. Ollivander swiftly seized the wand from William's hands, offering him no time to react before meticulously packing it away. Crafted from willow wood and adorned with a unicorn tail hair. Measuring 7 inches in length, it was indeed a flawless combination. 7 galleons, thank you, he remarked. After Mr. Smith settled the payment, he, along with his wife and William, departed from the wand shop. He often perceived the denizens of the magical realm as rather eccentric, and the thought of his son joining their ranks filled him with trepidation. Mrs. Smith, well aware of her husband's musings, found amusement in his contemplations. Thus, she drew closer to him, interlocking her arm with his. William, burdened with a hefty bundle of books and several bags, trailed behind them, suddenly feeling like an extraneous presence. Chapter 4, Platform 9 and 3/4. All other belongings would be dispatched to Hogwarts via owl post after the term commenced. As William grasped the wand, he distinctly sensed the connection between them, a feeling both mystical and profound. For ordinary wizards in Britain, a wand was indispensable for casting spells. However, William understood that it was the wizard who ultimately commanded the wand. In the era preceding the wand's invention, wizards, akin to magical creatures, wielded no tools to perform their sorcery. The advent of the wand simplified the casting of spells, yet it also contributed to a certain laziness among wizards. The majority of British wizards struggled to cast spells without their wands, with many graduates only capable of performing basic incantations. With a month left in holiday, William felt no urgency to experiment with magic. Its nature was shrouded in mystery and warranted a cautious approach. Spells, too, demanded precision. A mere mispronunciation could alter their meanings entirely. Not to mention potions, a discipline requiring even greater accuracy, without guidance or practical experimentation. William was not so obstinate as to forge ahead blindly. He had perused the Transfiguration and spell books, memorizing a few potions from the potion class texts, while merely skimming through the remainder. He had formed his own hypotheses on how to learn magic, yet validation would have to wait until he arrived at Hogwarts. Tomorrow marked the 1st of September, when the protagonists would make their grand entrance. William was poised to witness the unfolding drama among Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Harry Potter, though he pondered what impact his presence might have on the narrative. Perhaps he was merely an unremarkable bystander? If so, remaining unnoticed would afford him a greater chance of survival, allowing him to better protect those he cherished. Mom and Dad, I shall write to you, he vowed. The traffic in London was congested. Despite the Smiths' early departure, they arrived at King's Cross Station well past 10 o'clock. Mrs. Smith embraced William warmly. William, remember what I told you last night, she urged. Mr. Smith gently patted William's shoulder. Do not worry, my boy. Clutching a small suitcase, William stood at the entrance of platform 9 3/4. He hesitated. Rather than rushing in, he patiently awaited a brave soul to test the passage for him. After more than 10 minutes, a peculiar child pushed a small cart towards the entrance of platform 9 3/4. He glanced around, took a deep breath, and with a sudden rush, vanished from sight. William observed that the passers-by nearby seemed oblivious to this scene, and he too, clutching his luggage, dashed forward. John, I can hardly bear to imagine, Mrs. Smith said, her eyes glistening with tears as she clutched Mr. Smith tightly. Rest assured, William is no ordinary child. Is he? Mr. Smith gazed in the direction where William had disappeared. We are but ordinary people, powerless to assist William. We can only hope for his safety. Do not worry. William is a mature child. He knows what to do. Mr. Smith gently stroked his partner's back, offering solace to Mrs. Smith and perhaps to himself as well. William opened his eyes to find a venerable, deep crimson steam train stationed at the platform, surrounded by numerous wizards bidding farewell. Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. He recited the words on the sign. He looked back but saw no sign of the Smiths. Muggles were forbidden from entering platform 9 3/4. Beyond this point lay the realm of the forbidden for them. William surveyed the ancient platform, where Hogwarts students boarded the train to the enigmatic castle. The Smiths were not naive. They understood the perils involved. When Professor McGonagall inquired, they ultimately left the decision to William. There were too many lunatics in a magical world, quick to resort to violence or destruction. Moreover, a certain Oldby seemed to regard students with scant regard, allowing even the safest Hogwarts to be infiltrated by mere trolls. William shook his head, deciding it was not his concern. He would simply be an onlooker, enjoying the spectacle. The hour was not too late, and there were quite a few empty compartments. William chose one that was relatively unoccupied. He placed his suitcase down, retrieved his history of magic textbook, and settled into a window seat, quietly perusing its pages. Although he had read it numerous times, each perusal sparked new questions, captivating him anew. Potter, Harry Potter. That was the legendary Harry Potter. Did he truly bear a lightning-shaped scar? Time slipped by, and soon the train began to stir with commotion, interrupting William's deep contemplation and causing him to frown with displeasure. What a bothersome bunch of wretched little brats. William could only close his book and shut his eyes to calm his mind. Ah, yes, in the unfolding narrative, he had given Hagrid a dragon egg to extract information about the three-headed dog. Hagrid certainly had a penchant for raising all manner of creatures, though he could be rather naive, always believing that his pets were well-behaved, when in truth. And that indestructible boy, the Savior, could be said to have been the brightest star in the British magical community before the weight of those accolades became overwhelming. However, these children were truly insufferable during the journey. In the past, the presence of a single boisterous child in a train compartment would render one's ears buzzing. Now, it seems an entire car full of them is the norm. It would be fortunate if one could avoid a heart attack. It appears that the notion of employing earplugs to listen in silence warrants further exploration. Even if it proves ineffective, one ought to learn a few curses. William mused with a tinge of mischief. He refrained from glancing at the Savior. What concern was it of his? Chapter 5. Miss Granger. Hello, have you seen a toad? A brown-haired little girl peered in, her fluffy hair and large, doe-like eyes giving her an adorably naive appearance. The old bees always favored that approach, nurturing wise sages and knights to safeguard warriors as they battled against the Dark Lord. William regarded Miss Granger before him. She was indeed charming, yet he was not one to be captivated by lowly. I haven't seen one. Perhaps it's in your pocket? He replied with a smile, returning his gaze to his book. What a peculiar person, Hermione remarked, casting a glance at William before departing. History is truly fascinating, William thought as he immersed himself in the chronicles of magical lore. After a while, he lifted his head and rubbed his slightly sore neck. How did they end up here? Hermione Granger was engrossed in a book, while a chubby boy seemed at a loss for what to do, lost in thought. Noticing William's gaze, Hermione turned her attention toward him. Hello, I am William Smith, he introduced himself, extending his right hand, believing himself to be quite well-mannered. Hermione Granger, she replied, offering a brief handshake. Longbottom, stammered the timid boy, fear evident as he shook William's hand. William, you are correct. Trevor is indeed in Neville's pocket. Hermione said excitedly. Aye, aye. As long as you find him, there's no need to be anxious, Mr. Longbottom, William gently reassured, observing Neville's face flush crimson. William, are you a new student too? Are you a wizard from a Muggle family? Hermione chattered animatedly. Yes, Miss Granger, I only learned of the magical world a month ago. Hermione glanced at the book in William's hands. Magical history? I've memorized it entirely. I've memorized all of my books. I wonder if it's difficult to get into Hogwarts. I'm so nervous. What if I fail and get expelled? Neville expressed his fears. It should be all right. William chuckled at the two little ones. Do not worry, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom. There will be no entrance exams. Are you sure? Really? Yes. I am certain. Professor McGonagall informed me. William found himself telling a small fib. Indeed, upon hearing Professor McGonagall's name, Hermione fell silent. She tapped her forehead. How foolish of me. I should have asked Professor McGonagall. Did you read all the books as well? Hermione inquired curiously. Not all, Miss Granger. There are some I have yet to explore. I personally relish the history of magic. Indeed, the history of magic is utterly captivating. And William, you may call me Hermione. William closed his book, clearly unable to continue reading. Very well, Miss Granger. I too concur with Miss Granger's assertion that every word within the annals of magical history captivates my interest and provokes deep contemplation. Perhaps the narrative is encapsulated within merely a sentence or two, yet it conceals countless tales beneath the surface. The transitions of dynasties, the emergence and demise of great wizards, and the evolution of magic all possess an intrinsic allure. Hogwarts, far beyond being a distinguished institution of magical education, also boasts an exceptionally rich library. A mere glance at a tome of magical history may reveal certain inquiries, yet it fails to unearth the profound truths hidden within its pages. Thus, one might seek knowledge from other historical texts on magic, thereby gaining insights into its origins, evolution, and an abundance of inspiration. It is essential to recognize that extraordinary wisdom constitutes the greatest wealth. I believe that what Miss Ravenclaw alludes to is certainly not the mundane riches of gold and silver, nor the allure of formidable power. In truth, history itself is imbued with magic, and words can indeed bear enchantment. Therefore, my personal perspective is to delve into history, to learn, reflect, and cultivate my own framework of understanding. Such pursuit epitomizes true wisdom, and perhaps within this journey, immense wealth shall gradually be garnered. Initially, Hermione could comprehend the discourse, but soon found herself somewhat perplexed, while Neville remained utterly bewildered, nearly succumbing to slumber. Observing the two youngsters, William felt a sense of joy. Children are most endearing when they are serene. Yet, in reality, William was not deceiving them. The ancient N.E.W.T. class at Hogwarts provides students with the opportunity to study ancient runes, does it not? What secrets lie hidden within these ancient artifacts and wondrous magical items? Upon entering this realm, William could not rest until he unraveled this enigma. Is extraordinary wisdom truly the greatest wealth? Hermione murmured to herself. William regarded Hermione, intelligent and insightful, yearning for companionship, yet struggling to navigate social interactions. A voracious reader with unparalleled intellect and a remarkable memory, she could recite entire tomes from memory. How then? Did such a person find her place in Gryffindor? According to the original text, the Sorting Hat had intended to place Hermione in Ravenclaw, but her admiration for Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall swayed her to Gryffindor. Perhaps entering Gryffindor requires courage, yet what they truly value is the audacity to defy conventions. Nonetheless, certain rule breakers within Gryffindor, in William's view, often engage in mere venting rather than exhibiting genuine courage. Although they displayed valor in the face of Voldemort, William preferred to maintain his distance when it came to friendship. Naturally, William possessed a flexible moral compass. He remained amicable and less provoked. However, should one offend him, they would certainly face his wrath. William, what are you contemplating? Nothing, Miss Granger. The Hogwarts Express does not serve lunch, and William had not brought any provisions. He could not fathom the peculiar snacks available. He merely selected a pumpkin pasty and bought Neville a chocolate frog. As for a certain witch, he procured some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans as a gift for her. What does it taste like? Who knows? Each bite is an adventure, is it not? William savored the pumpkin pie. Yet, why did Hermione seem so unreliable? Ultimately, William did not witness her consuming a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean that tasted of boogers. She had one that was orange-flavored and claimed she could not indulge further due to a limit on sweets. William, not one to shy away from the challenge, selected a bean himself, and fortune smiled upon him. It was strawberry-flavored. In the end, it was Neville who consumed the majority. William could not dissuade him, and he ended up winning the jackpot. Observing Neville's expression, William, wishing to express his contrition, purchased a chocolate frog for him. As for Hermione's disapproving glare, William chose to ignore it. Chapter 6, Hogwarts. The train came to a gentle halt, and the outside world had already succumbed to darkness. Have we arrived? William peered into the pitch-black night beyond the window. A whistle blew, and students began to disembark the train in succession. First years need not carry their luggage. After the sorting hat ceremony, their belongings would be transported to their dormitories by house elves. First years, come this way. Before William had even stepped off the train, he heard that unmistakable booming voice. Hagrid, the half-giant. Following Voldemort's demise, he had fled, yet here he was, still a fixture at Hogwarts, even having secured a position as a professor, a rather magical turn of events. However, it was known that Hagrid had a long-standing feud with Voldemort. William followed the first years toward Hagrid, who stood over 3 meters tall, making him rather short among half-giants. Hagrid led the newcomers along the dark path, which opened up to reveal a black lake, dotted with a dozen small boats. How enchanting Hogwarts Castle is! How many secrets lie within its walls? William surveyed the castle across the water, its grandeur magnified by the shroud of night. No more than 4 per boat. Hagrid claimed one entirely for himself. William, do you know why the first years must travel this way? A familiar voice reached his ears, and he turned to see Hermione. How was she still here? In the darkness. He had assumed they had become separated. Perhaps it is a matter of ceremony, William mused as he gazed across the lake. Otherwise, why 4 per boat? Hermione's eyes sparkled as she added, "It is said that the 4 founders of Hogwarts also arrived by boat." Indeed, well said, Miss Granger. Call me Hermione. Very well, Miss Granger. Lower your heads. Hagrid's gruff voice commanded, and the little wizards promptly bowed their heads. Yet, William noticed that it was not strictly necessary. Surely, Hagrid was addressing his own stature. Soon, the boats glided to the shore, revealing another path. Upon reaching the end, William spotted Professor McGonagall standing at the entrance of the castle, her expression stern. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take over from here." "Of course, Professor McGonagall. Please follow me." Everyone, McGonagall guided the first years into the castle. The corridor was lofty, flanked by stone walls illuminated by flickering torches. "William, how do we gain admission?" he asked, feeling anxious at the sight of Professor McGonagall. A certain Miss Granger, who preferred to remain unnamed, babbled on. "Miss Granger, relax. We are merely here for a duel." "A duel?" William gazed at Hermione, astonished, wishing he could tousle her hair. However, fearing being labeled a creep, he merely continued to engage her. "Indeed, did you observe the 4 magical creatures on the back of our acceptance letters?" "Of course. The Gryffindor lion, the Ravenclaw eagle, the Hufflepuff badger, and the Slytherin serpent." "Precisely. By defeating the lion, one may enter Gryffindor, and by vanquishing the eagle, one can join Ravenclaw. Similarly, to gain access to Hufflepuff or Slytherin, one must conquer the badger or the snake. Should you fail, you would be devoured." What? That can't be true," Hermione stammered, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Of course not," William assured her. Hermione scrutinized William's earnest expression, questioning whether she had misheard. "A magical school is hardly a prison. How could one possibly be eaten? No need to be so anxious." Upon realizing the jest, Hermione delivered a swift kick to William and walked away. He observed her retreating figure. Although he had assured her of safety, there indeed lurked a Slytherin serpent beneath the castle. Professor McGonagall ushered the first years into an empty room. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she began, pausing before continuing with a serious tone. "The sorting feast is about to commence. Take a moment to contemplate which house you wish to join. I advise you to consider this carefully, as you will spend 7 years in your chosen house." Due to a certain old bee's negligence, Professor McGonagall was quite busy, and having barely spoken a few words, she departed. Once she left, the first-year students, unable to contain their excitement, immediately began to chatter. William found the noise overwhelming and retreated to a quiet corner to wait. A hand prodded William's arm, prompting him to turn and face the individual. "Miss Granger, do you require something? Are you inclined towards Ravenclaw? Is it that obvious?" William wondered, perplexed. Had he been so transparent? "Why?" Hermione inquired. "Isn't it apparent? In truth, Hufflepuff is the most understated house, but their enthusiasm is overwhelming, and I prefer solitude. Slytherin is out of the question unless one is pure-blooded or possesses extraordinary power capable of commanding the entire house. Gryffindor is merely a gaggle of raucous youngsters. I would likely find myself exasperated there, especially being a focal point for a certain unproductive old bee. Ravenclaw, while not without its troubles, offers a respite from annoyance, particularly with the exception of that shameless Gilderoy Lockhart. Moreover, Ravenclaw is home to many beautiful individuals." What was that? Among the 4 houses, Slytherin holds disdain for Muggle-born students. Suddenly, a thought struck William. If someone disparages you with the term mudblood, swiftly draw your wand to teach them a lesson. Then hasten to inform Professor Snape, saying no more than necessary, merely fixating on their tears. Mudblood? Indeed, it is said to be one of the most repugnant epithets hurled at individuals like us. Although, I personally do not share that sentiment. Hermione nodded, her understanding somewhat ambiguous. Ahem, back to the topic at hand. The Gryffindors have a penchant for brazenly flouting school regulations, which can be rather disruptive. Moreover, they have a habit of nocturnal escapades. While I prefer to retire early. Is that a valid reason? Why not? In my previous life, William found himself burdened with rather extraordinary roommates, leading to 4 years spent sleeping with earplugs in. As for Hufflepuff, it simply does not align with my disposition. Hermione pondered in silence. How do you know all this so well? How do I know? Naturally, it is from reading. Most wizards in all of Britain attend Hogwarts. One could easily inquire about such matters in Diagon Alley. By the way, why was no one informed about the pitfalls of each house before sorting? Was it intentional? The professors must have quite the audacity. One might say that certain individuals, like the old bee, demonstrate a lack of integrity, having produced many remarkable wizards and earned the title of the greatest white wizard. Yet, this does not negate the fact that he is one of the most unsuccessful educators and leaders. In Tom's youth, he was threatened with force, leading him to wield power over others as an adult. To cultivate Harry Potter, he placed the entire faculty and student body at risk of death. Abandoning Harry at his aunt's house, neglecting him, resulted in his suffering abuse. Even his subordinate, Lupin, served him yet remained impoverished after Voldemort's demise. Of course, such thoughts must remain unspoken. Otherwise, Dumbledore's acolytes would drown me in their spittle. Chapter 7. The Sorting Ceremony. Within the Great Hall, long tables were laid with utensils. Burning candles floated in the air, illuminating the entire hall. The ceiling was transparent, allowing the attendees to gaze upon the stars in the night sky. Professor McGonagall placed a stool before the first-year students, atop which sat the sorting hat, dirtier than her own cleaning cloth, seemingly in need of a wash. Suddenly, William recalled something and hastily covered his ears, determined to learn the silencing charm without delay. Indeed, the sorting hat began to sing in a voice that made one want to scratch their foot. The seated professors and upperclassmen remained unfazed, while the younger students, even with their ears covered, displayed expressions of anguish. Hermione clasped her hands over her ears, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at William. As if an eternity had passed, the sorting hat finally ceased its song with apparent satisfaction. Professor McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, announced loudly, "Everyone, when I call your name, you shall don the sorting hat and sit upon the stool." Hannah Abbott, the future proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, still in her youthful clumsiness, placed the sorting hat upon her head. No sooner had she seated herself than the sorting hat proclaimed in an odd tune, "Hufflepuff, Hermione Granger." Hermione cast a furtive glance at William, feeling a touch of anxiety as she approached the sorting hat. She donned the hat and settled onto the stool. Let me see. My dear miss," it intoned, albeit somewhat rudely. "You are quite suited for Ravenclaw, yet it seems you yearn for Gryffindor. Sorting hat, where should I go?" Oh, this beautiful young lady." The sorting hat spoke in a peculiar tone within Hermione's mind. "The choice is yours. Perhaps Gryffindor would be a better fit for you." Sorting hat, both Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall are from Gryffindor, are they not? "Indeed, miss." "So what will your choice be?" "I choose Ravenclaw, but I have a condition." To onlookers, the exchange between Hermione and the sorting hat seemed to transpire rather swiftly. "Ravenclaw," the sorting hat proclaimed loudly in its odd tone, as if it felt threatened by the young girl. Ravenclaw Hermione? Perhaps that suits her better. Though she is somewhat strong-willed and serious, she is not as socially awkward as Luna, which is certainly an improvement over her original roommate in Gryffindor. Alas, does Hogwarts truly have so many troubled children? It seems the professors have never cared much for them, have they? But what will happen now that the wise one has fled? Olby will have his hands full. William was not foolish enough to lock eyes with Dumbledore. He pondered every sorrowful thought he could muster, his gaze fixated on Hermione. Hermione shot William an exasperated look. The Savior and the Knight were sorted into Gryffindor, generating quite a stir. "William Smith." William disdainfully placed the sorting hat upon his head. "Sorting hat, when was the last time you had a bath?" "A bath? What is that?" "Oh, Mr. Smith, I sense your disdain for me." "Indate, sorting hat. Let me see, Mr. Smith. How is it that you are capable of thinking of nothing at all? Is it that difficult?" "Sorting hat, I am not fond of having someone delve into my memories." "Oh, my apologies, sir. You are quite as direct as that sword-wielding oaf. It appears your relationship with him is rather poor, Sorting Hat. Just now. It was you who encouraged Miss Granger to join Ravenclaw, was it not? This insufferable gentleman. You ought to have been sorted into Slytherin. Thank you for the compliment. Sorting Hat. I believe you may require my assistance in taking a bath. It seems I misjudged you. You ought to be sent to Azkaban. That is your prerogative. By the way, I am quite curious about that mysterious Azkaban, Sorting Hat. You have bested me, sir. Ravenclaw. William removed the hat and placed it upon the stool, while the Sorting Hat turned away, unwilling to meet his gaze. William, did you also threaten the Sorting Hat? Hermione inquired with a hint of excitement. What? Also, could it be that Hermione had become somewhat cunning? One could only wonder whom she had learned it from. Do tell, how did you threaten it? Miss Granger, do not sully an innocent's reputation without cause. Yet, unbeknownst to William, a triumphant smile graced Hermione's face. Indeed, she had been sorted into Ravenclaw, and there was no escaping it, Mr. Smith. She was uncertain whether William genuinely wished to be sorted into Ravenclaw. Yet she thought it wise to issue a threat to the Sorting Hat. The Sorting Hat, quite perceptive, had not anticipated being threatened twice in a single day. It appeared that this year, it would need to compose a melodious song, ready to showcase its vocal prowess the following year. Professor McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat with care, and Dumbledore rose from the staff table, extending his arms wide. Welcome, everyone. Before we commence this feast, there are a few words I wish to share. Foolishness, tears, residue, twist. Thank you. Was this a peculiar form of welcome in the magical realm? Hermione felt a twinge of uncertainty. Miss Granger, you are indeed correct. It is a form of greeting. Truly, he was a master of provocation. But was such behavior appropriate for a headmaster? Let us eat, for we have been famished for far too long. The long table was laden with a variety of delectable dishes, regardless of their richness. It had been an eternity since lunch, and William was ravenous. During the feast, a ghost suddenly materialized at the Gryffindor table. Oh, welcome, everyone, it exclaimed, tugging at its own head. Chaos erupted at the Gryffindor table. What is this, William? A ghost, a remarkable state of existence. Each house at Hogwarts has its resident ghost. Some even serve as professors. These spirits have long since departed from life. Yet they continue to endure unbearable suffering in this world. However, immortality is a dream cherished by many, and William found it hard to believe that no one had studied it. The secrets of the magical world await our discovery. Do you not agree, Miss Granger? The remnants of the meal vanished, replaced by a selection of desserts. What marvelous magic! Hermione marveled. William observed her. The food at Hogwarts was prepared by house elves, and he wondered when she would uncover this truth. He also pondered whether she would still seek to liberate the house elves once she learned of it. Yet, Hermione was still too naive. Revealing such matters prematurely would not serve her well. Furthermore, house elves would not be grateful, and might even harbor disdain towards her. William prudently chose silence, avoiding unnecessary trouble. By the time she was ready to discover these truths, perhaps she would have gained some wisdom, or perhaps she would become more cunning. Chapter 8. The uncommon Granger at the conclusion of the feast with a wave of his wand. Dumbledore made the remaining food on the table vanish, restoring tranquility to the hall. He stood and spoke slowly. I trust you have all enjoyed a hearty meal. Now, I must address a few important points. William felt Dumbledore's gaze frequently dart towards Professor McGonagall. The woods adjacent to the school are strictly off-limits to any students. This should be well understood by the older students. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has also requested that I remind you not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will commence this Tuesday. Interested students may contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, it is imperative to inform you that if you wish to avoid unforeseen calamities and a most painful demise, do not venture near the right corridor on the 4th floor. After the matters were addressed, Dumbledore's tone suddenly brightened considerably. All right, everyone, before we retire for the night, let us joyously sing the school song. With a gentle flick of his wand, a series of lyrics gradually materialized above the dining table. Choose your favorite tune, prepare, and sing. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Grant us knowledge, whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees. A raucous group of Gryffindors leaped about, producing a cacophony of sound, while William merely mimicked the words, trying to go unnoticed. Oh, how delightful music always is. However, before concluding, it is imperative to remind everyone that nocturnal escapades are strictly forbidden. Good night, everyone. The professors departed, and the first-year students of each house followed their respective prefects to the common rooms. Hermione poked William. William, Professor Dumbledore said that on purpose, didn't he? William's reaction confirmed Hermione's suspicion, prompting her to continue in a hushed tone. First of all, as the headmaster of Hogwarts and the most powerful wizard, knowing that there's an issue with the corridor on the 4th floor to the right, why not address it directly? Moreover, I just inquired with Prefect Penelope, and the corridor was not off limits last academic year. Thus, there are two possibilities. One, that place is particularly dangerous, and Dumbledore cannot resolve it promptly. However, in such a case, it is safer because, under normal circumstances, a professor would be on duty to prevent students from approaching. The second possibility is that there is no danger at all, or at least no mortal peril. Perhaps Professor Dumbledore has constructed this situation to cultivate a certain student. Although she spoke of possibilities, Hermione's tone grew more serious. The most renowned student this year is the boy who lived Harry Potter. Well, that's quite obvious, isn't it? Old B, you've even revealed the savior. William exclaimed. Let's explore the night. What? William looked at Hermione, scrutinizing her. It was indeed Hermione. But how could such a notion escape her lips? You once said that Gryffindor's characteristic is to boldly defy the rules, and that includes the habit of nocturnal adventures. Therefore, Professor Dumbledore's mention of the prohibition against nighttime escapades raises questions. I believe that for Dumbledore, preventing students from wandering at night should be a simple task. Yet nighttime adventures continue to exist. In fact, because of Dumbledore's remark, those who had no intention of sneaking out are now reminded and may be tempted to do so. Does that imply that, in Dumbledore's mind, nighttime exploration is actually permitted? Listen here, Miss Granger, do not overthink it. William felt compelled to interrupt her fanciful musings. No, William, you must listen to me. Prefect Penelope mentioned that getting caught while wandering at night would result in a deduction of house points. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. And if we are not caught, then will we not lose any points? However, that is not enough. We need to practice the disillusionment charm thoroughly, for otherwise, we would be easily apprehended. William seemed to perceive the words to grow strong and achieve greatness reflected in her eyes. He fell into silence. Indeed, it was quite normal for Hermione to be sorted into Gryffindor in the novel, as she was rather rebellious herself, setting Snape ablaze, imprisoning a gossip journalist, and delivering a punch to Malfoy. He had found those moments thoroughly entertaining. Ultimately, Hermione did not invite William to roam the night with her. After several hours of travel, she was already quite fatigued. Not long after they arrived at the common room, she retreated to her dormitory to rest. The following morning, William awoke early, a habit cultivated over the past decade. The Ravenclaw common room was predominantly a gentle shade of light blue, and William particularly cherished the books within. Good morning, William. Hermione yawned, pouring herself a glass of water before settling onto the sofa. Up so early, Miss Granger? I'm used to it, she replied, surveying the common room. Her brown hair was tousled. Although it had been similar the day before, today it appeared even more unruly, truly a testament to its wild growth. William observed Hermione's contemplative demeanor, finding it somewhat peculiar. In his recollection, she was always found amidst the bookshelves of the library, and whenever she was not, a book would invariably be in her hands. She never squandered her time. What troubles you, Miss Granger? Oh, I'm quite sad, William. Hermione sighed deeply. Does a nearly 12-year-old girl experience her first period? William was unsure, yet the next statement nearly shattered his composure. William, you won't even call me godfather. The idea of a 12-year-old girl watching gangster films struck him as exceedingly bizarre. Alas, William, what should we do about the future? Suddenly, Hermione curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, appearing small and vulnerable. It was true. William knew she had long since planned her future. However, now all her arrangements had been disrupted. Moreover, upon entering Hogwarts, she had begun to realize that not everything here was as splendid as it seemed. As a Muggle-born witch, she felt a sense of inferiority and had yet to find someone to confide in. Perhaps her stubbornness and desire to showcase herself within the novel were merely manifestations of her self-protection. William empathized with her feelings. When he had just crossed over, he too felt lost and helpless. As long as you have no regrets, Hermione, he replied, unsure how to comfort this girl who had yet to reach her 12th year. Haha, you fell for my ruse. William, Hermione quickly wiped her tears and burst into laughter. You call me by my name for the first time. However, William did not notice the fleeting glimmer in her eyes. He clenched his fists, reminding himself to remain calm. After all, she was still a child. Yes, if he were to confront her, that could wait a few more days. She would turn 12 on September 19th. As long as you have no regrets, right? William wondered, glancing at the Ravenclaw common room, observing the sunlight streaming through the window and the flustered individual in the corner. No regrets. Hermione softly reassured herself. Chapter 9. Helena. The first-year curriculum at Hogwarts encompasses subjects such as herbology, transfiguration, charms, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts, all of which are compulsory. During the Quidditch matches, typically commencing on a Saturday in November, The dining hall's hours are extended accordingly. As William leisurely savored his breakfast, he perused the class schedule. He was in no rush, taking his time. Breakfast at Hogwarts is rather flexible, generally served between 7:30 and 10 o'clock. However, it is not uncommon for some young wizards to venture directly to the house elf kitchen in search of food, which is always generously provided. After scrutinizing the timetable, William felt a sense of relief. He shared only 1 hour of astronomy with Gryffindor. Otherwise, he dreaded the potential chaos that might ensue, particularly during potions class with Neville and Gregory, the two unlikely talents. Mr. Smith, engrossed in a book? Hermione inquired, tilting her head to glance at the cover. Another tome on the history of magic. Indeed, William replied, choosing not to engage further with Hermione. Today was particularly disheartening. The herbology class had been quite standard, but the afternoon's flying class loomed ominously. William was aware of Hermione's lack of flying prowess. Yet he suspected that when the time came, Hermione would manage to maintain a semblance of flight, while he would struggle to keep up. Where has Miss Granger disappeared to? William remarked absent-mindedly, noting Hermione's sudden absence since the flying class, even during dinner. That's a secret, Hermione replied, blinking. For you. William pointed to the strawberry cake on the table. Who has cake for dinner? So, will you eat it? Of course. Why wouldn't I? As dusk fell, Hogwarts, after curfew, often witnessed a few mischievous spirits roaming the night, while Filch grumbled and cornered them alongside Madame Loris. In the Ravenclaw common room, William closed the book in his hands and pressed his temples, feeling somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, he had made considerable progress, identifying numerous issues that now required time to connect. The Ravenclaw common room seemed even more profound at night. Exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. William rose, gazing at the statue of Lady Ravenclaw. Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the most brilliant witches, was the very architect of Hogwarts itself. In her era, it was not merely a castle. Its primary function was to serve as a bastion of war. You seem to hold her in high regard. How could I not? A wise and great witch, is she not? William mused, observing the eagle on the crest, reflecting on the tragic fate of such a formidable wizard who succumbed to a grave illness. He slowly turned to face the exceptionally tall ghost. Good evening, dear lady. It is an honor to meet you. I am William Smith. William extended his right hand. The address of Lady Grey felt like an affront. He was not so thoughtless. Helena was slain by the blood man, Barlow. The fallen blossoms express intent, while the flowing waters remain indifferent. William found himself at a loss when it came to discerning the complex web of grievances and affections surrounding the situation. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from addressing her as Ms. Grey. They all refer to me as Ms. Grey, Helena gently remarked, and William could sense the underlying discomfort in her tone. She ignored his outstretched right hand. Is it painful? He pondered silently. Perhaps it ought to be. Helena seemed to recall something, unwilling to pursue the topic further. Gazing at the statue of Lady Ravenclaw, she spoke as if to William, yet also as if she were conversing with herself. I made a grave mistake. This is my punishment. For foolish reasons, I became a shameful thief. Yet she never blamed me. In the end, I perished and so did she. Alas, I am a weak soul, lacking the courage to move forward. Thus I have become a ghost. William remained silent, aware that words were unnecessary. Helena shook her head. It is evident that you are quite intelligent. It is no wonder you hail from Ravenclaw. Thank you for the compliment, my dear lady, William replied, placing his right hand before him and inclining his body slightly. Helena regarded him, hesitating as if she wished to speak. I suppose Mr. Smith would not possess the leisure to engage in conversation with a ghost who has been dead for an indeterminate time. Would he? Why not? William shook his head and stretched lazily. Conversing with a beautiful lady is always a delightful endeavor, especially when she is so learned, he added. Mr. Smith, has anyone told you that you are quite charming? Helena observed him quietly. However, I must disappoint you. I have been deceived once before. If I were to believe such words so easily again, I would truly be a fool. Is it Tom? William shook his head and continued to extend his right hand. It is a pleasure to meet you, the beautiful Helena Ravenclaw. Helena Ravenclaw? The name had not graced her ears in ages, and inexplicably, she extended her hand to engage in a ghostly handshake. How do you know my name? Helena inquired, her tone even and devoid of inflection. William's hand, though it felt the piercing chill of her touch, betrayed no sign of discomfort. Such a beautiful name is not easily forgotten, is it? Helena, dear sister. Helena was among the first students of Ravenclaw, personally instructed by Lady Ravenclaw herself. William regarded his subject. Oh no, the enchanting Helena Ravenclaw. A ghost indeed, yet one who had endured for a millennium. This thought stirred excitement within him, though he managed to contain it, revealing nothing. Furthermore, he was in no haste. Helena scrutinized William, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Another smooth-talking deceiver? She mused. However, what more could she lose? Chapter 10. The Room of Requirement. William and Helena's conversation was neither particularly fruitful nor entirely lacking. As the day darkened further, they bid each other farewell. William reflected upon the day's peculiar occurrences, strange Hermione, the chance meeting with Helena. He wondered if Voldemort's Horcrux still resided within the Room of Requirement. William chose to disregard Voldemort, merely lamenting the loss of that diadem, while also feeling a flicker of curiosity. What enchantments had the esteemed Rowena Ravenclaw woven into a diadem that augments wisdom? He closed his eyes, continuing to ponder. Today, Professor Sprout's herbology class had been exceptionally enlightening, imparting a wealth of knowledge upon him. Yet, at present, he was devoid of any spells. Hermione's self-education was progressing at a painfully slow pace, for self-study is fraught with peril. One must tread carefully to avoid harm. Reflecting on this, William chuckled softly. Had he not encountered Helena? The illustrious graduate of Ravenclaw was more than capable of guiding both himself and Hermione. Moreover, seeking guidance from Helena would be far more advantageous than consulting the professors, who would never impart those perilous incantations to fledgling wizards. It was essential to maintain a connection with Helena. While this might seem somewhat utilitarian, William, possessing a more flexible moral compass, found little turmoil in his thoughts. Of course, although William's ethical principles were adaptable, he would never stoop to base or dishonorable actions that might harm others. Thus, these past few days had been fulfilling for him, attending classes, devouring books, chatting with Helena in the evenings, and practicing magic. However, he found it peculiar that Hermione's presence had been notably elusive during this time. "Hush, William, come quickly," Hermione whispered, tugging him into a secluded corner. "What is it, Miss Granger?" he inquired, puzzled. "William, at 10 o'clock tonight, wait for me in the common room. We shall embark on a nocturnal adventure," Hermione replied, her tone laced with mystery. "Miss Granger, just hear me out." "William," Hermione interjected, "I've discovered a fascinating place." "A fascinating place?" William mused, intrigue stirring within him. "Very well, Miss Granger, I shall be there punctually." He felt a pang of regret for not being able to chat with Helena that evening. Hermione, familiar with Helena, who had also guided her, shared a cordial rapport with her. "Are you two going on a date?" Helena teased, her demeanor relaxed after several days of interaction with William and Hermione. "No, not at all. We are merely going for a nighttime exploration," Hermione replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as if the adventure was hardly superior to a date. "Do not be so anxious. I am not one of those professors," Helena reassured her, appreciating the bright and kind-hearted girl before her. Cautiously, Hermione led William to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, her nerves palpable as the headmaster's office lay in proximity. During the day, she had refrained from bringing William here, fearing encounters with Professor Dumbledore or other faculty members. After a considerable while, they arrived before the tapestry depicting the giant troll striking the hapless Barnaby. Could it truly be the Room of Requirement? The existence of the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts was no secret. While William was not surprised that Hermione could locate it, he was curious about her motives for bringing him here at such a late hour. "Quickly, William," Hermione urged, pulling him along in hushed tones. William stepped inside, and his eyes were met with a vast expanse of lush grass, soft beneath his feet. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed 2 flying broomsticks positioned nearby. Hermione dashed over, mounted one of the brooms, and with a vigorous push of her feet, soared into the air, her melodious laughter ringing joyfully in William's ears. Indeed, it was determined Hermione. Had she been practicing her flying here these past few days? William observed her agile silhouette with a sense of admiration. Hermione gracefully descended on her broom before him, her cheeks slightly flushed and a sheen of perspiration glistening on her forehead. They stood in the Room of Requirement. Hermione glanced around and continued, "I was thinking of finding a place to practice flying, and this is what it has become." There was a hint of pride in her tone. "It was Penelope who informed you, wasn't it?" William unflinchingly exposed her. Perhaps it was their shared background as Muggle-born witches or their kind-hearted natures that fostered a strong bond between them. William reflected on how much Hermione had transformed, her warmth, exuberance, and kindness, no longer eager to showcase herself. Yet he now discovered her penchant for boasting, particularly in his presence. William examined the Room of Requirement, a truly enigmatic place where the Marauder-esque map could not reveal its secrets. He pondered whether he was still within Hogwarts. Could the Room of Requirement serve as an alternative key, transporting him to this location? After all, how could such a space encompass so many rooms? Given its nature, It must possess more than just a few chambers. Yet, this remained William's conjecture. Perhaps Helena held the answers. Considering that the architect of this castle was none other than Lady Ravenclaw. The more he contemplated, the more he recognized his own ignorance and the enviable wisdom of Lady Ravenclaw. It was no wonder Helena lived perpetually in her shadow. If one were constantly compared to such a remarkable individual, one might feel even more inadequate than Helena. Hermione had not forgotten William, the one who struggled in flying lessons. She retrieved her meticulously compiled tips and began to instruct him. William fumbled through his practice, falling numerous times. It was no surprise that the ground felt so soft. It seemed Hermione had also toppled frequently during her earlier sessions. However, out of respect for her earnest guidance, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, he should allow her some dignity, even if it was already quite limited in his presence. Time passed, and both William and Hermione found themselves exhausted. Lying languidly on the comfortable grass, inhaling the fragrant scent of fresh clover. William, what do you think of this place? Indeed, Miss Granger, we owe our gratitude to Penelope. Should you thank me as well? What do you think, Miss Granger? The aroma of the grass seemed to alleviate their physical fatigue as they lay there, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 11. William's transformation. Could I truly have been mistaken? William murmured to himself. Hermione gazed at William with a touch of concern, for he had appeared rather distracted in recent days. William, what is the matter? William? She gently nudged his shoulder. What troubles you? I sense your mind is elsewhere. Has something occurred? Hermione whispered softly. William stared blankly at her, remaining silent. William? Oh, it's nothing. I'm fine, he replied slowly, rising and making his way to the dormitory. In the late hours of the night, within the Ravenclaw common room, William sat quietly on the sofa. Helena, have I truly erred? He spoke with a hint of distress. Do you recall the first time we met? I once remarked that you were quite intelligent, truly befitting of a Ravenclaw. Helena replied gently. A Ravenclaw's strengths are evident, yet their weaknesses can be profoundly detrimental. Weaknesses? William inquired. Indeed, extreme arrogance and prejudice, Helena observed, her gaze fixed upon him. I believe you understand my implication. Yes, a sense of superiority, considering oneself a traveler of time, looking down upon this and that. But should it truly be so? Am I inherently superior to others? You are in turmoil, William, or perhaps unwilling to acknowledge it, Helena remarked, surveying the quiet common room. William sighed deeply. What should I do now, Helena? She shook her head. You are a paradoxical individual, polite and warm, yet exuding an air of aloofness. It is as if your warmth and friendliness are mere facades. William, do you realize how hurtful this can be? Hurtful? Indeed, you have caused pain to young Hermione. Do not be deceived by her cheerful demeanor. The child possesses a delicate heart and can sense the estrangement emanating from your very soul. Is that so? William pondered, confused. Could it be because she is a character from a book? No matter how much I suppress it, I find myself viewing others from a godlike perspective. On some level, I subconsciously believe this world to be a fabrication, with Hermione and Helena merely data points. I have never truly integrated into this reality. William, do you hold anyone dear? Certainly. I cherish my beloved Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the intelligent and kind Hermione, and the proud yet gentle Helena. Then, would you wish to part from them? William shook his head. However, only by sincerely engaging with them will they reciprocate genuinely. Otherwise, they will inevitably drift away. Helena's tone shifted slightly. William, perhaps you should ask yourself if what you cling to truly matters. Does it matter? William mused, gazing at the soft moonlight within the common room. Is this world real or not? No, it is inconsequential. To have those I cherish and to be cherished in return, that is sufficient. It seemed William had broken free from some unseen shackles. He felt a newfound lightness, as if his magical essence began to surge within him. Indeed, I am quite curious about the setbacks that have caused the proud Mr. Smith such distress, Helena inquired, waiting for William's emotions to stabilize. William felt a twinge of embarrassment, though there was nothing to be ashamed of. I once arrogantly believed that the current practices in the magical realm were fundamentally flawed. Thus, I endeavored to compile the methodologies of various historical figures, amalgamating their deeds in hopes of forging my own path. However, I failed. I identified representatives from different eras and analyzed their accomplishments, naively believing that merely connecting their stories would yield success. Instead, all I uncovered were trivial anecdotes. Initially, he perceived the magical world as something entirely foreign, believing, due to his knowledge of the narrative, that everyone was merely an NPC, presuming that his life must surely surpass that of others. Yet, this is a classic case of lofty aspirations meeting a fragile existence. Helena chuckled lightly, not entirely kind. So, you have been engrossed in the history of magic? Have you discerned who is entangled with whom? Do share your insights. Helena, please, I am nearly overwhelmed with shame. William remarked, scratching his head in distress. Observing the boy before her, whose maturity belied his years, Helena could not resist gently saying, William, do you know why Hogwarts offers astronomy classes? Is it to study divination? She shook her head. That could be one interpretation, but divination heavily relies on an individual's innate talent. Most find little success in it. Then why? Because, in comparison to the vast cosmos, both muggles and wizards are inconsequential. William, one must acknowledge their own insignificance to cultivate a genuine thirst for knowledge. With lofty ambitions, yet lacking in practical skill, how can one truly grow? Lofty ambitions? It certainly seems so. He had been preoccupied with what he assumed was correct, dismissing ordinary spells while failing to master the more complex ones. By reflecting upon the past, one can gain insight into the rise and fall of empires. However, merely learning from history is insufficient. True strength derives from the continuous accumulation of knowledge, research, and discovery. In the annals of magical history, every powerful wizard was a genuine scholar. Even Helga Hufflepuff, the progenitor of dark wizards, conducted extensive experiments to devise numerous curses and breed monsters. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck William, akin to being struck by lightning. Experimentation. He became invigorated, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. Hermione, I apologize for worrying you, William said, looking at the anxious girl before him. What is the matter? What has happened? It's nothing at all. I just had some realizations. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, I have traversed into this world. I must embrace my new reality. Should I continue to regard myself as an outsider? That would be far too presumptuous. Your magical energy. There's still lingered remnants of turbulence within him. It's nothing at all, just a minor inconvenience. Hermione, hurry along. I feel as if I might starve, having hardly eaten properly in days. Oh, all right. Suddenly, Hermione paused. William, what did you just say? I exclaimed. I am on the verge of starvation. No, what did you just call me? Hermione, what else would I call you? Given our familiarity, would you prefer I address you as Miss Granger? Yet you seemed so pleased with that before. I was mistaken. Come, if we delay any longer, there will be nothing left to eat. It has long been gone. Oh, right, it is indeed the dead of night now. What shall we do? You shall endure hunger, for you hardly appear to be in peril of starvation. Do not be so heartless. Ultimately, Hermione produced a pre-packed dinner. After all, she could not bear to witness someone suffer from hunger. Chapter 12, Confession. Since the last conversation with Helena, William endeavored to integrate himself into this world. Although he remained somewhat distant from others, with those he was familiar with, he lowered his guard and interacted with sincerity. Mr. Smith, have you ceased your reading? William sighed. Ever since he stopped addressing Hermione as Miss Granger, she had begun to adopt a rather teasing tone. I'm taking a break from it for a few days. You seem quite lively. What is there to adjust? Endure. After all, it was I who initiated this. Very well, William, accompany me for a stroll. Hermione remained a fundamentally kind-hearted girl. The House of Requests. William and Hermione soared through the air on their flying broomsticks, speeding along as they often did to clear their minds, enjoying the solitude without interruptions. William, are you no longer studying the history of magic? Hermione gazed at William's face, attempting to discern if he was jesting. No, I am not, William replied, slowing down to match Hermione's pace. I was extreme in my previous approach. Hermione exhaled deeply. That cannot be entirely true. I, too, was quite extreme. Before coming to Hogwarts, I excelled academically, but had no friends. I believed that, by becoming more accomplished, friendships would follow. The outcome was, as one might expect. Hermione spoke calmly, devoid of distress or sorrow, embodying a sense of enlightenment. Could you share what you have discovered after your extensive research? Hermione had heard Helena tease William. Very well, Hermione. At this point, William is like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, so I shall divulge some gossip. You must be cautious. Based on my findings, the coming years may prove perilous. William looked at Hermione with grave seriousness. Although in the novels Hermione ultimately does not perish, this is the real world. The prospect of Hermione's demise was something William could not bear. What might transpire? Hermione's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Are you familiar with Tom Riddle? Hermione shook her head. William pondered deeply before deciding to reveal certain truths to Hermione. This begins with a dark wizard known as He Who Must Not Be Named. He devised numerous curses and successfully created the basilisk. The basilisk? Is it the serpent from the scriptures? Indeed, just as fearsome as depicted in the holy texts. Moreover, It can be controlled by speaking Parseltongue. Hermione, do you know why the emblem of Slytherin is a serpent? Indeed, Slytherin is capable of speaking Parseltongue, a trait that is inherited. It is quite plausible that Slytherin is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. However, the most malevolent aspect lies in the Horcruxes. A Horcrux is created by the act of murder, allowing one to split their soul and encase a fragment within an object. As long as the Horcrux remains intact, the individual cannot truly perish. As a descendant of Slytherin, could one inherit the methods of Horcrux creation and the hatching of basilisks? If so, Hogwarts, the safest place in England, would become exceedingly perilous. Yet, if Slytherin was indeed a dark wizard, why did he collaborate with the other 3 founding wizards to establish Hogwarts? Hermione, you must understand that it is not magic that is inherently evil, but rather the intentions of individuals. Although Slytherin was a dark wizard, their conflict was merely ideological. The true evil resides in his progeny, Tom Riddle, the so-called Dark Lord. Hermione was taken aback. Tom Riddle's childhood was extraordinarily tragic. His mother, the eldest daughter of the Gaunt family, used a love potion to ensnare a handsome Muggle neighbor. Riddle was taken in by an orphanage, where he suffered greatly. Dumbledore brought him to Hogwarts, yet he opened the Chamber of Secrets that his ancestor Slytherin had established for teaching, inheriting all that it contained. In the decade following his graduation, he dedicated himself to studying and inventing dark magic, gathering followers. He grew weary of his former name and adopted the title Voldemort, instigating the Wizarding War. The subsequent events are well known. William observed Hermione's incredulous expression and added, "Hermione, do you truly believe he is dead? You mean the Horcruxes?" She queried. Indeed, he did not perish. Tom Riddle once applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor, and Dumbledore declined him. Ever since, none who have held that position have survived a complete year. If he had cast a curse upon that position, it should have lifted upon his demise. Yet the curse remains effective, and Dumbledore, Hermione pondered, though she had not paid particular attention. These past few days had revealed that Harry Potter was not as extraordinary as the masses believed, making it difficult for her to trust in his ability to vanquish the Dark Lord. This was compounded by Dumbledore's belief in Trelawney's prophecy, which stated that the Dark Lord could only be defeated by Harry Potter. Moreover, Harry Potter himself is a Horcrux, a remnant left within him on the night Voldemort fell. William, Hermione nearly lost control of her broomstick. Does Professor Dumbledore know? William shook his head. That remains unclear to me. Then we must hasten to inform Dumbledore. Hermione, listen to me. It is futile. Setting aside how we would explain the origins of this information, how could it possibly be futile? William looked at Hermione, whose faith was crumbling, yet he restrained himself, believing that sometimes a swift pain is preferable to prolonged suffering. The relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald is far from ordinary. Their shared ambition was to conquer the Muggles. Had it not been for the accidental death of his sister, which instilled a profound sense of guilt in him, alongside his resolve to eschew power, he might have become a dark wizard himself, rendering the wizarding world of Britain an even more perilous place. William gazed at Hermione, feeling a twinge of sympathy. To be honest, Dumbledore is a remarkably complex individual, and I lack the authority to judge his morality. However, one conviction I hold dear is that we must not entrust our fates to others. It may seem cruel to share these truths with you now, but the dangers are palpable. If we do not take precautions, it could be our demise, potentially even that of our parents. William, allow me a moment of quiet contemplation. The two lapsed into silence. I trust you are not deceiving me, but how do you possess such intricate knowledge? These matters cannot possibly be documented, can they? Prophecies. Hermione regarded William thoughtfully, and after a long pause, she nodded. Yes, I believe you. Chapter 13. Hermione's birthday. Hogwarts, devoid of any major events, remained tranquil. William and Hermione were basking in the sun on the vast lawn before the Black Lake. In recent days, Hermione had been fervently practicing magic under Helena's guidance, making rapid progress. While Hermione could manage the exertion, William was not so certain he could keep pace. He felt compelled to insist on a respite for Hermione. Otherwise, her health would surely suffer. Moreover, today marked Hermione's birthday. William made his way to the Hogwarts Great Hall, descending the staircase leading to the Hufflepuff basement. In the underground corridor, he encountered a painting of a bowl of fruit adorning the wall. He reached out to touch one of the pears, which responded with a cheerful laugh, transforming into a green handle. Grasping it, William pulled open the door. The Hogwarts kitchen was expansive, nearly as large as the Great Hall itself. At its center stood 4 long tables, positioned identically to those in the dining hall. The house elves would use these tables to convey food to the upper levels. Hogwarts boasted over 100 house elves, descendants of the original inhabitants from a millennium ago. Good sir, what may I assist you with? Inquired a beaming house elf. The Hogwarts house elves truly regarded Hogwarts as their home, residing directly in the kitchen. When intruders threatened, they would unhesitatingly defend their sanctuary. After her transfiguration class, Hermione had not seen William, and a sense of melancholy enveloped her. She chose not to visit the library, instead sitting quietly in the common room, attempting to read a book, yet unable to focus. Happy birthday, Hermione! A beautiful girl, around 16 with long, flowing chestnut curls, gently embraced Hermione. Thank you, senior. Hermione accepted the gift, a delicately crafted hairpin. Where's your little boyfriend run off to? Young Hermione. Penelope inquired with curiosity. I have no idea. Hermione suddenly realized that they were merely ordinary friends. Yes, just ordinary friends. Penelope cast a knowing glance at Hermione, signaling that her ordinary friend had arrived. Hermione hastily picked up the book she had just set down, feigning seriousness. Penelope chuckled softly and discreetly departed. Why aren't you heading to the library today? William inquired, tilting his head to observe the book in Hermione's hand. Ah, you're holding it upside down. What do you think? As soon as class ended, everyone vanished. May I extend an invitation to this lovely lady for a little outing? William settled beside her, pouring himself a cup of red tea. No, I need to study today. Is that so? Then I shall take my leave. As William prepared to rise, Hermione swiftly restrained him, a silent warning conveyed through her gaze. Dear lady, please remain seated. The twilight sky had not yet surrendered to darkness as William escorted Hermione out of the castle, leading her to the expansive lawn where they had basked in sunlight that morning. However, a quaint table adorned with candles now graced the spot, the flames flickering gently as an array of delectable dishes awaited them. Miss Granger, happy birthday. Hermione modestly nodded. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. She lifted the butterbeer before her, taking a delicate sip that brightened her eyes. It had been spiced with ginger. Glancing at the spread of food, she found it filled with her favorites. Shall we dine first or indulge in cake? Let us dine first, William. Thank you for your efforts. Hermione easily discerned that William had prepared all of this himself. Yet, as she savored the meal, tears began to stream down her cheeks. I knew you were missing home, Hermione, so I made some comfort food, hoping it would please your palate. It's quite good. Hermione wiped her tears. After satisfying their appetites, they reclined on the grass. Oh, I'm so full, Hermione exclaimed, disregarding decorum as she patted her stomach. William dared not engage in that topic. Do you remember the stars we learned about in astronomy class? William gazed up at the star-studded night sky. Hermione simply closed her eyes. I don't know. I don't want to look. I don't want to think after eating. William watched as Hermione nearly drifted into slumber, feeling a mix of helplessness. These aren't T-stars at all. They're merely fireflies. He rubbed his eyes wearily, just as William finished tidying the table. Hermione tugged him to the common room to seek guidance from Helena. As she put it, since we know what lies ahead, we cannot afford to slacken. Let us practice diligently for future endeavors. Indeed, let us stir up some excitement. William was uncertain about what kind of mischief they would concoct, but how grand could it possibly be? He scoffed at the notion of her dragging him into it. Sigh. Let us hope it doesn't turn out to be truly delightful. Life was filled with fulfillment, exhausting yet joyful. However, while William basked in happiness, others were not so fortunate. Slytherin S. Malfoy had issued a challenge to Gryffindor S. Harry, yet the scoundrel failed to show up, leading to Filch being informed. Consequently, they were caught red-handed, along with Ron and Neville, who routinely forgot the entrance password. The following day, Gryffindor faced a severe penalty of 150 points, resulting in their score gem hourglass being insufficient to accommodate the deduction. Harry Potter's renowned aura was abruptly diminished, and Ron found himself too apprehensive to venture outside, while Neville bore the brunt of their collective misfortune. However, amidst the turmoil, Harry remained remarkably composed, having grown accustomed to Snape's relentless targeting. Yet was dissatisfied, rising early to rouse Harry for practice. To secure the House Cup, they had to aim for a significant lead and capture the Golden Snitch. As for accruing points in class, regrettably, this group of lions had never entertained such thoughts. Nonetheless, William merely noted the depletion of Gryffindor's points, paying no mind to other matters. How could a house be called Gryffindor if it did not incur penalties? The more points they had, the more deductions they faced. He could even predict the lines from that time with reasonable accuracy. Furthermore, his schedule was already brimming with Hermione's meticulous planning, leaving little room for concern over others' affairs. Chapter 14, Halloween Night. There are no useless spells, only wizards who lack the understanding of how to wield them. Helena floated in the air, guiding William and Hermione. After a month of training, both had become quite adept at many spells. However, mastery alone did not guarantee effective application. Substantial dueling practice was essential for real-world execution. Disarm. William's wand emitted a red beam of light, but veered off course. Stun. Almost simultaneously, Hermione cast her spell, forcing William to dodge. Petrificus Totalis. Terrataligra. The two unleashed a barrage of spells upon each other, evading the incoming magic. If not for the intermittent flashes of light from their wands, one might liken William and Hermione to two untrained monkeys bouncing about. Helena was not disheartened. The fact that they could cast spells while evading during their first dueling practice was already commendable. In truth, both William and Hermione exhibited a commendable stability, quickly adjusting despite occasional missteps. Wizards do not possess a concept of mana. As long as they have sufficient stamina and energy, they can cast spells continuously. Thus, they were not concerned about magical exhaustion. However, after more than 10 minutes of combat, their movements noticeably slowed. Stupefy. In unison, their wands emitted red light. Due to fatigue, Hermione failed to react in time. Although William noticed, he was also unable to evade. Ultimately, Hermione's wand was knocked away, and William's body froze abruptly before he collapsed. You. Just wait. William ignored her, quickly succumbing to slumber. Wake up quickly. Although the sleeping spell was not lethal, Hermione felt it inappropriate to leave someone lying on the ground. Yet, upon seeing William unresponsive, her anxiety escalated. William, wake up. She shook him, but he did not respond, causing her to panic. William. Petrificus Totalis. Hermione's body suddenly stiffened as William sprang back to his feet. Hermione, this is what we call the art of deception. Hermione chose to ignore William. Petrificus Totalis. To avoid being struck, William quickly lifted the petrification charm. Well, next time I shall bind you before lifting the spell, William. Although William displayed a certain shamelessness, Hermione recognized her own oversight. Nevertheless, in her mind, she had scolded someone countless times. After a brief respite of over 10 minutes, the two resumed their rigorous training. Helena quietly noted the mistakes made during their practice. Huff puff. William felt as if his lungs might burst. This training required not only spell casting, but also a significant expenditure of energy and stamina to evade attacks. Moreover, evasion demanded far more stamina than casting spells. Hermione fared little better. Her brown hair was more disheveled, and beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks. It seems you both have identified the crux of the matter. Helena floated before them. Mental and physical endurance are crucial for a wizard. William nodded, already aware of their importance, as he regularly engaged in physical training. However, from the recent session, he realized that the benefits of his exercise were minimal. But how could one enhance endurance and mental acuity? Hermione voiced this inquiry on behalf of William. During training, as your body adapts to the casting of spells, the time required to perform them is shortened. Furthermore, mastering advanced spellcasting techniques is more challenging and can lead to confusion in moments of panic, resulting in unsuccessful casting. Helena felt compelled to clarify, for these two were not to be underestimated. Each was more relentless than the other. William, will there really be a troll tonight? Hermione stretched lazily. Indeed, a spectacle awaits us this evening. William surveyed the great hall, where enormous pumpkins floated above. He found it perplexing that Hogwarts, already inhabited by ghosts, would also celebrate Halloween. Surely, it would be more effective to seek out a ghost for scares. However, the students seemed far more interested in the bountiful feast laid out on the tables. Professor Quirrell, adorned with a turban and exuding a distinct scent of garlic, rushed into the great hall in a fluster. William had never attended Quirrell's class. He saw no reason to waste time on a charade with Voldemort. Notably, the current Hermione was no longer the docile student she once was. At times, her truancy rivaled even William's. A troll has breached the castle's dungeons. Upon uttering this, Professor Quirrell fainted. His abrupt entrance, especially following such alarming news, caused a stir among the students. Dumbledore's voice seemed to echo in everyone's ears, swiftly restoring order as the heads of the houses organized the chaos. Severus, could you please attend to Professor Quirrell? Snape smirked, but did not object. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and stealthily exited the Gryffindor ranks. Suddenly, Hermione followed suit. William had thought he was merely there to witness the spectacle, yet now he found himself unable to leave, as Hermione persistently gestured for him to follow. Harry and Ron stealthily advanced, with Hermione and William cautiously trailing not far behind. Aware that this was not the moment for conversation, William yielded to Hermione's lead. Suddenly, a towering creature over 3 meters tall rounded the corner. Its skin was dark and its physique robust, yet its head seemed disproportionately small. Even from a distance, William and Hermione could detect a foul stench. Harry and Ron quickly concealed themselves. Once the creature moved on, they intended to follow. As Hermione grasped her wand, William instantly understood her intentions, and they both lowered their voices to cast a spell almost in unison. "Let us talk." William glanced ahead. Harry and Ron lay on the ground in slumber. He suspected their rest would not be particularly comfortable, especially with the presence of the troll. Hermione's eyes sparkled with determination. "After our extensive practice, it's time for some real action." With a resigned sigh, William hefted Harry and Ron, depositing them into a nearby empty classroom. Chapter 15. Capturing the Troll. William did not object, as he too felt a surge of excitement and had a keen interest in the troll. The creature was devoid of magical abilities, yet its skin was remarkably tough and possessed a degree of magical resistance. Hermione fixed her gaze on the troll, and upon seeing William emerge, brandished her wand and charged towards the beast. Though a sense of fear gripped her as she faced the towering creature, she steeled herself and tentatively cast a spell. The incantation struck the troll, but had minimal effect. Its skin resisted magic. Undeterred, Hermione attempted a stunning spell, which only caused the troll to stagger slightly. "William, the troll isn't completely immune to magic." William nodded, recognizing the vulnerability that could overwhelm it with sheer force. With a swift motion, William cast a slippery charm, knowing that while the troll might resist magic, the ground would not. The surface beneath the troll became slick, and its diminutive brain struggled to respond swiftly. The creature attempted to rise but failed, resorting to wildly thrashing with a club in a fit of rage. Exchanging a glance of exhilaration, William's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Hermione instantly grasped his intent. Without hesitation, they unleashed shrinking spells upon the troll, which presented itself as a colossal, unmoving target. Though the troll could resist many spells, it could not withstand the volume of their attacks. Eventually, it diminished to the size of a thumb. Hermione charged forward and delivered a swift kick, sending the troll crashing against the wall, where it succumbed to unconsciousness. Exhausted, William and Hermione collapsed onto the ground, their hearts still racing. "William, that was thrilling." Hermione's eyes shone brightly, as if a new door had been opened. In a daze, Harry and Ron stirred, sitting up and staring blankly. They have yet to recover. Everything transpired with remarkable swiftness. Upon entering the dungeon, the professors discovered no trace of the troll, compelling them to search separately. "Oh my goodness!" Professor McGonagall rushed towards the dilapidated corridor ahead. Harry and Ron sat dazed before a filthy club, rubbing their heads. As Professor McGonagall inspected them, it became evident that the bumps on their skulls were not due to any spell. "Minerva, I believe they managed to drive off the troll, did they not?" Dumbledore appeared beside her, seemingly out of nowhere. "However, this is exceedingly perilous." Professor McGonagall's lips pressed together in a thin line, her ire palpable. The other professors hurried over, observing the situation with a stoic demeanor, choosing not to speak further. The two boys huddled in a corner, their excitement unmistakable despite their attempts to conceal it. They hastily gulped down some water, nearly choking in the process. "Mr. Smith, I didn't expect you to be quite so mischievous," remarked Miss Granger. "Likewise," William replied, rubbing his nose, resigned to the fact that the two scapegoats would bear the brunt of the professor's scrutiny. He instinctively flexed his sore wrist. It ached terribly. After lifting the spells of unconsciousness from Harry and Ron, he had resorted to striking them lightly with the club to ensure they could rest a bit longer. The club was so unwieldy that his hands had grown weary. "Well, I suppose I shall acclimatize to it next time." After curfew at 10 o'clock, the two stealthily slipped out of the Ravenclaw common room. Their use of the disillusionment charm was rather clumsy, which is why they chose to venture out when the corridors were sparsely populated. On the 8th floor, there lay the room of requirement. William and Hermione gathered around a table, scrutinizing the troll incessantly banging against the glass walls of its enclosure. Reduced in size, the troll appeared both grotesque and endearing. Its strength diminished as well. Somehow, they had procured 2 white lab coats. William donned a mask and picked up a sharp scalpel, glancing at Hermione beside him. "Nurse Granger, are you prepared?" "Of course, Dr. Smith." The feeble troll remained blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited it. At breakfast the following day, Harry and Ron had transformed into heroes of Gryffindor. Even Percy, who had always held disdain for Ron, frequently boasted about their exploits to others. The points awarded to the house were modest. Professor McGonagall deemed their confrontation with the troll to be exceedingly reckless, while Professor Dumbledore merely granted Gryffindor an additional 10 points. Yet, this was sufficient to incite cheers from the young lions. Only the 2 scapegoats were left bewildered. Could it be that they truly had driven off the troll? They gingerly touched the bumps on their heads, hissing at the pain that elicited a sharp intake of breath. They had both slept in a prone position the previous night. William and Hermione bore dark circles under their eyes. "What is the matter with you two?" Penelope inquired curiously from her seat nearby. "Oh, nothing. Just a bit startled by the troll." Hermione yawned, careful not to divulge that they had spent the entire night studying the creature. It was indeed quite frightening. Who would have thought that such a dangerous magical beast could infiltrate Hogwarts Castle? Penelope Harvard no suspicions. However, there was no cause for alarm. As the professors had searched the castle and found no trace of the troll, it was likely hiding within the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid and the professors had intensified their patrols around the forest perimeter last night. Although they did not locate the troll, they did apprehend several Gryffindor students who were wandering about at night. Yet the young wizards of today truly possess remarkable prowess, capable of driving away even a troll. Penelope observed Harry and Ron, surrounded by a throng of Gryffindors. William and Hermione, however, remained largely unconcerned, engrossed in their studies regarding the troll. The troll's hide was exceedingly tough, rendering sharp instruments ineffective. William had already ruined several scalpels in his attempts. Through experimentation, he had confirmed that while the troll's skin exhibited a degree of immunity to magic, its efficacy was minimal. If it was not the skin, then what could it be? They had yet to ascertain the answer. If only there were one more specimen. He suddenly recalled that Quirrell seemed to have another troll. However, that would be perilous, as the creature guarded the chamber beneath the castle where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden. Not to mention Quirrell, Dumbledore would undoubtedly be keenly vigilant. Even Nicholas Flamel might be present. He was no ordinary elder, but rather an alchemist who had lived for over 6 centuries. Although he had not intervened in 200 years, it was undeniable that he was, in fact, the most formidable and dangerous figure. William swiftly dismissed this thought. Chapter 16. The Christmas Holiday. William languidly sat on the lawn, stifling a prolonged yawn. Today marked the day of the Quidditch match, and most professors and students had flocked to the pitch. William found little interest in such matters, preferring instead to bask in the sunlight. The November weather had gradually turned chillier, with daytime temperatures hovering around 10 degrees Celsius and dipping below 5 degrees at night. Although Hogwarts Castle was enchanted with a temperature-regulating charm, William still felt discomfort. Suddenly, he sensed a waning of his motivation. Hermione lay beside him, eyes closed. After over a month of research, and with Helena's assistance, they had finally unraveled the reasons behind the troll's immunity to magic. Furthermore, this phenomenon also impaired intellect and incited irritability. Nevertheless, this realization did not render their efforts in vain. They still managed to glean some inspiration from their findings. Of course, William's discovery of the necessity for life force consumption was attributed to the troll's selfless contribution. In subsequent experiments, the troll had become gravely weakened. At the time, they were unaware that this was due to the depletion of its life force. With each instance of the troll resisting magical damage, it grew increasingly feeble. Regrettably, William and Hermione realized this too late. The troll had completely succumbed to silence. They were deeply saddened, shedding tears akin to crocodiles. However, this too was a form of a dignified end for the troll, albeit one that seemed rather unjust. Guided by humanitarian principles, William and Hermione sought a picturesque location to grant the troll a proper burial. Although rice was not a staple in England, in mourning for the troll, they consumed 3 bowls of rice in tribute. William, after the conclusion of his studies, suddenly relaxed. His appetite had increased significantly, resulting in a gain of several pounds. Hermione lamented this fact. Despite their unwavering commitment to spell practice and dueling training, which they had even intensified, the abrupt cessation of their previous busyness rendered them feeling purposeless. William currently found himself in such a predicament, pondering what pleasures, or rather, what important matters, he ought to pursue. It seemed he would have to revisit the beloved protagonist. Today, December 8th, marked the day when Snape was engulfed in flames. Flames? Who was it that set Snape ablaze? William gazed at the indolent figure before him, reluctant to move, and felt speechless. Suddenly, a spark of interest ignited within him. If Snape had not been set on fire, would the scene have been even more intriguing? "Come, let's indulge in some theatrics," he declared, tugging Hermione toward the Quidditch pitch. Wait, William, don't rush so," Hermione protested. Upon their arrival at the Quidditch pitch, an unusual spectacle unfolded. Harry Potter was soaring through the air atop his broomstick. However, his movements were rather peculiar, as he gripped the broom tightly, swaying to the left one moment and to the right the next. "Is Harry performing a tap dance?" Lee Jordan blurted out, only to be met with a sharp glare from Professor McGonagall. This time, he refrained from his usual antics and covered his mouth obediently. Professor McGonagall recognized that there was a malfunction with the broom, but during a match, it could not be replaced. Nevertheless, the spectators had overheard his comment, and they turned their gazes toward Harry. When William and Hermione arrived, they were greeted by this bizarre scene. Indeed, both Quirrell in the stands and Snape, standing nearby, were muttering incantations. Instinctively, William grasped his wand, contemplating whether it was a case of a fire burning a no-no's two-hole socket or a fire scorching a bat. However, before he could make a choice, a Slytherin seeker seized the golden snitch, concluding the match. Professor McGonagall swiftly mounted her broom to rescue Harry. On December 22nd, Hogwarts commenced its Christmas holiday, and William and Hermione were naturally heading home. However, the two would be parting from Helena for 2 weeks, a prospect that filled them with reluctance. Yet, neither party mentioned this dispiriting matter. Come now, Hermione, the train is about to depart. Hermione nodded and followed suit. With a whistle, the train's horn sounded, and it began to move slowly. In the Ravenclaw common room, Helena gazed out the window at the train journeying into the distance. Achoo, have you all caught a cold? Penelope inquired curiously of William and Hermione. William waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It shouldn't be that. Perhaps someone is simply thinking of us." A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over him. Hermione, William, Penelope introduced a woman with black hair and yellow skin. "Hello, I am Cho Chang." Cho extended her right hand. "Hello, Hermione Granger." William Smith. William shook Cho's hand gently, taking a moment to assess her. How shall I put it? One could only say that the aesthetic sensibilities of the English and the Chinese differ somewhat. Although Cho possesses an appealing appearance and is indeed quite charming, she does not embody the extraordinary beauty often depicted in novels. Why is this the focal point of my thoughts? William was taken aback. After all, he is an adult. He certainly does not have any inclination towards pedophilia. Oh wait, Cho has turned 12. So, he is not a lullicon either. William found himself perplexed, uncertain of where the inconsistency lay. Unbeknownst to him, while he pondered, his gaze remained fixed upon Cho. Hermione observed William and offered him a gentle smile. "William, are you feeling unwell? You seem rather lost in thought. Is something troubling you?" "Oh no, I mean yes." William suddenly realized that perhaps he had not rested well the previous night. What a pity, William. If we were still at school, we could have sought Madame Pomfrey's assistance. But fret not. My parents are doctors, and you are always welcome in my home. Huh? Aren't they dentists? Dentists are still doctors. Well, I suppose that's all right then. William rubbed his nose, relieved that Hermione was quick-witted. Otherwise, he might have been mistaken for a creep. Little did he know, Penelope and Cho were watching them with expressions of amusement. Chapter 17. Hermione's invitation. The train gradually arrived at King S. Cross Station, and the eager young wizards eagerly gathered their belongings to rush outside. Goodbye, Senior. Farewell, Cho. Hermione and William bid farewell to Penelope and Cho. Shall we take our leave as well? William inquired, glancing at Hermione. After they exited the platform, William spotted Mr. and Mrs. Smith waiting for him by the roadside. "William, please wait a moment." The Granger couple had also been waiting there. Hermione dashed towards Mr. and Mrs. Granger, embracing them warmly for quite some time. The three engaged in conversation, occasionally glancing at William, who instinctively straightened his posture. Yet why was he doing this? William found himself utterly baffled. "William, Mr. and Mrs." Smith approached him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. It had been a long time since he had last seen them, and he missed them dearly. Who was that young lady? Mrs. Smith seemed quite intrigued. Is she, like us, from a family of ordinary people? Mr. Smith inquired. Indeed. William. Hermione and the Granger couple approached. "Hello, Wendell Granger, sir." "Ah, greeting. I am John Smith. A pleasure to meet you." Rose Smith. Monica Granger. The Smiths and the Grangers engaged in conversation. "Hermione, what is the matter?" William had not finished his thought when Mr. Smith's voice reached his ears. "Certainly. That would be wonderful. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Granger." Both Mr. Smith and Mr. Granger chuckled heartily. What could be wonderful? William, bewildered, was led away by Mr. Smith. "Goodbye, William. See you tomorrow." "Oh, Dad, what exactly did you discuss?" Didn't that little girl tell you? We're going to their house to celebrate Christmas." "What about the turkey? What about our turkey? Is it possible that I did not make a reservation? Do you believe me, Father?" "No, there's simply no reservation." Mr. Smith's tone was resolute. Canceling a reservation is, after all, a lack of reservation. "What time shall we rise tomorrow? How shall we get there?" "Naturally, I will drive. Rest assured, there will be ample time for you to sleep tonight." "Are you certain?" Mrs. Smith watched the bickering father and son with a gentle smile. Unlike the ancient castle of Hogwarts, William's home was simple yet inviting. There is no place like home. After placing his suitcase down, he lay upon his bed. William, it's time for dinner. Mrs. Smith's voice called from downstairs. All right, mother. Hermione's home was quite a distance from London, requiring a 4-hour journey. Sitting in her family's car, Hermione happily hummed a little tune. The Grangers exchanged glances and shared a quiet chuckle. Hermione, are you and William friends? Of course, Dad. Mrs. Granger's eyes glistened with emotion. Very well, Mr. Granger was equally pleased. What is it, Dad? Hermione inquired from the back seat, unable to see her parents' expressions. Oh, nothing, just a bit happy. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of reluctance at the thought of that little rascal. Why not a girl? Was he good to his daughter? Ah, well. Hermione was unaware of the extravagant thoughts her father entertained. William, are you awake? Yes, Mother. As the journey from London to Manchester would take over 4 hours, the Smith family decided to set off at 6 in the morning to arrive early and avoid peak traffic. Ah, this dreadful distance. Next time, I must learn apparition. William lamented, realizing the convenience of magic at times. Suddenly, he recalled an instance when the Smiths almost left him behind. His eyes widened in alarm. Oh no! As expected, the sound of the car starting echoed from downstairs. William dashed down the stairs, only to see the car driving away. Father, is this what you call avoiding peak traffic? The vehicle crawled like a snail. Mr. Smith felt a bit embarrassed. Traffic was already prone to congestion, especially as Christmas approached. Unfortunately, they set off right at peak hours. At 4 in the afternoon, at Hermione's home. I apologize, Mr. Granger. The roads were quite congested. They were over 3 hours late compared to their prior arrangement. Not to worry, my friend. We have just in time for afternoon tea. Come, everyone, let's dine. Mr. Granger welcomed the Smith family into their home. Hermione looked at William with a questioning gaze. William blinked, signaling that they would discuss it later. Afternoon tea, or rather lunch, was a delightful affair for both families. After their meal, while the adults conversed downstairs, William and Hermione dashed upstairs. Upon Hermione's inquiry, William reluctantly recounted the events of that morning. Hermione erupted in laughter, showing no semblance of ladylike composure as she rolled about in mirth. How could he still act so childishly? William failed to recognize that Hermione was merely a little over 12 years of age herself, though the Smith family arrived rather late. The Granger family had already prepared the necessary items for the days ahead. All that remained was a simple cleansing. William observed the adults engaged in conversation and the industrious Hermione, and he suddenly felt that life could be quite pleasant in the absence of the magical realm and Voldemort. Ordinary individuals possess their own joys, just as wizards have theirs. As for William, a mere mortal, his desires were minimal. He sought nothing more than a tranquil and unremarkable existence. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but curse Voldemort. How wretched he was. It was the urgency Voldemort instilled that stifled William's yearning for a carefree life. Nevertheless, Voldemort was a distant concern, and Hermione had come to instruct him once more. With that, William ceased his melancholic thoughts and resumed his role as a diligent worker. Alas, why was magic not permitted outside of school? Chapter 18, Christmas. After dinner, William found himself struggling to keep his eyes open. He had risen early that morning and endured a lengthy journey, so fatigue overtook him post-meal. The 4 adults exchanged glances, communicating silently without uttering a word. Mrs. Granger was aware that Hermione had awakened early that day. After finishing her breakfast, she sat in the attic, awaiting someone. However, when the appointed hour of 1 o'clock arrived, he had yet to appear. At that moment, Hermione's face bore unmistakable signs of disappointment as she continued to wait. When 4 o'clock arrived and she spotted the Smith family's vehicle, her spirits lifted. Yet, upon William's arrival, he remained drowsy and distracted, even succumbing to sleepiness. The 4 adults dared not speak, mindful of the potential for misunderstanding. Hermione felt a twinge of concern for William. She led him to the guest room upstairs and prepared his bed. The 4 adults quietly approached the staircase, pretending to converse while eavesdropping. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Hermione inquired, descending the stairs with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, just your Uncle Smith remarked on how lovely the staircase and layout are, Mrs. Granger replied. Indeed, look at this curve, this aesthetic. I must contact this designer to create something for our home, Mr. Granger added. Though Hermione still harbored some doubts, she refrained from pursuing the matter further. She also prepared to head upstairs to sleep. The 4 adults sighed in relief and resumed their conversation. They could all see that the 2 children were quite lonely, hoping they could provide each other with support. However, Mr. Granger felt a lingering discomfort. The following morning, William awoke early as they planned to go shopping that day. Good morning, William. Good morning, Mrs. Granger. Good morning, Mom. Mrs. Granger and Mrs. Smith were busy preparing breakfast. Mr. Granger and Mr. Smith were absent, having gone to clean the car, intending to drive to the city center. William, breakfast will take a little longer. I'll go fetch Hermione, Mrs. Granger said softly before heading upstairs. All right, Mrs. Granger. William picked up the newspaper and began perusing its contents. While it contained no useful information, he was acutely aware that a momentous event would unfold the following day, one that would astonish the world. Hermione, clad in a brown nightgown, descended the stairs with sleepy eyes. Good morning, William. Good morning. Did you not sleep well? William inquired, perplexed. Hermione merely pursed her lips, reluctant to engage in conversation. You certainly seem to have enjoyed a restful slumber. They gathered around the countdown calendar. What does your family's countdown calendar typically feature, Hermione? How should I know? All I know is that there's no chocolate, Hermione replied with a hint of exasperation. It seemed that the child of a dentist was deprived of the joys of sweets. Not necessarily, Hermione. Take a closer look, Mrs. Granger's voice chimed in from behind. A chocolate countdown calendar. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. I would have thought you'd known that yesterday, Mr. Granger's somewhat melancholic remark wafted in from outside. His daughter had been in a daze all day, all because of that little rascal. Mr. Granger occasionally scrutinized William, muttering, not bad. A touch of the handsomeness I had in my youth. Upon returning home, they wrote greeting cards and entrusted them to the owl that had flown in from the post office for delivery to Penelope and her friends. By afternoon, they assembled the Christmas tree and adorned it festively. As evening approached, preparations for the Christmas dinner commenced, featuring roasted turkey, ham, roasted potatoes, Christmas pudding, and eggnog. This is quite the feast. Merry Christmas. Everyone raised their glasses. Naturally, William and Hermione were partaking in juice. As they dined, conversation flowed, filled with anticipation for the new year. In the Ravenclaw common room of Hogwarts Castle, Helena sat comfortably on the sofa. An owl swooped in, clutching a greeting card in its beak. The card was placed on the table, and after a prolonged gaze, it gradually vanished. A faint smile graced Helena's lips. The following morning, several gift boxes adorned William's windowsill, with a few owls lingering outside. Hermione knocked on William's door, and together they began unwrapping their presents. The Grangers had gifted Hermione a dental care kit and a brown sweater. To William, they bestowed Scottish biscuits and a box of handcrafted chocolate-covered nuts. What has gotten in my father? Hermione pondered, eyeing the dental kit in her hands and the chocolate-covered nuts William held. Mr. Granger's preferential treatment left Hermione feeling quite bewildered. The Smiths had gifted Hermione a beautifully illustrated book on plants and a delightful teddy bear. William needed no guesswork to discern who had sent the teddy bear. They had given William a delicately textured fountain pen and a charming pair of wool socks. As William opened Hermione's gift, he discovered a blue scarf. He wrapped it around his neck to try it on, feeling its comforting embrace. William, what is this? Hermione, in turn, unwrapped the gift William had presented, revealing a single coin. One side of the coin is somewhat smooth, while the other bears the likeness of Hermione, adorned with purple butterflies. This is a magical coin. William glanced at it, noticing a transformation charm applied upon it. He then produced a coin of his own, featuring his visage and the same purple butterflies. By merely holding it and silently contemplating the message intended for transmission, both coins would reveal their inscriptions. As William demonstrated, Hermione compared the two, observing that both coins displayed the words Merry Christmas. However, the inscription on her coin appeared in a brown hue, while William's was in gray. Did Helena teach you how to make this? Indeed, communication devices cannot be utilized at Hogwarts, making contact exceedingly difficult, so I sought Helena's guidance. Well, I like it very much. Hermione's voice suddenly softened. The butterfly coin? She mused inwardly. Seizing the coin from William's hand, she exclaimed, shouldn't this be a gift for me? The coin bore William's likeness. I shall return the other one to you tomorrow. Their circle of friends may have been small, yet they exchanged a few gifts. In the castle, Helena felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing the moment William gifted that coin. Chapter 19, Special Training. If it could be manufactured, modified, and affixed to a wizard, perhaps wizards could become immune to spells. However, the complexity of the matter is vast. Achieving a viable outcome necessitates extensive knowledge and experimentation. Given William and Hermione's current capabilities, even with Helena's assistance, they could not accomplish this. They momentarily set aside these thoughts. It did not hinder them from further exploring their ideas. For instance, ever since Hermione instinctively delivered a kick while capturing a troll, she believed that physical prowess surpassed wand-wielding. If they were to discover a method for spell immunity, charging at enemies with a punch would be far more efficient. Even without such a breakthrough, closing the distance during duels to deliver a swift kick before an enemy could cast a spell would undoubtedly be more advantageous than leaping about. Upon returning to the world of ordinary people, Hermione's ambitions spiraled out of control. After Christmas, she immersed herself in the combat club. Having engaged in rigorous training with William the previous semester, her physical condition had remarkably improved. Furthermore, magical energy also alters a wizard's physique after just a modicum of training. Hermione made rapid progress. With a swift turn and a flying kick, she sent her sparring partner flying over 3 meters, leaving her increasingly bored. The instructors, initially taken aback by her being merely a 12-year-old girl, had grown accustomed to her prowess. They had expected her presence to be a fleeting amusement, yet her extraordinary physical capabilities soon transformed her training partners from females to males. If given a little more time, one could only imagine the possibilities. Fortunately, tomorrow she will return to school, freeing him from her presence. This revelation left the one responsible for her education with an expression of peculiar disbelief. As though someone had proclaimed, "I am not incapable of defeating you. I simply have to attend school, my dear uncle." During the process of learning spells, he could perceive the flow of magic within him, particularly during moments of intense concentration. William diligently recorded the movement of his internal magic, instinctively applying it when casting spells, thus becoming more adept at the practice. However, how could he enhance his ability to perceive the flow of magic within? A more profound focus of the mind. William recalled the meditative practices from his previous life. Although somewhat unscientific, given the existence of magic, one could hardly quibble over such matters. Through meditation, William gradually emptied his mind, even his breathing taking on an extraordinary rhythm. After days of effort, he found himself increasingly attuned to his magical essence, able to exert a subtle influence over it, tailoring it to his needs. "William, look over here," Hermione called out cheerfully as she waved to him. Today marked the end of the Christmas holidays, and they had bid farewell to their parents, boarding the Hogwarts Express. "William, do you notice any changes in me?" Hermione asked, a hint of pride in her voice. William scrutinized her thoughtfully. You started to grow up, but still just a little kid. I can sense that you've become significantly stronger," he replied earnestly. "Are you scared?" she teased. "Who? You? Ha, little brat. Just you wait." Indeed, the banter proved addictive, serving as a release for their pent-up frustrations from the recent days of training. "Ouch, that hurts. You have no honor in combat," William exclaimed as Hermione pinned him to the ground. He had not anticipated that their duel would commence with a swift kick from Hermione, followed by a well-aimed petrification spell. William was swiftly subdued, and fearing his escape, she held him down, even confiscating his wand. "What do you say now? Are you willing to admit defeat?" she taunted. "Do you still dare to call me a little kid?" Alas, under the roof of another, one must bow their head. He refused to concede. It was impossible for him to back down. He was an adult, after all. How could he surrender to a mere girl? Ultimately, Hermione and William engaged in a spell duel. Helena observed their contest, nodding in approval. Hermione's movements became increasingly agile, and William's casting speed noticeably improved. They exchanged spells back and forth, but eventually, fatigue took its toll on William, who found himself exhausted. "William, you're not keeping up," Hermione remarked, shaking her head, though she was somewhat impressed by his progress. His casting speed had accelerated, and the potency of his spells had grown stronger. Consequently, William acquiesced to Hermione's request to serve as her practice partner. He understood that the young girl wished to teach him combat skills, and he shared his insights on meditation with her. "I truly envy you both, William and Hermione," Helena remarked wistfully. "I admire your shared aspirations. However, this does not justify your abrupt departure." "Helena, allow me to explain." In the common room of Ravenclaw, 2 individuals, fresh from their baths, reclined on the sofa, utterly unwilling to stir. Particularly Hermione, who had been subjected to Helena's rigorous training, understood that Helena's intentions were merely to prevent her from becoming overly complacent. "William, I am utterly exhausted," he sighed. Just moments ago, he had unleashed spells at full throttle under Helena's insistence, leaving his mind buzzing with fatigue. 2 weeks. The mere thought of Helena's demand for him to execute spells tirelessly for a fortnight made him feel nauseous. Oh, this is disastrous. Hermione was not faring much better, as she had to not only evade William's spells, but also counterattack. This was merely the beginning. Helena, the tyrannical instructor of Ravenclaw, had devised an endless series of training regimens for the 2 of them. Meditation, perhaps? Enveloped in moonlight, she gradually closed her eyes. Chapter 20. Watching a show. What a tiring day. William leaned back in his seat, primarily here to witness an entertaining spectacle. After a month of intensive training, both he and Hermione appeared quite haggard. They required some form of diversion to rejuvenate their spirits. "William, what captivating performance awaits us today?" Hermione leaned beside him, her eyelids nearly drooping shut, aware that every sudden outing was merely a ploy for amusement. She was not truly fatigued, merely engulfed in a fleeting desire to languish. To be precise, they possessed no vitality whatsoever. It was only now that Helena had granted them a reprieve. A month, while others endured a week of torment. Helena had transformed their experience into a month of relentless rigor. Aside from classes, meals, and sleep, their time was consumed within the demanding confines of the request room. The results were evident. They had mastered several advanced spells. Yet, such training was undeniably taxing. Nevertheless, Helena insisted that such was the norm for wizards of her era. Back then, leisure was a luxury reserved for the deceased. Perhaps everything changed after the establishment of the Ministry of Magic. Graduates of Hogwarts now seemed to possess only a handful of basic spells. William recognized that once the Ministry took control of Hogwarts, they permitted young wizards to study only theoretical knowledge, treating them as mere livestock. Soon, a thrilling altercation would unfold before them. Hermione's eyes sparkled. While Quidditch failed to pique her interest, a good fight was always entertaining. It begins. Hermione, look. Splendid. Mr. Malfoy elegantly dodged a perilous punch. Why is he standing still? Is he devising a new strategy? Oh, it turns out Mr. Malfoy is merely adjusting his hairstyle. That's a relief. Well, after such a vigorous bout, his hairstyle is now in disarray. Hermione turned her attention to the brawling figures in the stands. Why are those two embracing? Hurry. Unleash a hook punch. Oh, what is this? Strike with more force. How vulgar. Using a wand to poke someone's nostrils. Behind him, deliver a kick. Hermione smacked William's thigh with fervor. After finishing their watermelon, William and Hermione felt rejuvenated. However, William couldn't shake off the question of why she didn't strike her own thigh. Moreover, the strength of her hands was quite remarkable. In recent days, the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin had led to mutual destruction, leaving Ravenclaw in the lead, much to the chagrin of a certain old bat during potions class. What purpose does targeting us serve? The House Cup ultimately depends on a certain old bee, does it not? Nonetheless, where is the merit in giving up halfway? While they indulged in playful banter, their training remained earnest. Thus, the training commenced. William cast the shield charm while Hermione prepared to attack, but this time, she was forbidden from using any magic. Only her fists and feet were permitted. Helena's training methods bore more resemblance to preparing warriors than educating students. What was amiss today? Hermione sensed an oppressive atmosphere in the Great Hall. For students had been caught the previous night. Penelope leaned in closer, lowering her voice to say that Professor McGonagall was exceedingly upset. It was rumored she intended to impose detention in the Forbidden Forest. Penelope was puzzled. Nighttime escapades often resulted in detentions, so why was Professor McGonagall so irate this time? Had the narrative reached this juncture? William understood the source of McGonagall's ire. They had become aware of a dangerous individual approaching the Forbidden Forest. Interestingly, those caught were to accompany Hagrid on his patrol of the forest. Whose doing was this? Today was Sunday, a day devoid of classes, and the two were basking in the sun on the lawn. William, is the recent commotion related to a certain gentleman's training agenda against someone? Hermione, upon seeing William's expression, deduced the situation. Shall we go watch the show this time? No, that would be too perilous. William interjected, as he sought amusement, not peril. I believe your reluctance stems less from fear of danger and more from an aversion to trouble, Hermione remarked, though she was unaware of the specifics. William's thoughts were easily decipherable. A competitive lion, after a setback, would not concede. This suggested that significant events were likely to unfold in the coming days. Hermione fell silent at this point. Voldemort, perhaps? You've never attended Professor Quirrell's class. I can sense your innate disdain for him. Professor Quirrell was once the instructor for Muggle studies. He is undoubtedly talented. Yet, I find it hard to believe he possesses the courage to be a cursed professor. What transpired during his holiday? His personality has transformed drastically. Is it Voldemort controlling Professor Quirrell, or is this Quirrell merely an imposter? Hermione pondered thoughtfully. Horcruxes, William murmured softly. Professor Quirrell could be considered a temporary Horcrux of Voldemort. A silence enveloped them for a moment. Was this a collision between two Horcruxes? That gentleman truly is formidable. It was apparent that Hermione disapproved of such reckless disregard for other safety. What does Olby mean? Hermione frequently heard William refer to Dumbledore in this manner. William responded with a mysterious smile. Did I not mention that the relationship between him and Grindelwald is exceedingly intimate? Hermione suddenly realized, mirroring a similar smile. Acknowledging the unique circumstances of Britain, following the hatching of the dragon, which grew at an astonishing rate and wreaked havoc with its fiery breath, they were discovered by Malfoy, prompting a plan to send the dragon away. However, after parting with the creature, they were apprehended by Filch. Poor Neville, on the other hand, was caught by Professor McGonagall while attempting to alert Harry Potter. As for Malfoy, he did not alert anyone, but merely sought out Harry and his friends, only to be ensnared by Professor McGonagall as well. Subsequently, due to Professor Quirrell's frail condition, he was compelled by Voldemort to venture into the Forbidden Forest to hunt unicorns, using their blood to prolong his life. It is worth noting that this unfortunate circumstance inadvertently aided Harry Potter on numerous occasions. Thereafter, under the protection of the knights, Harry bravely navigated through challenges, ultimately confronting the dark wizard Quirrell. At the climax, he acquired the Philosopher's Stone and uncovered Quirrell's dual identity, leading to Quirrell's demise at Harry's hands. After all was said and done, the esteemed Albus Dumbledore arrived, escorting Harry to the hospital wing and destroying the Philosopher's Stone. Harry's courageous exploits, however, were inadvertently revealed by someone, and he once again ascended to the status of a great hero. Chapter 21. The Points Maniac. Upon awakening in the hospital wing, the Gryffindor hero Harry Potter soon found himself at the end-of-year feast. William, Hermione, and the other young wizards were seated in the hall, engaged in hushed conversations amidst a lavish spread of food. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore rose, appearing quite pleased. Another year has passed, dear friends, and I believe it is time to award the House Cup. Dumbledore paused momentarily. The standings were as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 215 points. A hush fell over the hall, the Gryffindor Lions looking dejected, while Professor McGonagall wore a serious expression. 3rd place went to Hufflepuff, with 376 points. A scattered applause emerged. Hufflepuff remained remarkably composed, unperturbed by the outcome. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 452 points. Hermione glanced at the old bat and quietly remarked to William, 100 points. He has deducted a full 100 from us this month. Fear not, for even without him, we have the Points Maniac. More than the House Cup, William was more concerned about when they would finally eat. Our first place is Slytherin, with 465 points. The Slytherin wizards erupted into fervent applause and cheers, while the old bat clapped indifferently. The other houses' wizards wore expressions of displeasure. Indeed, Slytherin performed admirably, yet I believe recent events should also be taken into account. Dumbledore gently stated as the applause gradually subsided. Snape's face displayed a look of confusion as he turned to glance at Dumbledore. Hermione prodded William's arm, casting an uneasy glance at Dumbledore, and whispered, "Is this the so-called points-obsessed maniac you mentioned?" She seemed to grasp the essence of William's sarcasm. "I believe we ought to congratulate Mr. Ron Weasley for executing the most splendid game of wizard chess, awarding him 100 points. Mr. Harry Potter, for your bravery and audacity, I shall bestow upon you 150 points. Mr. Neville Longbottom, your steadfastness has earned Gryffindor 10 points. So let us rejoice, for I believe this year's House Cup should rightfully belong to Gryffindor." Hermione pursed her lips, while William, having anticipated this scene, remained unfazed. At that moment, students from all houses except Slytherin erupted in cheers, for Slytherin was not particularly well-liked. "William, Hermione, be cautious. Apparition can be perilous." "Are you certain you wish to learn it now?" "Absolutely, Helena," William and Hermione replied earnestly. Perhaps only a madman would be willing to instruct 2 first-year wizards on apparition. Helena fell silent for a moment. "Since you are eager to learn, I shall teach you." Indeed, she was that kind of madwoman. Ever since the use of the Hogwarts Express was established, such methods had been prohibited, and the Hogwarts castle was shielded by an anti-apparition charm. However, this did not preclude us from practicing. There existed a place where the anti-apparition charm could be nullified. Helena's gaze suddenly became complex. This is what you refer to as the room of requirement. Her hand slowly raised, gracefully gliding through the air, and a spacious hall gradually materialized within the room of requirement. Helena extended her hand, grasping William's shoulder. "Helena, is this? Can a ghost interact with the living? Pay attention, I will let you experience apparition." Helena was reluctant to discuss these matters. William obediently sealed his lips. It felt as though he had been thrust through a tunnel, only to be expelled out the other side, landing several meters away. Whoosh! William appeared as though he had just been pulled from the depths of water, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. While he rested, Helena resumed, guiding Hermione in the art of apparition. "Hermione, we will know what Helena wishes to tell us when the time is right." Hermione nodded, relinquishing her concerns. In a room cluttered with various objects, Helena's figure gradually emerged. Her eyes fell upon the familiar yet dimmed crown, her expression a mask of silence. Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke erupted from the crown. The smoke coalesced into the form of a dashing young man, who flashed a gentle smile. "Long time no see, Ms. Gray." However, Helena furrowed her brow, gazing at the crown, shaking her head as if conversing with herself. But you should not desecrate it, Tom. Under the strange gaze of the young Voldemort, Helena slowly lifted the crown and placed it upon her head. What are you doing? He seemed to sense an ominous premonition. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from the depths of his soul. Tom's anguished voice echoed throughout the cluttered storage room. Helena's spirit began to grow increasingly translucent, beads of sweat seemingly forming on her brow. She gently removed her crown and slowly advanced forward. The scene before Helena gradually transformed, revealing a quaint little cottage surrounded by a sea of blossoms. She sat upon a wooden swing, cradling the crown in her arms, swinging back and forth like a little girl. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the flowers and seemingly caressing Helena's hair. A week after the examinations, their results were released. 2 E's and 6 A's. Hermione wore an expression of betrayal. Wasn't the goal just to pass? Yet she had achieved 8 A's. You are being too deliberate. Having all A's will surely attract attention, William remarked seriously. Consider this. As an ordinary student, it's natural to have a disparity in grades. Thus, when it comes to grading, there must be highs and lows. Hermione found this reasoning quite sound and pulled out her notebook to meticulously record William's words. William gazed at the girl he had so artfully deceived, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. After the results were announced, the young wizards gathered their belongings and departed from Hogwarts. In a secluded corner of the Hogwarts Express, William and Hermione concealed themselves. Are you ready? It's not too late to back out now, William said earnestly, observing the girl before him whose body trembled slightly. Perhaps it was due to nerves? If you're not prepared, don't force it. It could lead to harm. I won't force it, William. I can do this, Hermione replied softly, looking at him. The two took a deep breath. Apparition. Moments later, their bodies vanished. Chapter 22, Beach Vacation. Beneath a sunshade, William lay on the beach, donning sunglasses. How invigorating, he mused, watching a group of young people playing beach volleyball. A tinge of melancholy washed over him. It seemed that after Christmas, the Smiths had become quite busy, now entrusting Hermione and her husband to look after him. Mr. Smith is so leisurely, Hermione remarked as she reclined beside him, notably clad in a swimsuit. However, William merely cast a glance her way before returning his attention to the volleyball game. Not bad, Miss Granger, he said, sipping a sugary drink and belching. Delightful. Hermione regarded William with a look of disdain. She stretched languidly, then asked, Mr. Smith, would you mind applying some sunscreen for me? I would mind very much. Go ask Mrs. Granger instead, William replied, remaining motionless. Are you quite sure? Hermione inquired, flexing her wrist as she scrutinized him. Fine, I'll do it. But you shall not coerce me, a civilized individual, William retorted. He wasn't afraid. He simply felt that such trivial matters should not intrude upon the couple's intimate time together. Content. Hermione lay back and gradually closed her eyes. Hermione, William, dinner is ready. Mrs. Granger's voice called from afar. The two opened their eyes to find it was already evening, the sunset casting a beautiful hue across the sky. All right, we're coming, Hermione said, tugging at the still-dazed William. William, hurry up. All right. Mr. Granger sat before the grill while Mrs. Granger busied herself with the ingredients. William and Hermione gathered around the barbecue, eagerly watching the sizzling meat skewers, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. You're just in time. These skewers are freshly cooked, Mr. Granger said as he handed the skewers to the two. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mr. Granger. The freshly grilled skewers were rather hot, yet both took large bites. Exhaling warm puffs of air, the aroma was irresistible. Take your time. Be careful not to burn yourselves, Mr. Granger gently reminded, amused by the scene before him. As dusk settled and the charcoal embers dimmed, Hermione patted her full belly, playfully glancing at William. He, unfazed by her childish antics, assisted the Grangers in tidying up. The energy of youth was boundless. After a long day of play yesterday, they awoke refreshed and full of vigor. Hermione and William engaged in sparring in the training area. Ever since her holiday began, Hermione had been dragging William to various martial arts venues. Recently, the nearby gyms had come to know of 2 exceedingly formidable children who were on a challenge spree, prompting many to avoid them. Thus, they resorted to training in an empty space of their own. Outside, onlookers watched the sparring pair with admiration, occasionally gasping in awe. However, some noticed that the girl was holding back. While William had improved significantly, Hermione possessed a natural talent in this regard. During a break, Hermione leaned in and whispered to William, William, I've discovered a new way to use magic. William queried, clearing his ears, uncertain if he had heard correctly. That night, after dinner, the two locked themselves in Hermione's room, leaving the Grangers with expressions of mixed emotions. Hermione rushed to draw the curtains, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "William, look!" Though her tone was hushed, William could sense her excitement. Hermione clenched her fist. Initially, William was unsure of her intent until he noticed a faint white glow enveloping her fist. Is this magic? Indeed, striking with this one T cause any pain. And it's quite effortless. I just wonder about its power. I haven't tested it yet. I discovered this today. UNT feel pain, but I might, William thought, observing Hermione's enthusiasm, feeling an odd sense of unease. Had Hermione truly gone awry? The following morning, after a hurried breakfast, the two dashed out while Mr. Granger watched over his little cabbage. They arrived at a somewhat secluded abandoned building, where William surveyed the surroundings. That one, he indicated, pointing to a hard plastic board. He picked it up and nodded at Hermione. Taking a deep breath, she exclaimed, "Ha!" and unleashed a punch that shattered the board. William watched in alarm as her glowing fist nearly collided with his nose, cold sweat threatening to break forth. He had been careless. He should have angled himself while holding the board. William instinctively wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, discarded the hard plastic board, and continued his search for other items to test. He picked up a wooden countertop and glanced at Hermione, who nodded in approval. Suddenly, wood shavings flew through the air as Hermione, feeling a tinge of boredom, executed a swift kick that shattered a wall with a resounding crash. "Run!" she exclaimed, grasping William's hand as they hurried outside, as if they had committed a transgression. William assessed his own physique, then glanced at Hermione's hand, deciding it wise to avoid provoking her wrath for the time being. Once she calmed down, he pondered why they were fleeing. After all, he hadn't harmed anyone, and there were no professors present. She looked at her hand and then at William's astonished expression, feeling quite satisfied. Since discovering this newfound ability, Hermione had intensified her training. The dueling arena was out of the question. The traces of their magical skirmishes were far too conspicuous, and the destructive force was considerable. William had also come to terms with the fact that he lacked a natural talent for fighting. Yet amidst the fray, he uncovered another gift: resilience. His initial talent, it seemed, was an unremarkable presence. If he could enhance his speed, he could become a perfect assassin, one that was not merely fragile. It appeared that William had misaligned his own abilities and had grown in an unexpected manner. "What are you contemplating?" Hermione, unusually serene, cradled a book, quietly reading. "Oh, nothing." Sweet, sweet Hermione, now nearing 13, had blossomed a bit more, and her tranquility rendered her most beautiful, William mused. He leaned back on the sofa, scrutinizing the small fabric pouch dangling from his bracelet. This was a birthday gift from Hermione a few days prior, enchanted with a spell for seamless expansion. As Hermione immersed herself in her book, she caught William gazing vacantly at the bracelet, and she suddenly broke into a sweet smile. Chapter 23. The Mad Girl. Hermione and William were engaged in training when two owls swooped down. They paused their activities to accept the letters from the owls, which contained a book list sent by Hogwarts. Standard spells level 2, traveling with vampires, adventures with ghouls. What on earth were these? Hermione frowned as she examined the titles of Gilderoy Lockhart's works. Gilderoy Lockhart, the new professor for defense against the dark arts. William wiped the sweat from his brow. "I nearly forgot about that class." Hermione shook her head, disinterested. Moreover, she was no fool. Aside from standard spells level 2, all 7 books were his, clearly indicating his intent to profit from Hogwarts. Furthermore, she was aware of the curse afflicting the defense against the dark arts class, and had no intention of attending. "Why are you still here?" Hermione inquired, looking at the two owls. The owls immediately ruffled their feathers and hurriedly took flight. William felt a hint of regret. The Scottish round-faced fat chicken could have been steamed or braised. "William, should we still go to Hogwarts?" Hermione expressed her disappointment and helplessness. The arrival of the Dark Lord, the unfair sorting of houses, and now the influx of opportunists left her feeling both enraged and fearful regarding the actions of a certain headmaster. Perhaps Dumbledore was indeed a great man, but was he truly an exceptional headmaster for a student? She found herself uncertain and disinterested. What she desired now was to grow continuously, to cultivate the ability to protect herself, her parents, and someone special. "Hermione, we still have Helena, don't we?" William softly consoled her. The admiration Hermione once held for a certain individual had now transformed into profound disappointment. "I apologize, William. I've lost my composure," Hermione said apologetically. "It's all right, Hermione. Some matters aren't worth such anger," he reassured her. "You're right. Why don't you let me take a swing at you now? That might ease my frustration." William gazed out at the blazing sun, playfully fabricating words. "Don't run away." In an instant, the two figures vanished, leaving behind only scraps of paper that were swept away by the wind, turning to ashes. Goodbye, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger. During this holiday, William had not seen the Smiths and found himself missing them dearly. Hermione glanced back, feeling a sense of loss, as if she and her parents belonged to two entirely different worlds. Hermione, that one tea happened. William was well aware of her thoughts. Indeed, as long as we grow stronger, no one can dictate our fate. One day, I shall give Dumbledore a piece of my mind, Hermione declared fiercely. It seemed she still harbored resentment towards Dumbledore, and William couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing her youthful spirit. This semester brought new students. Penelope, now a prefect, could no longer share a compartment with William and the others. Long time no see, Autumn. It's been a while. Hermione, William. Autumn, a year their senior, had matured significantly, exuding a newfound gentleness. William was not particularly familiar with Autumn, but Hermione conversed easily with her, leaving him to idly gaze out the window at the departing figures. Is there an empty seat here? A blonde girl with radish-shaped earrings entered. Was it Luna? Thank you. After taking a seat, she paid little attention to William and the others, humming softly to herself. One eccentric person, he mused. Hello, em Otemzank. She introduced herself, aiming to lighten the atmosphere. I'm Hermione Granger, and this is William Smith. William was about to introduce himself. Luna Lobegoth. Luna, are you a moon goddess or simply mad? William found her intriguing. She appeared whimsical, yet possessed a sensitivity and insightfulness. Is this innate? Or did it awaken when you witnessed your mother's death? What is its essence? Is it due to magic? William regarded this enigmatic figure with curiosity. Luna, may I call you that? Yes. Are you a new student? I don't believe I've seen you before. Indeed. Hermione and Luna's awkward small talk interrupted William's contemplation. Are you plagued by pesky insects? Luna suddenly turned to Hermione. What? What does that mean? It is a creature that possesses the ability to remain unseen, drifting near your ears and causing a delightful disturbance. As she spoke, she waved her hands through the air, as if attempting to ward off an unseen annoyance for Hermione. How pitiful, Luna observed Hermione with a sympathetic expression. William, Hermione inquired softly, her curiosity piqued. Hermione could not help but nod, feeling a sense of empathy for Luna. Although perplexed, she recognized that this was not the moment for inquiries. Suddenly, Autumn found herself at a loss for words, as the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. William harbored numerous questions for Luna, yet asking them now felt rather presumptuous. The long train ride, though not particularly bumpy, had rendered them weary, and soon they began to close their eyes. Luna abruptly opened her eyes, first examining Autumn, then scrutinizing Hermione, tilting her head in confusion. Turning her gaze towards William, her expression deepened in bewilderment. Why could she not see him? After observing William for a considerable moment, she glanced back at Hermione, who had closed her eyes. The train was gradually making its way to Hogwarts. The house elf from the Malfoy family had overheard Lucius Malfoy's conversation and was aware of the impending danger at Hogwarts. Initially, it alerted Harry Potter, and upon failing to elicit a response, it sealed the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley missed the Hogwarts Express and devised a plan to drive to Hogwarts in Mr. Weasley's modified car. Consequently, they missed the sorting ceremony and the welcome feast, crashed into the Whomping Willow, and caused considerable trouble for both the Ministry of Magic and Mr. Weasley. Chapter 24, William's Fury. The opening feast of the second year bore little change. Luna was sorted into Ravenclaw, while Ginny naturally joined Gryffindor. However, the showy peacock Herold continued to perform, nauseating many. This year's sorting hat also exhibited a rather unpleasant temperament, rivaling the antics of the ostentatious peacock. William paid little heed to these distractions. He knew his purpose for attending was solely to enjoy the feast. Moreover, the professors would soon depart, and the troubles caused by Harry Potter were anything but trivial. One morning, Hermione stormed into the common room, interrupting William, who was absorbed in a book. What is wrong, Hermione? It's Luna. Did Hermione still harbor disdain for Luna? William poured Hermione a glass of water, which she gulped down eagerly. It's truly outrageous. Luna, oh no. I mean Luna's roommate, treats her so poorly. Is that so? William understood that due to Luna's eccentric nature, her roommates did not accept her and even bullied her. So what happened next? Eventually, Hermione chased them all away. Luna settled beside Hermione, leaning in closer. If it weren't for Luna, I would have confronted them myself. From now on, anyone who dares to bully Luna will face my wrath. William gazed at the indignant Hermione, suddenly finding her quite endearing. Luna remained silent. her body gently swaying as a faint smile graced her face. Then where will Luna live from now on? William understood that the girls could no longer reside together. Rest assured, she is staying with me. Naturally, it is due to Senior Penelope. Hermione suddenly felt a bit shy, adding that she originally lived alone. William comprehended. It seemed someone had previously attempted to target Hermione, only to be mildly educated by her, and thus became submissive. Girls truly have their complexities. However, another issue arose concerning the girls. William could overlook other matters, but that diary must be utterly destroyed, along with that serpent creature. In the abandoned washroom, a little witch with fiery red hair stumbled in, appearing somewhat dazed. Yet, after taking only a few steps, she abruptly collapsed onto the floor. William glanced at the diary that had fallen to the ground. Quit feigning death, Tom, open the chamber. With disdain, William kicked the diary several times, even grinding it underfoot. You filthy mudblood. Your bloodline is noble? Don't waste my time. Do you believe I 1T flushed this down the toilet? Tom, clad in Slytherin robes, emerged from the diary. What do you want? Finally willing to show yourself? William retracted his spell, swung his fist, and landed a punch on Tom, nearly destabilizing him. A mudblood, is it? William struck him again. You consider yourself noble? Another kick followed. Slytherin? Heir? Truly, who still cares about bloodlines in this day and age? Are you someone's pet? In our world, only pets are concerned with lineage. You repulsive, noseless, double-socketed creature. Every year you come to stir trouble, seeking to assert your presence, causing me endless anxiety. If you wish to conquer the wizarding world, then do so. Why drag mudbloods into it? To put it plainly, aren't you merely seeking an excuse? Do you think being a pureblood gives you a pass on murder? Utterly disgusting. You are not even half as formidable as Grindelwald. William, with each utterance, delivered a blow. Knowing that while souls cannot be touched, the magic he wielded amplified his strikes. Tom lay there, his essence nearly dissipating. Cough, cough. William turned to see Hermione standing right behind him. Hermione, when did you arrive? I've been here for quite some time, watching you thoroughly enjoy your beating of the noseless creature, so I didn't want to interrupt. Would you like to give it a try? William asked, almost on a whim. I've been wanting to, Hermione replied, rolling up her sleeves and unleashing her own punches and kicks upon Tom, wiping the sweat from her brow. Her face radiated excitement. The Dark Lord, even in his youth, suddenly made her feel invigorated. How did you get here? William was certain he had not been followed. Hermione pointed to the necklace around William's neck. I made a locator for myself. William jested. You could track my whereabouts as well. Suddenly, Hermione adopted a serious expression, inquiring. So tell me, why are you following a beautiful lady to the washroom at this late hour? Never mind, we can discuss it later. Hermione is not a person devoid of understanding. First, we must deal with this fellow. William nodded. Tom, I am not insistent on opening the Chamber of Secrets. Eliminating you would suffice to achieve my purpose. Perhaps, once opened, the basilisk could indeed slay us. Tom glared resentfully at both William and Hermione. William delivered another kick, showing no signs of leniency. Suddenly, Tom's mouth hissed like a serpent, revealing a dark passage before William and Hermione. They exchanged glances. Hermione conjured a flame in her hand. Conflagration charm. No, you deceived me. The diary was swiftly consumed by fire, and the flames quickly spread into the passage. Who deceived you? I merely urged you to open it. I never promised you anything. Besides, it is evident that it is dangerous down there. Who would dare descend? Let Dumbledore and the others handle it. The two hastily departed with Ginny. That night, Hogwarts buzzed with activity. Professors were roused from their slumber. Dumbledore gazed at the blazing passage, beside which 3 lines were inscribed. Chamber of Slytherin, Basilisk, Moaning Myrtle. I must avenge my students, though this comes too late, he mused. Moaning Myrtle stared blankly at the inscription, her spirit beginning to purify. It appears she has chosen to descend. Professor McGonagall lamented, recalling that Myrtle was indeed her senior. We must swiftly eliminate that basilisk. I can scarcely fathom the dangers lurking here. Just look what we have done. Professor McGonagall was engulfed in self-reproach. This time, Dumbledore did not disappoint William and Hermione. Otherwise, they would have seriously contemplated leaving Hogwarts. The basilisk was swiftly vanquished, and the Ministry of Magic sent personnel, simultaneously clearing Hagrid of past accusations. Chapter 25. The Male and Female Thieves. In an empty classroom, William and Hermione sat across from each other, while Ginny lay on the floor. The diary was Tom's, and it also served as a Horcrux. William glanced at Ginny on the ground. This diary was originally kept at the Malfoy residence. However, due to recent investigations into dark magical artifacts by the Ministry, Lucius Malfoy had a part with it. Thus, During a confrontation with Mr. Weasley, Ginny's father, he surreptitiously tucked it into Ginny's textbook amidst the chaos. Hermione nodded. Was it a frame-up? Indeed, they have always been archenemies. And the one overseeing the search was Mr. Weasley. Hermione frowned, casting a look at Ginny. What a vile frame-up, exploiting an 11-year-old girl. The chamber of Slytherin, Parseltongue. She recalled the chilling screams that emanated from Tom's mouth, truly hair-raising. And Myrtle? She remembered the 3 lines William had inscribed. Myrtle was a Ravenclaw student during Voldemort's time. Once, feeling wronged after being bullied, she ran there to weep. However, the chamber happened to open, and upon seeing the basilisk's eyes, she met her demise. Hermione fell silent. If it was so perilous, why did you still venture there? William was perplexed by Hermione's expressions. Was it due to the enchanting girl? She was under Tom's influence. Hermione, what are you saying? Is it possible she could perish? William, is it that perilous? Death lurks closely, and one could be inexplicably slain. Hermione, it's all right. I understand. I was merely venting. Tears unexpectedly streamed down Hermione's cheeks as she vigorously wiped them away. However, Mr. Smith, you were quite impressive just now. Just now? Oh, of course. When am I not impressive? William flirtatiously tousled his hair. Indeed, truly dashing. That would surely captivate a multitude of beautiful girls. Absolutely not. Where did that notion come from? It is certainly not the case. What about the lovely Miss Ginny on the ground? Was she not bewitched by you? Why so bitter? William pondered. I fear she might discover my identity. Her family are ardent supporters of Dumbledore. I did not enchant her. I merely incapacitated her, if you will. Is that so? Could it not be because she is simply too beautiful, and Mr. Smith yearned to play the hero? Please, she is but a child. How could I possibly think such a thing? That would be illegal, you know. Illegal? Then why? Hermione meticulously contemplated William's earlier remarks, particularly the term mudblood. The Muggle wizards of Hogwarts. Could it truly be because of her? Yet this was far too chaotic. The basilisk's gaze could lead one to death. What was he thinking? I was merely jesting. Hermione's gaze wandered, and she soon found herself in distress again. So, what do you plan to do next? William remained silent for a long while before looking at Hermione and stating, I will require Miss Granger to accompany me in a performance. Are you suggesting a heist? Yes, indeed. Ginny appeared somewhat anxious, surrounded by a group of professors, and it seemed she had erred. The professors cast their eyes toward Dumbledore. Oh, a heist? I have encountered them. They are 2 formidable thieves whom I met during my travels, and they hold me in great esteem. The peacock displayed its feathers once more. But alas, no one paid any mind. Dumbledore remained quiet, seemingly deep in thought. All right, everyone, Miss Weasley, please take a seat. Dumbledore's soothing voice calmed Ginny. I believe you could use a warm drink. Let me think. How about hot chocolate? Certainly, Professor. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a cup of hot chocolate on the table. Ginny cradled the cup in her hands, slowly regaining her composure. After all, strange individuals had infiltrated Hogwarts, and their intentions remained uncertain. Very well, sir. The professors wore grave expressions. Miss Weasley, are you suggesting they entered through the secret passage? Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Yes, Professor. I heard them upon waking. They paid me no mind, so I feigned unconsciousness. Ginny glanced at Dumbledore with a hint of fear. There are whispers that Dumbledore is referred to as the Old Bee, a term whose meaning eludes her, yet she instinctively perceives it as derogatory. Professor McGonagall gently caresses Ginny, even her typically stern visage softening. Do not worry, Miss Weasley, the professors are here. You need not fear. Ginny nods, continuing her discourse. They claim that Hogwarts in Britain poses no challenge whatsoever, akin to a sieve, failing to pique their interest. Moreover, Ginny is troubled by the professor's presence, which stifles her courage to speak freely. They assert that these professors are hypocrites of hollow reputation, particularly as Ginny hesitates to voice her thoughts. Her gaze fixated on a peacock displaying its plumage is truly outrageous. They dare to look down upon us. The peacock bristles at the insult. They further allege that one professor's experiences are fabricated, appropriated from others, with naught but the memory charm to boast of. The peacock refrains from uttering a word, lest it unwittingly incriminate itself. Enough. I believe Miss Weasley has grown weary. Dumbledore interjects, halting Ginny's flow of words. A pang of regret stirs within Ginny. She has so much more to express. Thoughts of the untidy-haired old bat and the cat lady linger enticingly in her mind. Professor McGonagall nods in acknowledgement, leading Ginny away, needing to escort her to the hospital wing for a thorough examination, to ensure no lingering effects remain. In the late hours of the night, within the Ravenclaw common room, William ponders, will this be of any use? Not much, he responds. Most professors have resided here for quite some time, well aware of the many concealed passages within Hogwarts. Yet locating each one proves to be a formidable task. William shakes his head. His words serve as a caution, urging the professors to remain vigilant, lest they forget that Hogwarts is not entirely safe. The negligence of the professors endangers the innocent young witches and wizards. William, did you glean this knowledge through prophecy? William glances at Hermione, contemplating whether the unfolding events could be deemed prophetic. Indeed, he can only explain thus. So, in the prophecy, do I meet my demise in this ordeal, much like Myrtle, perishing from mere gaze? Hermione locks eyes with William. Is that why you sought out that diary? I. William hastily averts his gaze from Hermione's, to some extent. His concern primarily revolves around the potential harm the basilisk could inflict upon Hermione, or worse, her death. After all, only indirect eye contact could spare him from being petrified, and William dares not gamble with fate. Hermione must remain unharmed, even if it necessitates the basilisk's demise. Thank you, William, Hermione expresses, having acquired the answer she yearned to know. Chapter 26. Snape. Following the professor's collaborative efforts to cleanse the Chamber of Secrets, Professor Dumbledore resolves to seal it once more. Even though the basilisk and numerous dark enchantments have been eradicated, uncertainty lingers regarding the presence of other sinister curses within. However, secrets within Hogwarts seldom remain concealed for long, and news of the chamber swiftly circulates among the young witches and wizards. Even the moniker of the notorious duo has spread far and wide. At the Ravenclaw table, William and Hermione were partaking in breakfast, exchanging peculiar glances with one another. Indeed, secrets in Hogwarts are notoriously difficult to keep, yet their minds were preoccupied with other matters. Lately, they seemed to have hit a plateau. Although there had been some progress in their spell-casting and dueling practice, it was painfully slow. Helena had directly ushered them out, insisting they take a proper break. Yet their restlessness prevailed, and they found themselves perpetually immersed in the library, even daring to venture into the restricted section. During the day, Madame Pans kept a watchful eye, but at night, her vigilance waned. Not to mention, their disillusionment charm made evading Filch a trivial matter. The only real challenge lay with Mrs. Norris. Recently, each time they emerged, Mrs. Norris would invariably spot them, prompting William to bribe her with a morsel of fish. The once svelte Mrs. Norris had grown considerably plumper, and her fur glistened more than before. They held no animosity towards Filch, for he had never successfully caught them. Had Filch been a formidable wizard, their nocturnal escapades would not have been so effortless. In recent days, William and Hermione have led fulfilling lives, striving to refine the spells they had learned, tailoring them to better suit their individual styles. It is well understood that even when casting the same incantation, subtle differences may arise, attributable to the unique magical essence of each wizard. This implies that incorporating personal understanding into spell casting is essential for a significant enhancement in potency. Perhaps this was the very reason Helena had expelled them. Relentless practice without reflection is not a viable path to mastery. Life devoid of the Dark Lord has proven quite pleasant for both William and Hermione, unburdened by the oppressive weight of that looming presence. However, others did not share their sentiments. Particularly during the lesson with the peacock, the young wizards below endured the incessant boastfulness of their instructor, finding it utterly nauseating. On the first day, the peacock intended to showcase its prowess, foolishly unleashing a cage of Cornish pixies. Consequently, chaos erupted in the classroom, and the instructor fled, leaving the students to contend with the turmoil alone. Complaining to the Ministry of Magic was futile. They might even laud Harlot for his antics. The ministry had little desire for Hogwarts students to wield significant power, as it would compromise their control over the British magical community. One could say they were merely a repugnant, self-serving cadre of politicians, entirely indifferent to the welfare of ordinary wizards. William and Hermione would never stoop to such an appeal. Even if it meant losing points or facing detention, they would rather withdraw from the school altogether. Moreover, they were confident in their ability to convince Harlot to overlook any punishment. For instance, one day, the peacock arrived at class donning a flamboyant mask, too cowardly to remove it. By the edge of the Black Lake, William and Hermione were fishing, having brought their rods for the term. "Here you go, William." Hermione handed William a sandwich. "Thank you," he said, setting aside the book he had been engrossed in to accept the offering. "That old bat has been targeting the Savior again," Hermione remarked teasingly. "Isn't that quite a customary affair?" William gazed over the Black Lake, noting the absence of fish biting lately. "If you ask me, the Savior should grow his hair long and don women's attire. In truth, there is little to it. Only those involved can truly grasp the underlying heartache." William sighed, pondering why such distasteful narratives exist. Hermione, what do you think is the relationship between Snape and Harry? After a moment of contemplation, Hermione replied, antagonistic, yet marked by a peculiar entanglement. The complexities of their relationship are far from simple. William shook his head. As outsiders, it is unnecessary for us to judge the rights and wrongs. I merely wish to comment on their intricate connection. Much like those tragic protagonists, Snape too bore a sorrowful childhood. William found it curious that so many characters shared such tragic beginnings: Dumbledore, Snape, Voldemort, and Harry Potter. Even the eldest daughter of the Gaunt family was dealt a woeful hand. Unable to fathom this, he chose to press on. In Snape's youth, fate, that irritating force, bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope in the form of Harry's mother, Lily. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Could such a thing truly exist? Perhaps it was fate's cruel jest. Childhood friends do not always end up together. Lily's presence illuminated Snape's path, yet simultaneously cast him into darkness. Harry's father and friends looked down upon Snape, targeting him for humorous reasons. They even resorted to cruel jests, trampling upon his dignity. On one occasion, a friend of Harry's father led Snape to a werewolf, nearly resulting in his demise. During those perilous times, Lily stood by Snape's side, defending him. However, their friendship eventually shattered, and what stung most was Lily's union with his adversary. Matters of the heart are complex, and some situations cannot be dismissed as youthful folly. In time, Snape allied himself with the Dark Lord, becoming a Death Eater. Yet, when the Dark Lord took Lily's life, the Snape that once existed perished, leaving only a vengeful specter behind. Hermione's heart was unsettled, and she gently reassured him, "William, do not worry." In her heart, she vowed that if anyone sought to harm him, she would ensure that they would not escape unscathed. William, taken aback by Hermione's gaze, cautiously inquired, "Are you still listening?" "Yes, absolutely," she replied. "Why such bitterness, though?" Prior to Lily's death, Snape had already collaborated with Dumbledore, agreeing to protect Lily and her family. After her passing, his mission transformed into safeguarding Harry. William struggled to articulate a favorable view of Snape, ultimately concluding that he truly loved Lily. For her sake, he silently watched over Harry, even at the cost of his own life. Does this imply that Snape and Dumbledore maintain a collaborative relationship, and that Snape is aware the Dark Lord has not perished? Hermione voiced her concerns. As the Dark Lord's most trusted lieutenant, how could he ever believe that the Dark Lord had so easily met his demise? Has he been exposed? Hermione pondered thoughtfully. Certainly not. If Snape has not been compromised, then this would indeed be the most prudent course of action, she reasoned, trusting that Dumbledore would guide Snape in such matters. After all, William had remarked that he was a man who would disregard even his own life. Chapter 27. Harry Potter. "Helena, is there a potion that can transform a boy into a girl?" Helena set down her book, regarding William with a peculiar expression, then glancing at Hermione. She appeared somewhat conflicted, hesitating to articulate her thoughts, but it was clear she found the topic challenging to broach. "William, I understand that at your age, you may feel confused about gender, yet such thoughts should not linger. You ought to consider that being a boy has its merits. And you must also take Hermione into account." "Excuse me? Helena, you seem to have misunderstood. William does not mean it in that way," Hermione interjected, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Not in that manner." Helena scrutinized Hermione intently, wondering if Hermione might actually be a boy. Indeed, how else could she possess such a penchant for combat? She mused, excitement bubbling at the thought of the two boys. William recognized that Helena had certainly misconstrued the situation and felt compelled to reveal the truth. "The truth is, we wish to transform Harry Potter into a girl. You might consider it a prank." Hermione nodded fervently in agreement, urging, "Do say yes. We cannot allow the old bat to continue sulking. I've been rather anxious in class lately." However, Helena's enthusiasm waned, and she tossed a book at William and Hermione. "There is no such potion, but you might explore the concoctions within this book for inspiration." As Hermione and William gathered around the freshly brewed magical potion, a mischievous smile crept upon their faces. Suddenly, the kind-hearted Hermione could no longer contain her reservations. "William, are we truly going to proceed with this?" William felt a twinge of embarrassment. Despite his curiosity about the old bat's reaction, he questioned the morality of their plan. Perhaps we should allow him to make his own choice. Recently, Harry had been beset with worries, as the difficulty of the second-year potions class had escalated, making it easier for Snape to target him. Once again, Harry felt the potion nestled within his pocket, grappling with his indecision. It had appeared at his bedside one night, claiming to enhance others' fondness for him. However, an important side effect loomed: the transformation into a girl for 2 weeks. Even more absurd was his apprehension about insufficient dosage, prompting him to take 10 vials, uncertain of his own rationale. As if I would ever consume it, Harry vowed inwardly, for if I did, I would no longer be a boy. One must acknowledge that Harry's thoughts were quite fantastical. "Harry, what are you doing?" Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening as he observed his dear friend. With hair cascading down to her waist, a gentle visage, and eyes reminiscent of emeralds, Ron stood transfixed. In the end, Harry yielded and consumed the potion without hesitation, harboring no doubts regarding its authenticity. After all, during their encounter with Quirrell, he had not deciphered the riddle and had downed it in one go. In the Great Hall, members of Gryffindor gazed wide-eyed at Harry Potter, particularly Ginny, whose heart seemed to shatter into a myriad of pieces. It appeared that today would be yet another dreadful day, as she would once again be confronted with the foolishness of Harry Potter, akin to that of Troll. Severus Snape strode in with an air of arrogance, instinctively seeking out Harry, only to be met with the sight of a girl strikingly similar to Lily. His mouth fell agape, even his usual impassive expression faltering, his eyes resembling a pie chart of astonishment. "Lily? It must be her," Snape murmured to himself, convinced this was a divine gift bestowed upon him. "No, it is not her. Harry Potter." Snape quickly regained his composure. "Yes, Professor." Harry instinctively stood, her voice now remarkably soft. That was Lily's voice. Snape struggled to suppress his joy. "What are the ingredients for the swelling solution?" "I don't know, Professor," Harry replied, her head drooping in defeat, realizing she might incur a loss of points. "It's all right, Harry. 5 points to Gryffindor." "Excellent. 10 more points to Gryffindor." "Huh?" The Gryffindor students stared in disbelief, wondering what had come over Snape. Surely, their ears were playing tricks on them. Even the Slytherin students wore expressions of incredulity, bewildered by their headmaster's unusual behavior. During the meal in the hall, young wizards were left speechless, witnessing Snape smiling, a rare sight indeed. Furthermore, Gryffindor's score continued to rise inexplicably. Even Professor McGonagall looked on in utter astonishment at Snape. In the room of requirement, laughter erupted as Hermione rolled on the floor, disregarding her usual poise. Snape smiled. He actually smiled. William calmly observed, regarding Hermione as one might a curious monkey, "Is this what you consider a spectacle?" In the dimly lit dungeon, Snape gazed at a slightly yellowed photograph illuminated by a glimmer of light. "Is it you, Lily?" "No, he is not you. He is your son. Yet, his eyes bear an uncanny resemblance to yours, especially when he transforms into a girl. I nearly mistook him for you. Lily, I shall protect your child, I swear." Beneath the unseen shadows, tears trickled down Snape's cheeks. Harry felt these past few days were the most blissful he had ever spent at Hogwarts. Without Snape's antagonism, the school felt like a paradise. However, he had recently noticed Ron's gaze towards him was rather peculiar. Sometimes, when Harry looked at Ron, he could discern his friend's eyes darting away. While Harry found it odd, he dismissed it, reasoning they were both boys. What could it possibly mean? "Harry, this is the meal I brought for you." "Thank you, Ron." "Harry, this is my assignment." "Oh, thank you." Even Harry, despite his usual obliviousness, grasped the underlying reason. Thus he dared not consume that wondrous potion again. After all, he feared that Ron might engage in actions that would send shivers down his spine. Another vexation was the growing number of boys surrounding him. Initially, he felt elated, but upon witnessing their awkward expressions, he sensed impending trouble. Of course, some boys approached Harry to inquire about his transformation, and he handed them the magical potion directly. Consequently, a peculiar scene unfolded at Hogwarts, as a multitude of beautiful girls suddenly appeared, garnering the attention of Professor McGonagall. However, by that time, the enchanting potion had been entirely depleted, and Professor McGonagall merely prohibited them from consuming any more dubious concoctions. After the effects waned, though Snape continued to regard Harry with disdain, he refrained from targeting him as he had previously. Moreover, Harry often found himself unable to catch a glimpse of Snape, likely preoccupied with some form of experimentation. Nevertheless, Harry felt quite content with this outcome. Indeed, the potion was truly remarkable. Chapter 28, Perception. Ever since the incident with the magical potion, William and Hermione had been immersed in the library, eager to validate a particular theory. Time seemed to lose its value, and soon Halloween arrived. The young wizards buzzed with excitement, and Hagrid had crafted several pumpkin carriages. William and Hermione took part in the experience, finding it rather bizarre. After all, being thrust into a pumpkin head emitting blue flames felt akin to inviting a monster to devour them. That evening, William and Hermione were partaking in the Halloween feast within the Great Hall. The previous Halloween had been disrupted by Quirrell's antics, and thus, they had not fully enjoyed the banquet, leaving William somewhat regretful. "Do you have any questions for me?" An ethereal voice whispered in William's ear. His attention shifted from the lamb chops on his plate to Luna, who had mysteriously taken a seat beside him. The boy who had originally sat next to William, feeling quite helpless, relocated, as he did not wish to incur Luna's wrath, given her protection from Hermione. Luna? Hermione regarded her with curiosity. I can sense that you seem quite inquisitive. You have questions you wish to pose, yet you harbor reservations. Luna did not direct her gaze toward William and Hermione. Instead, she stared vacantly at the food on the table, her hands resting gently on her lap. William, would you mind moving? Hermione requested, swapping places with him and taking Luna's hand. Luna, I apologize for reminding you of sorrowful matters. Hermione was acutely aware of Luna's circumstances during that unfortunate incident. Luna had lost her mother. Luna shook her head. I miss her dearly, yet I know I shall see my mother again one day, so I'm not truly heartbroken. If you wish to learn about my perception, I am willing to share. No, Luna, I believe you misunderstand, William softly interjected. I'm truly sorry for the distress I caused you earlier. William paused for a moment. As friends, we have long desired to present you with a gift. Hermione nodded, retrieving a crystal orb from her small pouch, within which resided a peculiar little beast toy. It was a horned snorebeast. Luna joyfully raised the crystal ball, the candlelight filtering through and illuminating the tiny creature with a silvery shimmer. Witnessing Luna's childlike delight brought joy to both William and Hermione. Hermione then produced several sheets of parchment. This is the culmination of our research over the past few days concerning the nature of perception and some methods for enhancing it. It is still quite rudimentary, but we believe it could be beneficial for you. When William first encountered Luna, he had many inquiries to pose, yet Hermione interjected during their discussions. Upon reflection, William realized that perhaps his adult reasoning had been overly rational. Or perhaps it was simply the detachment of not being personally involved that hindered his empathy. Now, considering it more thoroughly, he recognized that his actions could have inadvertently caused greater harm to a young girl. Thus, both William and Hermione dedicated themselves to studying perception, exploring its origins and development, with the intent of gifting Luna something meaningful. William had experienced something similar. Last Christmas, he had tapped into the magical energy within himself through mental perception. Luna's formidable perception was a manifestation of mental influence over reality. Observing Luna's animated expression, he felt reassured in his choice and grateful that he had not caused her any distress. Luna was no ordinary child. If she could overcome adversity, her future achievements might be extraordinary. Following the Halloween banquet, William and Hermione strolled together across the expansive lawn. There were other young wizards engaged in wizard chess or engrossed in conversation, and couples could be seen in the distance, the unmistakable scent of romance wafting through the air. Hermione, thank you, William suddenly said, catching her attention. Hermione understood his sentiment and playfully shook her head, glancing at him with mischief in her eyes. So, how does Mr. Smith intend to express his gratitude? Mere words will not suffice. Caught off guard, William pondered for a moment. Well, close your eyes first. All right, Hermione replied, trusting him completely. Of course, if William intended to be mischievous, it would depend on her willingness. Otherwise, her fist might impart a lesson. However, she was generally accommodating, indulging him. Fireflies! Hermione exclaimed excitedly as she suddenly opened her eyes. William felt perplexed, wondering if cultivating perception was necessarily a good thing. The sky was alive with dancing fireflies as Hermione led William to a cozy spot to sit, and they lay together on the soft grass. Young wizards looked on in astonishment, while some couples exchanged affectionate gestures. William, did you know? I'm very happy and fortunate. Hermione rested her head on William's shoulder, and he turned to steal a glance at her. Yes, soft and cuddly. Fortunate? I feel the same. I'm incredibly lucky to have encountered you here. Upon the tower, Luna and Helena gazed down at the two individuals sprawled upon the expansive lawn. Have William and Hermione shared their methods for honing perception with you? Helena inquired, her eyes shifting towards Luna. This technique is a synthesis of meditation, documented experiments, and Helena's insights, she continued. Though rather rudimentary, it does yield some benefits for developing perception. However, achieving a breakthrough in the realm of perception is no simple task. Indeed, your perceptive abilities are formidable, a trait inherited from your mother, who possesses the bloodline of elves. Elves? Luna echoed. Yes, elves are a race intimately connected with nature, capable of hearing its whispers. Thank you, Helena. You seem different from the other specters. Luna regarded Helena, convinced her eyes had not deceived her. This is a gift bestowed upon me, which I have shamelessly accepted in full. Helena seemed reluctant to pursue the topic further. They are rather peculiar, Luna remarked, redirecting her gaze towards William and Hermione. I cannot perceive William. He appears almost non-existent. As for Hermione, she ought not to be in this state. Who can say, Luna? Helena gently patted Luna's head. History may be immutable, yet the future brims with boundless possibilities. Not all matters can be clearly discerned, as long as your heart understands the essence of their beings. That suffices, does it not, Luna? Immutable? Luna shook her head. I cannot say, but the future. Her brow furrowed in distress, yet she dismissed it. Chapter 29. Experiment. The development of perception profoundly impacted both William and Hermione. Thus, they endeavored to cultivate their perceptive skills. In the realm of ordinary folk, such training poses significant challenges, yet within the magical world, it becomes markedly less arduous. Initially, both were somewhat disoriented, akin to a blind person suddenly regaining sight, perceiving the world through their eyes. This unfamiliar sensation overwhelmed them, a cacophony of sounds and vibrations inundating their minds, nearly causing them to falter. Nevertheless, William and Hermione chose not to suppress these sensations. Instead, they endeavored to expand their perceptual horizons. The efficacy of perception is immense. For instance, the magical energy fluctuations within each individual are unique, enabling them to discern the presence of others nearby and identify who approaches, an invaluable asset in combat. They could also sense the magical energy within themselves, akin to introspection. This exploration of the secrets within the human body captivated William and Hermione profoundly. They realized that reckless alterations could render them incapable of casting spells, a fate that would surely invite ridicule. Perhaps future tomes will recount. The human body is a complex domain explored by numerous wizards. Once, there were two wizards whose names faded from memory. They perceived the secrets of the human form and undertook their study. Yet, after their attempts, they failed, losing the most vital aspect of a wizard, their magical prowess, leaving them in despondency. This serves as a cautionary tale for future generations to approach the mysteries of the human body with reverence. William and Hermione were naturally unwilling to become cautionary tales. Thus, they resolved to embark on their studies of magical creatures. From that moment forth, the magical beings within Hogwarts Castle faced a dire fate. William wiped his recently washed hands, removed his mask, and dabbed the perspiration from his brow with a towel. He glanced at Hermione, who was engrossed in organizing experimental data. It cannot be stated so simplistically. Although the seventh experimental subject served as a mere auxiliary, the implications for other creatures remained uncertain and necessitated further experimentation. This indeed posed a dilemma. It was akin to a web, with each individual strand contributing to a greater net. Hermione, it seems, we had previously underestimated the complexity of the situation. Once Hermione had sorted through the materials at hand, she rubbed her temples, aware that employing her perceptive abilities was quite taxing. As she spoke, she vanished from her spot and reappeared in front of William, her face betraying a pallor. The exertion was evidently significant. Perhaps this was the very reason wizards relied upon their wands. You criticize me, yet it is you who is being reckless now, Hermione. William hurriedly supported Hermione, guiding her to a chair and carefully offering her a vial of restorative potion. They had prepared numerous potions for such occasions, as experimentation was indeed mentally exhausting. You are correct, William. Hermione soon succumbed to a drowsy slumber, clearly due to the addition of some soporific agents by William. Given Hermione's obstinate nature, she would not have taken a break willingly. He gently laid her on a nearby bed, tucking her in with a blanket. He picked up the experimental data from the past few days, all meticulously organized by Hermione. Sighing, he reflected on how he too was not so different. William shook his head and returned to his research. The earlier incident with the troll had been merely an accident. He reassured himself with a hint of uncertainty. Hermione opened her eyes, observing William still engrossed in his work, choosing not to interrupt, but silently watching. Not awake yet. Humph. Lacking in charm, Hermione silently grumbled. I must inform my mother. No, I shall tell my father. Someone has dosed his good daughter, presumably a certain Mr. Smith, whose name she did not recognize. William shuddered at the thought of that scenario. Such a turn of events must be avoided at all costs. All right. I understand. I shall rest for a moment as well. Is that acceptable? Though somewhat exasperated, he recognized that Hermione's incessant chatter stemmed from concern for his well-being. Suddenly, he was reminded of his mother's persistent urging for him to eat during his previous jobs. William tidied the experimental table and, alongside Hermione, exited the room of infinite requests. Am I beautiful? Indeed, very beautiful. Then what of me? Mediocre. Ah, the plight of my poor father's daughter. Beautiful. Is it I who is beautiful, Or Ginny. Who is Ginny? That girl from Gryffindor. I'm unfamiliar. I have never had much interest in Gryffindor. Oomph. I did not expect Mr. Smith to possess such skill in charming young ladies. Mediocre, at best, third in the world. So, do you prefer Ginny or me? I prefer you. I did not hear that. I prefer you. Still not audible. You are hard of hearing. Tonight we shall all go hungry, the lovely Miss Granger. Indeed. Hurry, rush. William chuckled as he observed Hermione's retreating figure. Ah, what a child she truly is. He reminisced about the moments spent together. Well, Miss Granger, I hold affection for you. Did you hear that, Mr. Smith? Coincidentally, I share the same sentiment. TCH, this bothersome perceptiveness. William pouted and followed suit. Chapter 30, Dobby. The sky was draped in rain as the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin unfolded. In a secluded corner, a house elf was preparing to cast a spell on the quaffle. Suddenly, darkness enveloped its vision, and it collapsed to the ground in a daze. The room of requirement. Dobby lay upon the examination table, and William exchanged a glance with Hermione, nodding in understanding. Hogwarts may prohibit the apparition of wizards, yet it cannot restrain the apparition of house elves. It is rather complex, but not more so than human intricacies. They lacked the time to investigate thoroughly, but as long as they could uncover the matters pertaining to apparition, that would suffice. Within an empty classroom, Dobby gradually regained consciousness, recalling the moment he was about to cast a spell, only to be struck by sudden unconsciousness. Dobby sprang to his feet, surveying his surroundings with vigilance. Dobby, you are awake. A masked figure materialized before him. Dobby attempted to apparate away, only to discover he seemed ensnared. Another masked figure appeared behind him. Dobby, we adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange, for there is no such thing as a free lunch. However, since you have rendered a payment, we shall attend to your matters. Dobby quivered, having rendered no payment to the gentleman. I have already stated that you have paid, and we have agreed upon your request. The terms are not negotiable. The man's voice brooked no dissent. In a grand estate, Mr. Malfoy leisurely sipped his coffee. His spirits had improved recently. The troublesome individual had been dispatched, and to his arch-rival's doorstep no less. He chuckled softly, bemused by the thought of mingling with Muggles, a disgrace to pure-blood families. Suddenly, a pair of hands pressed upon Mr. Malfoy's shoulders, rendering him immobile. At his side, another individual seized his wand. Mr. Malfoy, you wouldn't wish for your deeds to be made public, would you? Such a revelation would surely distress you. Who are you? Mr. Malfoy struggled fiercely, only to find the grip akin to a vice. You are threatening me. The Malfoy family does not succumb to threats, he retorted angrily. Regrettably, sir, I believe you have misinterpreted the situation. We are not benevolent gentlemen. The voice of the man behind him turned chilling. I do not comprehend your words, Mr. Malfoy feigned composure, though his quivering shoulders betrayed his facade. The man patted his shoulder firmly, his tone returning to a placating gentleness. Do not be anxious, Mr. Malfoy. We greatly enjoy conversing with those of intellect. As for those lacking in intelligence, I believe Mr. Malfoy is equally disinclined to encounter them. Wouldn't you agree? The man slowly approached, drawing a chair and seating himself. Another masked individual dragged a chair beside him and sat down. The actions of Mr. Malfoy are hardly ingenious. I dare say that anyone with a modicum of sense could discern your deceit. Upon hearing this, Mr. Malfoy's pupils instinctively dilated, though he forced his expression to remain composed. It appears that Mr. Malfoy could opt to replace your informants. Perhaps he has betrayed you. Wouldn't you say? The man paid no further heed to Mr. Malfoy, continuing to speak to himself. Mr. Malfoy knew well that the true Albus Dumbledore was not the benevolent elder he pretended to be. One wonders how you would fare should Dumbledore become aware of your affairs. Or, if the greedy hounds of the Ministry of Magic caught wind of your misdeeds. I imagine they would not hesitate to demand further galleons from you. After all, who in the Ministry is unaware that Mr. Malfoy is a most generous benefactor? At last, Mr. Malfoy could no longer contain himself. His veins bulged, and his fists clenched tightly. He glared at the man with fierce eyes, growling, "What do you want from me?" Did I not previously convey our intentions to Mr. Malfoy? The man turned his head toward his companion. I did not inform Mr. Malfoy of our purpose, did I? Not all, sir. The voice was mature and gentle. Oh, my apologies. The man quickly rose, removed his hat, and respectfully bowed to Mr. Malfoy. I beg your pardon, sir. Yet, I dare say it makes little difference, for Mr. Malfoy would undoubtedly have declined at the outset. Wouldn't he? Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the notorious duo of thieves. As for our business, it entails an equitable exchange. In other words, we collect our fees up front and then consider whether to proceed based on our disposition. Quite intriguing, wouldn't you say? Aha! The man suddenly became animated, hopping in place. Oh, pardon me, sir. I just recalled a delightful thought. The man again approached Mr. Malfoy from behind, gripping his shoulder. He spoke in a peculiar tone. We have accepted Mr. Dobby's fee, hence our arrival. Mr. Malfoy, I believe it requires one of your old garments. Dobby trembled as he appeared before Mr. Malfoy. Dobby, you wretched slave. How dare you betray me? Mr. Malfoy shouted in anger, looking at Dobby. Now, sir, please be mindful of your tone. Mr. Dobby is now our employer. Should you continue in this manner, we would not hesitate to enact some rather unpleasant consequences. The man pinched Mr. Malfoy's shoulder, speaking without any hint of emotion. I shall provide it. Mr. Malfoy gritted his teeth vehemently. He forcefully removed his coat and tossed it onto Dobby. Is Dobby free now? Dobby is free. Dobby paused for a moment, then joyfully began to dance around the room. Is this sufficient? All for such a contemptible slave. Mr. Malfoy had yet to finish his words when the woman delivered a swift kick to him. His wand was sent flying, landing just a hair's breadth from his groin. Not only Mr. Malfoy, but even the man present was drenched in cold sweat. Though concealed by a mask, his distress went unnoticed. My dear gentlemen, did I not mention that we are not the epitome of virtue? He remarked, patting the fallen Mr. Malfoy's shoulder with a tone of resignation. Taking a few steps back, the man bowed once more, saying, Until we meet again, generous Mr. Malfoy. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out. We eagerly anticipate our collaboration. The two then vanished, leaving Dobby to gaze at Mr. Malfoy. The house elf swiftly approached, delivering a hard kick to Mr. Malfoy before disappearing as well. Scoundrel! Mr. Malfoy's impotent fury echoed for miles around Malfoy Manor. In a clearing, two figures materialized. All right, Mr. Dobby, you may emerge now, the man suddenly declared. Sir, I am grateful for your assistance, Dobby exclaimed with a deep bow. I have stated that you have already received your reward. The man paused momentarily. If you find yourself without a place to go, Hogwarts may welcome you. I trust that Dumbledore will offer you a satisfactory reward, but earning his trust will depend on your efforts. The two vanished once more. This time Dobby did not follow. William and Hermione removed their masks, their appearances reverting to their original forms. Hermione chuckled. I never anticipated that Mr. Smith would play his role so convincingly. Were you perhaps always a bit of a pervert? William wished to respond with a lewd grin, yet the image of Mr. Malfoy nearly facing annihilation stifled him. How could that be? I am a paragon of virtue. Oh, is that truly the case? She teased. Huh, could I claim otherwise? Daddy? He sighed. If only I were capable of besting you. Alas, I am a gentleman and do not engage in quarrels with young ladies. Observing William's conflicted demeanor, Hermione felt her spirits lift slightly. Mr. Smith, do you realize that regardless of your form, I shall stand by you? Chapter 31, The Snowstorm. After November, the weather turned frigid, prompting William and Hermione to remain within the castle, reluctant to venture outside. The Peacock, ever eager for attention, decided to organize a dueling club. At breakfast, many young witches and wizards engaged in lively discussions about this topic. After all, the defense against the dark arts classes over the years had left much to be desired. Perhaps a dueling club would prove more entertaining? With Professor Snape present, it might be worth attending, Hermione said to Penelope, her eyes bearing the marks of sleepless nights. However, Harold is utterly incompetent. I wonder what nonsense he will conjure this time. William, similarly sporting dark circles under his eyes, absently munched on a sandwich. Whether Harold is indeed incompetent is of little concern to me. I'm more intrigued by what is amiss with you two. Us? Is there something wrong? Hermione inquired, puzzled. Penelope pointed at Hermione's eyes and remarked, How long has it been since you both had a proper night's sleep? Or perhaps you've been out on secret dates? Her expression brightened, adopting a look of eager anticipation. What else can they do? Once a certain witch delves into her studies, there is no stopping her. One can only follow along. William felt a sense of helplessness. This cannot continue, but what means are there to persuade her? That evening, Penelope and Luna attended Harold's combat club, while William and Hermione refrained from conducting experiments. At this moment, William was seated with Hermione, enjoying hot pot while gazing at the falling snow. They were not indoors. They had climbed to the tower's summit. Indeed, they had succumbed to a bit of mischief. William, what inspired you to dine atop the tower? One cannot ignite a fire in the castle. I'm a person who adheres to school regulations, Hermione remarked. As William boiled water, he marveled at the utility of magic, which kept the snow at bay. Moreover, the scenery here was breathtaking. William gazed at the snow-filled sky, which indeed was beautiful. Hermione lifted her gaze to the heavens. It was indeed splendid, but Mr. Smith was not one to abide by the rules. Suddenly, her tone fell somber. William, I find myself missing home terribly. What do you think we should do in the future? Hermione hugged her knees, feeling lost. Whatever you wish to do, I shall accompany you, William assured her, scooping up a piece of meat that was not yet cooked. Hermione tilted her head, observing William. William, you are quite handsome. What nonsense. That would be called handsome, he retorted, playfully ruffling her hair. Be gentle. I've been quite tired lately, Hermione complained, needing to tidy her hair. And you dare say that? What has been going on with you? You look like you haven't slept at all, William teased, transfiguring a pair of chopsticks to hand her the meat. Stop being mischievous and eat. Hermione responded softly, attempting to conjure her own pair of chopsticks, clumsily eating. Ha! She exclaimed, exhaling warm air and fanning herself. Serves you right. William shot back playfully. I apologize, William. Those spells are simply too fascinating. Becoming enchanted by them is entirely natural, Hermione mumbled. William sighed, realizing that she was not alone in her obsession. He too was somewhat captivated. We cannot continue like this. You are still growing, he admonished her with a disdainful glance. You, what about me? Can eating silence your mouth? I can eat, Hermione retorted. You must understand, Hermione, that we must not only study but also live and enjoy life. Otherwise, living like this becomes overwhelmingly exhausting. Stop. I don't want to hear it. You are more nagging than my father. All right. After satiating their appetites, they reclined atop the tower. William, are you upset? Hermione inquired, eyes closed, comfortably resting on his arm. No, I would never be angry with you. William gazed at the sky, where the snowfall was heavy. I admit, I have been too impatient. However, only through strength can I protect those I cherish, including you, Hermione. I'm truly happy to have met you. Yet, I fear losing you. I do not wish to be powerless when that time comes. You are the one who will accompany me in madness and chaos. William understood Hermione's sentiments as she murmured softly, but he too felt the same way. Alas, Voldemort. Oh, Voldemort, how truly cursed you are. William, let's engage in a snowball fight. Hermione suddenly raised her fist in the air, seemingly ready to deliver a blow to the heavens. Are you insane? William gazed at the steadily falling snow. I am not insane. If you agree to my terms, I shall promise to eat and sleep on time. No magic, no cheating. Hermione did not allow William a moment to contemplate, pulling him up into the air without hesitation. All right, I shall accompany you. William sighed, for he had just declared he would stand by her side, no matter what she did. A madcap and a fool commenced a snowball fight amid the swirling snowflakes. Ushu. Hermione placed her hand near William's ear, gently fanning away the smoke that had emerged. Miss Granger, is it so childish? I'm a child. I am merely 13. You weirdo. Huh? Indeed. William instinctively took a step back. What are you doing? Are you disdainful of me? Hermione's large eyes glistened with tears, her lips pouting. How adorable. This warrants a sentence of several years. William pinched her cheek and playfully rubbed it. Do you think I would disdain you? You let go of me. Not a chance. Are you a dog? Release me. No, let go of my mouth. You release first. No, you do. Together. 3, 2, 1. William's hand slipped from Hermione's mouth, and her face escaped his playful torment. The two turned their backs to one another, ignoring the other. After a while, William felt a gentle poke. Suddenly, he sensed a figure leap into his embrace. It's cold, William. Hermione clung tightly to him. William reciprocated her embrace. William, I shall eat and sleep on time. Oh no, except for night escapades. Very well, so shall I. They both erupted into laughter, snowflakes dancing upon them. Neither inclined to use magic to shield themselves. Look, your hair has turned white, Grandpa Smith. Yours has too, Grandma Granger. No, that sounds unpleasant. Let us choose another. Choose what? Guess. I guess it should be Grandma Smith. Indeed, Grandpa Smith. Chapter 32. The Curtain Call of Harlot. In the Ravenclaw common room, Luna and Penelope rested their heads on the table, lost in thought. Alas, do not mention it. Last night's dueling club was utterly dreadful. Penelope was devoid of energy. Hermione, you were right. I should never have harbored illusions about the dueling club founded by Harlot. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Penelope perked up. Speaking mysteriously, do you know what we witnessed yesterday? William and Hermione exchanged glances, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Surely they had not been seen frolicking like fools in the snow? However, Penelope did not keep them in suspense for long, excitedly exclaiming, Harlot was beaten up by Professor Snape. Indeed, they too were disgusted by Harlot, even neglecting to address him with respect, treating him as a source of amusement. Penelope continued earnestly. Last night, Harlot intended to demonstrate a duel with Professor Snape for our benefit. However, Harold was utterly incapable of casting even a basic spell, as he was effortlessly sent flying by Snape's disarming charm, crashing against the wall. Harold insisted that he was merely demonstrating the effects of the disarming spell, but it was evident to all that he was simply unable to respond. Did you not notice that while Harold flamboyantly performed, Professor Snape's expression darkened considerably? At that moment, we all secretly hoped that Professor Snape would deliver another demonstration, ideally leaving Harold incapacitated for weeks. Penelope suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. Throughout these years of defense against the dark arts, they had learned little. What would they do to protect themselves when faced with danger after graduation? The unspoken thoughts lingered. Over the years, they had relied solely on their own practice, and they believed Hogwarts had treated their education in this area with too much levity. Moreover, with graduation looming, even if a competent professor were to arrive, how much could they possibly learn in such a short time? Hermione exchanged a glance with William, then produced a notebook, playfully winking at Penelope. These are some of our training insights, along with the weaknesses of various magical creatures. Do be cautious not to let anyone else discover them, Senior. Oh, Hermione, you're truly my savior, Penelope exclaimed dramatically, pulling Hermione into a tight embrace and playfully pushing her onto the couch. Penelope recognized Hermione's prowess. She was the acknowledged leader of Ravenclaw, often more capable than Penelope herself. Penelope sincerely valued Hermione, understanding that everyone harbored their own secrets, and she had never thought to pry. At that moment, Hermione felt genuinely touched. Were she not a girl herself, she might have wished to claim Hermione from someone else as her own girlfriend. William observed the playful antics of the two girls with amusement, his eyes unwavering, captivated by the sight of their lively interaction. Are you planning to confront Harold? Luna quietly interjected, watching from the sidelines. Indeed, while it may not concern me directly, I would not mind taking action, she stated with certainty. You intend to use someone to deal with Harold? Rita Skeeter, my father has encountered her and described her as a green fly. Luna's father's words were quite fitting, as she indeed proved to be rather odious. Yet, such individuals can also be useful, can't they? William remarked with a smile, suggesting that perhaps Rita Skeeter would have a keen interest in Harold. William, I never imagined you could be so malicious, Penelope responded, her playful banter with Hermione now halted. I believe that if we provide Rita Skeeter with some guidance, she will willingly investigate Harold. What of Harold? Is he not merely a novelist who boasts his own tales? Penelope remained unaware of the full truth. Senior, the events described in Harold's novels are based on actual occurrences, Hermione revealed. The protagonists of those events are not Harold. He has cast memory charms upon them. This revelation left Penelope astounded, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. So, he is not only an attention seeker, but also a fraud and a criminal? How could Dumbledore allow a criminal to serve as our professor? Penelope exclaimed, her anger palpable. She held great respect for the professors, deeming such a person an affront to their esteemed ranks. However, she soon became disheartened, for she was not an ignorant little girl. Complaints about Gilderoy Lockhart had been made before, yet neither the Ministry of Magic nor Hogwarts had taken any effective action. Together with me, I refuse to believe we cannot confront Lockhart. She directed all her fury toward him. Rita Skeeter recently received an unsigned letter. She found it unremarkable, as many had previously confided in her with intriguing revelations. Gilderoy Lockhart, memory charm deceit. Rita's excitement surged. She transformed into a tiny beetle and flew out the window. Did you capture it? The silhouettes of William, Hermione, and the persistent Penelope gradually materialized. Captured it. It turned out she was an illegal animagus. Penelope raised her magical camera, a secret she could cherish for a lifetime. Rita Skeeter remained oblivious to her exposure, as she sought the true protagonist of Lockhart's novels, although they had lost their memories. She believed she could uncover some clue. Thus, after a touch of her pen's embellishment, it would become sensational news. Moreover, as long as one of those afflicted by Lockhart's memory charm regained their recollection, Lockhart would be finished. The best-selling author and professor at Hogwarts, Lockhart's dual identity thrilled Rita. In passing, she mocked Dumbledore, labeling him as an elderly fool afflicted with dementia. Quite a spectacle, Penelope mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Hermione closed the Daily Prophet in her hands, shaking her head in disbelief. Merely this was insufficient to convict Lockhart. Rita had not found compelling evidence. If those who cast memory charms upon heroes were allowed to go unpunished, the Ministry of Magic would lose its public support, Penelope asserted angrily. Casting memory charms on wizards could lead to irreversible harm, let alone the targets of Lockhart's charms, many of whom were heroes who protected ordinary people. In the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall and several other professors gathered. Professor Dumbledore, I do not believe Professor Lockhart should continue teaching. At least you all know what kind of person he is. The typically gentle Professor Flitwick now wore an expression of fury. Professor McGonagall also pursed her lips seriously, having opposed Lockhart's appointment from the beginning. Professor Lockhart seems rather busy lately. Severus has been working hard with the dueling club. I believe without that insufferable fool around, I wouldn't have to toil so. Professor Snape retorted sarcastically. Then allow me to contribute as well. I quite enjoy those children, Professor Flitwick offered amicably to Professor Snape. In his youth, he was a champion of the dueling competition and was eager to teach those young witches and wizards. His previous reluctance stemmed from his disdain for that showy peacock. It is my honor, Professor Flitwick. Professor Snape nodded gently. The uproar has garnered considerable attention, yet a significant number of fervent admirers continue to support Harrod. William sighed, realizing that alternative methods must be employed. He couldn't help but recall the letter he had just penned to Mr. Malfoy. What consequences might Harrod face if he had indeed offended the Malfoy family? William was not one to adhere to outdated notions. Furthermore, he believed that Mr. Malfoy would be quite pleased to receive that letter, as it was a heartfelt message of goodwill. After their previous threats to Mr. Malfoy, they had chosen not to publicize the intimidation, respecting his noble dignity. Mr. Malfoy would surely appreciate their consideration. After all, seeking his assistance for a small favor should not be an arduous task. Hermione looked at William with exasperation, marveling at his audacity. How could he so brazenly attempt to manipulate Mr. Malfoy? She conveniently overlooked the exhilaration she had felt while composing that letter. Now, William had little desire to concern himself with Harrod. With the holiday approaching, why let such a person affect his mood? In a study within Malfoy Manor, the esteemed Mr. Malfoy clenched his jaw, veins bulging with ire. What insolence! Where do these rogues come from? Do not let me catch you. Before him lay a crumpled piece of letterhead, inscribed with a few lines. As a noble, you wouldn't want the matter of your intimidation to be made public, would you? Mr. Harrod is our closest friend, and we wish to fulfill his desire to spend his remaining days in Azkaban. Surely, Mr. Malfoy, you are capable of this. Yours sincerely, the Rogues. Under the machinations of the Malfoy family, Harrod swiftly found himself facing accusations from the Ministry of Magic. Following treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies, a victim gradually regained their memory, recounting the details of Harrod's crimes. Numerous eyewitnesses also stepped forward to identify Harrod, who thus faced the grim prospect of imprisonment in Azkaban. Chapter 33. William's Home. Long time no see, William. The Smiths embraced him warmly. Good to see you, Mom and Dad. Hermione, you're growing more beautiful, Mrs. Smith remarked as she affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair. They had coordinated with the Grangers to vacation together at William's childhood home, with Hermione staying at William's residence first. Mr. Smith patted William on the shoulder, saying, William, you've grown quite a bit and have become much sturdier. How could I not? William instinctively glanced at a certain young witch. All right, let us get in the car. I'm sure the children are quite hungry, Mrs. Smith urged, tugging at her husband's arm. Oh, my apologies, children, it was my oversight. William and Hermione settled into the back seat, gazing out at the streets beyond the window. The atmosphere of Christmas was already palpable, with various shops adorned in festive decorations. Okay, Dad, William had initially intended to sleep in until he awoke naturally the next day. Mrs. Smith added to Hermione, the Grangers will also arrive the day after tomorrow. We will meet in town. I know, Mrs. Smith. Dad has already written to inform me, Hermione replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. William, tomorrow you can take Hermione out while your father and I handle the shopping, Mrs. Smith suggested to William. Sure, Mom, he replied, gently grasping Hermione's hand and gazing at her. Why are you so anxious? You weren't this nervous when I visited your home before, he teased. Mind your own business. I'm not. Well, I guess I am a bit nervous, Hermione admitted, feeling inexplicably anxious in front of the Smiths, especially when William held her hand. Mr. Smith glanced at the rearview mirror, amused. You're quite the charmer, aren't you? William's home was not far from King's Cross Station. If they avoided peak hours, they could reach it in about 30 minutes. Aren't you bringing any luggage? Mr. Smith inquired curiously. It's all packed in here, William said, shaking the little pouch on his wrist. Such marvelous magic. Then we could buy more things and stay longer at home, Mr. Smith observed, noticing the same pouch on Hermione's wrist. After a moment's thought, he excused himself to prepare dinner. With a sigh of relief, Hermione relaxed a bit. Miss Granger, what's come over you? You've turned into quite the lady since we left the platform, William playfully remarked. Hermione shot him a reproachful glance, clenched her fists briefly, then rationally released them. Choosing to ignore him, she gradually eased up and surveyed William's home, which exuded a subtle elegance and a touch of charm, reflecting his personality. Mrs. Smith's inherent gentleness seemed to have a youthful innocence. Hermione recalled the delightful teddy bear they had gifted her last Christmas. Suddenly inspired, she asked William, Won't you show me your bedroom? William, taken aback by Hermione's bold request, wondered what she was up to. Nonetheless, he led her to his room. As she looked around, she found it tidy but somewhat disappointing. William, understanding her curiosity, took her by the hand and led her to the attic. Come with me. He opened the attic door to reveal a small room filled with adorable toys and gifts. Don't worry, after spending some time with my mother, you'll realize her sophistication is merely an act. She's quite easygoing, he assured, picking up a toy. Despite his mild disdain for it, he cherished these items. Finding peace in this sanctuary. This is my secret hideaway, Miss Granger. During dinner, William observed with intrigue as Mrs. Smith and Hermione chatted animatedly. Was it truly possible for women to forge such connections so swiftly? Did you know Hermione is a good girl? Mr. Smith remarked, glancing at them. Dad, how did you and Mom meet? William asked, genuinely curious about the pairing of two seemingly mismatched personalities. Well, we happened to cross paths several times, and eventually, we decided to travel together. After visiting many places and sharing experiences, we found ourselves together. Isn't that serendipity, son? William pondered this notion. And you, William? Mr. Smith pressed, a hint of curiosity in his tone. What about me? What do I have? William shook his head dismissively. William, you must seize the opportunity that fate has bestowed upon you. For if you do not hold on tightly, you shall inevitably find yourself engulfed in regret. William, you should comprehend my meaning. Mr. Smith has experienced a share of regrets as well, and what he desires now is to accompany his beloved wife and witness William's growth. After their meal, with daylight still abundant, the Smith couple urged them to venture outside, insisting that he take Hermione out for some enjoyment. Despite the frigid weather offering little in the way of amusement. What has your mother said to you that has sparked such joy? William could clearly see the radiant smile upon Hermione's face. It was merely a recounting of amusing incidents from their journey. William, let us embark on a journey ourselves. Hermione is quite elated. Indeed, but how shall we go? William rubbed his hands together as the gentle snow continued to fall. We shall drive, or perhaps fly on a broomstick. Hermione exclaimed with excitement. What exactly has your mother told you to elate you so? William's curiosity deepened. I cannot divulge that. Hermione darted away. Of course, I cannot reveal it. Otherwise, many surprises would be lost. Careful, Hermione, it's slippery. William hurried after her. John, have you noticed how much William has changed? Mrs. Smith observed the two figures outside through the window. Indeed, I noticed his transformation last Christmas. He has become much more cheerful. Mr. Smith enveloped his wife in his embrace, reflecting on how his decision to send William to Hogwarts was indeed a fortuitous one. Mrs. Smith rested her head on Mr. Smith's shoulder, acknowledging that William was once quite solitary, yet now he radiates happiness. What that girl? Mr. Smith inquired. She is kind and intelligent. It is evident that she harbors feelings for William. That is a positive development, yet William seems somewhat resistant. They're still quite young. After all, Mrs. Smith rolled her eyes playfully. What being 13? I was 13 once too. Nothing. This snow is truly beautiful. Chapter 34, A Date. The morning sunlight streamed in, prompting William to instinctively shield his eyes and stretch lazily. Mr. Smith, have you finally risen? Hermione was perched at the edge of the bed, engrossed in a book. William unconsciously wrapped his arms around her waist, nuzzling against her, his eyes still closed as he drifted back to sleep. What is wrong with you? Hermione's words came out in fragmented bursts. He was yet to grasp the situation, oblivious to her concern, merely wishing to sleep a little longer. Why is Hermione here? William opened his eyes again, realizing with alarm the predicament he was in. He hastily released his embrace around Hermione's waist, now fully awake, more startled than anything. I apologize. I was still half asleep and mistook you for a teddy bear. He sat up, feeling somewhat awkward. No harm done. Your parents have already left. They have prepared breakfast, and I came to fetch you. Hermione bolted from William's room, completely unaware that the book she had been reading had fallen to the floor. William buried his head under the covers, at that moment wishing to escape to another world. Hermione's heart raced fervently as she took a few sips of water, refilling her glass, her gaze continually drifting toward the staircase. What was happening to her? Was she coming down with something? She pressed her hand against her chest, lost in her thoughts, appearing distant from afar. Good morning, Hermione. Though somewhat awkward, William, with a somewhat thick skin, sat across from her, enjoying his breakfast. Good morning, William. Startled from her reverie, Hermione released her grip on the water glass and began to eat. Neither of them mentioned the earlier incident. William, where are we headed today? After breakfast, Hermione had calmed her nerves. Let me think. In the morning, we should prepare Christmas gifts and cards, and this afternoon, Hermione suddenly proposed. How about we go to the movies together? All right, I'm ready. Let us set off. Hermione donned a fitted brown coat, wrapped a blue scarf around her neck, and donned a hat that concealed her fluffy long hair. She approached William, adjusting his scarf and gently smoothing out the wrinkles in his clothing. Noticing William lost in thought, she took his arm. Come on, what are you still pondering? Don't misunderstand. This is just to prevent you from getting lost, Hermione added with a playful tone. Oh. William responded somewhat dazedly as she led him outside. Was she flirting with him? The shops along the street were adorned with various ornaments and colorful lights, promising a stunning sight by nightfall. The sidewalks bustled with pedestrians, and Hermione, linking arms with William, strolled leisurely. Children were seen playing in groups, while adults accompanied their little ones. Snow piled up along the streets, with some having built snowmen of various shapes. Suddenly, Hermione tugged at William, excitedly leading him to a spot to build a snowman. How ugly! Hermione exclaimed, gazing at the adorably clumsy snowman William had created, her face reflecting her disdain. This is perfect. She placed her own snowman next to his, resembling two figures nestled together. Let us go, it's time for lunch, she urged, pulling William along as they dashed down the street. Slow down, the road is slippery, be careful not to fall. It's winter and the ground is icy. Though the snow had been cleared, certain areas remained treacherously slick. With plenty of time to spare, William led them to a cozy little restaurant he frequented. It wasn't large, but it exuded warmth. However, today, William noticed that dining with Hermione made the food taste even better. William, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face? Hermione inquired, her large eyes filled with curiosity. No, William stammered, feeling slightly embarrassed as it was his first outing with a girl, particularly in a familiar setting. Gently, Hermione patted his hair. William, eat up, we still have a movie to catch. All right, he replied dutifully, completely oblivious to the subtly intimate atmosphere. The restaurant owner and his wife were enjoying their meal, both familiar with the Smith family. Little William is quite the worry. Isn't he? The owner's wife remarked, unable to watch any longer as she contemplated waking him from his daze. The boss immediately grabbed her. Dear, do not rush. What business do we have with young lovers? The boss's wife rolled her eyes, recalling how he had been murmuring in her ear just moments ago. And now he was not in a hurry. I'm so full, William. I suddenly do not wish to move. Carry me. Hermione, having just finished lunch, reclined on her chair without a care for her image. The warmth of the room enveloped them as they gazed out at the icy landscape and the wind that howled from an unknown direction, rendering them unwilling to stir. Come on, the movie is about to start. William tugged at her right hand, slipping it into the pocket of his coat, which inadvertently pulled Hermione to her feet. She walked lazily, nearly leaning against William. So lacking in romance, she muttered softly, Mr. Jones, Mrs. Jones, we are leaving. William bid farewell to the boss. Be safe. Young William. The Joneses returned the sentiment warmly. Darling, when will you take me to see a movie? Mrs. Jones suddenly turned to her husband, observing their retreating figures. Mr. Jones became serious, taking his wife's hand in his right and performing a gentlemanly gesture. This beautiful lady, might she be free this evening? Mrs. Jones disdainfully swatted Mr. Jones's hand away, exclaiming that at their age, such antics were rather silly. Yet, looking at her endearingly simple husband, her heart swelled with sweetness. As night descended, William and Hermione emerged from the cinema. A gust of cold wind swept by, prompting William to instinctively grasp Hermione's hand. The streets were adorned with colorful lights, and occasionally curious children gathered around a few reindeer. William looked mistletoe. Hermione suddenly yearned to grow up quickly. She enviously watched a couple standing beneath the mistletoe, then glanced at the perplexed expression on William's face. Oh, when will we ever get it? She sighed. However, William pondered what mistletoe was and if it was edible. He did not dwell on that notion, considering their youth. Moreover, that would be quite illegal. He looked at the girl beside him, wishing time would hasten its passage. Chapter 35, The Old Tavern. William and his companions rode in Mr. Smith's car toward a town on the outskirts. John Rose, long time no see. It feels like nearly 2 years, greeted the tavern owner. Henry, we have all been quite busy lately, Mr. Smith replied, embracing him. Uncle Henry, you remain the same. William remarked with a hint of exasperation at Henry's lack of boundaries. Still the same? Henry did not take offense and turned to Mr. Smith. No, just something casual will do. I'm waiting for a friend. Mr. Smith shook his head. We must share a few drinks soon, John. It has been ages since we all drank together. Henry pouted. Drink less. Your father was always opposed to you inheriting his tavern, Mr. Smith advised. You were such a downer, that old man. Henry fell silent and headed toward the kitchen. Hermione surveyed the tavern. It was small yet tidy. The tavern's walls were adorned with the teeth and pelts of unknown creatures. As she surveyed the establishment and its decor, she felt an unusual aura surrounding the place. These were trophies of Henry's father, a formidable hunter. A hunter? William felt perplexed, for he had never heard his father speak of such matters. In his youth, he often led the town's young men into the mountains for hunts, safeguarding the town's security. In those days, the town was far from tranquil, frequently besieged by wild beasts, resulting in several fatalities among its inhabitants. Henry's father, filled with rage, ventured into the depths of the mountains with his companions for over half a month, seeking the beast trails. Mr. Smith pointed to a pelt on the wall, stating this is his prize from that hunt. Henry, with a disgruntled expression, remarked, "That old man boasted to me about that tattered thing before he set off. Who does he think he is? Henry, I'm fine. Let us have some pastries. You must be tired after such a long journey, right, young William?" Henry patted William on the shoulder. "Thank you, Uncle Henry. Mom, Dad." Hermione waved to the Granger couple, who entered the tavern after pushing open the door. "It's been a while. Hermione," they all rejoiced. "William, you too?" Mr. Granger settled beside William. "It's been ages, Mr. Granger." William greeted them warmly. "Come, let us warm ourselves with some hot soup. This Christmas is indeed quite chilly." Henry presented several steaming bowls of meat soup. "Thank you, sir." The Granger couple expressed their gratitude. "There's no need for formalities. Just call me Henry. I'm also a friend of John." Henry replied politely with a nod. "Please, continue your conversation. I have a few dishes to attend to in the kitchen." Henry departed with a tray. The group, feeling quite hungry, set aside pleasantries and began to eat. The Smith family's old residence was not grand, but it occupied a large area in the village. 2 cars were parked in the yard, and Mr. Smith brushed the snow off his clothes. "This year's snowfall is truly substantial," he remarked, exhaling warmth into his hands while rubbing them together. "Indeed, it is the same in our area." Mr. Granger tightened his coat. The interior was modest. A 3-story house with furs hanging in the hall and 2 hunting rifles visible. Previously, it had not been very secure, often plagued by monstrous attacks. The Smith tidied up a bit. "I must admit, we weren't fully prepared for your visit," Mr. Smith said, somewhat sheepishly. Mr. Granger playfully nudged Mr. Smith's arm, and the group shared a hearty laugh. "William, do you feel it?" Hermione gazed solemnly towards the distant mountains. "Yes, the creatures within those depths are likely not so simple," William replied, also looking towards the snow-covered peaks. The creature inside the tavern was a magical being, its enchantment lingering even after all this time. How could they wield magic without possessing it themselves? Hermione found it utterly astonishing. William gently stroked Hermione's hair, smiling at her in silence. Hermione freed herself from William's grasp and shot him a glance, saying, "I understand now. Perhaps I was a bit too arrogant. Magic is indeed powerful, but ordinary people are not so easily dismissed." William reflected, "Can wizards and ordinary folks coexist peacefully?" Hermione appeared troubled. "In truth, wizards are merely humans endowed with magical abilities. It is fear and ambition that truly prevent harmony between them and ordinary people." Taking Hermione's hand, William reassured her, "Why dwell on such matters? Let's simply live our lives well. If anyone disturbs our peace, we can ensure they do not find solace either." "You are quite mischievous, my Mr. Smith." Hermione suddenly laughed, her demeanor softening. As night quietly descended, the village sky seemed less lofty, yet the stars shone brilliantly. From a distance, the warm glow emanating from the cottage amidst the snow provided a comforting ambience. Inside the tavern, Henry sat alone, raising his glass towards the wall adorned with furs. Despite several ventures into the mountains, he had not discovered his father's remains. He was unwilling to display a portrait, unwilling to accept the reality of his father's death. Staggering slightly, he leaned against the windowsill, gazing at the mysterious steep mountains, and drifted into a hazy slumber. Chapter 36. Visitors from the Ministry of Magic. Not only the Smith couple, but even William and Hermione were reluctant to leave, though they had school to attend. On the Hogwarts Express, William and his companions munched on snacks while discussing amusing anecdotes from the Christmas holiday. William was engrossed in the Daily Prophet. "Harold is to be tried next week. I hear the ministry will send someone to Hogwarts for an investigation." Penelope expressed her concern to William. "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that it's more complicated than it seems. I've heard the visitor is a significant figure, and to investigate Harold seems, well, yes, I mean Harold is not deserving of such attention." William looked at Penelope, puzzled by her sudden indignation. Whatever happened to the gentle, beautiful woman she once was? He instinctively glanced at Hermione. "Why are you looking at me, William?" Hermione asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Well, the evidence is compelling. You know what they say, you are judged by the company you keep." It seems Hermione, with her vibrant nature, has influenced Penelope's demeanor. He would not take the blame for that, and returned his attention to the Daily Prophet. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Cornelius Fudge was warmly greeting Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, it is a pleasure to have you host us. How is Professor Dumbledore's health? McGonagall pursed her lips, recalling the indifferent old man, feeling suddenly weary. He is quite well. Thank you for your concern, Minister. Shall we proceed? Professor Dumbledore awaits you in his office. McGonagall concealed her impatience, guiding the ministry officials toward the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore. It has been a while. Fudge approached eagerly, shaking Dumbledore's hand. It brings me great joy to see you as well, Cornelius. Dumbledore spoke gently, suggesting that they partake in a warm drink to ward off the cold. Before each person appeared a steaming cup, and they lifted their mugs to sip contentedly. Professor Dumbledore, you must be aware of the situation concerning Harry, one of them remarked. Indeed, it is regrettable that he has taken such actions. I feel quite sorrowful. As he was once my student, Dumbledore replied thoughtfully. However, I presume your visit is not solely related to this matter? Dumbledore's gaze settled on Cornelius Fudge. Of course not. We are here regarding another issue, Fudge responded. As you know, Professor Dumbledore, this involves many complexities, and we have only recently reached a decision. He glanced around, inquiring, is Hagrid present? I'm afraid Hagrid was not informed of your arrival and is currently away from Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. That is unfortunate. The incident was a lapse on the part of the Ministry of Magic, and we are here today to express our apologies. A look of sorrow crossed Fudge's face, revealing his genuine distress. I shall convey your sentiments to Hagrid. I believe you'll be heartened by your words, Dumbledore continued in a comforting tone. Additionally, regarding the Chamber of Secrets, the chamber has been sealed once more, and no further creatures will emerge. However, we can hand over the basilisk to the Ministry. Dumbledore interjected, cutting off Fudge's words. Fudge appeared somewhat displeased, though he quickly masked his feelings. With a smile, he remarked, Then I must thank you, Professor Dumbledore. However, we still need to take Harry. That is your prerogative, Fudge, Dumbledore nodded, turning his attention to Professor McGonagall. I imagine you must all be quite hungry. Please follow Minerva to the Great Hall for your meal. I shan't keep you any longer. This way, please, McGonagall guided the ministry officials away. Fudge seemed poised to speak again, but thought better of it and followed McGonagall out. Dumbledore gazed contemplatively towards the door. I hear Harry Potter is here. Is he staying at school over the Christmas break? Fudge inquired of McGonagall. What an honor that would be, Fudge added excitedly, having brought along the most professional photographer, convinced that a photograph with Harry Potter would grace the front page of tomorrow's Daily Prophet. Indeed, they encountered Harry Potter in the Great Hall, where he was enjoying lunch with Ron. Mr. Potter, Fudge approached, grasping Harry's hand as the photographer discreetly captured the moment. And who might you be, sir? Harry asked, unfamiliar with Cornelius Fudge. The minister? Ron exclaimed, astonished at the presence of the Minister of Magic, his voice trembling slightly. Yes, I am Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic. And you are? Fudge inquired pleasantly. Ron Weasley, Ron replied, shaking Fudge's hand, though he held reservations about him, acknowledging his status as the minister. Ah, I recall now, you are a Weasley. A pleasure to meet you. I've heard your brother Percy is quite impressive. Ron felt a tinge of discontent. Despite his brother's undeniable brilliance, his relationship with Percy was far from amiable. Fudge lingered at Hogwarts, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the young wizards before commencing his impassioned address. Now, Fudge had adeptly crafted his public persona, leaving the students less inclined to express impatience. Was it truly the minister himself who had come? Penelope was taken aback. Cornelius Fudge was, after all, a politician. William glanced at Penelope, his expression conveying a clear message. Do you think I am oblivious? He was not the most favored candidate for minister, and his ascent to the position was hardly straightforward. Penelope rolled her eyes. I'm not as foolish as that little Hermione. Senior, whom are you referring to? Hermione clung to Penelope's arm, causing her to feel a slight chill at her back. But then she thought, why should she be afraid? Moreover, with so many people around, was Hermione truly capable of reprimanding her here? Wasn't she just a simpleton, easily deceived by someone? She playfully pinched Hermione's cheek. Ouch, that hurts. Hermione, I was wrong, she exclaimed, revealing Penelope's playful yet somewhat naive nature. William observed the playful banter between the two, then turned his attention back to the fervently speaking Fudge, finding it all rather dull. He focused on the food before him. One must be proactive in enjoying their meal. Moreover, the culinary skills of the house elves seemed to have improved once more. Chapter 37. The Rhythm of Nature. Upon returning to Hogwarts, William and Hermione resumed their studies, training, and research, plunging back into their busy lives. In the Ravenclaw common room that night, the trio engaged in conversation. The effects of spells on objects varied. Some could last mere minutes, while others persisted for years. This required a significant investment of time to enhance one's perception. Helena's words were somewhat discouraging, yet both William and Hermione recognized their earlier considerations had indeed been insufficient. With a sigh, Helena remarked, "Everything in nature has its rhythm. It cannot simply be understood through another's words. Everything in nature has its rhythm." William and Hermione exchanged glances. Having never encountered such a concept before, "You might seek out a certain individual. She may be able to assist you," Helena suggested, eyeing the contemplative duo. Luna reclined on the tower's eaves, her eyes closed, extending her hand upward as the wind gently caressed her fingers. "There are many distractions surrounding you." Luna opened her eyes, directing her gaze towards William and Hermione. They extended their hands, feeling the playful and slightly cool breeze weave through their fingers. Yet, how could they truly listen to the rhythm of nature? Luna was attuned to various rhythms. In her perception, even the wind and non-living entities possessed their own breath. "Here," Luna offered William and Hermione a seed. "Plant this, and it will suffice." A seed? The two exchanged puzzled looks, yet instinctively felt compelled to plant it. Winter was not the ideal time for sowing, so they awaited spring, when the ice and snow gradually melted away. They gathered around a flower pot, where the seeds had yet to germinate, yet they were not in haste. The two had perused numerous books on planting. Aware that they were dealing with an exceptionally obstinate seed, the conditions for its germination not explicitly documented. Moreover, it was a seed with a fleeting life, sprouting, growing, and wilting within the span of a single evening. The two seemed to grasp Luna's sentiment, their hearts remaining restless. Hermione stifled a yawn and gazed at William. "Are we perhaps too inept? Or have we simply been too impatient? Perhaps we ought to proceed gradually." She stared at the stubborn seed. They had only been acquainted with magic for just over a year, yet had absorbed a wealth of knowledge. At times, she pondered whether they were indeed rushing. Such feats were not typically achievable for an ordinary adult wizard within 2 or 3 years. William shook his head and set down the book, sensing Hermione's confusion. "Hermione, what do you believe has been our motivation all along?" He continued, "It is not solely the pressure from the Dark Lord or other dark wizards." He looked at his hands, magic swirling within. "It is because our world is wondrous. We yearn to be seekers of knowledge. Transitioning from the realm of ordinary people into the magical world, we discovered the ability to wield magic, igniting our curiosity. Magic is simply too enigmatic, too beautiful, compelling one to dissect its essence." Hermione smiled, picking up from William's thoughts. "So, if the opportunity to study it exists, how could we ever abandon it?" They exchanged knowing glances. Helena was right. They were kindred spirits, zealots of research. Yet, they could hardly be blamed, for magic was indeed breathtaking. "I believe this seed will surely sprout." "William," Hermione asserted confidently, her gaze fixed upon it. "I believe so too." William nodded in agreement. The moonlight was gentle this evening, enveloping the seed as if caressing it. The seed seemed to sense something, quietly sprouting tender shoots, swiftly unfurling branches, blossoming, and ultimately wilting. Its flowers were exquisite, seemingly pouring forth the entirety of its life in a single night of bloom. In the girls' dormitory, Luna opened her eyes, her gaze drifting towards Hermione and then towards the direction of the flower. She could sense that the flower had blossomed, wondering what sort of flowers those two might yield. William and Hermione appeared to be transported into a realm of flowers, as if they could see a singular flower encircled at the center. Its life was brief. It was extraordinary. Upon germination, it did not conceal its pride or its vivid beauty, and in the end, it faced its wilting with grace. Both William and Hermione felt their hearts profoundly stirred, as if they could perceive the flower's joys and sorrows. They simultaneously opened their eyes. It was deep into the night, and they found themselves in their beds. As if by mutual agreement, they donned their shoes and made their way to the common room. Beneath the moonlight, the flower had withered, yet they could sense that it seemed to be smiling. Hermione closed her eyes, feeling the presence of the common room and the world beyond, sensing the existence of a blade of grass and a pebble. "Congratulations to you all." Luna emerged from her coat, her gaze fixed upon a wilted flower. "That flower is beautiful. I once beheld a blossom that flourished with its very life." As Luna stared at the flower, she remained oblivious to the tear that trickled down the corner of her eye. Chapter 38. The Flying Skateboard. In recent days, William had been acting rather peculiarly, his activities shrouded in mystery. "Mr. Smith, are you up to some mischief behind my back?" Hermione remarked, observing the cheerful expression on William's face. "Not all, Hermione. Tonight, I shall show you something marvelous," William replied, his tone steeped in intrigue. "What could be so secretive that it cannot be revealed now?" Hermione inquired, curiosity piqued. It is, of course, a surprise, Miss Granger, William declared with an air of triumph. Are you certain it isn't a fright? Hermione expressed skepticism regarding the surprise he mentioned. As night fell, two figures stealthily approached the astronomy tower. Under Hermione's curious gaze, William unveiled a wooden board, which she sensed was laden with numerous enchantments. However, its appearance was rather unappealing. The edges were uneven, resembling something gnawed by a dog. William appeared somewhat embarrassed, acknowledging the oddity of its appearance due to its hardness, which rendered cutting it unsightly. What, pray tell, has Mr. Smith been researching this oddity? Hermione questioned, her expression one of bemusement. With excitement, William proclaimed, "This is a flying skateboard, and it is the very first one I have successfully crafted." Hermione was skeptical. Does this contraption truly possess the ability to soar? And why pursue a flying skateboard when there are broomsticks? Of course it can fly. The concept is simple. Crafting one's own flying device is the epitome of romantic adventure. William's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Hermione, grappling with her mixed feelings, suppressed the urge to chastise him. Under William's guidance, the flying skateboard began to levitate gently. He performed a gentlemanly bow and extended his hand. "My dear lady, would you accompany me on a joyride?" "Please, who would wish to?" Hermione retorted, though she found herself reluctantly taking his hand. Together, they stood atop the flying skateboard, and William, like a child, exclaimed then, "Let us take off." The skateboard soared rapidly into the air, only to shudder violently, sending them crashing to the ground in a rather undignified manner. "William," Hermione sighed, "fine, I shall assist you." Following the unexpected turn of events, Hermione did not deter William from his research. Instead, she joined him in his endeavors. The previous flying skateboard was far too perilous. It lacked even a railing, Hermione suggested. "Indeed, and we must also enhance its weight capacity. Otherwise, it is quite impractical." William nodded in agreement. Merely adding a railing is insufficient. There will inevitably be moments when both the rider and the skateboard plummet together. Moreover, remaining in a standing position for an extended period can be rather exhausting. Perhaps we could design it to be seated or even reclined, William suggested. However, this would necessitate an expansion of the skateboard's surface area. Hermione did not oppose the idea. "Hermione, I believe the most crucial aspect is that we can incorporate automatic navigation." "You are correct, yet that alone is insufficient. What if it rains? We must also devise a canopy." "Wait a moment. Why does this seem so familiar?" "It resembles a vehicle." Hermione suddenly realized something. "A vehicle? No, my ultimate intention is to create a house, or what I would call a flying abode." William replied with a smile. Hermione felt something was amiss as she fixated on William's eyes. "William, you aren't planning to build this because I mentioned wanting to travel, are you?" "What nonsense, how could that be?" William naturally could not confess. Hermione stared intently at William, remaining silent. "Well, if it becomes necessary later, it could be managed." William instinctively touched his nose. "William, you are lying," Hermione exclaimed with a triumphant smile. "Then I must ponder what additional functions are necessary. Of course, invisibility is paramount. Moreover, when not cloaked, its exterior should be capable of camouflage. Spring has arrived, the ice is melting, and the weather is beginning to warm." William and Hermione sat on the expansive lawn, idly watching couples in love, dispelling the chill within their bodies. The ice on the Black Lake would soon melt, and they could fish there again. "Hermione, let us go ice skating next year." "It's a pity I forgot this year," William lamented as he gazed at the frozen surface. "That sounds delightful, but I do not know how. Will you teach me when the time comes?" Hermione was quite gracious towards William. "I am quite the expert on the ice, but I must say, I remember how painfully I fell back in the day." William abruptly changed the subject. Hermione nearly laughed at William's abrupt shift in conversation, but maintained a facade of seriousness. "Of course, I wish to spend time with Miss Granger. You know me well enough." William was straightforward. "Who knows? I'm rather hard to pin down," Hermione teased. "So, Miss Granger, do you have plans for tomorrow morning?" "I would like to watch the sunrise with you," William asked, taking her hand. Around 4 a.m, the two nocturnal adventurers skillfully navigated their way out of the Ravenclaw common room towards the astronomy tower. At this moment, gazing at their handcrafted flying skateboard, they both felt a tinge of embarrassment. The flying skateboard had indeed been modified and was capable of flight, yet it fell short of their expectations. It resembled a box designed for 2 occupants. "It seems there's a slight disparity between ideals and reality," William could not help but remark. "However, while the canopy is temporarily absent, at least there are railings, are there not? Shall we try it out first? This is undoubtedly a significant improvement over your 10th version," Hermione confidently asserted. "Then let us take off." The flying skateboard soared over Hogwarts Castle, the expansive lawn, and the Black Lake. Mr. Smith, it appears we have succeeded, Hermione exclaimed. Exhilaration etched across her face as the wind tousled her hair. It is now just past 4 in the morning, and we must wait over an hour for the sunrise. Is it not a bit peculiar that we remain awake at this hour? William stifled a yawn, suddenly filled with regret. Then you are just as unwell as I am, Hermione remarked nonchalantly. In the distance, the sun began to rise slowly, casting its golden rays upon the thawing earth, resembling a beautiful painting. How splendid it is! Hermione leaned against William's shoulder. Indeed, he said, reaching out to smooth her wind-tousled hair, gently embracing her. Chapter 39, Chaos. The weather began to warm, yet Hogwarts had been anything but normal lately. Tensions between the houses were particularly severe, especially between Slytherin and Gryffindor, creating a pervasive atmosphere of discord. Ever since Harrow was taken away, defense against the dark arts classes had ceased, and many wizards opted to join the dueling club. Recently, Slytherin had frequently been paired with Gryffindor's young wizards for practice fights. It remains uncertain whether Snape orchestrated this, but the dueling partners often harbored grievances against one another. In essence, the dueling club and Quidditch matches had become platforms for the young wizards to resolve their conflicts. However, such resolutions were not always effective. William and Hermione attended a dueling club session once, only to be left feeling bewildered. Techniques such as pinching noses, pulling hair, and even inappropriate gestures hardly seemed like a means to settle disputes. Furthermore, as wizards, surely they should not resort to brawling like common ruffians? Consequently, William and Hermione chose to steer clear of the dueling club thereafter. Yet, their absence did little to quell the rising tensions among the houses. In fact, the situation escalated over time. Aside from the peaceful Hufflepuffs, even the Ravenclaws sought to involve themselves. William and Hermione understood that although Ravenclaw wizards were often aloof, they were not averse to stirring the pot. Even Professor Quirrell and Harrow were both alumni of Ravenclaw. William could not discern whether Hermione aimed to prevent conflict or simply wished to engage in some form of retribution. Although Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw had withdrawn, Slytherin and Gryffindor remained undeterred. The animosity between the two houses ran deep, especially with Slytherin's biased headmaster, who allowed their audacity to flourish unchecked. As for William and Hermione, they regarded these disputes as mere entertainment, unaffected by the turmoil. During a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Slytherin, having no stake in the event, foolishly interjected. When Gryffindor scored, the Slytherin students jeered from the stands, even provoking the other Gryffindors present. The Gryffindors, unwilling to tolerate such behavior, rushed over to confront them. Exchanging heated words, the Slytherins, forgoing their usual decorum, responded with the fervor of a street brawl. In a fleeting moment, an unknown young wizard unleashed their ire, sparking a flurry of action. This served as a signal for the sorcerers of both academies, who rolled up their robes and engaged in a fierce duel, employing fists and spells alike. Shouts of invective erupted from the stands, and a dazzling array of spells illuminated the scene. A young eagle from Ravenclaw had initially considered joining the fray, but a mere glance from Hermione transformed the eagle into a quail. To prevent any collateral damage, Penelope, the head girl, swiftly led the young eagles to a safer distance from the chaos. The Ravenclaw wizards remained unscathed, yet the Hufflepuff badgers, slower in their retreat, became innocent victims of the skirmish. Thus, what began as a conflict between two academies rapidly escalated into a three-way melee. William and Hermione observed with a mix of disdain and fascination, even offering commentary on the unfolding brawl. They had somehow procured pastries and sipped afternoon tea while relishing the spectacle. Penelope's lips curled in disdain at William and Hermione's behavior. Yet she soon found herself drawn into the fray. The young eagles seemed to discover a new realm of excitement, imitating the trio with fervor. He glanced up at the Quidditch pitch and then back at the tumult in the stands. The chaos below appeared far more captivating in comparison. A peculiar scene unfolded in the Quidditch stands. 3 academies engaged in conflict, while another academy observed their clash. This series of events transpired swiftly. Professor McGonagall was focused on the pitch and had initially acknowledged their quarrel. Such disputes were commonplace during a Quidditch match, where excitement often led to spirited exchanges of shouts and cheers. However, by the time Professor McGonagall noticed the brawl, it had escalated into a 3-academy melee. Her temper flared, and she bellowed, "Cease this at once." Her commanding voice brought many young wizards to a halt. Yet, a few particularly fervent participants, caught up in their excitement, continued the fray, even launching surprise attacks on those who had ceased fighting. The chaos reignited, and this time, they were less inclined to stop. Fortunately, the professors arrived promptly, intervening to separate the young wizards from the various academies. Professor McGonagall wore a stern expression, while Professor Snape's countenance was equally grim, as it was their two academies that had first instigated the confrontation. Gryffindor and Slytherin lost 200 points each, while Hufflepuff incurred a penalty of 100 points. McGonagall's voice trembled with indignation as she spoke. The Badgers, only marginally affected, felt little impact from the point deduction. Conversely, the young wizards of Gryffindor and Slytherin bore bruised faces, now glaring at each other with mutual animosity. It was not difficult to surmise that once the professors departed, hostilities would resume. However, after a brief period of reflection and under the watchful gaze of their respective heads, they ultimately settled down. Professor McGonagall's ire had somewhat subsided as she led them to the hospital wing to seek Madame Pomfrey. Although bruises and contusions were trivial matters for wizards, the chaotic spells they cast were another story altogether. The tumult seemed to be quelled, yet beneath the surface, tensions simmered. The atmosphere during classes and meals in the Great Hall was palpably strained. It was a relief that no physical altercations had erupted. Of course, this did not concern William and Hermione, which was quite typical, at least for those two houses. In truth, it was merely the young wizards from those two colleges who, having their fill, sought trouble for the sake of it. A few missed meals or a sound thrashing would surely quell their antics. They ought to take note of the Ravenclaw students, who were remarkably well-behaved, completely devoid of any rebellious phase. Chapter 40, The Blockade. William hesitated, pondering whether to enroll in two classes that clashed in timing. He was intrigued by the time turner, yet upon reflection, it seemed one needed to be a model student to apply for it. Without further deliberation, he promptly selected ancient runes and divination. Divination? Hermione was curious about William's choice. Ancient runes was a prerequisite for studying ancient magical scripts, so that choice was reasonable. However, his selection of divination was rather peculiar. Alas, there were no alternatives. If given the choice, he would have preferred to enroll in just one. After all, next year, care of magical creatures would be taught by Hagrid. Just imagining what his class would be like filled William with apprehension. As for arithmancy and Muggle studies, those were not even worth considering. In truth, William's greatest desire was to take alchemy, but that was reserved for 6th years, and the esteemed Professor Flammel was presumably long gone. Since the chaotic melee on the Quidditch stands, relations among the houses had grown tense, and Hogwarts was on the verge of becoming a powder keg. William, do you have any ideas on how to settle them down? Penelope collapsed onto the common room sofa. Recently, the most burdened were the prefects like herself, and she felt a surge of annoyance upon witnessing the brawling young wizards. Although Ravenclaw had been subdued, other houses constantly stirred up issues that left them frazzled. Why would you think I would know how to resolve this? William continued his reading, unwilling to involve himself in such troublesome affairs. Seeing William's reluctance, Penelope dashed off to find Hermione. Please, lend me a hand. I truly wish to give those troublemakers a good thrashing. Penelope looked at Hermione with tear-filled eyes, as if abandoned. Senior, didn't you say so yourself? Just give them a good beating. If one thrashing isn't enough, then a few more will do. Hermione calmly responded to Penelope. I believe they're just bored and in need of a good scolding. Otherwise, how could they have such energy? She added. Hermione was right. Initially, William had contemplated suggesting to the professors to assign more homework, but what benefit would that bring him? He closed his book. A thrashing? The glimmer in Penelope's eyes revealed her newfound resolve. However, I am the class leader. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Penelope felt a hint of modesty, as she did not doubt her own abilities compared to those two young wizards from the other academy. Hence, she never considered the possibility of defeat. It is indeed rather improper. William tossed a mask to Penelope, reminding her to maintain her image. Wouldn't you agree, senior? This is quite embarrassing, Penelope thought, as she tucked away the mask and swiftly departed. Await my good news. In the evening, within the Slytherin common room, a young wizard clad in Slytherin robes was unceremoniously kicked in by a figure. The Slytherin wizards, who were deliberating on their mischievous plans, simultaneously lifted their heads to gaze at the newcomer. Penelope was no weakling, and she often practiced alongside Hermione and William. These young wizards were certainly no match for her. It seems I am not particularly welcomed, am I? A voice echoed, ambiguous in its gender. Haven't you all been rather irritable lately? Allow me to give you a good beating now. Will be a one-on-one duel or a group brawl. The masked figure arrogantly proclaimed these shameful lines. One bystander remarked that one must deliver a harsh taunt before striking, and one should flaunt as much as possible. After all, one's imposing presence should not be overshadowed by others. Otherwise, the joy of the confrontation diminishes significantly. Is he mocking us? One bystander promptly drew his wand and stepped forward, only to be swiftly kicked out by the masked figure. The bystander had not anticipated that the opponent would disregard the conventions of dueling, casting a hidden blow, and before he could utter a word, he fainted outright. What do you mean? I am not here to duel. I am here to stir trouble. Upon uttering these words, Penelope felt a significant release from her pent-up frustrations over the past few days, and indeed, William was right. The sensation was quite delightful. The Slytherin common room was enchanted by William and Hermione, ensuring that the ruckus within would remain unheard. As for any potential informants, did they think that William and Hermione blocking the entrance was merely decorative? Wasn't Penelope once a gentle and beautiful soul? How did she transform into this? William glanced at Hermione beside him. Mr. Smith, what do you mean by that? Hermione pretended not to understand. William chose not to expose Hermione's pretense. After all, life must go on, wouldn't you agree? Before long, Penelope emerged from the Slytherin common room. I am utterly exhausted. Penelope stretched her limbs, her words suggesting fatigue. It was evident to all that she was exhilarated. No. I was wrong. Let us move to the next venue, Penelope said, ingratiating herself with Hermione. At breakfast the following day, the young wizards from Slytherin and Gryffindor entered the hall, each bearing bruised faces. Upon witnessing each other's disheveled states, they found a peculiar sense of balance within themselves. Moreover, neither side had the inclination to continue their mutual antagonism. Hermione, I must tell you, they are exceedingly weak. They couldn't even cast a complete ironclad charm. When I fought them yesterday, their spells lacked potency. I hardly needed to evade. Their incantations could not touch me at all. Penelope's tone shifted from excitement to despondency, for within the ranks were seventh-year wizards, yet their caliber remained disappointingly low. Fortunately, she had encountered William and Hermione, two individuals of remarkable worth. Sister, do not dwell on this, Hermione consoled Penelope, as they had grown accustomed to a life of comfort. Most of them resided in the wizarding world, segregated from the realm of ordinary people. Aside from exceptional circumstances, they merely drifted along. I am well aware, Penelope reflected, and I understand that their current weakness is but a transient phase. When they apply themselves earnestly, their innate talents will truly shine. Penelope grasped these truths. She was merely enveloped in a haze of uncertainty. Sister, do you aspire to be the Minister of Magic? Hermione suddenly inquired. Huh? Penelope responded, her expression one of surprise. I had intended to work at the ministry after graduation, but becoming the minister is beyond our reach. No, Hermione meant to ask if you desire it. William interjected, his gaze fixed on Penelope. Of course, who wouldn't he? Penelope replied, looking at the two of them. Is that even a question? Then you shall certainly achieve it, sister. William nodded. You must have some friends. If they too become formidable, wouldn't that bolster your chances? You mean? Penelope was taken aback. A leader ought to have followers. Compared to that abysmal ministry, aren't your friends more trustworthy? Rest assured, we shall support you wholeheartedly. After all, your ascension to the position of Minister of Magic would bring us great joy. William expressed his disdain for Fudge, the self-serving politician. Both he and Hermione had no aspirations to occupy such a position themselves. Though Penelope hailed from a humble background, she was a prefect and poised to become the student council president the following year, which was no small feat. Sometimes I think you two are crazy. But who isn't a little mad? Penelope suddenly laughed. I promise you, I shall pursue it. Chapter 41. The conclusion of the academic year. Following the incident where Penelope had blocked their exit, the young wizards had indeed settled down considerably, especially as the end of term approached, bringing with it an abundance of assignments. Penelope had been quite busy of late, reaching out to her friends and hearing about a study exchange group she had organized. Aspiring to be the Minister of Magic was an audacious ambition. Just the opposition from pure-blood wizards was enough to daunt Penelope. Yet, sometimes individuals require a spark of motivation. Even if she ultimately did not attain the position, she would have no regrets. Of course, the possibility remained significant. During the Wizarding War, the ministry would be purged by the Dark Lord. Following the conflict, the families supporting the Dark Lord would also be swept away, leaving behind a landscape where the once mighty wizards had largely perished. This was indeed lamentable, yet it could very well be Penelope's greatest opportunity. William and Hermione refrained from intervening. Recognizing that this matter belonged to Penelope alone, their support not akin to that of subordinates. They too had been occupied these days, attending classes, practicing, and occasionally indulging in leisure. Time flew swiftly, and the end-of-term examinations loomed once more. The library had been nearly full every day, with many students scrambling to cram at the last minute. In the past, they had enjoyed themselves immensely, but as the examination period approached, their spirits dampened. The twins from Gryffindor seized the opportunity to sell illicit trinkets to the young wizards during this tense time. However, their enterprise nearly met with disaster when Professor McGonagall almost caught them. In truth, their magical items could only deceive the naive first-year students. After all, cheating with magical devices during examinations at Hogwarts is no trivial matter. Such individuals likely no longer require education at Hogwarts, for it would be a waste of their talents. William felt a pang of regret. Originally, due to the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, they were exempt from examinations, leaving only the defense against the dark arts class untouched. It seemed that Dumbledore had not found a suitable scapegoat. Thus, the defense against the dark arts lessons were abruptly halted after Christmas. Nevertheless, whether or not the class continued was inconsequential. Second-year students lacked flying lessons and were required to sit for 7 examinations, which included both written and practical components. This year's examination papers held no surprises, primarily revisiting previously taught material supplemented with a few more profound inquiries. Some questions appeared rather peculiar, leaving William to wonder about the mental state of the professor responsible for crafting them. The examination for their head of House's Charms class necessitated the casting of a spell deemed not too difficult, while the potions exam required the brewing of a potion specified by Snape. As for the Transfiguration class, taught by the cat Animagus, students were tasked with transforming objects into designated shapes. Last year's examination involved turning a mouse into a snuff box. Hogwarts does not entertain the notion of students repeating a year, so William was uncertain if anyone would truly fail. Examination days were not fixed, typically spanning 3 days, and following the tests, the young wizards experienced their most jubilant moments. During this period, the number of students caught out after dark was at its peak, actively diminishing their house points. It is worth mentioning that no significant incidents occurred recently, and the point-adding fanatic seemed unable to bolster Gryffindor's score. Furthermore, Gryffindor lost 200 points during the initial chaos of the Interhouse Brawl. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin incurred substantial point deductions during their mutual provocations. Although Ravenclaw did not win the Quidditch Cup, they still led Slytherin by nearly 200 points. One particular old bee should not be so brazen, William mused, though he could not be certain of what antics the old bee might conjure. Indeed, mischief soon followed. After the examinations, a dueling competition was announced, with all points earned contributing to house totals. William felt somewhat embarrassed to speculate on the true intentions of the old bee. Upon realizing this, both he and Hermione chose to disregard him. Penelope was not in the mood to engage in childish games with those young wizards. She was preoccupied with seeking like-minded companions. This dueling tournament was especially popular among the young wizards, as it provided a legitimate opportunity to fight while earning points. This time, however, the objectives of the Gryffindor and Slytherin students appeared rather similar, though they were unlikely to realize this. In recent days, with no classes to attend, William and Hermione spent the majority of their time in the Room of Requirement, engaging not only in combat, but also conversing with Helena. A ghost that has existed for millennia is no simple matter, especially one like Helena, the daughter of Ravenclaw. Although she has lived in the shadow of Lady Ravenclaw, the comparison depends greatly on the context. At times, they would accompany Luna to immerse themselves in nature, listening to its rhythms, which elevated their spirits considerably. Naturally, they would also gather with a few close friends for a meal, sharing conversations and unwinding. The Black Lake is home to numerous creatures, yet William consistently found himself empty-handed, while Hermione effortlessly caught fish. Initially, he thought it was merely a beginner's luck, but he soon abandoned the notion of self-deception. Amidst Hermione's teasing laughter, William roasted the fish she caught, devouring them almost entirely. Hermione worried he might choke. After consuming one fish herself, feeling somewhat greasy, she observed his childish antics. It can be said that these past days brought much joy to both William and Hermione. As for the end-of-year banquet, they chose not to attend and had no desire to do so. Meanwhile, Harry Potter and his knight had been in the spotlight, accumulating a significant number of house points. Under Snape's meticulous guidance, their disarming spells had improved considerably, allowing them to defeat numerous opponents. However, thoughts of their house winning the House Cup dissipated as they joyously celebrated. The Slytherin Snakes, lacking the coveted cup once again, found their spirits understandably low. Yet, their head of house remained silent, compelling them to endure in silence, as they dared not speak out against the formidable Professor McGonagall, who chirped about her recent accomplishments, leaving them to listen. Nevertheless, Penelope truly possessed some talent. She had managed to rally a few friends in support of her and began to guide their training. Wearily, she observed the two carefree individuals, wondering if they feared eavesdroppers. Unbeknownst to them, Penelope placed great trust in William and Hermione, genuinely considering them reliable friends. She was no fool. She only shed her pretense in their presence. Chapter 42. Return to the Old Manor. This holiday season, William and Hermione planned to spend their time at William's ancestral home. The two had always been curious about that remote house nestled in the mountains. However, despite their eagerness, their parents were not so carefree as to allow two boys, not yet 14, to venture alone into the old manor. It took considerable effort for the pair to gain their parents' consent, who were swayed by the fact that William and Hermione were no ordinary children. Acknowledging that certain matters were beyond their control, they reluctantly permitted William and Hermione their freedom. In stark contrast to the snow-laden landscape of Christmas, the summer countryside was a vibrant tapestry of verdant splendor. The path leading to the old manor was a narrow trail, along which the two walked, catching sight of a distant cottage. The manor lay nestled within a valley, and as they continued along the path, they eventually reached a bridge at its end. On the other side of the bridge lies a soft expanse of grass, followed by a garden enclosed by a fence and that venerable old mansion. William and Hermione stand upon the bridge, gazing down at the babbling brook below, where cheerful fish frolic in the water. If only I could reside here forever. I find the air of London quite unappealing. William inhaled deeply, savoring the freshness. He could detect a fragrant aroma of grass, as if it had cleansed his very being, instilling a sense of ease within him. "It wouldn't be impossible, Mr. Smith," Hermione declared, spreading her arms wide and closing her eyes, as though embracing something ethereal. William watched her, the gentle breeze tousling her hair, and observed her almost blossoming beauty, reminiscent of a lovely sprite. He refrained from disturbing her, content to gaze silently. William, to have encountered her is akin to having saved the entire galaxy. "Come, let us tidy up. I'm quite famished," Hermione urged, clasping William's hand and hastening across the grassy field towards the old mansion. The house bore a thin layer of dust, yet the two of them found the task of cleaning rather effortless, employing magic to handle it with ease. Indeed, this place could be considered the outskirts of a deep forest, where magical creatures roamed, and they held no fear of the ministry of magic. Even if they were to come, they could easily cast a silencing charm. They were, after all, two renegades beyond the law. As they prepared the hearth, William felt a swell of joy, eager to showcase his culinary skills once more. His cooking was neither exceptional nor dreadful, yet in a country like England, it was relatively commendable. Hermione expressed her desire to assist, and though William initially wished to spare her from complicating matters, her determination was unwavering, even proclaiming her ambition to be the head chef. Considering her culinary prowess, of which he had no experience, he hesitated, sensing an ominous premonition. Trusting his instincts, he opted for a compromise, allowing her to lend a hand. However, in practice, she exhibited an unexpected synergy with William, even igniting thoughts of a future shared together. He swiftly quelled such fanciful musings, unaware that Hermione had softly smiled, sensing his contemplation. By the time they arrived, it was already afternoon, and their efforts could be deemed dinner. As twilight descended, the two reclined on the grass, with Hermione resting her head on William's arm, gazing at the distant sunset. "How beautiful it is, William!" she exclaimed, leaning closer, as if wishing to nestle into his embrace. Her tousled hair inadvertently grazed William's chin, tickling him slightly. "Hermione, it's not wise to lie down right after eating," he gently reminded her, feeling a slight numbness in his arm. "Oh, you are such a spoilsport," she teased, though her tone betrayed no disappointment, carrying a hint of playful sarcasm. "Alas, what a fate I bear." William chose not to disrupt the atmosphere. There was a little numbness in his arm. As the sunset gradually faded, night enveloped the landscape, and the stars began to twinkle clearly in the sky, casting shadows around the old mansion. At this moment, the distant croaking of frogs, accompanied by the calls of unknown creatures, gradually crescendoed, composing the prelude of the night. "Is this the essence of rural life?" Hermione's words floated lightly, yet distinctly into William's ears. With her eyes closed, she attuned herself to the natural rhythms surrounding the old house. "I can hear the birds, insects, fireflies, and frogs." Suddenly, she furrowed her brow, but a realization dawned upon her. "William, there are two frogs embracing each other. You should perceive it as well," Hermione teased, glancing at him. William was at a loss for words. How could he be so idle as to listen to frog croaks? Besides, she didn't even indicate the direction. Hastily, he closed his eyes, searching for the sounds, driven solely by a spirit of scientific inquiry, with absolutely no ulterior motives. "What do you think about settling here in the future?" Hermione suddenly proposed to William. "I would love to," But wouldn't he that make us mere third wheels for my parents? William pondered. He too yearned for such a life. Yet this was a sanctuary for his parents' romantic escapades, and he certainly didn't wish to be fed romantic crumbs. Then let us find a place even more beautiful than this, where we can live in seclusion, she mused dreamily, and then we shall build our own castle. No, wait, I still want to travel, Hermione lamented. There is no conflict, my princess, William chuckled. Who says a princess must be confined within a castle? Such sweet words. Mr. Smith, how many girls have you uttered this to? Hermione felt a flutter in her heart. However, you must not be absent when the time comes. You promised to accompany me. As William listened to her, gazing at the star-studded night sky, he felt a profound sense of relaxation. He had once wondered how he had traversed to this place, not forgetting what his mother had mentioned in his childhood, that his arrival was an accident, and without him, they might still be journeying. William shook his head. Perhaps this was merely a parallel universe. Who could fathom how many such realms exist? Time and space are intricate constructs, and William found himself unable to comprehend them at present. What were the odds of him arriving here? And how likely was it for him to encounter someone? Was it truly fate? William pondered. He couldn't help but glance at Hermione and smiled, deciding to let the thoughts fade away. Since he was here, he would embrace the moment, for the presence of those he cared for was sufficient. This was, after all, their first vacation together, and William tenderly stroked her hair. Hermione did not resist. Instead, she leaned into his hand. With her eyes closed, she seemed to drift into slumber. Silly William. Chapter 43. Daily Life on Vacation. William yawned, sitting on a wooden stump at the door, lost in thought as he gazed at the rising sun, reluctant to move. Before long, Hermione also yawned and took a seat beside him. Both had slept early and comfortably, and their yawns were not born from fatigue. It is a long-awaited sense of vitality, as the rural atmosphere appears to be nurturing their bodies. William, are you not hungry? Hermione cupped her face in her hands, squinting slightly as she inhaled deeply. I am hungry, yet I have no desire to move, William replied lazily, leaning closer to her. Shall I prepare breakfast for you? She suggested, though she showed no inclination to stir. After all, hunger won't kill us. We can attend to it later, William proposed. I concur, Mr. Smith. Although life here was quite liberating, they still needed to tend to the old residence. The lawn had grown somewhat wild and required trimming. The wooden fence had not been painted in quite some time. If left unattended, it would easily succumb to pests and decay. The garden also needed pruning of old branches and the removal of withered flowers. William was fortunate to witness a less delicate incarnation of the flower-burying maiden. This task was also a responsibility bestowed upon them by William's parents, as a small complaint for having encroached upon their vacation retreat. Nevertheless, the two found joy in the endeavor and had no intention of employing magic for a swift resolution, lest they forfeit much of the pleasure. William, I have brought you some meat, came Henry's voice from afar, prompting the pair to pause their work and look in his direction. Uncle Henry, what brings you here? William inquired, puzzled by Henry's unexpected visit. I am not here to intrude upon your romantic interlude, but rather your father sent me to deliver some provisions, Henry jested. He scratched his head, surveying the two of them, and added, be cautious in the evening. The deep mountains may not be safe. It is much better than before. Yet the occasional lone wolf still wanders here. You should exercise caution and refrain from venturing out at night. Although Henry did not comprehend why the Smiths felt so secure leaving the two young ones here for a holiday, he was a man of discretion. Despite his close relationship with William's father, this was ultimately someone else's decision, and he refrained from meddling. Moreover, his still functioning hunter's instincts whispered to him that William and the girl were not ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, he felt it prudent to remind William of the potential dangers, while also taking the opportunity to observe how much young William had matured. Well, he is not as adorable as he once was, but he has certainly become quite handsome, Henry remarked, appraising William, though he remained respectful. I shall not disturb you any further. Farewell, young William, and to your lovely companion. As Henry walked away, he waved goodbye, playfully teasing them one last time. What a peculiar man, the two mused as they watched his retreating figure, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They could sense the sorrow hidden within Henry, even as he projected an air of carefree nonchalance. The meat he brought was plentiful, enough to last them for 2 days. William intended to process it simply and hang it up to make rudimentary jerky, a flavor he had not savored in quite some time, which he dearly missed. Stretching his limbs, he surveyed the surroundings. All right, let us get to work. We should complete our task today. Renewed, the pair once again devoted their energy to the upkeep of the old house. As dusk descended, William and Hermione collapsed onto the verdant lawn, their eyes surveying the newly repaired fence and the meticulously tended garden. Beneath them lay the freshly mended grass, a wave of contentment washing over their hearts. The exterior of the old manor was nearly complete. Tomorrow's task would involve repairing the roof and tidying the interior. At that moment, they felt utterly drained, akin to two limp fish. Hermione, did you not express a desire to become the head chef? I entrust this task to you, William declared, his eyes closed, not even lifting a finger. Is that so? William, you must be mistaken. It was clearly you, Hermione retorted vehemently. You're being unreasonable. Ultimately, they resorted to a bit of trickery as the pots and pans in the kitchen began to move of their own accord. However, in the realm of wizards, employing magic could hardly be considered cheating. They were sincerely grateful to the inventors of household spells. What a convenience it was. The following day, they rose early, continuing their efforts on the old manor until noon, when it radiated a renewed splendor. In the afternoon, their attention turned to the nearby brook. They rolled up their pant legs, intently watching the water, which reached only to their ankles. They avoided the deeper sections, for if they were not wizards, William would not dare let Hermione venture into the water. What would Mr. and Mrs. Granger think if they discovered he had taken Hermione to play in the water? The dangers of deep water were not to be trifled with. Even when the bottom was visible, one could be deceived, and drowning was no trivial matter. A brook naturally held opportunities for fishing and shrimp catching, but it had been over a decade since William had last tried, and he felt somewhat clumsy. They refrained from employing their magical senses, as it would diminish the joy of the experience. "William, look!" Hermione exclaimed, having caught a small crab, calling out to him. The crab was diminutive, and William surmised it to be a brown crab. Although the Chinese mitten crab had invaded Britain long ago, it had not yet reached an overwhelming abundance. Nevertheless, he felt a sudden craving, prompting both of them to spring into action. At the dining table, William and Hermione gazed at the small fish, shrimp, and crab they had caught, their appetites instantly ignited. With no outsiders around, they unabashedly began to nibble on their catch. The taste was indeed reminiscent of the past. William recalled sneaking off to fish as a child, only to be met with a stern reprimand from his parents. In those days, he had been blissfully ignorant and unafraid, but after hearing of a child drowning, he had never dared to enter the water again. Lost in thought, his hands continued to move, and in the end, the two even engaged in a light-hearted tussle over their bounty. As for the outcome, it mattered little. "William, let go of my hand. That is the fish I specially roasted." Hermione glared at him. "William." Hermione stretched her limbs, clearly prepared for a friendly competition. Who was afraid of whom? They began to playfully spar, and at that moment, the fate of the fish became insignificant. In summary, it was a scene of two friends filled with mirth, indulging in their feast. Chapter 44, Pendle Hill. However, they had not forgotten their purpose. They yearned to explore the enigmatic mountains. They found no records of those mountains within the hallowed halls of the Hogwarts Library, yet they were not without options. The mountains? Henry gazed quizzically at William and Hermione, uncertain of their intentions. "Indeed, we seek to uncover the tales entwined within," William offered as a pretext. Henry scrutinized the duo with a skeptical gaze, acknowledging that this was no secret. "Surely, your father must be aware of it as well." According to the hunter's lore, those mountains had appeared abruptly. Long ago, there existed merely an unremarkable hill. However, during my father's youth, the mountains were visible to all. We had alerted the authorities. Yet the officers found nothing amiss, dismissing it as an ordinary hill. Moreover, not every villager could behold the mountains. Only a select few hunters and their descendants were granted that sight. At that time, the townsfolk believed we hunters had offended the spirits, hurling nonsensical accusations at us. It was only after a monstrous attack on the town, where we hunters saved many lives, that they began to quiet their tongues. Henry scoffed, disdain evident on his face. He had encountered those beasts himself, a pack of monstrous wolves. They were no deities. They could be slain, mere formidable creatures at best. Were both the attack and the mountains sudden manifestations? Hermione inquired with curiosity. Henry pondered for a moment, shaking his head. Similar incidents had indeed been mentioned in the tales, yet they had not witnessed the mountains. Furthermore, the discovery of the mountains was a story passed down from my grandfather's generation. They had supposedly formed one fateful night a century ago. Of course, that tale likely served as a mere fable for children. How could a mountain materialize from nothingness? I suspect the mountains have always existed, concealed for reasons unknown, rendering them invisible to us. As for why we hunters can see them now, we remain in the dark. Perhaps it is due to our heightened sense of smell. William and Hermione listened intently, contemplating Henry's words. It must be the gradually weakening invisibility and banishment spells. They had observed the mountains and detected such traces. Yet both William and Hermione were perplexed, sensing that Henry possessed no magical essence. If he was not a wizard, how could he, or those hunters, perceive the places cloaked by enchantments? The mountains resembled a prison, adorned with an array of intricate spells. Magical creatures were unable to escape, and those rare beasts that occasionally emerged likely did so due to ancient breaches in the enchantments. William and Hermione were astonished by the sheer number of spells cast upon that vast expanse of mountains. It was an exceedingly arduous feat. They could scarcely fathom who possessed such formidable power to accomplish such a grand undertaking. Such an individual ought not to be obscure. Who could he possibly be? Uncle Henry, could you kindly disclose the route to the depths of the mountains? William ultimately decided to pose this inquiry. Suddenly, Henry fixed a serious gaze upon William's eyes. Young William, you must understand, this is no mere child's play. Yet, he then murmured softly, but that is his son, perhaps. Are you serious, William? I cannot divulge this information. It is far too perilous. No, I must inform your father. Henry abruptly became agitated and hurried into the tavern's inner chamber. Would he refuse? Hermione tugged at William's sleeve, whispering. Moments later, Henry emerged from the inner room with a perplexed expression. How peculiar! He actually acquiesced. Henry shook his head, muttering, I should have known. They are precisely that kind of people. He gazed conflictedly at William and Hermione. Although your parents have consented, I have no grounds to hinder you. William. Henry produced a few carefully folded manuscripts he had safeguarded. However, when William attempted to take them, Henry grasped them tightly. I shall provide these to you, though I cannot ascertain your capabilities. But remember, do not act recklessly. Ensure your safety, understand? William and Hermione nodded solemnly as they accepted the manuscripts. By the way, Uncle Henry, does that mountain have a name? William instinctively inquired. Henry's expression turned grave. Indeed, my father referred to it as Pendle Mountain, within the old mansion. Both William and Hermione were puzzled. Why did he agree upon hearing your father's words? Hermione queried curiously. William shook his head, uncertain. If my intuition serves me well, neither my parents nor Henry possess any magical abilities. But how do they, or rather the hunters, perceive the places concealed by enchantments? Hermione added, I do not know, but for them, this is unlikely to be fortuitous. Perhaps it is a curse, after all. Hermione glanced towards the mountain again, posing another question. Why did Uncle Henry's father name it Pendle Mountain? Perhaps he discovered something, but who can truly say? William replied, shaking his head. I wonder if Mr. Smith would still dare to jest about me being a witch? Hermione cheekily winked. According to rumors, Pendle Mountain harbors malevolent witches, and many demons dwell within. Yet, with William by her side, she felt no fear of wicked witches or demons. The atmosphere lightened, and the two began to peruse Henry's father's manuscripts, studying the information contained within. The manuscripts illustrated their route into the mountains, detailing various dangers and their encounters with wild beasts. William and Hermione felt a sense of admiration. These ordinary individuals were the true heroes. Chapter 45, The Cottage. After obtaining Henry's draft, William and Hermione did not hasten to explore Pendle Mountain. They intend to refine their flying apparatus, the so-called Flying Hoverboard version 20. In the old residence, they find ample time and energy to delve into the study of this aerial device. The wooden cabin comprises 4 rooms, a viewing platform, and a kitchen. 2 of the rooms serve as their private bedrooms. One spacious room is designated as a laboratory, and another has been transformed into a storage area. The viewing platform, situated on the upper level, affords them a glimpse of the outside world, where they can also indulge in afternoon tea. Naturally, this endeavor is not solely achievable by William and Hermione. They have invited Helena to join them. Hogwarts Ghost is not confined to the school. She can venture out, though she prefers to remain there. Are you planning to create a flying magical tent? Helena inquired, surveying the quaint wooden cabin. William nodded, affirming that this was indeed their intention. Traveling with one's home is quite the thrill, is it not? Helena refrained from elaborating. After all, this was not a daunting task for her. What could be more intricate than the room of requirement? The ultimate realization exceeded their plans by incorporating a living room, adorned with books of unknown origin that Helena had procured. The living room was sufficiently spacious for them to train and test their magic. It must be said that Helena is an excellent mentor, reminding them to practice even amidst their travel plans. Their bedrooms, though not large, could accommodate a bed, a wardrobe, and a bathing area. William marveled at how magic could alleviate so many burdens. The cabin was designed to assume 2 forms, one resembling a conventional wooden house, the other a viewing platform. The platform's exterior mirrored that of the previous Flying Hoverboard version 20, allowing William and Hermione to interact with others. Conversely, The cabin form resembled a telephone booth and could even shrink to the size of charm. Once the transformation was complete, they meticulously organized the belongings within the old residence. After many days, their adventure was set to commence. Uncertain of how many days their expedition would last, they prepared an abundance of provisions. Although wizards can summon water using the spell awaken, they prudently brought along ample clean fresh water, for it is wise to be prepared. After all, these supplies could be stowed within a small pouch enhanced with the undetectable extension charm, occupying minimal space. Within the cozy cabin, William and Hermione gazed at their accomplishments with great enthusiasm. Nearby, Helena regarded the two with a bemused expression. William, it can carry us on our adventures now. Can't it? Hermione dismissed Helena's gaze, absorbed in her excitement. Yes, Hermione, William replied, feeling her exuberance infectious. Aren't you going to give a name? Helena proposed with a wink, suggesting that naming is often left to chance. She recalled the name room of requirement, which was bestowed by others, yet it resonated quite well. A name? The two were somewhat perplexed, as they were not adept at naming things. Let us call it the cabin, shall we, Mr. Smith? Hermione contemplated for a moment, and then made a suggestion. Once everything was arranged, William grasped Hermione's hand, and they settled in the upper tier of the viewing platform, which had now transformed into a cozy alcove. The platform was spacious enough to accommodate two people comfortably, along with a small table laden with various snacks. Helena, intrigued by the setting, decided against joining them, not wishing to play the third wheel. Onward, Hermione declared dramatically as she perched atop the railing. Understood, Commander, William replied, saluting her in jest. The alcove whisked them swiftly into the depths of the mountains. They were in no rush. Their intention was to follow the path traversed by Henrie's father, becoming acquainted with it before venturing into other areas. In the sky, their perspective expanded magnificently. The flora around them towered, diverse and peculiar in its variety. They inhaled deeply, relishing the crisp air, which invigorated their magical essences. Contrary to their expectations of lurking dangers, they found little to fear. While ground-level predators and the bizarre plants, venomous insects, and toxic mists posed threats below, up here, they merely needed to be wary of soaring birds of prey and peculiar trees shrouded in mist. As William admired the scenery, Hermione tugged at his arm, prompting him to look at her with a quizzical gaze. There's a pack of wolves, she exclaimed, pointing to a nearby area below. Following her gesture, William beheld a sizable pack of over 20 wolves, an impressive sight indeed. The wolves were feasting, their fur stained with blood, likely just after a successful hunt. These were no ordinary wolves. They were almost the size of fully grown male lions. William's eyes were drawn to the alpha, which was even more robust than the others, adorned with a single horn protruding from its head. It's my first time witnessing such a pack, especially one that has just hunted. Hermione expressed her excitement to William. He nodded, observing the distinctive shape of the alpha wolf, which stirred a sense of familiarity within him. The alcove soared not too high, yet the alpha and its vigilant companions quickly noticed William and Hermione, alerting their fellow pack members still engaged in their feast. Instantly, the entire pack ceased their dining, their gazes fixated on the two intruders. The alpha, exuding hostility, let out a defiant howl. They were merely passing through, harboring no animosity towards the wolves, and neither William nor Hermione bore any intent to harm. However, the alpha's arrogance was rather excessive, was it not? They deftly maneuvered the alcove away from the scene. Yet, just as they departed, a spell was cast towards the alpha. Struck, the wolf stumbled, nearly losing its footing before regaining its poise after a moment. Oh dear, Mr. Smith, Hermione remarked, casting a sidelong glance at William. If it were me, I would have delivered a solid punch. Is that wrong? Who asked that alpha to be so insufferable? William mused, considering himself not one to hold grudges, preferring to confront grievances directly. Nevertheless, it seemed that Hermione's transformation into this current state was indeed his fault. The once wise and kind girl appeared to have vanished. Alas, how deep is the ocean of William's influence, leaving tenderness to fade into the realm of mere acquaintances. William shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and revisited the manuscript penned by Henry's father. According to the text, the true animosity towards the townsfolk stemmed from a pack of monstrous wolves, or rather, a group of werewolves. Chapter 46, The Unicorn. William felt a tinge of melancholy. They were not demons, merely inviting them as guests and offering a health examination. These magical creatures primarily consisted of cat-bearers, gnomish puffs, and niffer-like beings. After their experimental endeavors, William found them rather uninteresting. Hermione was busy tidying up their newly constructed laboratory, organizing the freshly obtained experimental data. The Niffler possessed skills in excavation and treasure-seeking, while the cat-bearers could discern suspicious entities, abilities worthy of further exploration. Hermione couldn't help but scrutinize William. Surely, the cat-bearers could ascertain whether someone was a cat. As William removed his mask, a chill crept along the nape of his neck, as if foreboding something ominous. That night, their cottage nestled in a tranquil part of the deep forest. William and Hermione were perched on the balcony, indulging in snacks while engaging in conversation. They had begun to acclimate to this lifestyle over the past few days, traveling and studying rare magical creatures when they encountered them. Occasionally, they experimented with new culinary dishes, which tantalized their appetites. Thanks to following Helena's suggestion to build a living room, they could practice there. Otherwise, with their indulgent feasting, they might have gained several pounds. Speaking of Helena, both of them missed her and wondered where she might be at that moment. Somewhere in the forest, Helena involuntarily sneezed, startled by an inexplicable sense of foreboding that even a ghost could feel. However, she had no time to ponder it now. As she focused on the documents in her hands, demons, vampires, and other magical beings she had never heard of, this was becoming increasingly intriguing. She surveyed her surroundings. This place was anything but ordinary. Meanwhile, Hermione continued her conversation with William. Out of the corner of her eye, she seemed to catch a glimpse of something. After confirming her sighting, excitement surged within her. "William, look! There's a unicorn!" she exclaimed, pointing towards a secluded grove with palpable enthusiasm. A unicorn? William's curiosity piqued, but as he followed Hermione's direction, he saw nothing but trees. Just as he was about to inquire further, Hermione had already pulled him to his feet. "Wait, don't ask. It might run away." Her tone was tinged with urgency. William nodded, refraining from further questions as he followed Hermione swiftly out of the cottage and towards the wooded area. Lo and behold, it truly was a unicorn, William marveled. If not for Hermione, he likely would have missed the sight entirely. By the stream, an adult unicorn was drinking, its coat gleaming snow-white and its physique akin to that of a horse. Yet, unlike a horse, a long, elegant horns spiraled from its forehead, enhancing its grace and majesty. It emanated a hazy glow, as if infused with some arcane energy, evoking a sense of the divine. To put it more plainly, one could say that the unicorn is a treasure trove of magical materials, be it its horn, its mane, or even its blood. Its horn possesses detoxifying properties. No matter how potent the poison, a sip of water infused with its essence can effortlessly neutralize it. Its mane can be crafted into wands, with the core of William's wand being made from its hair. Furthermore, its blood has the power to prolong life and replenish the void within others. Although consuming it comes with the curse of misfortune. The unicorn spotted the two youths but exhibited no signs of panic, choosing instead to remain steadfast. Its speed was unmatched, and no creature could hope to catch it. Its sharp horn and formidable magic were equally fearsome. Moreover, it faced only two unseasoned adolescents, and it felt no threat. Should anyone be deceived by its appearance into believing it weak, the repercussions would be dire. Hermione approached, and the unicorn did not shy away. Rather, it leaned closer to her. "May I ride you?" Hermione gently inquired, caressing its mane. The unicorn acquiesced with a nod, accommodating her by kneeling slightly. Once Hermione was seated upon its back, the unicorn rose gracefully and began to gallop joyfully along the stream. Bathed in moonlight, they appeared to soar forward, akin to birds gliding freely through the heavens. William gazed at Hermione atop the unicorn, momentarily entranced. All right, William, stop looking at me with that forlorn expression," Hermione said, feeling slightly embarrassed under his scrutiny. William, though somewhat exasperated, was not truly disheartened. He simply had not yet processed the beauty of the moment. However, in the next instant, the unicorn laid down abruptly, having been rendered unconscious by an unseen assailant. The perpetrator bore no resemblance to the innocent-faced young witch. "What are you standing there for? Do something. This is a unicorn," Hermione urged. She did not intend to capture the unicorn for a bounty. Rather, she sensed William's desire to study it. Thus, they had to impose upon the unicorn's grace. "Fear not. We shall not harm a gentle soul," Hermione tenderly stroked its head. They were well aware that capturing a unicorn was no simple feat, which is why Hermione had taken advantage of its moment of vulnerability to incapacitate it. After all, they were not malevolent beings. Oh, how misleading that sounds. But certainly not villains either. Furthermore, aside from the selflessly devoted giant, their experiment had thus far been devoid of mishap. It was yet another night of overtime, but who could resist the opportunity to study a unicorn? Hermione had executed her plan splendidly. As dawn broke, the unicorn, lying by the stream, slowly awakened, as if emerging from a troubling nightmare. with a lingering ache in its head. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, it could not recall the events. How strange, the unicorn pondered as it ambled away, shrouded in confusion. What struck them as peculiar was the sensation of newfound strength coursing through their bodies, enabling them to run faster. William and Hermione observed the departing unicorn from the stands, a twinge of regret settling in their hearts. After days of close companionship, they found it difficult to part with the creature. However, friends must eventually go their separate ways, and all they could do was silently offer their blessings. To alleviate its sorrow, they bestowed upon it some farewell gifts, hoping it would not miss them too dearly, and that they would each find their own peace in the future. Tears of crocodiles streamed down William and Hermione's faces, their appetites having dwindled to the point where they could only manage 3 bowls of rice that day. Chapter 47. In the Rainy Mountains. The past few days had been drenched in relentless rain, the sky perpetually overcast, leaving William and Hermione confined within their small cottage. They intended to review their recent discoveries and take a moment to reflect. "Breakfast is ready, Hermione," William called out, but Hermione, fatigued, leaned against her chair, unwilling to move. The continuous dreary weather had cast a pall over their spirits, sapping their appetites. Yet this did not deter William. He prepared a large pot of medicinal porridge. "What is this?" Hermione inquired curiously, eyeing the pot on the table. It resembled porridge, but contained ingredients she had never seen before. "This is medicinal porridge. Just eat it. It won't poison you. Don't waste it. I've been cooking for hours," William replied, stifling a yawn as weariness enveloped him. The dreary weather had robbed him of restful sleep, and he had awoken early, unable to drift back into slumber. He scooped some porridge into a bowl, blowing on it before tasting a few spoonfuls. Just right," he mused, relishing the flavor. The medicinal porridge was indeed perplexing. If cooked improperly, it lost its texture, and overcooking could lead to it being burnt. "It's not poisoned. But did Mr. Smith forget something?" Hermione blinked at William. William, momentarily bewildered, failed to grasp her meaning. "Honestly, you hold a grudge. I only wanted you to take a break," he sighed. "It's delicious. I want some tomorrow," Hermione said half-jokingly, noticing how early William had risen. "Not a chance. Just this once. If it weren't for the fact that you've been looking so haggard lately, I wouldn't have bothered to cook at all. Wizards, like ordinary people, fall ill, and their bodies require nurturing. Can you teach me? Perhaps I could cook for you in the future," Hermione said eagerly, gazing at William. "That is quite unfair," William thought, as he beheld her glistening eyes. All right, I will teach you." He was easily swayed by her charm. After satisfying their hunger, the two reclined on the upper deck of the cottage, sinking into the lounge chairs. "I haven't eaten so comfortably in ages," Hermione remarked, rubbing her belly, a yawn escaping her lips. William sighed. That little which had nearly consumed the entire pot of porridge, despite his futile attempts to restrain her. Originally, he had intended to save some for lunch, but alas, it was all gone. He no longer paid attention to Hermione, pulling the covers over himself and dozing off in the armchair. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, and the oppressive weather was relentless. Hermione lay on her side, gazing at the slumbering William beside her, and after a quiet moment, she yawned and succumbed to sleep herself. Uncertain of how much time had passed, they awoke languidly, exchanging a glance that spoke volumes of unspoken understanding. Their senses suddenly sharpened, allowing them to perceive the persistent rain outside without uttering a word. The downpour washed away the nutrients clinging to the vegetation's surface, sending them into the earth, where they were eagerly absorbed by the verdant roots. Fish in streams or lakes leapt from the water, gasping for the fresh air. Magical creatures took refuge from the torrential rain, seeking shelter beneath branches or within rocky crevices. Occasionally, hailstones crashed to the ground, startling them into frantic movements. The rain seemed to carry away the summer's heat, bestowing a refreshing coolness upon the deep mountains. The two rose and stepped outside the small cabin, eschewing the use of their magical powers, yet the rain instinctively parted to avoid them. Standing amidst the rain, they appeared to be attuned to something profound. The rain seemed to convey stories and grievances, and they felt its sorrow. It influenced their thoughts, cleansing everything in its path, including the dust that settled in their hearts. At that moment, the rain appeared to possess emotions, or perhaps it was their own perception that imbued it with feelings. They understood the rain's sentiment and attempted to communicate with it. Clearly, William and Hermione were on the cusp of a perceptual evolution, capable of sensing the rain's very breath. "Hermione, do you feel it?" William inquired, turning to her. "I do. This must be akin to the world Luna perceives," Hermione replied, captivated by the experience. The journey of developing their perception could follow a gradual path, but transcending to a higher level would depend on timing. She extended her hand, and raindrops settled in her palm. Flipping her hand over, the droplets remained, swirling around her fingers. With a swift punch, the rain seemed to explode, creating a sizable crater in the ground. Indeed, a fist proves quite useful, she mused, glancing between her hand and the newly formed hole, then sharing a smile with William. He, in turn, discreetly drew the rainwater to envelop his body, forming a suit of water armor that brought him a measure of comfort. Hermione, rise and shine. William had called her awake early. He was determined to fulfill his promise to teach her. The still drowsy young which groggily followed him to the kitchen. Before long, they were busy preparing their meal. Cut the pieces evenly. This needs to soak overnight, but I've taken care of that for you. Low heat, low heat. Change it to low heat quickly, or it will burn. The young witch listened attentively to William's instructions without complaint. He seemed unaware of her compliance. Or perhaps he had noted it, but chose to address it later. Outside the small cabin, the heavy rain that had begun at some unknown moment gradually ceased. After the rain, although no rainbow graced the sky, beams of light cascaded through the deep mountains, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, gently illuminating the surroundings as if adorning these secluded woods, rendering the forest path resplendent. At that moment, the light streamed through the window, bathing the kitchen of the small cottage. William extended his hand, and a playful beam of light danced upon it, weaving through his fingers like a ribbon. He closed his hand, realizing he could not seize the luminescence. Suddenly, Hermione took William's hand, and together they basked in the sunlight. He couldn't help but gaze at her face, where a radiant smile blossomed. Indeed, she was the light of his life. Chapter 48, The Werewolf. Following the relentless downpour, the flora in the deep mountains burgeoned rapidly, and the fauna soon became lively. On this particular day, William and Hermione encountered an old acquaintance. No, rather it was an old acquaintance of the Lupin kind. The wolf pack they had encountered upon entering the mountains had now migrated nearby. The two were sunbathing, attempting to dispel the lingering gloom of the past days. As fate would have it, they crossed paths with the wolves, and their gazes met. However, they were not intimidated. Instead, they felt a surge of exhilaration. Rising to their feet, they stretched their limbs and approached the pack. To their surprise, a certain wolf king bounded over, nuzzling William like an exuberant husky. Had they been more observant during their initial encounter, they might have noted the mischievous glint in the wolf's eyes. So there would be no confrontation? William felt a twinge of disappointment. But what did this wolf king mean? Or was it spirit? If the wolf king had heard his thoughts, it would have scoffed in retort. What was wrong with lacking bravado? It was not a deranged wolf. After all, it had been subdued by that man due to its arrogance. Now, what could it possibly use to retaliate? Its head? Thus, the wolf king surrendered outright. Although the other wolves felt a pang of embarrassment for their leader, with their alpha conceding, what could they do? Since a fight was off the table, they decided to retreat to their own domain. However, to William's astonishment, the Wolf King brought him a message, news regarding werewolves. You mean you once saw humans alongside werewolves in a cave? Hermione furrowed her brow, despite the inability to comprehend each other's languages. The Wolf King and the two humans shared a bond of intuition. William and Hermione could sense the Wolf King's thoughts and convey their meanings directly to it. There were two humans and a pack of werewolves. Where did you see this? William inquired, increasingly perplexed. On the last full moon. He glanced at Hermione, sensing her curiosity, urging her to meddle. They chose not to follow the Wolf King, but instead inquired about the precise location of the cave, intending to explore it themselves. They cast an illusion charm and a spell to mask their presence upon themselves. Regardless of their transformation, werewolves possess an acute sense of smell. As anticipated by both individuals, the cave harbored neither humans nor werewolves. Utilizing their heightened perception, they scoured the cavern, and almost simultaneously, their brows furrowed in dismay. An underground passage had been unearthed, prompting William and Hermione to hesitate at its entrance, their fury simmering beneath the surface. Beneath the passage lay a grim accumulation of white bones, compelling them to seal it once more. The next full moon would arrive in 3 days, thus, to locate the werewolves, they might have to remain vigilant here until then. They were unhurried, and soon a cottage materialized in a corner of the cave. Upon entering, the cottage concealed itself from view. The full moon hung high above the deep mountains, and the eerie howls of wolves echoed from afar. Two agile figures crept inside. They were werewolves, while William and Hermione observed from their vantage point. The two werewolves searched the cave, but found nothing, prompting one to depart. Then, a man adorned with a gentleman's hat entered, astonishing William and Hermione, for all the werewolves were safeguarding this individual. 6 werewolves hoisted burlap sacks and unceremoniously discarded them onto the ground, their agitation palpable. Upon opening the sacks, 6 men were revealed, 2 of whom appeared disheveled, resembling vagrants. Their hands and feet bound, mouths gagged. They did not struggle, but gazed at the man in the gentleman's hat with palpable hatred. Do not look at me in such a manner, gentlemen. You should be grateful for the opportunity we present you to become a new breed of humanity. Should you choose not to cooperate, we shall have no choice but to seek out your families. Gentlemen, you still have time to contemplate your decision. As soon as the man concluded his statement, a middle-aged gentleman clad in a beige coat appeared behind him. Sir, the injections may commence, he announced, bowing to the man in the hat. The middle-aged man then turned towards the 6 subjects, a cruel smile etched upon his face. Gentlemen, you ought to express gratitude for our mercy. The injection will enhance your likelihood of becoming new humans. What a splendid performance this is, you mere muggles. A mocking voice interrupted their exchange. The werewolves swiftly reacted, intent on tearing the 2 intruders apart, only to be halted by the gentleman in the hat. Muggles, it seems you 2 are the so-called wizards, he remarked with a youthful smile. You are aware of the existence of the magical realm. You are not to be underestimated. Indeed, they are a most enviable group. The man directed a peculiar smile towards William. Are you here to thwart our plans? Yet, with your limited capabilities, I wonder how you intend to impede me. How many of you can you truly contend with? A pack of werewolves encircled them. It was indeed a bit troublesome. However, if you are all werewolves, the task becomes considerably simpler. In the sky, several enormous convex lenses appeared, refracting beams of moonlight, which drove the werewolves into a frenzy. They became ensnared in a confined space, engaging in fratricidal chaos. Over these 3 days, they had not simply waited idly. They were undoubtedly making preparations. What I had not anticipated was the presence of an additional vampire. I have previously mentioned that I am not a paragon of virtue. It occurs to me that I have yet to apologize for my oversight. Pray tell, when did your association commence? The masked man grasped the mouth of the gentleman adorned with a top hat, revealing his sharp fangs. The convergence of vampires and werewolves is indeed a rare phenomenon. The masked man disdainfully wiped his hands. Do not harbor illusions. You shall remain oblivious. Furthermore, should you succeed in killing me, my demise will be avenged. I never implied that I would take it upon myself to eliminate you. The masked man retreated a few paces. The several men who had been bound found their ropes mysteriously undone. They advanced menacingly towards the gentleman in the top hat. United, they cast the vampire into the midst of the werewolves. How gruesome. But wait, what are they still doing? The masked man felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively shielding the eyes of the lady beside him. Truly, the werewolves are brutal. He had no intention of eliciting any words from that man. Whatever he might say would likely be a fabrication, so why bother listening? Chapter 49. Utilizing a blade to kill. The middle-aged man clad in a beige coat witnessed the scene and immediately begged for mercy. So you're still here. The masked man casually delivered a kick, sending the middle-aged man tumbling to the ground in disarray. Please don't kill me. I implore you, sir. The middle-aged man, trembling at the sight of the vampire's fate, stammered. I can divulge everything. I am capable of revealing all. Yet, I am not inclined to listen, retorted the masked man with evident disdain. No. The middle-aged man was quite content to follow in the vampire's unfortunate footsteps. As for the 6 burlap sacks, they were overlooked. Both men had long recognized that they had been outmaneuvered. This was a meticulously orchestrated farce. Indeed, when they sought the wolf pack once more, it had vanished without a trace. William, those 6 individuals have just absconded with the reagent from the middle-aged man. Clearly, they made their own choice, fully aware of the inherent flaws, yet unable to resist the allure of power. They had just conducted their own examination, revealing a substance akin to an emotional suppressor. Its purpose was to mitigate the likelihood of losing control during their transformations. However, these reagents were, in reality, rather ineffective. Moreover, it was evident that the vampire and those werewolves were mere pawns, their abilities lamentably weak. Although the werewolves maintained a semblance of calmness, they were feeble, surpassing ordinary humans only marginally, more akin to failures. Their understanding of sorcerers was superficial. There was no merit in expending time on them. Yet, they were exceedingly cruel, driven by a delusional desire to exploit the new humans for their dominion. They were but insignificant figures thrust into the limelight. Furthermore, their incompetence was glaring, their movements easily tracked by others. If one were to conduct experiments, it would be prudent to seek a secure location, preferably a secluded manor, rather than a mere cave. Moreover, there exists the enigmatic Wolf King, Upon their fortuitous encounter, a peculiar sensation enveloped them, particularly when engaging in conversation with it. It seemed to lead William and his companions towards that cave, as if deliberately revealing its presence. Was it scheming for the moment when the two would be marked by vampires, subsequently drawing fire away from itself? What manner of individuals were they, and what were their true intentions? Yet, to orchestrate a plot against them would not bring joy to these shadowy puppeteers. In a secluded part of the mountains, the Wolf King lay feebly on the ground, its body convulsing and foam issuing from its mouth. A figure attended to it, a hint of sorrow etched upon their face. "Master, it appears my mission has failed, and I have been ensnared by others." The Wolf King, capable of human speech, had previously sealed its memories to conceal its true nature, implanting false recollections. "They did not attempt to kill you, but can you still recall their appearances?" "I cannot remember." "Master," the Wolf King replied, its head bowed in dejection. "Fear not. Recover from your injuries. This is merely a mental affliction and shall heal." Their plans were not entirely thwarted. Although they had not successfully diverted attention, they had managed to siphon some of the enemy's focus, easing their burden slightly. William and Hermione chose to disregard previous concerns, recognizing the futility in worrying. "How did you ascertain that moonlight could combat werewolves?" Hermione inquired, casting a glance at William. "An acquaintance of mine claimed that moonlight could burst werewolves apart, so I decided to experiment," he explained. "Perhaps it was due to the werewolves being particularly feeble. The moonlight merely drove them into a frenzy." "How could your mother tell you such tales?" Hermione asked, her curiosity piqued. "They enjoy traveling and often recount bizarre stories." "I've grown accustomed to it," William replied, shaking his head. At that moment, he was unconcerned for his parents, believing that if he were in peril, they would remain unharmed. Perched upon a steep cliff was a foreboding black castle, where bats flitted about, occasionally preying upon their unfortunate meals. "One of my descendants has been slain by a faction of our kin. Ordinarily, this would bear little consequence, yet they were betrayed by their own subordinates." A particularly handsome young man savored a glass of red wine, licking his lips with an expression of obsession. "I warned you not to toy with those loathsome werewolves." A beautiful woman remarked, her tone laced with mockery. "They are prone to losing control, and should true werewolves discover your antics, how do you suppose they would treat you?" "Evelyn, you are hardly in a superior position," he retorted. "It matters not. At worst, I shall simply abandon that descendant." However, there seemed to be an underlying complexity. He detected the scent of juvenile scheming. He licked the wine glass clean, still unsatisfied, suppressing his impulses. "Evelyn, have there been inquiries into our affairs of late?" he inquired, fixing his gaze upon the beautiful woman. Evelyn furrowed her brow, her tone displeased. "Indeed, we are being targeted, and someone has even abducted my fledgling." "Are you certain you were abducted? Or perhaps you slipped away on your own?" the young man teased. "Do not forget this is my castle." Evelyn shot him a perilous glance. The man fell silent, acutely aware that he might be doomed to remain here indefinitely, deprived of the exquisite taste of fine wine. Sister, do you still need to study? Is my blood sufficient?" a young girl inquired of Helena. She extended her arm, adding, "If it's not enough, you can take a bit more. It won't bother me." Helena glanced at the documents in her hand and then at the girl, feeling an inexplicable pang of guilt. Sister, what is the human world like? I have never been there. I've heard it's filled with delicious food. What is it really like? I long to taste it, but they never allow me to eat. It's been ages since I last had anything." Helena felt a wave of frustration. After all, she was a ghost, and it had also been a long time since she had dined. "Oh, sister." The young girl seemed to have an endless stream of topics and resumed her chatter. Helena regretted bringing the girl out. She should have known better. These matters had nothing to do with William S. Hermione, as they continued to explore the deep mountains. Training, research, caring for their neighbors to alleviate their solitude. Sometimes they would bask in the sunlight or fish leisurely. Life was quite pleasant. Their days continued as they always had, undisturbed by minor interruptions. Chapter 50, Return. The following day, their parents would gather at the old house for a reunion, necessitating a thorough cleaning. Simultaneously, they needed to rest well in preparation for the upcoming new term. This year marked their third year, with 2 elective courses requiring them to purchase books at the Looming bookstore, along with other necessities. With just over a week remaining in their holiday, they had ample time to devise a comprehensive plan. "Hermione, it has been quite a while." Mr. Granger observed his daughter, noting how much she had grown. Children at this age seemed to sprout rapidly. Every holiday, they could scarcely recognize their own offspring. "And you too, William," he acknowledged, greeting a certain mischievous lad. However, he hesitated, uncertain how to broach the subject, ultimately deciding to wait for them to disclose whatever they wished to share. Some matters, if they chose not to divulge, would remain shrouded in mystery, and sometimes it was better to remain blissfully ignorant. Their parents also brought letters from holiday, including the Hogwarts book list and correspondence from France. Unable to locate the two, the owls delivered the letters to their home, where their parents graciously accepted them. The Hogwarts book list, it appeared, included several new textbooks, as it was customary to change them in the third year. Among the letters, Penelope boasted about her election as student president, sharing anecdotes from her holiday. Luna also sent some small trinkets, presumably crafted by her own hands. Both individuals felt an immense sense of joy. To the casual observer, these peculiar trinkets might seem odd, yet to them, they held a certain charm. They planned to spend a few days at home, with a vision of venturing to Diagon Alley the following Saturday to procure the necessary items. During these days, William intended to meticulously revisit the intricate narrative, for the third year had been rife with events. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He needed to ascertain that the storyline had remained unchanged. With his parents absent, William took a taxi to Diagon Alley, eager to peruse the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. A sigh of relief escaped him as he spread the newspaper across the table, pressing down with both hands, his mind racing with contemplation. Indeed, Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. William stumbled upon the edition featuring a photograph of Scabbers, the rat, on the front page. The Weasley family was prominently displayed, with the rat in hiding, yet still captured in the frame. Observing Scabbers, he noted its plump form and the missing digit on one of its front paws. The thought of it being a greasy middle-aged man, coupled with the idea that the Weasley family interacted with it daily and even bestowed affectionate kisses upon it, sent a shiver down William's spine. He couldn't help but wonder what expressions would grace the Weasley family's faces once they learned the truth. The mere contemplation made him feel a wave of revulsion, and he hurriedly dismissed those grotesque images from his mind, fearing that he might lose his appetite for dinner that evening. Reflecting on the plot, he realized that the principal events transpired in Gryffindor's common room and a shrieking shack. These incidents would also unveil the complex web of love and rivalry that existed between Harry Potter's father and his contemporaries. The Ministry of Magic believed that Sirius Black's escape was aimed at harming Harry Potter, using this as a pretext to dispatch Dementors to Hogwarts. However, the underlying circumstances were likely far more convoluted. Dementors were perilous creatures, although they could not enter the castle. They were not entirely controllable and could turn treacherous in pursuit of sustenance. In truth, there existed a semblance of cooperation between the Dementors and the Ministry of Magic, though there were always a few arrogant officials who failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. After Harry had inflated his aunt into a balloon, he was likely residing at the Leaky Cauldron, awaiting the start of term. It is noteworthy that Harry Potter was the heir of the Potter lineage, and their vault at Gringotts was far from empty. Moreover, it was said that the Potter family monopolized the shampoo market in the magical realm. The smooth and silky hair potion was one of their creations. Someone, it seemed, was reluctant to use the Potter family shampoo, resulting in his greasy locks. Of course, this was merely a jest directed at Snape's oily hair. The old bat preferred to conduct his potion research in the basement, and regardless of how clean his hair was washed, it would soon become greasy again. However, the greasiness might also be attributed to the shampoo he used. William pondered whether he should discreetly send him some shampoo, perhaps labeling it as non-Potter family shampoo. Without hesitation, he decided to head to the nearby mall to purchase a bottle of lily-scented shampoo and send it to Snape. An owl soared away with a gift box, and William eagerly anticipated the expression on Snape's face upon receiving the present. Of course, William's intentions were not entirely malevolent. Nestled within the box was a photograph he had painstakingly procured from someone. He lamented the effort he had expended, recognizing it as a form of self-deprecation. Yet, it was also a testament to his yearning for a cherished memory. If circumstances allowed, who would not desire to bestow a beautiful conclusion upon them? With a heavy heart, he gazed towards Surrey, contemplating his acerbic sister, who harbored a longing for magic while simultaneously detesting the magical realm. In her garden, the lilies flourished magnificently, yet she cruelly neglected the last remnant of her bloodline. Humans are indeed complex beings. At the Snape residence in Cokeworth, the old bat was concocting a potion when he sensed something amiss and drifted towards the window. An owl flew in, delivering a gift box. Snape, perplexed, meticulously inspected the package and, finding no curses inscribed upon it, gradually opened the box. He was rendered speechless. Aside from a bottle of lily-scented shampoo, he discovered a photograph of Lily from her childhood. Snape found himself murmuring, "Lily, Lily." Within the box lay a note that read, "If you wish to exact your revenge, Keep an eye on Mr. Ron Weasley Esrat. Chapter 51, Dementors. William closed the book, looking at her with resignation. So what is the point? It seems our ISNT won, but at least we could have a luxurious bathroom. Penelope's voice trailed off. Faced with the two individuals before her, she felt utterly powerless, wishing to bestow herself some blessings. All right, William, enough with the jesting, Hermione interrupted, casting a mysterious glance at Penelope as she presented a gift box. This is our gift to you. Penelope beamed with joy, incredulously pointing at herself. Me? This is for me? She immediately cradled the box in her arms, casting a pitiful look at Hermione. Look, Hermione, your boyfriend is bullying me. She slyly wrapped her arms around Hermione, throwing a challenging look at William. As Penelope opened the gift box, she discovered a small pouch. Confused, she looked at the two of them, and upon peering inside the pouch, her eyes widened in astonishment. Shoo! Hermione quickly covered Penelope's mouth and winked at her. Indeed, they were outlaws. These two disregarded the Ministry of Magic's regulations, explaining their indifference towards the Student Council president. The future Minister of Magic, do not squander our goodwill. William chuckled. The pouch contained numerous magical items they had crafted during their holiday, primarily intended for her protection. Having such tools could prove life-saving in critical moments. Rest assured, once I become Minister of Magic, I will look after you both, Penelope exclaimed, excitedly pinching Hermione's cheek. The latter, with an expression of exasperation, swatted away her hands that were taking advantage of her. Having failed to become the Minister of Magic, she began to weave grandiose visions, revealing her latent potential. As the president of the Student Council, Penelope found herself inundated with responsibilities and was about to depart after a brief stay, but the two of them detained her. What is the matter? Is there something else? Penelope inquired with a hint of confusion. Be cautious as we approach Hogwarts, William whispered, his voice low. I have a premonition of impending danger. Both of them were well aware of the kind of person Penelope was and did not impede her departure. The Hogwarts Express glided along, the sky gradually darkening as rain fell outside. Having been on the train since 11 in the morning, the young wizards were nearly succumbing to drowsiness. Suddenly, Luna opened her eyes and gazed into the inky darkness beyond the window. William and Hermione stirred awake, exchanging a glance before instinctively encircling Luna to shield her. Before long, the train came to a gentle halt. The young wizards aboard were oblivious to the unfolding events. It was clear they had not yet reached their destination, and murmurs of confusion began to arise. Everyone, please settle down and refrain from causing a disturbance. The train will resume shortly. Penelope's voice echoed throughout the carriage. I am Penelope Clearwater, the Student Council President. There is no need for alarm. The prefects have already moved to each compartment. Prefects skilled in the Patronus charm, please proceed to the prefects' compartment. The prefects moved from carriage to deliver the message. If it had merely been an announcement, it would have easily incited panic. Having the prefects convey the information served to reassure the young wizards. Penelope stood atop the Hogwarts Express with several upperclassmen, their vigilance heightened against the Dementors. They had not seen any ministry officials leading the way, which rendered it even more imperative to keep the Dementors at bay. After all, Dementors were dark magical creatures, and they had never heard of them being granted the authority to enforce the law independently. Leave quickly and do not approach. You have no jurisdiction over the Hogwarts Express, Penelope declared, pointing her wand at the Dementors overhead. If you come any closer, we will consider your actions an act of aggression. The upperclassmen also drew their wands, aiming them at the looming Dementors. Penelope, must it come to this? A boy asked, fear evident in his voice. Dementors obey the Ministry's orders. If you're feeling cowardly, you may leave, she retorted sharply. I know them to be a gathering of dark creatures, and the train is filled mostly with underage wizards. Penelope cut him off decisively. We no longer require your assistance. Go inform the driver to resume the journey. Attention everyone, we cannot allow the Dementors to approach the train. The responsibility lies with me as the Student Council President. On the Hogwarts Express, apart from the driver and the vendors, the passengers were all students, lacking any security forces. However, she believed that the Student Council President must lead all students in times of necessity, standing at the forefront to protect them. Should any harm come to the young wizards aboard, she would never forgive herself. Truly, I wish I had not taken on this burden of Student Council President. Forget it. If necessary, I shall resign as the Student President and abandon any aspirations of entering the Ministry of Magic. They may as well send me to Azkaban. The more Penelope pondered, the more infuriated she became. Were the officials of the ministry truly lacking in common sense? She surveyed the older wizards standing beside her, acknowledging that their fear was entirely understandable. As for the legality of obstructing the Dementors, she too was uncertain. After the incident, they could report it to the ministry, and the blame would rest solely on her shoulders. Do not speak such words. We are friends, are we not? Despite their trepidation, they remained steadfastly by Penelope's side. The train began to move slowly, yet the Dementors paid no heed to Penelope's warnings, gliding ominously toward the train. The Guardians did not hesitate. They immediately cast the Patronus charm against the approaching Dementors. Numerous patron uses erupted from their wands, charging at the Dementors, though their patron uses lacked the strength to vanquish the creatures. Their intent was solely to repel them. By alternating the use of the Patronus charm, they successfully hindered the Dementors' advance. A somewhat ragged adult wizard emerged from the train, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he too drew his wand. A beam of white light emanated from the tip of his wand, causing the Dementors to recoil from its brilliance. Penelope exuded an undeniable charm, did she not? William and Hermione remained atop the train, refraining from intervening. The reason was simple. They had yet to master the Patronus charm, and they needed to help maintain order. Should the Dementors unleash their kiss, those wizards attempting to fend them off would find themselves in grave danger. They had considered the notion of capturing the Dementors, but tonight the greatest responsibility lay with Penelope, and they felt reluctant to compromise her. Chapter 52, Divination Class. Penelope reclined leisurely on the sofa, having enjoyed a remarkably carefree few days. Following the Dementor attack on the Hogwarts Express, she had undeniably become the center of attention. Initially, she had approached the task of obstructing the Dementors with fervor, but in the aftermath, she found herself regretting her actions. She had never aspired to be a hero. At her core, she was a Ravenclaw, a voice of reason who weighed the pros and cons. She was particularly grateful that none of the students had been harmed or lost their lives. Otherwise, she would have struggled to face their families. Upon the arrival of the Hogwarts Express, she had been preoccupied with the potential repercussions from the Ministry. However, to her surprise, before she could utter a word, the older wizards who had fought alongside her against the Dementors spoke on her behalf. They firmly asserted that the Dementors had initiated the attack, and in a bid for self-preservation, they had no choice but to retaliate, omitting any mention of Penelope. Even the Slytherin wizards, who had always looked down upon her background, remained silent, offering no opposition. Ultimately, the Ministry failed to obtain any evidence they sought, and with the professors of Hogwarts observing, they were reluctant to overstep. Furthermore, Professor McGonagall seized the opportunity presented by the incident to demand the withdrawal of the Dementors from Hogwarts, though she was ultimately unsuccessful. However, the Ministry of Magic had no choice but to assure them that such incidents would not recur in the future, promising that Dementors would no longer approach Hogwarts. Frankly, throughout this process, Penelope remained silent, subconsciously feeling like an outsider. She was rather confused as other students, along with Professor McGonagall, commandeered the conversation, leaving her with no opportunity to speak. Once the Ministry officials departed, the professors did not revisit the incident, merely granting each house an additional 100 points. Recently, Penelope found her duties considerably lightened. Many mischievous little wizards became obedient upon her presence. The prefects heeded her opinions as the head of the student council, and although minor disagreements occasionally arose, they were generally easily resolved. Thus, after her ascension to the student council presidency, her workload not only did not increase, but became even more manageable than before. This afforded her additional time to prepare for exams, study, and train. Moreover, in front of William and Hermione, she could finally hold her head high. However, it somewhat vexed her that they paid no attention to her newfound confidence. The third-year curriculum introduced 2 new subjects. While it seemed like a minor addition, William and Hermione felt increasingly busy. After dining in the Great Hall, they had to rush to the divination classroom to listen to a certain charlatan-esque ramblings. There are numerous methods of wizarding divination, including crystal balls, tarot cards, tea leaves, and astrology. Professor Trelawney specialized in crystal ball and tea leaf readings, and in the narrative, she foretold Dumbledore's demise using tarot cards. The centaur professor who succeeded her excelled in astrology. Crystal ball divination is a classic method in the wizarding world, albeit quite challenging, while tea leaf reading is relatively simpler. The young wizard showed considerable interest in the divination class. Although some students were skeptical of it, curiosity prevailed. A slender woman entered the classroom, gently cradling a crystal ball, and the room fell silent. William observed the crystal ball in her hands, a tool capable of both prophecy and weaponry. Professor Sybil Trelawney gazed at the seated Hogwarts students, her demeanor appearing somewhat dazed. "Welcome, everyone. I am Sybil Trelawney, the professor of divination." As she walked slowly, she continued, I believe passing the divination exam is not paramount. Divination is sacred. Many wizards may possess talents in various fields, yet they remain blind to the future because they lack the gift of foresight. Thus, I do not believe you will learn divination, for you do not possess this innate ability. Suddenly, Professor Trelawney began to mumble incoherently. The burdens of everyday life render my sight exceedingly blurred. If only I could remain in the attic for eternity. She abruptly let out a burp, found a chair, and slowly sat down, falling silent thereafter. The young wizards exchanged glances, each harboring grave doubts about Professor Trelawney's state of consciousness. William, that Professor Trelawney is rather peculiar, Hermione remarked delicately, having previously heard William praise her prophecies for their accuracy. Yet now she found herself questioning her reliability. Professor Trelawney, groggily awakening, propped herself up and murmured, "Oh, my apologies, I was just having a vision, The young wizards seemed to have a clear understanding of her eccentric nature. Had it not been for her audible hiccup, they might have genuinely believed she was foretelling something. Now appearing more alert, she addressed the seated students, stating, "Let's commence our lesson in earnest." Instinctively, Professor Trelawney scrutinized William and Hermione, her eyes seemingly stinging. She parted her lips as if to speak, but obediently closed them instead, as though her inner sight was cautioning her. Perhaps uttering her thoughts would lead to her own demise. A shiver coursed through her. Moreover, it seemed she had forgotten what she intended to say, shaking her head. She recalled the boy she had overheard. Although she could not remember her conversation with the headmaster, she was aware that the dark wizard had met his end. For Hermione, this cryptic class became somewhat torturous as she struggled to comprehend Professor Trelawney's ramblings through any logical lens. "Don't take it so seriously, Hermione. Just think of it as listening to a story," William whispered. Hermione nodded, glancing at Professor Trelawney, sensing that the professor had been observing her. It appeared as though Professor Trelawney wished to convey something, but was somehow suppressing herself. Was she alluding to some significant event in the future? Or perhaps to a matter so dire that it was unutterable? She looked at William, wondering if he might somehow be involved. Hermione examined her own hands, feeling her own insignificance. If only she were stronger, would prophecies even matter? She envisioned vanquishing all dangers with sheer force, rendering prophecies mere words. William's lips twitched as he observed Hermione's sudden fervor, contemplating what wild ideas occupied her mind. In Chapter 53, Professor Babbler, during divination class, the young wizards often found themselves bewildered by Professor Trelawney's enigmatic discourse. Yet, William found it quite engaging to perceive her words as a narrative. At least he did not feel bored. Hermione, however, was overwhelmed by the assignment left by Professor Trelawney, uncertain of how to approach it. "Do you know how to craft a story?" William inquired, having already completed his work. "Craft a story?" Hermione seized William's parchment, discovering his ominous predictions of misfortunes. "What is this?" After reading, she was astonished, noting who would suffer falls or face calamities. When writing divination assignments, one should embrace the grim. "Do you think Professor Trelawney will validate each prediction?" William remarked. "Moreover, one ought to be somewhat vague with the wording, and the events should be trivial." William imparted the legendary art of idleness. "You, too, might employ a few words to create an air of profundity, rendering it seemingly arcane." Hermione swiftly extracted a quill and began to jot down notes, her mind already weaving intricate arrangements, or rather, prophecies. Presently, the course that piqued the interest of both William and Hermione was ancient runes. William's curiosity was particularly captivated by Professor Bathsheba Babbling, the instructor of this esoteric subject. This professor was rather enigmatic, scarcely mentioned in the original narrative. However, to teach ancient runes, or even magical scripts at Hogwarts, is no trivial feat. Professor Babbling was punctual, adorned in attire that elegantly bridged the classical and modern styles of the late Victorian era. Her garments, devoid of the cumbersome nature of classical fashion and the revealing tendencies of contemporary attire, perfectly accentuated her silhouette. She wore a fitted wizarding robe, her crimson hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, exuding a unique charm. William observed her, while Professor Babbling regarded them with her keen gaze. Amidst a class of merely 12 students, ancient runes is notoriously challenging. Thus, it attracts few scholars, and she appeared undeterred by this. "Delighted to meet you all. I am Bathsheba Babbling, your professor for ancient runes," she introduced with a gentle voice, her youthful visage further enhancing her appeal. Ancient runes is a profound discipline, necessitating considerable time for contemplation and study. As William scrutinized Professor Babbling, he found himself captivated by her lips, lost in thought. After an indeterminate duration, he felt a gentle nudge, awakening him from his reverie. William, do you have a preference for older women? Hermione's inquiry reached his ears, laced with a hint of tremor. No, Hermione, you misunderstand, William reassured her. Look at Professor Babbling's lips. They were seated towards the back, and Professor Babbling seemed oblivious to their whispered exchange. Is something amiss? Hermione furrowed her brow, noticing that although she wore no lipstick, there was an inexplicable redness to her lips. You noticed it too, didn't you? Now observe her attire. Her hair, and that alabaster skin paired with a surprisingly youthful countenance. Are you suggesting? Hermione gasped in astonishment. A vampire? It's hard to dismiss such a notion, William pondered, his brow furrowed as he regarded the lecturing professor. Today's lesson concludes here. Feel free to continue your studies post-class. You may all leave now. Suddenly, Professor Babbling called out, Mr. Smith and Miss Granger, please stay behind. Both William and Hermione exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of her intentions. The other young witches and wizards said little, gathering their belongings and departing. Please follow me. Professor Babbling gestured gently, her movements graceful as she exited the classroom. William and Hermione shared a glance, nodded, and trailed after her. The professor's lounge was dimly lit, heavy curtains shrouding the windows. Upon her entrance, a few scattered candles flickered to life. Her desk was cluttered with parchment, and Professor Babbling waved her wand, causing the parchment to neatly stack itself in an orderly fashion. However, as William and Hermione entered the room, the door to the lounge automatically shut behind them. Instantly on guard, the two exchanged wary glances at Professor Babbling. At that moment, she seemed to have lost her previous elegance. Her lips flushed a deep crimson. Her nose twitched, as if she had caught a whiff of some exquisite delicacy, and she appeared utterly entranced. What a delightful vintage! Professor Babbling licked her red lips. William and Hermione grew tense, questioning her identity and her presence at Hogwarts. Professor Babbling seemed to find amusement in their inquiries, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. That is a question you cannot pose to me. I too am eager to uncover the answer. Suddenly, she reclined in her chair, propping her legs on the table, comfortably resting her head against the backrest, her eyes narrowing in bliss. William and Hermione shared a brief smile, easing into the moment as they pulled up two chairs. Professor Babbling, may I inquire as to your age? William's curiosity piqued. Mr. Smith, are you not aware that a lady's age is a closely guarded secret? Professor Babbling replied, without lifting her gaze. Lady? Hermione queried, perplexed. I was under the impression that the professor had been teaching at Hogwarts for quite some time. Oh, you two truly lack wit. The reason I summoned you here is that I have matters to discuss. I've been quite vexed lately. Professor Babbling rubbed her temples. That child's antics are exhausting. Even a vampire would struggle to endure them. Come out, Mina, she called toward a wall. Gradually, a door materialized, and a beautiful young girl emerged. Aunt Babbling, did you call for me? The girl exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Are we going out for a meal? Call me sister. Professor Babbling playfully rapped Mina on the head. Am I truly that old? Sister Babbling. Mina whimpered, her eyes shimmering with tears. At this rate, you could be my grandmother. Professor Babbling shot her a stern glance before turning back to William and Hermione. You both have witnessed this. This is the responsibility that your careless Helena has entrusted to me. Who is Helena? William asked, looking toward Hermione, who shook her head, pondering. I do not know her, but the name suggests she is a woman. Enough of this. Professor Babbling's irritation flared. We will take turns caring for this child. When you're unavailable, I shall take over. That is my boundary. Very well, Professor Babbling. The two promptly agreed, seizing the moment before she could change her mind. Chapter 54, Vampires. Vampires are indeed perilous beings, sustaining their youth by consuming blood, maintaining a relatively amicable relationship with wizards. The method by which vampires develop their first-generation progeny is through what is termed the embrace, typically occurring before the human subject can form memories. In comparison to werewolves, vampires exhibit greater stability. However, the process of producing offspring is more arduous, and they bear the responsibility for their descendants. Typically, after they sink their fangs into an enemy's neck, their choice often leans towards outright killing the foe rather than nurturing them into their progeny. Their minions, often referred to as blood thralls, are bound to provide sustenance in the form of blood and obey their master's commands. Should a blood thrall receive the gift of blood from their master, they may ascend to the status of a vampire, albeit significantly weaker than true descendants. Vampires are relatively manageable, maintaining a decent rapport with human wizards, though this applies primarily to ordinary circumstances. Within the realm of Harry Potter, vampires tend to adopt a neutral stance, in stark contrast to their mortal enemies, the werewolves who align themselves with Voldemort. Naturally, humans possess both virtue and vice. And the same can be said for werewolves and vampires, making it unwise to judge solely based on their species. Thus, William and Hermione exhibit no resistance, even a hint of anticipation in caring for Mina. Through Helena's research, the scent of blood emanating from Mina has been effectively suppressed, rendering it challenging for vampires to track her down. Consequently, William and Hermione harbor little fear of vampires intruding upon their lives, and their curiosity about vampires remains piqued. Professor Babbler glanced at William and Hermione, then at the innocent Mina, unsure of where to commence his jest. He pondered whether the poor Mina was aware of her plight, not only being subjected to blood extraction by Helena, but also becoming the object of study for the two miscreants. However, should William and Hermione propose a trade of food for blood, that naive child would likely consent without hesitation. Mina had been transformed into a vampire at a tender age, having been on the brink of death prior to her transformation. Becoming a vampire has afforded her a second chance at life, and her limited exposure to the darker aspects of existence has preserved her pure-hearted nature. Post-transformation, her thirst for blood is minimal. Instead, she yearns for human food, persistently seeking sustenance. England is renowned as a culinary desert, with its dishes often lacking appeal, yet the fare prepared by the house elves at Hogwarts is undeniably delicious. Furthermore, young wizards can convey their tastes and preferences to the house elves, leading to a rather enjoyable dining experience. William and Hermione, of course, cannot escort Mina directly to the Hogwarts kitchen for a feast, nor will they take her to the Great Hall, as they are uncertain how to explain her origins. Must they confess that Mina was abducted? That a mere ordinary meal could ensnare a vampire? In Professor Babbler's lounge, Mina is currently relishing her meal. Yet as she eats, she extends her left hand. William and Hermione gaze at the outstretched hand, momentarily bewildered, looking quizzically at Mina. With her head tilted in confusion, Mina inquires, "Aren't we supposed to draw blood?" Mina is not afraid of pain. Upon witnessing this scene, although they consider themselves far from virtuous, they momentarily feel like brutes. Moreover, one wonders what Helena has done to Mina, rendering her so adept in this manner. They both remained soft-hearted. After all, this was merely the beginning, and there was no need for haste, as the future stretched before them. William carefully held the syringe filled with freshly drawn blood, gently placing it into a box for low-temperature preservation. Perhaps it was best to start with just one vial. Professor Bubbling, engrossed in studying magical scripts, observed this scene and mused about the endearing foolishness of the little girl. On this Saturday, all third-year students and above were permitted to venture in a Hogsmeade, provided they had their guardian's consent. Established concurrently with Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to escape Muggle persecution, Hogsmeade resembled Diagon Alley, featuring a main thoroughfare flanked by peculiar shops. Professors and young wizards alike cherished their visits to Hogsmeade, where they could procure enchanting magical artifacts or enjoy a drink. Indeed, it was possible to reach Hogsmeade from the Room of Requirement. However, William and Hermione intended to go with their friends this time. They sat in a carriage drawn by a thestral, and it was the first visit for both William and Hermione, while Penelope chattered excitedly, sharing her knowledge. Luna had stealthily joined them, having snuck onto the carriage. The trio examined the thestral pulling their carriage, wondering why everyone else could see it, while Penelope and Autumn expressed their curiosity, but they soon regretted their inquiries. Yes, both William and I were blood-stained executioners, which granted us the ability to perceive the thestral. Be cautious, upperclassmen, Hermione warned Penelope and Autumn, a slight smirk curling her lips. How ugly, Penelope exclaimed, pinching Hermione's cheek, clearly unfazed by Hermione's ominous warning. They quickly realized they had asked questions best left unspoken, swiftly changing the subject. However, Luna remained calm and encouraged them to touch the thestral, assuring them of its gentle nature. Penelope and Autumn extended their hands. Though they could not see the creature, Luna guided them, allowing them to experience its presence, which they found delightful. The thestral was slender and felt somewhat smooth to the touch. Surprisingly, it did not react negatively to their caresses. Instead, it cooperated with them, displaying its intelligence and gentle disposition. Some say that witnessing a thestral is a harbinger of misfortune, yet it also serves as a solace for those who have endured tragedy. In the past, each journey to the station or back to Hogwarts had been made aboard a thestral, yet they had never broached this topic before. William and Hermione held a deep admiration for Luna, perceiving her as unassailable. They believed they could not emulate her resilience. In Luna's eyes, however, death represented merely another form of existence. She exhibited a rationality that belied her years, and the shadows of her childhood did not hinder her. Unfazed by the opinions of others, she relentlessly pursued her desires. At times, William and Hermione found it difficult to comprehend her, but they remained devoted to protecting her in their own ways. Chapter 55. The Escaping Speckled One. The Night Steed travels with remarkable speed, reaching Hogsmeade Village in no time. The young wizards are brimming with excitement, dispersing in small groups to explore. Passing by the Hogsmeade train station, the first establishment encountered is the Three Broomsticks, the charming tavern owned by the delightful Madame Rosmerta. It exudes warmth and cleanliness, providing a cozy atmosphere that the young wizards adore, offering delights such as lemonade, hot mead, and butterbeer. Would you care for some butterbeer? Penelope joked. Oh, you cannot, not yet at least. Hermione retorted, you're only 17, just a few months shy. And don't think we believe butterbeer is merely a beverage. How dull. So what shall you drink? It's on me, Penelope declared with a grand gesture. Then we shall have the most expensive, William replied, until we can no longer hold it. Due to Sirius Black's escape, Harry Potter is prohibited from visiting Hogsmeade without a guardian's consent. Nevertheless, Harry and Ron devise their own reckless plan. They decide to traverse the secret passage to Hogsmeade, dismissing any thoughts of danger. Recently, Ron has sensed Snape's gaze fixated upon him, particularly during potions class. Moreover, Scabbers appears to be unwell, restless, and anxious. He resolves to venture to Hogsmeade to procure some sustenance for Scabbers. After Harry and Ron depart, Scabbers, in a surprisingly human manner, contemplates fleeing. The Weasley residence no longer feels secure. A nagging sense of being watched lingers. With small, agile legs, he scurries swiftly towards the castle's exit, despite his rather corpulent physique. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure stealthily follows in his wake. Meanwhile, in Honeyduke's sweet shop, William and his companions are selecting candies. The confections are peculiar, particularly the cockroach clusters favored by the old bees, which unsettle William. Why do these wizards have such peculiar tastes? He muses. Although aware that they are merely sweets, he wonders if crafting candy in the form of cockroaches signifies some deeper madness. Nonetheless, they maintain a semblance of normalcy. Opting for more traditional treats, William and Hermione, who aren't particularly fond of sweets, intend to purchase some for Mina. Wait, could we not buy some of the stranger candies instead? After all, it's not for us, they ponder. Ultimately, they refrain from making a purchase, considering Mina's already endearing naivety, feeling it would be unkind to tease her further. Suddenly, William and Hermione seem to sense something amiss, exchanging knowing glances. They quickly excuse themselves under the pretense of needing the restroom and discreetly separate from Penelope. She watches them with a puzzled expression, sensing something unusual, but refrains from intervening, feeling they might be sneaking off to witness some amusing spectacle. Scabbers waits patiently at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room until a young wizard finally arrives to open the door. It trailed behind the little wizard, hastily darting outside. Fong could sense the presence of that dog, lurking close by. He understood that the dog's escape was driven by the intent to kill him. His feigned death had been discovered. He had to flee. Otherwise, he would be left with no option but to perish, for that dog would not relent. Once he exited Hogwarts Castle, he could perform apparition and vanish from that place. At that moment, no matter who sought him, he would no longer be afraid. Then he would conceal himself, hiding in a place where none could find him. He could not blame the dog. It merely wished to survive. Or rather, if Voldemort was still alive, still formidable, then he remained its master. Fong had never been loyal to anyone. He could sense the pity others held for him. He had always yearned for power, believing that only by following the Dark Lord could he attain it. Yet, the more he ran, the heavier his body felt. Was he truly ill, or was it the result of the strange potions Ron had given him? For days, that Weasley boy had been convinced he was unwell, employing bizarre methods to cure himself. Fong even thought he might not need to wait for the dog, but would succumb at the hands of that boy. Breathing heavily, he resolved to rest for a moment. Hogwarts Castle was still far too vast for his weary body. Two robust mice, groggy and disoriented, approached Fong, suddenly finding the plump mouse before them irresistibly tempting. They edged closer, one on each side of Fong, who remained oblivious. Feeling as if he were on the verge of fainting, he fought against his drowsiness, slowly moving, knowing that success lay in escaping the castle. Suddenly, he felt a surge of danger creeping up behind him. Squeak! Though now merely an ordinary mouse, devoid of magical prowess, his body was still remarkably resilient. Yet in the next moment, he regretted it. He found he could muster no strength at all. William and Hermione observed the unfolding scene, shielding their eyes with their hands. However, upon closer inspection, one could see their fingers slightly parted. Sometimes, emotions can be so pure and fervent. They did not comprehend the nature of such feelings, nor did they desire to understand. These two sturdy mice seemed to have discovered a new realm, Encountering this good brother brought them immense excitement. However, this good brother appeared to be in poor condition, for they had barely conversed a dozen times before he succumbed to slumber. Surely, this good brother would provide ample topics for discussion, and in due time, a delightful exchange would ensue. The two robust mice carried Fong away, and, at that moment, Snape, who had been trailing them, revealed himself. It was not difficult to discern the shock etched upon his eternally stoic face. After days of investigation, he had begun to piece together some clues and form tentative hypotheses. However, if my conjecture is not mistaken, then this mouse is indeed something of significance. Snape's body instinctively tensed, for this was truly an eye-opener. He pondered whether he should seek vengeance against that repugnant rodent. Although devoid of conscience, he found himself feeling a twinge of remorse. Chapter 56. The Duel. The creature limped from its burrow, still acutely aware of a searing pain. It had never encountered such humiliation and resolved to seek out the Dark Lord, determined to bring about the destruction of Hogwarts. A flash of crimson light streaked by, and it fell to the ground, wailing as agony coursed through its limbs. Peter Pettigrew, it is indeed you, that filthy rodent. I knew that wretched creature would not betray that loathsome man. Do you have any last words? Snape's figure loomed behind the creature, delivering a brutal kick. It struggled, transforming into an ugly man resembling a rat, yearning to resist but rendered immobile. Legitimacy. Snape paid no heed to the creature's plight. After a considerable pause, a calmness settled on Snape's fish-like visage. So was Peter Pettigrew. You are truly damned. A black dog sniffed the air, detecting a familiar scent, and sprinted in a singular direction. The dog beheld the fallen Peter Pettigrew, and the cold gaze of Snape fixated upon him. It had been a long time, yet the darkness that enveloped Snape remained palpable. The dog bared its teeth, glaring at Snape. If you dare look at me like that again, I shall shatter each of your canine teeth, Snape coldly declared. You know what I am capable of. The black dog, incensed, lunged at Snape, lacking a wand and attempting to bite the arm wielding it. Stupefied, Snape sidestepped, retaliating without hesitation. The spell missed the dog but grazed its body dangerously close. Snape, cease this at once. An exclamation interrupted the skirmish between man and beast. Professor Lupin had been searching for Sirius and rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Professor Snape, I believe you now understand the truth of that fateful day. Sirius is innocent. Lupin brandished his wand, watching Snape warily. How amusing. Innocent. Do you find this jest humorous? Snape retorted scornfully. Come at me together. Do not accuse me of bullying the two of you, you repugnant marauders, truly despicable. Expelliarmus. Snape disregarded Lupin's words entirely, drawing him into the fray. Lupin quickly countered, while the black dog charged to attack Snape. Shall we assist? Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. William shook his head. We must leave, Hermione. Soon, a certain old busybody shall arrive. Upon hearing this, Hermione, somewhat disheartened, nodded as the two vanished from sight. The battle between two individuals and a dog rages on, with Snape's intent not to eliminate them, but to stall the canine. Due to the previous incident involving the train, the Dementors are unable to approach Hogwarts, thus they do not immediately swoop in. Upon discovering the skirmish, the Ministry officials, though perplexed by the sight of two professors dueling at Hogwarts, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation upon seeing the fallen Peter Pettigrew. They hastily inform Minister Fudge and swiftly command the nearby Dementors to enter Hogwarts. These few lack the strength to confront Hogwarts and are acutely aware that this is a crisis beyond their resolution. Please, cease this. Dumbledore's figure interposed between the two combatants. The black dog, having suffered a severed front leg from Snape's curse, lay on the ground, panting heavily in pain. In the wizarding world, the loss of limbs is a trifling matter unless inflicted by an incurable dark magic. Coincidentally, the curse invented by Snape, the Sectum Sempra, falls into this category. Its lack of classification as a forbidden spell is due to its counter-curse. However, Snape would not extend a counter-curse to that loathsome black dog. He might seize the opportunity to break a few more legs. Professor Lupin halted upon hearing this, while Snape maintained a prolonged gaze into Dumbledore's eyes before ultimately relenting. He glanced at Professor Lupin and then back to Professor Dumbledore, emotionlessly stating, I shall no longer brew that potion. Snape turned and departed, having long recognized Dumbledore's unreliability, contemplating whether he should continue their collaboration. Snape recalled the gift he had received during the holidays along with the accompanying note. Fudge soon arrived at Hogwarts, his countenance reflecting sorrow. Professor Dumbledore, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't Peter Pettigrew supposed to have been killed 12 years ago? Fudge, I believe this matter is not one for me to disclose. Dumbledore's gaze shifted toward the large black dog. Gradually, The dog transformed into a disheveled one-armed man, his face still bearing an air of menace. Is Hogwarts harboring a criminal? Fudge retreated slightly, beginning to suspect that today's events might be a conspiracy aimed at him. Do not be alarmed, Fudge. Dumbledore met Fudge's gaze, exhaling heavily. Clearly, prior to the day, I was entirely unaware. However, upon hearing this news, I was indeed taken aback. Professor Lupin, observing the signal in Dumbledore's eyes, began to recount the truth of those years alongside Sirius. Fudge, though skeptical, felt a surge of excitement within. This could be a momentous revelation. Sirius had been sent to Azkaban without a trial, a matter attributable to his political adversary. If he could vindicate him, it would not only suppress that adversary, but also serve as a significant achievement for him as Minister of Magic. Moreover, Sirius Black stands as the sole male heir of the illustrious Black family, which boasts considerable wealth. Fudge's thoughts were racing, yet he suppressed the joy bubbling within him, maintaining a facade of composure. The situation was far from straightforward, as you well know, Professor Dumbledore. A perplexed expression adorned Fudge's face. After all, this was merely the word of a professor against that of a criminal, hardly substantial evidence. He cast a fleeting glance at Professor Lupin, yet his focus remained fixed on Sirius. While I deeply wish to believe Mr. Black's innocence, the circumstances have rendered the matter one of irretrievable proof. Peter Pettigrew had already perished, and Fudge, indifferent to the past, recognized that he had long been dead, leaving no ripples in the fabric of time. The truth held little significance for Fudge. His primary concern lay with his own power. Naturally, a touch of wealth would only sweeten the deal. I believe it is imperative that Mr. Black accompanies us, for he remains a fugitive. Fudge narrowed his eyes. The foremost task was to secure Sirius under his control. Should the trial exonerate him, justice would prevail for Black. Conversely, if found guilty, he would have apprehended a heinous criminal. The question of Sirius's true guilt or whether he is an illegal animagus was of no consequence to him. Even the unfortunate Muggles who lost their lives during their battle seemed irrelevant, merely a matter of a forgotten spell. With such thoughts, a smile crept across Fudge's face. Rest assured, Dumbledore, the Ministry will grant Mr. Black his due justice. He felt a newfound resolve, addressing Dumbledore directly. Sirius offered no objections. His objectives had been met. Peter was dead, and he had relinquished his own pursuits. Yet, Sirius harbored a tinge of regret for never having met James's son, his godson, Harry Potter. Chapter 57. The capture of Dementor Sirius was recaptured, and, concurrently, the Minister of Magic called for a retrial. While this news was exhilarating for the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts, the most jubilant revelation was that the Dementors would soon depart. However, for William and Hermione, this was not a fortuitous development, as time was running short for them to capture the Dementors. Do you have a task for Mina? Professor Babbage inquired, sensing the ulterior motives behind their eagerness. How could you suggest such a thing? William could not confess his mere curiosity about the Dementors, acknowledging their elusive nature. Dementors are perilous, dark, magical creatures, possessing a suppressive effect on the soul. Though they were human, capturing a Dementor was fraught with danger, and the commotion would be considerable. It was rumored that vampires lack souls. Even if the tales were exaggerated, their emotions were indeed rather subdued. If they could enlist the assistance of a vampire in their endeavor to capture a Dementor, the task would become significantly simpler. Moreover, they intended to undertake the capture under the cover of night. According to their research findings, vampires possess exceptional night vision and formidable tracking abilities. They can effortlessly pinpoint the location of Dementors and strategize optimal capture sites, while the two of them could utilize their perceptive skills to achieve the same outcome. Why not take advantage of a readily available ally? It seems you would prefer me to take action, wouldn't you? Professor Babbling rolled her eyes at William. How embarrassing. William quickly nodded, as this was indeed his intention. You might as well abandon that notion. I cannot act freely within Hogwarts, Professor Babbling remarked with resignation. Although Mina appeared somewhat simple-minded, her capabilities were commendable. As for her strength, those Dementors posed no threat to her. Professor Babbling scrutinized the seemingly naive Mina. She ought to undergo some training. Otherwise, she might find herself ensnared by someone again. William and Hermione were not disheartened. Their original plan was for the two of them to stealthily capture a Dementor, and this development was an unexpected boon. Despite Mina's unassuming demeanor, William and Hermione had discovered that she harbored a significant reservoir of magical power. That night, the Ministry of Magic personnel did not depart immediately. They had several matters to discuss with Hogwarts. The Dementors retreated from Hogwarts, typically resting at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest or in other areas forbidden to young witches and wizards. Under the cover of darkness, three figures stealthily approached the Forbidden Forest, having already reconnoitered the area during the day. The number of Dementors present was not substantial, and their leader was absent. Ordinary Dementors were incapable of speech or communication. The Ministry primarily interacted with the leader. From a distance, 2 or 3 cloaked Dementors could be seen at the forest's edge, feeding on the joy emanating from Hogwarts Castle. Had it not been for the Ministry suppression, they would have surged into Hogwarts Castle for a feast. Initially, they had anticipated a bountiful meal, but they had secretly consumed a considerable amount of emotions, which is difficult to detect. Moreover, had they not been thwarted during the Hogwarts Express incident, they could have indulged themselves then. Recently, they were unable to approach Hogwarts or leave, causing them to appear considerably emaciated, though they were already of such a visage. Occasionally, they even surreptitiously drained the souls of prisoners, a matter the Ministry did not pursue deeply, merely regarding them as unable to bear the dead. The 3 figures stealthily approached the Dementors, with Mina cloaking William and Hermione's presence, preventing the Dementors from noticing their approach. They intended to use a magical cage to contain the Dementors, originally designed by William and Hermione to trap vampires. As for which vampire to ensnare, that was self-evident. Now, this magical cage had been modified by the 2 to confine Dementors. Soon, the nearby Dementors sensed the intense human emotions, and one of them swiftly locked onto Hermione's position. Hermione need not be anxious. She gradually led the Dementor closer to the magical cage. The cage was cleverly concealed, and the Dementor, being a creature of limited intellect, unwittingly walked into the trap they had set. Once the Dementor was fully ensnared within a magical cage, William immediately cast a spell. The entire cage materialized, slowly contracting into a spherical form. Mina swiftly masked Hermione's presence once more, then proceeded to identify a suitable location for their next endeavor. She needed to ensure that the number of Dementors they attracted remained manageable. Otherwise, the noise would raise suspicions. After a night of diligent effort, William and Hermione had captured 3 Dementors. Upon capturing the 3rd, they decided to cease their attempts, not because they were incapable of capturing more, but rather to avoid arousing the suspicions of both the Dementors and the Ministry of Magic. The following morning, after breakfast, the Ministry personnel hurriedly departed. They failed to notice the missing Dementors, as their interest in them was minimal. Once the Ministry officials and those repugnant Dementors had exited, the young witches and wizards in the hall erupted in cheers. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, but did not hinder their celebration. In truth, she felt a sense of joy herself. William and Hermione were not present, as they were engrossed in studying the Dementors. Mina curiously observed the busy pair, feeling perplexed. Why would they study these grotesque and foul creatures? In fact, if given the choice, they would prefer to investigate vampires. However, they felt somewhat embarrassed after having recently drawn a considerable amount of blood from a certain vampire. Nevertheless, despite their disdain for Dementors, understanding why they could feed on emotions was of paramount importance. Emotions are crucial for a wizard, as they directly influence the outpouring of magical power. Intense emotions can enhance the potency of spells, albeit with the drawback of being fleeting. Moreover, the kiss of a Dementor has the ability to consume souls. Yet, what exactly is a soul? They remained uncertain. What form do ghosts take, and why can they endure for so long? These questions piqued the curiosity of both William and Hermione. Chapter 58, Oddities. William's life on the Hogwarts campus was relatively joyful. The scenery was beautiful, and he was surrounded by companions. Is there still no news of Helena? William inquired of Professor Babbage, as he and Hermione had not seen Helena for quite some time. No, there has been no word from her recently, Professor Babbage replied, shaking his head, concern etched upon his brow. Both were somewhat worried, but there was little they could do, as Professor Babbage was their only means of contacting Helena. Let us go out and play, Mina softly suggested to William and Hermione. Where do you wish to go? Hermione gently asked Mina, recognizing her clumsy attempt to change the subject. I want to visit Hogsmeade. You both neglected to take me last time. Mina feigned discontent as she gazed at William and Hermione. Very well, we shall take you, Hermione said, gently patting Mina's head. Mina, reveling in the moment, leaned in closer, her laughter bubbling forth. This evening marked Halloween, coinciding with a Sunday, and the young wizards were prohibited from venturing to Hogsmeade. Should they wish to go, they would need to depart from the room of requirement. The trio admired the Halloween decorations in Hogsmeade, where wizards donned even more peculiar attire than usual, and a palpable sense of eeriness enveloped them. Yet, Mina felt a sense of joy, finding it all rather ordinary, a testament to her upbringing in a vampire castle. Roach piles, Mina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, recalling how William had once purchased them for her. Initially, she had adamantly refused to taste them, but after her first bite, she incessantly pestered William for more. William, regretting his earlier jest, had never anticipated her unique palate. William, Hermione, shall we also embark on a frightful adventure? Mina suddenly proposed, eyeing her companions. She observed the oddly dressed individuals and expressed her curiosity, having never experienced Halloween before. Is it frightening? How intriguing! Hermione's eyes gleamed with newfound excitement. Penelope had been unable to locate William and Hermione throughout the banquet. There was no doubt they had wandered off to indulge in mischief. She glanced at Luna beside her, grateful for her unwavering presence. Tears welled in Penelope's eyes. Are you abandoning me too, Luna? Luna, without uttering a word, turned and walked away, her coldness striking. As Penelope traversed the corridor, she could not help but acknowledge the distinct eeriness of Halloween. She hugged her arms closer to herself, quickening her pace. A sudden chill swept through, causing her to shiver. Abruptly, an unusual sound emanated from behind her. Turning, she beheld a small girl clutching a doll, her vacant gaze fixated on Penelope. The moonlight illuminated half of the girl's face, revealing streaks of blood. Will you play with me? The girl asked in a childlike yet emotionless tone. Suppressing her fear, Penelope approached, only to find the girl had vanished. Will you play with me? The voice echoed again, this time much closer, as if whispered directly beside her. Hello, little one, what do you wish to do? Penelope stammered, trembling. Yet, upon turning once more, she discovered nothing but emptiness. Not daring to delay, Penelope hurriedly made her way to the Ravenclaw common room. The girl reappeared, watching Penelope's retreating figure, and suddenly broke into a grin. I found you, and now I shall come to find you. In the Ravenclaw common room, William, Hermione, and Luna were engaged in lively conversation. Penelope rushed in, her urgency piquing their curiosity. Seniors, what has transpired? Hermione inquired, offering Penelope a cup of tea, which she hastily consumed. You must listen to me. Hogwarts is haunted, Penelope uttered, her voice quaking with trepidation. William and Hermione were not astonished. Instead, they regarded Penelope with the same bemusement one might reserve for a fool. Haven't there always been ghosts here? Dear senior, do not mistake a specter for a mere spirit, William remarked, surveying Penelope, whose countenance bore signs of disarray. No, she is not a ghost. She could be something peculiar, Penelope hastily clarified upon observing their skepticism. Just a moment ago, as I was walking down the corridor, I saw her. She kept asking me if I wanted to play with her. You must believe me, Penelope implored, her urgency palpable. Indeed, we believe you, William and Hermione replied, their expressions tinged with an affectionate condescension. Suddenly, William's gaze sharpened as he pointed behind Penelope, his voice taut with anxiety. Is she a girl holding a doll? How did you know that? Penelope exclaimed, regretting her decision to chase after her. She felt her body stiffen, as if a pair of small hands were encircling her neck, causing beads of sweat to form on her brow. Sister, will you play with me? William and Hermione stood obediently, with Mina joining them at their side. Luna sat quietly on the sofa, observing Mina without uttering a word. So this is the reason you all conspired to frighten me? Penelope ground her teeth, the veins at her temples throbbing. She genuinely feared she was being ensnared by something strange. Sister, it's all my fault. I suggested we scare people on Halloween, Mina said, her voice sweet and melodic. Upon hearing Mina's gentle tone, Penelope's heart nearly melted, and she enveloped Mina in her embrace. Is that you, Mina? What a delightful girl you are. Remember, do not learn from those two rascals. They will lead you astray. Penelope affectionately ruffled Mina's hair while shooting a warning glance at William and Hermione. They remained silent, well aware that if Mina took a liking to them, it would be difficult to extricate themselves. Having regained her composure, Penelope regarded the obedient Mina with a mischievous grin. Mina, shall we surprise others as well? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She could not be the sole recipient of such frights. Throughout Halloween night, Hogwarts was filled with the shrill cries of young witches and wizards startled by various pranks, ensuring that many would struggle to find sleep that evening. Luna sighed at the antics of her playful companions and decided to join in. This year, the young sorcerers experienced a thoroughly entertaining Halloween, resulting in them arriving for class on the following Monday bearing dark circles beneath their eyes. Chapter 59, The Holiday. Ever since the apprehension of Black, and under Fudge's insistence, the trial was swiftly approaching, with Dumbledore and Professor Lupin expected to attend. Recently, the young wizards noted that Snape's demeanor had markedly improved, and he seemed less inclined to target Gryffindor House. Harry felt a twinge of distress, as he was already aware of Sirius's circumstances and learned he now had a godfather. However, Sirius remained oblivious to the current situation, leaving Harry uncertain about how the trial would unfold for him. However, this had little to do with William and Hermione. They were merely teasing Mina, conducting experiments, and savoring the pleasures of campus life. William seemed to harbor a premonition that this tranquil existence would not endure for long. As he gazed at the somewhat whimsical Penelope and the ethereal Luna, a sudden wave of melancholy washed over him, evoking a sense of impending farewell. Hermione touched William's shoulder. Sensing his thoughts, she too often experienced such forebodings. As the train gradually came to a halt, they exchanged farewells, and William cast a glance at the departing figures of Penelope and Luna before stepping out alongside Hermione. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, Penelope and Luna turned to watch the retreating silhouettes of the two. They rubbed their hands together and exhaled, while both families' cars were parked by the roadside. Hermione extended her hand, clasping William's, and they remained silent. The Granger family planned to spend this Christmas holiday in London with the Smiths, which posed no issues. The two families engaged in conversation, discussing the recent upsurge in the dental business, with Mr. and Mrs. Granger both busy. Occasionally, they inquired about William and Hermione's life at Hogwarts, to which the pair recounted tales in a manner they could comprehend. Overall, the time spent together was warm and comforting. Yet, it was not difficult to discern that William's spirits were notably low. He found himself daydreaming in the corridor on the second floor, observing Hermione conversing with the adults below. Mr. Smith, having approached William at some point, took a sip of his drink and leaned against the railing, regarding him. "William, I seldom see you in this state. You have never struck me as an ordinary child. You seem quite lost at the moment. Am I correct?" "Yes, Father," William sighed, feeling a heaviness in his heart. "It is natural for one to feel lost and vulnerable," Mr. Smith said with a long sigh. "However, whatever decision you choose to make, we will support you, and you need not worry about our safety." Mr. Smith gazed earnestly at William and spoke softly. "Rest assured, we shall not be your Achilles heel. We are not individuals to be trifled with, including in your magical world." He finished his drink and jested, "Of course. We will also protect the parents of your little girlfriend." "She is not merely a little girlfriend," William intended to retort, but he found his voice dwindling. "William, we are not fools. We are aware that your relationship is far from ordinary. But, Father, we are still young. At such a tender age." He felt incapable of making any promises that would inspire confidence. "The fact that you can think this way is a good sign, William. You are not one to act recklessly. Remember, love is a profound emotion that requires time to cultivate and maintain. That girl, Hermione, is straightforward, bold, and kind-hearted. If you dare to betray her, we shall not spare you. Furthermore, you both must recognize your youth and exercise caution. I have no desire to be a grandfather at such a young age." Mr. Smith shifted his usual tone, playfully jesting. Indeed, William chuckled as he observed Hermione engaged in a lively conversation with his mother. Hermione seemed to sense something, glancing upstairs just in time to meet William's gaze. The two exchanged looks, and William felt his heart race. In the attic above, he sat on the floor, gazing at the delightful gifts, his restless thoughts seemingly soothed. With a creak, the door opened, and Hermione sat beside him, leaning against him. "William, your mother is quite a gentle woman," she remarked, relaxing. "Of course. Just look at whose mother she is," William replied cheerfully. Hermione narrowed her eyes. "Oh, Mr. Smith, are you implying that my mother is not gentle?" "How could that be?" "I meant to say that our mothers are both very kind," William clarified. "That is more like it. If you bully me again, I shall tell our mothers." Hermione said with a hint of excitement. "Who says I haven't? Ever since we first met, you've been bullying me. I remember it well." "Come on. You don't need to remember every detail," William retorted. "Mind your own business. Merry Christmas." It was Christmas Eve once again. Their first had been spent at Hermione's home, the second at William's ancestral residence. This year, they celebrated Christmas in London, planning to take a stroll after dinner. The streets were alive with children surrounding Santa Claus, eagerly requesting gifts, while small stalls dotted the square. Christmas trees, lights, and carols harmonized beautifully against the backdrop of the snowy night. William mused that such a life would bring him joy, yet they had chosen a different path. Hermione held William's hand, skipping lightly through the snow. The Smiths and the Grangers were each absorbed in their private worlds, paying no mind to William and Hermione. "Come on, William, cheer up. Don't wear that frown," Hermione urged, propping up his smile with her fingers. "I'll always be by your side. Have you forgotten?" Seizing the moment, she playfully pinched his cheek, a habit she had developed. "I know you are worried about Helena. I am too, which is why I plan to search for her with you," Hermione said earnestly, "and my parents have already agreed." "It's all your fault." Hermione's tone shifted. Feigning annoyance. I used to be a good student, but now you've led me astray. Not only skipping class, but now I'm going to ditch school." She scolded him in mock anger. William couldn't help but laugh at Hermione's deliberately silly expression. Seeing his reaction, Hermione sighed in relief. At last, he was no longer wearing a face more sour than Professor Snape's. Ignoring his apology, Hermione took William's hand and began to run. "If you're truly sorry, then come play with me." Chapter 60, A Peculiar Letter. The envelope of the letter appeared somewhat aged, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. However, the cover bore the inscription "Christmas 1993, London, William and Hermione." This cryptic phrase seemed to lack context. The owl that delivered the letter had likely departed, leaving the note hidden among numerous gifts until its recent discovery. William meticulously examined it, confirming that no curses or malevolent magic had been cast upon it. They carefully unsealed the envelope. The paper was somewhat aged, yet the handwriting remained relatively legible. "Dear William and Hermione, we assume that by now you have come across this letter we sent, and we apologize for intruding upon your Christmas holiday. However, we must convey some important matters to you at this time. Regrettably, we cannot disclose the details, as it is too perilous. What you must remember is that they are not your enemies. Be vigilant, but do not regard them as foes. The true adversaries have yet to reveal themselves. They are still in search of you, and you must grow strong swiftly. The time left to you is limited, and do not squander it on trivial nuisances. Fear not, for this is not solely your battle. You have trustworthy allies at your side. We regret that we cannot share more, but please cherish this holiday. Yours sincerely, a most trusted friend." William and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances at the enigmatic letter, their minds swirling with questions, yet uncertain how to respond. They carefully set the letter aside, choosing to keep the matter buried within their hearts. During this Christmas holiday, William planned to take Hermione ice skating, a promise made last year that he intended to uphold. In winter, London offered an abundance of ice rinks, and both the Smiths and Grangers expressed keen interest in joining. The evening sun cast a warm glow upon the rink. Nestled within the moat, one of the city's most enchanting locales, many adults accompanied their children, creating a lively atmosphere. Hermione, awkwardly gliding with William's assistance, swayed unsteadily, resembling a clumsy penguin. Clad in her black down jacket, the resemblance was even more pronounced, prompting William to stifle his laughter. "You're laughing," Hermione playfully admonished William, her demeanor turning petulant. All right, it's my fault. I shouldn't be laughing. Let us not rush. We'll take our time," William replied, gently guiding Hermione's arm as they glided forward. Concerned for her comfort, he feared that if they did not keep moving, she might succumb to the cold, as their clothing lacked warming charms. After skating for a while, Hermione gradually gained confidence, managing to pull William along as they continued. After a few laps, William suddenly grasped Hermione's hand, winking as he asked, "Miss Granger, would you like to experience the sensation of flying?" With that, he propelled them forward, gliding swiftly across the ice rink. "William, slow down. The dangerous cold wind is starting to rush into Hermione's mouth, making her words somewhat indistinct. What, go faster?" William, feigning ignorance, accelerates once more. Serves you right for constantly threatening me." Gradually, as she felt the wind brushing against her cheeks and William holding her hands, Hermione found herself less fearful. Her nose, kissed by the wind, turned a shade of red, and her heartbeat quickened with excitement. After several laps around the rink, William finally relented, allowing Hermione to sit at the edge, panting heavily. "William, that was exhilarating, just like riding a flying broomstick," Hermione exclaimed with enthusiasm. William remained silent, gently tidying her slightly disheveled hair, beads of sweat forming on her cheeks as stray strands clung to her skin. "What's this?" William inquired, perplexed, as he retrieved a letter from inside the hood of Hermione's down jacket. Both of them furrowed their brows. The envelope resembled the one they had received on Christmas Day, albeit this one was new. Scanning the ice rink for any suspicious figures yielded nothing. They exchanged a glance and opened the envelope. Inside were 2 folded sheets of paper, which they began to read. "You may not believe what we previously wrote, but please trust us. We can provide evidence." The first page bore just this single sentence. Curiously, they unfolded the second sheet. "William, there has always been a secret in your heart that you have yet to voice, has there not? You truly should not exist in this era. I believe you understand what I mean." A sudden tension gripped William's heart, and he quickly glanced at Hermione, who was furrowing her brow in deep contemplation. "Do not worry, your girl will not see these words. Likewise, you will not uncover her hidden secrets. We merely wish to convey that we are not deceiving you. As for whether we are foes or allies, we have no way of proving it. However, we hope you will contemplate our words, consider this a piece of advice. This is a choice, and different choices may lead to varying outcomes. Ultimately, regardless of your decision, it matters not. What is important is that you do not regret it. As night fell, the surrounding lights illuminated the area, creating a breathtaking nocturnal scene. Yet, at that moment, neither of them possessed the heart to appreciate it. William, do you think the contents of the letter are true or false? Hermione's gaze flickered, avoiding direct eye contact with him. This could very well be true, but what could their intentions be? William pondered, troubled. However, what he truly yearned to uncover was not the motives of the sender. Logically, he could not easily divulge the fact that he was from another time. Thus, two possibilities remained, causing a weight to settle within him. One possibility that William was willing to accept was that these letters were sent from the future by someone very familiar to them. Indeed, it was highly likely that this person could be Hermione, or even himself. As for the second possibility, it is that their secret has long been uncovered by others. If that individual is a friend, it would be bearable. However, if they are an enemy, the implications would be dire. Chapter 61, News of Helena. William and Hermione had little insight into the origin of that letter, yet they had formed certain conjectures regarding its authenticity. Nevertheless, their current focus was not on analyzing the letter, but rather on determining where to seek Helena. Among those who mattered to William and Hermione, Helena undoubtedly held significance. After conferring with their respective parents, they devised a plan to visit William's ancestral home. William as parents offered no objections, while Hermione as parents, though initially hesitant, ultimately consented. Following Christmas, the Granger family departed from London, and William and Hermione found themselves traveling towards the old residence in Mr. Smith's car. Hermione's spirits were somewhat diminished. If circumstances permitted, she would have wished to share everything about the magical world with her parents. However, she had attempted this before, only to find their understanding of the magical realm limited to the confines of Diagon Alley. William could offer her no consolation, merely holding her hand in silence. The silhouette of the old house gradually emerged before their eyes as Mr. Smith brought the vehicle to a halt. He gazed at the residence for a prolonged moment, but chose not to enter. William, remember my words. Do what you believe is right without fear, Mr. Smith spoke in a gentle tone. And Hermione, do not fret about your parents. Aunt Smith and I will visit them often. They shall not be lonely. Sometimes we shall even travel together, he added, smiling kindly at Hermione. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Hermione expressed her gratitude sincerely. No need for such formality. However, do keep a close watch on that rascal, William. He is growing increasingly handsome, Mr. Smith jested, breaking the solemn atmosphere. Goodbye, Dad, William said, helping Mr. Smith into the car and thoughtfully closing the door behind him, waving a farewell. Oh, Hermione, can you believe such a father exists? William remarked with a smirk. I actually think your father treats you very well, Hermione replied, chuckling at the amusing father-son duo. Just as William was about to make a quip about Mr. Smith, he recalled something and abruptly held his tongue. Indeed, he was a fine man. Watching the old car disappear down the winding road, William found himself reminiscing about his own childhood. Is it truly because I have lived twice that my emotional maturity seems excessive, rendering me prone to sentimentality? He mused, shaking his head vigorously as if to dispel the clutter in his mind. Come, let us enter. William beckoned Hermione inside. Hermione sensed something amiss in William's words, yet she instinctively followed him into the old house. Little William and Hermione, long time no see. Upon entering the room, they beheld a woman seated elegantly on the sofa, gracefully holding a wine glass filled with a vivid crimson liquid. Professor Babbling, what brings you here? William and Hermione inquired, somewhat perplexed. Additionally, Mina lurked behind the door. The two had sensed her presence long before. How did you manage to discover me, despite my impeccable hiding? Mina blinked her large, innocent eyes, her curiosity piqued. Mina, pay them no mind, Professor Babbling swiftly interrupted, wishing to steer the conversation away from any potential trickery aimed at Mina. William rolled his eyes, muttering how dull. What brings you here, Professor Babbling and Mina? Hermione asked, urging Mina to take a seat. Why, it is to share some news that you have both shown great interest in, Professor Babbling replied, taking a sip of her red wine. Are you referring to Helena? Hermione suddenly exclaimed, rising to her feet. Do not cry. Mina must be brave, she reassured, gently rubbing her thigh, which likely bore the imprint of her own hand. Indeed, I have received news concerning Helena, Professor Babbling said, falling into silence. However, this information did not come from Helena herself, but rather from Evelyn, she added, casting a glance at Mina, her mother. Professor Babbling, what is the situation? William urged, pulling Hermione back in her seat while soothing Mina. Helena has been investigating vampires and has uncovered that certain vampires possess dangerously grand ambitions, Professor Babbling stated with a calm demeanor. Undeterred by the fact that she herself was a vampire. The relationships among different factions of vampires are not particularly amicable, as they are divided into 3 distinct groups. The first faction, to which Evelyn and I belong, is considered moderate. We refrain from indiscriminately attacking humans and maintain a relatively cordial relationship with wizards. The second faction is the radical group, which permits their offspring or kin to prey upon humans. As for their clandestine activities, we remain largely uninformed. Our relationship with them has been consistently neutral. Lastly, we have a neutral faction, who avoid human interaction and spend much of their time in slumber. After sharing this, Professor Babbling paused, allowing the two to absorb the information. What does all this have to do with Helena? Is she currently trapped by them? Hermione voiced her confusion. Professor Babbling regarded Hermione with an approving gaze. Precisely, Hermione. If this were class, I would award you extra points. Helena discovered that the radical vampires appear to be conducting some experiments, and, out of curiosity, she intended to investigate further. However, to her dismay, just as she unearthed some clues, she found herself ensnared by the radicals. As for the specifics of her captivity, Evelyn could not ascertain that information. Helena's predicament was relayed to her by a radical vampire. Professor Babbling expressed a certain disdain when discussing the vampire, as if it were a repugnant creature. What indeed? Could it be that even ensnares spirits? William was deeply intrigued. William, do not underestimate the vampire, Professor Babbling remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Mina. Of course. With the exception of Mina. Mina, with her large, expressive eyes, gazed reproachfully at the professor, appearing quite discontented and in need of some comforting. However, Professor Babbling, accustomed to her demeanor, chose to disregard her and continued with his discourse. Vampires possess an extended lifespan, which is both a gift and a curse. Not all vampires are mere creatures driven by base desires. Many are formidable beings endowed with wisdom. They are extraordinarily powerful, their research shrouded in mystery, and their true strength remains largely unknown. Professor Babbling narrowed his eyes, his voice lowering. Yet, this prolonged existence can also be a curse, as it often leads to emotional numbness and a detachment from moral constraints. Consequently, many vampire studies delve into realms that are both taboo and malevolent. Chapter 62, A Remembrance. William and Hermione were processing Professor Babbling's recent statements, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Professor Babbling, are you suggesting that our adversaries are these radical vampires? William inquired solemnly. The professor shook his head, finishing his glass of red wine. Not us, but you. These radicals have not encroached upon our interests, thus you will receive no assistance. However, the professor's tone shifted abruptly as he regarded the two with a meaningful gaze. Unless, of course, you can uncover evidence of their interference with other factions of vampires. In that case, the situation would become rather more complex. William and Hermione exchanged skeptical looks for a moment, then shared a glance that revealed a wicked grin. Mina observed the three of them with a sense of confusion, instinctively tightening her clothing, as a nagging feeling told her that they were not to be trusted. They could not rush into the mountains. Thorough preparation was essential. Wow, is this little house crafted by your own hands? Mina exclaimed, marveling at the interior, glancing between William and Hermione. Professor Babbling nodded in appreciation, acknowledging their efforts. Though still somewhat rudimentary, it is commendable. I shall teach you how to enhance it further. He assessed the house's defenses, noting its inadequacies and the flaws in its invisibility feature. William and Hermione felt no dismay. Rather, they were filled with joy, as this indeed represented their home. Under Professor Babbling's guidance, and with Mina's assistance, they spent 2 days perfecting their little abode. Mina, we are now off to visit your home. Hermione gently ruffled Mina's hair, to which Mina responded with excitement. We're taking off, she exclaimed, watching as the house soared into the air with remarkable speed. Professor Babbling, guided by Mina's bloodline and her mother's direction, assumed the role of navigator towards the vampire castle. Typically, a vampire castle serves as a fortress of war, and unless granted permission by its master, it is exceedingly difficult for outsiders to locate. The cabin flew at a swift pace, yet it took them 3 days to reach a realm shrouded in darkness. The atmosphere here was oppressive, and both William and Hermione felt a sense of unease, while Professor Babbling and Mina appeared quite at ease. We have arrived at the territory of the vampires, Professor Babbling explained to the perplexed William and Hermione. Vampires tend to live in clusters, yet many also prefer solitude, each possessing their distinct territory. Within these lands, the Lord wields certain unique powers, making it nearly impossible to vanquish them within their own domain. William and Hermione nodded, acknowledging their scant understanding of vampires. At the edge of a precipice stood a black, ancient castle, its spires piercing the sky, surrounded by a multitude of bats that hinted at malevolence. The cabin descended slowly, and they all disembarked, not intending to fly directly into the castle. Indeed, they could not. The castle's great door was firmly locked, and Professor Babbling showed no signs of impatience, seemingly watching for something, until a smile broke upon her face. As anticipated, before long, the castle's door swung open, revealing two elegantly poised maidens who emerged in unison and took their places. A stunningly beautiful woman gracefully stepped out from the castle, her gaze first sweeping over Mina before locking onto Professor Babbling with her captivating eyes, positioning herself directly before her. "Evelyn, it has been far too long," Professor Babbling exclaimed, extending her arms for an embrace. Evelyn appeared somewhat disdainful, yet in the presence of others, she maintained a facade of courtesy. "You too, it has been several centuries, Bichetta." This exchange, while seemingly amicable, carried an undeniable undercurrent of resentment detectable to any observer. William and Hermione stood quietly as mere spectators, while Mina remained unusually composed, embodying her most obedient self. "I apologize, Evelyn. I've been teaching at Hogwarts these past years, and my work has kept me quite occupied," Professor Babbling admitted, somewhat sheepishly. "Perhaps it is not solely that," Evelyn retorted, unable to contain her irritation. "Could it be because of that Helena? I suspected long ago that your relationship was rather extraordinary." William and Hermione's eyes sparkled with intrigue, sensing the unfolding drama. This was indeed a juicy revelation. They each produced a small stool and settled down, with Hermione even pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds for them to snack on. Mina observed her mother and the professor, her young mind brimming with delight at the unexpected turn of events. "Of course it is not for that reason, Evelyn. Please allow me to explain," Professor Babbling implored, revealing an uncharacteristic fluster. It was evident that she felt somewhat helpless, reflecting on her youthful indiscretions from years past. After discovering the sordid affairs of the radicals, she had long desired to resist them. At that time, her eyes could not tolerate even a grain of sand, yet the outcome was undeniably clear. She had a complete falling out with the radicals. Subsequently, she chose to take a reprieve outdoors, and it was during this time that she encountered Helena, who was still studying at Hogwarts. At that moment, Helena was living under the shadow cast by her mother. Thus, Professor Babbling and Helena began to form an acquaintance. They became close friends, with Professor Babbling often standing up for Helena against those who mocked her. However, Helena ultimately committed a grave mistake. She chose to steal her mother-esque crown and even fled, only to meet her demise. Upon hearing the news, a heartbroken Professor Babbling sought out Helena but found her elusive, ultimately receiving the news of Lady Ravenclaw's passing. Professor Babbling was left uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Ultimately, at Helena's suggestion, she decided to remain at Hogwarts to teach. When Professor Babbling departed, Evelyn was still quite young, having been her shadow before her departure. Professor Babbling's abrupt exit left young Evelyn devastated, believing that she had been abandoned. Professor Babbling did not refute this notion, but merely listened quietly, recognizing that it was a result of her youthful naivety. Furthermore, she had been harboring resentment, inadvertently wounding the hearts of those who cared for her. Chapter 63. The Vampire Castle. Although Evelyn had yet to forgive Professor Babbling, she did not impose any difficulties upon her. In fact, Evelyn personally entertained William and Hermione to express her gratitude for their care of Mina. However, Evelyn did not linger for long, as she, being the mistress of the castle, was quite occupied. Before leaving, she instructed Mina to continue hosting William and Hermione in her stead. Together, she and Professor Babbling departed, the purpose of their outing unknown. Mina was elated, like a little adult, as she guided William and Hermione through the castle. Though the castle bore an eerie ambience, it was steeped in antiquity, housing numerous ancient oil paintings and various magical artifacts. "This is my mother's collection," Mina proudly declared, her admiration evident. Evelyn was not as fragile and alluring as she appeared on the surface. In truth, she was a renowned warrior, holding a high status and possessing formidable abilities. This was evident from the fact that she alone could possess such a vast castle. William and Hermione scrutinized the towering walls, adorned with the teeth and pelts of magical creatures. They could sense that some of these creatures had perished long ago, yet still emanated a potent magical aura. Clearly, before their demise, they had been powerful magical beings. One could only imagine the extent of Evelyn's might. No wonder that silly child Mina held her in such high esteem. Upon reflection, It is indeed fortunate that Helena became acquainted with Professor Babylon. Otherwise, the matter of Mina's abduction would have proven quite complex. Both William and Hermione felt that not only Helena, but they themselves could very well end up as mere ornaments upon this wall. Esteemed guests, this is merely a portion of the spoils belonging to the host, remarked the head, made with utmost respect directed towards William and Hermione. The deference in the head maid's tone unmistakably indicated her reverence for Evelyn. Naturally, Evelyn would not entrust Mina to entertain the two alone. It was apparent that the head maid was the true steward of their reception. Thank you for your assistance, Miss. William and Hermione expressed courteously to the head maid. You are too kind, esteemed guests. I shall prepare afternoon tea for you at once. The head maid, possessing a keen sense of awareness, understood that her presence was essential for the comfort of the gathering. Once the head maid departed, Hermione exhaled a sigh of relief. She embraced Mina, playfully pinching her cherubic cheeks. In the dungeons of the vampire castle, a remarkably handsome vampire was wailing in agony, evidently undergoing interrogation. Evelyn and Professor Babylon observed this scene without a hint of discomfort. Is this the suitor you mentioned? Professor Babylon inquired, casting a glance at Evelyn. Suitor? Evelyn seemed to find humor in the term. Perhaps, but I believe it to be merely a ploy on their part. They have persistently sought to trouble us of late. It was clear that when Evelyn spoke of they, she referred to the faction of radical vampires. With a mischievous glint in her enchanting eyes, she continued, But you know well the type of individuals that capture my interest. Professor Babylon hastily redirected the conversation, his demeanor slightly flustered. Let's not jest, Evelyn. Are you certain others are unaware of your capture of him? He instinctively glanced toward Evelyn, his voice lacking conviction as he asked. You didn't take it upon yourself to apprehend him, did you? Unfazed by his apprehension, Evelyn smiled. How astute. It seems we share a mental connection. That old fool is notoriously tight-lipped and has yet to divulge any valuable information. Moreover, he refuses to disclose the whereabouts of your old flame. Gazing intently into Professor Babylon's eyes, she added, Based on my understanding of this old man, he is not as stubborn as he appears. I have ample reason to believe he was merely boasting. Perhaps your old acquaintance is not even imprisoned. In fact, she may have caused considerable trouble for those radical vampires, and the information they have provided is likely false. Their intent is presumably to ensnare your old acquaintance's friends, or even you. Suddenly, Evelyn's expression turned icy, her eyes flashing with a peculiar crimson light as she murmured to herself, I will not allow anyone to harm you. You belong solely to me. What are you saying, Evelyn? Professor Babylon asked, confusion evident in his tone as he struggled to comprehend her words. It is nothing, she replied dismissively. Evelyn swiftly regained her composure, regarding Professor Babylon with a gentle smile. The professor found this somewhat perplexing, but ultimately chose to dismiss it from her mind. Typically, a vampire's afternoon tea would be rather peculiar. However, in consideration of William and Hermione, this gathering leaned more towards human tastes. The maids were unfazed by this, as Mina had a fondness for human cuisine, and they frequently prepared such fare, rendering the occasion not at all hasty. Mina and the two guests enjoyed their meal heartily. It was their first visit to a vampire's abode, although the host seemed to be mysteriously absent. Apologies for the delay, Evelyn and Professor Babylon finally arrived. They took their seats, and though the specifics of their conversation remained unclear, it was evident that the tension between them had lessened. A collective sigh of relief emanated from the trio, as it was uncertain whom they would support should a conflict arise. William instinctively observed both Professor Babylon and Evelyn, each a beauty with her own distinct charm. The thought of them in conflict would indeed be quite entertaining. However, it seemed William might not witness such a spectacle, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, William sensed someone focusing intently on him, prompting him to lower his gaze and concentrate on his meal. Hermione diligently severed a sausage with the back of her knife, offering the two halves to William. William, please eat. It's quite delicious, she urged gently, and he could almost feel the cold gleam of the knife in her hand. Thank you, Hermione, he replied naturally, accepting the plate without a hint of timidity. He had no fear of Hermione. Professor Babylon and Evelyn exchanged subtle smiles as they observed the pair, while Mina remained blissfully unaware, happily indulging in her food. Chapter 64. The Enigmatic Town. They had spent several days in the vampire castle, yet had not gleaned any useful information. Instead, they found themselves increasingly burdened by uncertainty. This stagnation left William and Hermione feeling rather idle. Nevertheless, it would be inaccurate to claim that they were devoid of insights. The town of the other races. Is it a recent establishment? Evelyn furrowed her brow, contemplating the matter as she gazed at them. The two did not rush her, patiently awaiting her thoughts. There is indeed such a place, and its strength is commendable. However, their rise has been alarmingly rapid, Evelyn articulated with caution. They have attracted the attention of numerous factions, and recently, some of these have targeted them, albeit with minor incidents thus far. Initially, I did not pay them much heed, but my knowledge stems from that figure in the dungeon. Your mention of them has only heightened my intrigue. The radicals had previously resolved to focus on that town. Yet prior to that, many of their descendants or kin experienced bizarre misfortunes. This involves a multitude of races, and as the situation escalates, these races and the radicals find themselves at odds. Thus, they found themselves expending considerable effort in search of evidence to alleviate the tension between the two parties. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two remained remarkably composed, for they had previously been outwitted during their vacation. It now appeared likely that the mischief was indeed orchestrated by the proprietor of that quaint little town, a rather audacious character, to say the least. However, Mina, that troublesome little girl, dashed over, insisting that she would not leave unless included. The two sought Evelyn's assistance, only to discover that she was entirely unresponsive, her presence elusive. Ultimately, due to Mina's relentless insistence, they had no choice but to bring her along to the foreign town. This town, established not long ago, boasted new facilities. Yet it buzzed with liveliness. It was not inhabited by a singular race. Rather, its residents and the passing travelers were an eclectic mix of various ethnicities. Many bore resemblances to humans, yet distinguishing their true origins proved challenging. After all, humanoid races often shared striking similarities, with differences primarily in hair color and adornments, rendering them largely indistinguishable from humans. However, some of the foreign races sported one or two sharp horns, even among those typically not known for such features. This raised suspicions as to whether they might be the so-called demon races from William's past life. If indeed they were demons, could it be that the architect of this town was also one of them, perhaps even a demon lord? Such a notion intrigued William, though it complicated matters, as their true intentions remained unclear. Mina, Hermione, let's wander the streets, Mina exclaimed, her curiosity piqued by the bustling thoroughfare before her. William and Hermione, undeterred, recalled that Evelyn had generously provided them with ample coins before their departure. She was indeed a true matriarch of wealth. In this foreign town, the primary currencies were gold, silver, and copper, all operating on a decimal system, with copper coins being the most prevalent. Look, masks, Mina cried excitedly, sprinting toward the stall. The proprietor of the stall was a fairy, yet unlike the typical fairies, their physique and appearance bore a closer resemblance to ordinary humans. These fairies were not at all as bothersome as those from Gringotts. Rather, they greeted customers with warm smiles. William, Hermione, what do you think of this mask? Mina inquired, donning a fearsome demon mask and striking a fierce pose. Hermione refrained from commenting, snatching the demon mask away and selecting a rather adorable rabbit mask for Mina instead. This one suits you much better, Hermione remarked, her eyes narrowing as she looked at Mina. Mina, you do not like this mask. Oh, please, Hermione. Mina pleaded with a pitiful expression, yet Hermione remained unmoved. William paid no heed to their banter, instead gazing at the array of masks adorning the stall. Some were charming, while others represented demons and demonic races. The distinction between evil spirits and demons can be somewhat perplexing. Yet one notable difference is that demons typically sport horns upon their foreheads. Indeed, this region appears to be inextricably linked to the Demon King. Mina, Hermione, let's cease our frivolity and seek sustenance instead. After an extensive journey, hunger has begun to set in, further exacerbated by the tantalizing aroma of delectable dishes wafting through the air. Upon hearing the prospect of a meal, Mina immediately transformed into a model of obedience, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Initially, they intended to head straight to a restaurant. However, once Mina caught sight of the food stalls lining the roadside, she found herself utterly captivated. William glanced at Hermione and noted that she, too, was instinctively drawn toward the stalls. Very well. William proposed that they first sample some street snacks to tide them over. The roadside vendors buzzed with activity, presenting an array of enticing treats that left the senses dazzled. Mina radiated energy as she darted from one stall to another, while William and Hermione followed closely behind, observing Mina's exuberance. William, this place is quite splendid, Hermione remarked, surveying her surroundings with admiration. Indeed, their leader must possess remarkable qualities. William noted the harmonious coexistence of various races, even those typically at odds, engaging peacefully without conflict. Occasionally, Patrols clad in distinctive uniforms traversed the area, maintaining order. Are you contemplating making this place your home, Hermione? William teased lightly. Oh, William, are you now reconsidering your commitments? Hermione shot him a skeptical glance. Did you not claim you would embark on adventures with me? Or have you encountered someone new and seek to abandon me? You caught me. Indeed, you are a clever little witch. A man never loses his youthful spirit. How could I falter? Is that truly the case? Hermione's face broke into a warm smile as she stretched her limbs. She observed William's feigned innocence and could not suppress a chuckle. However, she quickly composed herself, casting furtive glances around as she fell into step behind him. William, sensing Hermione's reaction, quickened his pace. You think you can ensnare me? Perhaps you should first consider who I am. Chapter 65. The puppeteer behind the scenes. The trio purchased a plethora of snacks, and upon arriving at the restaurant, their hands were laden with delightful treats. The staff welcomed them with great warmth, escorting the three to a private room on the second floor. Despite the bustling clientele, the establishment maintained a remarkable level of cleanliness and exuded an air of sophistication in its decor. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, called a voice from the entrance, drawing William and Hermione's attention away from the menu to the newcomer. Forgive me for my presumption. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a constable of this quaint town. The visitor, an elderly fairy with graying hair, leaned on a cane and addressed the trio with utmost respect. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, sir, William replied, puzzled as to why the constable sought them out. Have we inadvertently caused offense? William inquired politely, though his tone bore a hint of detachment. Hermione and Mina also became wary. Oh no, sir, and to you two young ladies as well, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. I fear you have misinterpreted my words. We are indeed very hospitable. With esteemed guests arriving, it is only natural for the constable to offer a proper welcome. William and Hermione both knew precisely who the esteemed guests he referred to were, while Mina, though not particularly renowned, appeared somewhat oblivious. However, her mother, Evelyn, held a status widely acknowledged by many, and it was indeed for Evelyn's sake that the constable had come personally. I apologize for the intrusion, but rest assured that all your expenses today will be covered by the lord of the town, the constable continued, his tone momentarily pausing. Of course, if you three esteemed guests wish, we would gladly welcome you to the Lord's residence at any time. Our lord is very eager to meet you. They opened the invitation, which bore no specific time, but simply stated that they were welcome to visit the Lord's residence whenever they remained in town. One could say that their sincerity was quite evident in their actions. However, William did not feel elated. His suspicions about the Lord being the mastermind behind their previous troubles lingered in his mind. If time permits, we shall certainly visit the Lord's residence. I hope you will forgive any inconvenience we may cause, William replied, his tone unwavering. Since he had been previously schemed against, why should he eagerly extend his goodwill? Furthermore, they were merely here for leisure, not under his jurisdiction, and he was disinclined to concern himself with the whims of this so-called lord. Besides, they sensed that, apart from one individual associated with the lord, none of the others posed a threat to them. What was there to fear? The constable merely smiled and expressed his eagerness to assist, as if their relationship were exceedingly cordial. Yet, he did not linger long, soon departing from the tavern. Hermione gazed into William's eyes, and they exchanged a silent nod, communicating their thoughts without words. As for Mina, she dismissed the encounter entirely. Upon realizing they were not in trouble, she resumed her position, patiently awaiting their meal. Perhaps due to the constable's instructions, the tavern staff promptly served their dishes with improved demeanor. William and Hermione chose to cast aside the earlier incident. After all, enjoying their meal was of utmost importance. At the heart of the town stood the Lord's residence, which, though not extravagant, housed a meeting room where officials awaited news. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew quiet, with no discussions taking place as all eyes were fixed on the seated Lord. Unfazed by the mounting tension, the Lord nodded and remarked, "This is quite normal. After all, we have overstepped our bounds." He continued, "Recently, our town has been developing rapidly, and your subordinates undoubtedly have a multitude of matters to attend to. So you may take your leave." "Yes, my lord," the officials replied as they rose to pay their respects and depart. With the town's growth came a myriad of challenges, all of which required their resolution. Today, the sheriff mentioned that distinguished guests had arrived to discuss matters of collaboration. Yet it appears that the proceedings are not unfolding as smoothly as anticipated. The sheriff has remained in the conference room alongside the lord of the city. Are the recent vampires still engaging in their nefarious activities? The lord inquired, casting a look at the sheriff. The sheriff shook his head and replied, "They have not been as audacious lately. As you know, they have been in pursuit of a phantom. although they publicly claim to have contained the specter. Who can truly ascertain the veracity of such a statement? The Lord nodded thoughtfully and continued, Are all three of them moderate vampires? Not entirely. Only one possesses a noble bloodline, while the others are two rare human sorcerers. The Lord expressed his confusion. One vampire and two human sorcerers? While the moderate vampires maintain amicable relations with human sorcerers, it is unlikely to this extent. Is that vampire truly a descendant of Evelyn? Indeed, the vampire we rescued last time had the fortune of meeting Evelyn and can confirm that he is indeed a descendant of the warrior goddess. The sheriff stated before falling silent. The Lord, deep in thought, unconsciously tapped his fingers upon the table. If possible, we should strive to cultivate a favorable rapport with them. Some evidence we have gathered could potentially be shared with them. The Lord was aware of the internal discord amongst the vampires and recognized the irreconcilable rift between the town and the radical vampires. If they can offer us assistance, we would welcome it, but we must avoid driving them into opposition against us. The Lord felt a sense of frustration, realizing that the root of the problem lay in their own weakness. Otherwise, there would be no need for such machinations and calculations. The vampires had already extended their influence over the townsfolk under his governance, and unless he was willing to sacrifice his hard work, conflict was inevitable. Little did the Lord know that it was precisely his previous actions that had drawn the attention of William and Hermione, leading them to be disinclined to engage with him. At that moment, William, Hermione, and Mina were settled in an inn, though they were truly residing in a modest cabin. William, could they be the same puppeteers from before? Hermione looked at William. It is quite possible. Although the sheriff conceals himself adeptly, I sense that his presence today is indeed connected to Mina. Mina listened attentively as they analyzed the situation, refraining from any mischief. They must have discerned that Mina is a vampire, perhaps even a moderate one, which suggests they may have intentions towards our faction. Does that imply they might not be our adversaries and could, in fact, assist us? Hermione proposed. Indeed, while I share your sentiments regarding the radical vampires deserving of their fate, it does not necessarily mean that the puppeteer is our enemy, William cautioned Hermione. In many instances, shared interests can forge friendships. Yet once conflicts of interest arise, it is all too easy for allegiances to shift. Chapter 66, The Lord's Manor. The three individuals enjoyed a few days of leisure in the quaint town, undisturbed by any interruptions, which brought them a sense of joy. However, on the eve of their departure, they resolved to pay a visit to the lord of the town. You may enter, the guard said respectfully, having received prior instructions. Under the guidance of the guards, the trio gradually made their way into the lord's residence. At that moment, the constable and several officials awaited them at the entrance, some scrutinizing them with great seriousness, yet remaining silent. Please, follow us. Our lord has been expecting you in the conference room, the constable announced as he ushered them inside. William and Hermione exchanged glances before leading Mina into the room, with the officials trailing closely behind. Soon, everyone took their seats, with the two parties positioned on opposite sides. The lord seated prominently at the head of the table. William carefully observed this so-called lord, who appeared quite youthful and somewhat delicate in appearance. He did not resemble the rugged figure William had anticipated, nor did he possess the characteristic features of a demon with pointed horns. However, as they scanned the assembly of officials, it became evident that representatives from various races were present, many adorned with pointed horns and diverse hairstyles. If we are not mistaken, you must belong to the demon race, William stated calmly, fixing his gaze on the lord before him. The evidence was irrefutable. This lord was indeed the mastermind behind the recent attempts to eliminate them. A shared understanding passed between William and Hermione, both sensing the same realization. The officials reacted with surprise at William's words, but a greater sense of pride emerged. For to serve under this lord as a member of the demon race was regarded as a significant honor. So, are you two unfamiliar wizards here to eradicate us? The lord inquired with a smile, seemingly jesting. The officials in the conference room cast wary glances at them, and Mina, their brows furrowed, as if ready to act at the lord's command. Please, do not be so tense. We are not a band of warriors, nor do we have any interest in such games. We are merely ordinary travelers wishing to express our gratitude for the town's hospitality. Frankly, our relationship could be considered rather amicable, William replied with a composed demeanor, while Hermione and Mina remained on guard, aware that the outcome of any conflict was uncertain. With a gesture, the lord signaled the officials from the town to ease their stance, remarking that it was merely a jest and they should not act disrespectfully in front of esteemed guests. He then inclined his head slightly towards the three, speaking in an apologetic tone. We should not be adversaries, should we, my friends? As the lord of this land, It is my duty to safeguard the safety of my citizens, which is why we felt compelled to invite you for a discussion. This is our humble request. Yet our investigations have revealed that not only are we in peril, but so too are you. The dangers alluded to by the Lord undoubtedly pertain to the radical vampires targeting. Yet the true peril lies with the town itself. Should they mishandle this situation, the newly established town may swiftly descend into ruin. You may have noticed that the radical vampires have recently become increasingly restless, engaging in extensive captures and experiments. They're no longer content with other races and have long since turned their attention to the more temperate vampires among you. The Lord, of course, cannot openly disclose the threats faced by his own faction, and instead attempts to shift the focus towards the temperate vampires. However, William and Hermione are not easily swayed by his tactics, and even Mina appears to be deep in thought. My lord, this is not a disaster for us. Rather, you're likely the first to be targeted by them, Hermione retorted. Furthermore, our identities may disappoint you. In truth, we are not well acquainted with the temperate vampires at all. It is evident that you can easily discern we are merely ordinary humans. Ordinary humans. The officials in the Lord's manor were visibly perplexed. While they could not ascertain the true strength of the two, they certainly dared not underestimate them. After all, why would they show such respect to two individuals who still appeared youthful? Even the Lord struggled to maintain his composure, prompting the sheriff to interject hastily. You jest. Esteemed guests, you are undoubtedly formidable. The sheriff's tone shifted to a more serious note. However, the radical vampires are not to be trifled with. If left unchecked, both our town and your temperate faction may find themselves in considerable trouble. Nevertheless, from our perspective, we shall not permit any harm to come to our townsfolk, and I trust you would feel the same. The sheriff neither belittled his own faction nor targeted William and his companions, showcasing a degree of competence. William and Hermione chose to remain silent, both observing Mina, who was idly watching them with wide, innocent eyes. Weren't we just about to fight? What is happening now? They sighed in exasperation, realizing they had overestimated Mina and felt somewhat helpless. Admittedly, they were indeed outsiders, albeit not entirely ordinary. However, the decision to unite was not theirs to make. Should a decision be reached, it would ultimately fall to Evelyn. The Lord felt a flicker of uncertainty, sensing a chill creeping down his spine. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, confident that his clandestine misdeeds had left no evidence behind. His true aim today was to persuade William and his companions to introduce him to Evelyn. However, William and Hermione were not inclined to fall for his schemes. While they could not locate Helena, they stumbled upon another figure, one they had long wished to confront, the mastermind who had previously sought to deceive them. Chapter 67, A Spar. The crowd engaged in yet another tedious exchange, yet no one made any promises or commitments. Following this monotonous dialogue, while William's side remained relatively composed, the officials from the Lord's manor exhibited clear signs of impatience. It was rumored that the demon race revered strength. William seized the opportunity to direct his gaze toward the constable. The constable glanced at the Lord and the other officials, then back to William, momentarily bewildered by this unexpected shift. However, Hermione comprehended the underlying meaning of William's words, as she could no longer contain herself and felt a surge of anger, yearning for a confrontation. Mina, reveling in the unfolding drama, clenched her fists with excitement. Instead of us idly wasting time here, why not engage in a friendly spar? We can discuss matters afterward, William proposed. The officials, primarily warriors, were invigorated by this suggestion, having been wearied by the preceding discourse. The constable recognized that the situation was spiraling beyond his control, opting to remain silent and await the Lord's decision. The Lord grasped William's intent. If they did not showcase some genuine prowess today, the other party would hardly consider them worthy of being messengers. However, it was not a simple matter of brawling. They first aimed to maintain the facade of a harmonious banquet. William and Mina refrained from initiating combat, as Hermione possessed greater combat prowess. Moreover, the officials from the Lord's manor had yet to fully harness their potential, making it unwise for all three to engage simultaneously. The Lord's manor featured a designated area for combat, and both parties proceeded to the arena. To the casual observer, the Lord's side appeared to be comprised largely of robust warriors, while William and his companions seemed more slender. Yet, the Lord was acutely aware of the formidable magic that resided within them. He found it perplexing that they would propose a duel, as he perceived wizards to be rather fragile. Nevertheless, within the confines of the arena, where distance was limited, the opposing side was clearly at a disadvantage. Was this an intentional gesture to allow for a graceful retreat, swayed by his own charisma? Though the Lord had a hint of narcissism, his instincts warned him that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. As anticipated, the Lord's greatest concern materialized. The first combatant he dispatched was a woman wielding a short blade, her speed remarkable, her footfalls light, enabling her to close the distance with ease. Hermione appeared momentarily caught off guard, failing to even draw her wand. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, seemingly aware of the impending outcome. This is my maid. Although she is a servant, her skills are commendable, making her quite notable within the Lord's manor, the Lord proclaimed. Though he spoke with confidence, William was no fool. It was evident that this woman was the most formidable individual aside from the Lord himself. As the woman closed in, her short blade lunged forward, and she prepared to withdraw, mindful that this was merely a friendly exchange. In her estimation, if a wizard allowed an adversary to close the distance without even a moment to draw their wand, defeat was inevitable. However, what the woman did not anticipate was that the seemingly harmless girl before her exhibited a composure far beyond her expectations. In fact, Hermione seized the woman's wrist with such strength that no amount of struggle could free her. The spectators erupted into murmurs, and the city lord, not lacking in discernment, remarked, "Impressive, her strength is certainly formidable." William maintained a smile, yet inwardly he longed to berate the city lord. Was this truly formidable? He had forgotten the countless trials he had endured at Hermione's hands. Magic was hardly an inconvenient tool, who claimed that wizards were delicate. Close combat was indeed the romance of a wizard. William cast a glance at the city lord, for it was this very individual they most wished to confront. As if on cue, the moment William's words fell, Hermione released the woman's wrist, and they soon engaged in a fierce melee. However, in terms of momentum, the woman appeared significantly weaker than Hermione. Gazing at the short blade that Hermione had effortlessly bent, the woman felt a twitch of her composure. What manner of opponent was this? Yet, she had no time for contemplation, as Hermione's fist was already hurtling toward her. Drawing upon years of experience, she swiftly sidestepped. However, Hermione's strikes were anything but simple. The woman narrowly evaded the blow, though she still felt Hermione's fist graze her, nearly sending her flying. This forced her to adopt a more cautious approach, for it was evident that she was no match for her opponent. Yet, a thrill coursed through her. It had been ages since she had felt such progress, and her recent extraordinary performance suggested a newfound urgency in their sparring. Hermione, however, was not inclined to be her sparring partner, for this woman was not William. With a decisive punch, Hermione struck again, and though the woman narrowly avoided it, she soon found her arm ensnared once more. "Goodbye," Hermione whispered softly in the woman's ear before executing a powerful shoulder throw that sent her crashing to the ground. Though she did not lose consciousness, the woman realized she was utterly drained of strength, left gazing up at the sky. Why is your power so formidable? Or am I simply too weak? A sense of defeat washed over her, her eyes dull with realization. Clearly, she had grown complacent. Hermione promptly interrupted the woman's incantation, propping her up and conjuring a towel to stifle her words. The woman was assisted away by the maids of the city lord's estate, her expression bewildered. The officials were taken aback, some even itching to engage, but considering that even the strongest among them was no match, they likely felt they would merely be serving as fodder. Truly impressive. The city lord sighed, yet he felt a pang of frustration at his own loss of face. Did this mean he must intervene, personally? Would a city lord also care for a spar? I would be more than willing. William smiled at the city lord, having long desired to confront the man before him. However, the city lord declined, for his position rendered him in a different circumstance. Winning or losing would serve him no benefit. However, it is noteworthy that the lord of the city seemed to sense a certain malice within the smile of the individual before him. Chapter 68, The Ambush. Hermione naturally yearned for another challenge, casting a gentle smile as she surveyed her surroundings. Is there anyone else willing to join the fray? I would not mind a little skirmish. Hermione directed her gaze towards a particular group, which was evidently a small team. They looked to the lord, who first appraised Hermione before glancing at William. "My lord, it is merely a spar. It shall not disrupt the cordiality among us," William remarked with a smile. The maid, who had just taken a brief respite, also stepped forward. Simultaneously, 4 more individuals emerged, 2 men and 2 women. It was clear that when confronted with formidable foes, they typically resorted to overwhelming numbers. One of the men, exceptionally robust with dark horns atop his head, was a warrior tasked with engaging in close combat and drawing fire. Another man, who appeared somewhat stout and unattractive, bore a heavy shield, primarily to absorb enemy assaults. Among them was a woman with slightly pointed ears, an archer whose role was to disrupt foes and provide support to her comrades. The most formidable of the group was a maid who served as an assassin, responsible for stealth and ambushes. Lastly, a gentle girl, a priestess, offered enhancements and rapid healing from a distance. At first, Hermione was unprepared for the onslaught of 5. Her response is somewhat hasty, yet she found herself in no real peril. At that moment, she had cast the iron armor spell around her, rendering her impervious to the maid's stealthy strikes, while the warrior was frequently driven back. Witnessing this, the burly man charged forward with his shield. Despite his size, he maneuvered with surprising agility. Hermione's fist struck against the heavy shield, producing a dull thud. Her hands remained unscathed, whereas the man holding the shield staggered back a few steps. Disbelief etched across his face as he struggled to steady his trembling shield, his hands now tinged with purple. "It seems your companions are indeed formidable," the Lord mused, acknowledging that even he would fare similarly against Hermione in the arena. She was growing increasingly exhilarated, her techniques becoming more refined with each exchange. As for strength, the might of the ogre was not to be underestimated. After all, they had initially studied the ogre as a creature of interest. Moreover, in her subsequent research, Hermione discovered the ability to channel magical energy into her fists. With her prodigious combat talent, Hermione was no longer a delicate young girl. She possessed considerable power. As for the archer, her attacks were quite limited, merely serving to mildly distract Hermione. In truth, the archer was not weak. A direct hit from her arrows could inflict significant damage. However, Hermione's iron armor spell mitigated some of that power. Furthermore, with her exceptional perceptive abilities, she could discern the trajectory of the arrows the moment they were released, even adjusting her position to evade them. For Hermione, this task posed no difficulty. It was merely a matter of her will. They had long possessed the ability to communicate with nature. In this battle, the greatest contributions did not come from the four engaged in offense and defense, but rather from the cleric. It is not that she weakened Hermione. In fact, her skills could not even approach Hermione. The cleric's primary role was to provide various enhancements to her teammates and restore their stamina. After several rounds of probing, they had already realized that under normal circumstances, defeating Hermione was impossible. The only viable strategy was to exhaust her stamina as much as possible, waiting for an opportunity to strike when she revealed a flaw. William shook his head at the scene before him. They were indeed too naive. This flaw was something he and Helena had identified long ago. Hermione was also acutely aware of their intentions, nearly stifling a laugh. This was not her weakness. The advantages she displayed for others to see were often her true vulnerabilities. What remained hidden, however, could very well be her genuine strength. Previously, she had been able to pummel William for an entire day without pause. Otherwise, how had his resilience been forged? Nevertheless, Hermione was in no rush. Although she often sparred with William and fought fiercely, she could not afford to miss this opportunity with free practice partners. As for being overwhelmed and exhausting her stamina, apologies, but it remained uncertain who would be surrounding home, who said it was impossible for her to take on all 5 of them alone. As time passed, Hermione generally refrained from exerting herself too much. However, at times, she had to feign a struggle. Otherwise, if the 5 believed they could not defeat her, they might refuse to continue. Thus, onlookers could see that although Hermione's attacks were occasionally sharp, there were moments when she appeared somewhat strained. There were also instances when she narrowly evaded their ambushes, which only bolstered their confidence further. The officials of the Lord's Manor watched the unfolding situation with excitement, while the Lord himself appeared perplexed, his brow furrowed. William, observing the Lord's demeanor, found it unremarkable. These were merely minor tricks easily seen through. The 5 engaged in battle, along with the onlookers, were simply caught up in a moment, failing to recognize the ruse in time. Watching Hermione's somewhat clumsy performance, William discerned her intentions and could only mentally critique her cunning. However, Mina, that little fool, had also been deceived, frequently tugging at William's sleeve, urging him to assist Hermione. William paid her no mind. Observing this, Mina loudly cheered for Hermione, casting William a reproachful glance, as if to imply that once Hermione finished, she would rush over to report his behavior. TCH, this little brat thinks she understands Hermione's thoughts better than I do. How ridiculous! William paid little heed as he brushed Mina's hands aside, continuing to gaze at Hermione. It must be said, the sight of Hermione in battle was rather endearing. Yet, the 5 combatants laboriously engaged held a different sentiment. To them, Hermione resembled a spiky hedgehog, and at times, they were tempted to concede defeat outright. Were it not for their remarkable stamina, they would have long since abandoned the fight. Chapter 69. Return to the castle. As dusk descended, the 5 of them lay exhausted on the ground. They were not fools and had discerned Hermione's intentions. Despite their stamina replenishing swiftly, there were limits, which paled in comparison to Hermione's monstrous endurance. Observing the scene, William realized that neither side could continue. In fact, from the outset, Hermione had the capacity to swiftly vanquish them. The confines of the arena allowed her to reach the priestess quickly and defeat her, leading to the inevitable downfall of the others. Hermione could even overpower them directly, for in terms of strength, numbers and combinations held little significance. However, this was merely a friendly spar. Aside from certain grievances with a local lord, they bore no animosity towards these officials. There was no need for them to fight to the bitter end. A modicum of face-saving was in order. Mina exuberantly dashed over to Hermione to celebrate, intermittently pointing at William, seemingly accusing him of past actions. Hermione turned to William, and their eyes met in a shared smile, the sunset's glow illuminating her figure. Complimenting her chestnut hair, with her sweet smile, she appeared truly radiant. William felt a surge of joy, his smile almost involuntary. At that moment, the Lord was disinclined to witness their affectionate display and made his way towards his subordinates, causing the five to lower their heads in shame. Yet, the Lord offered no rebuke, instead providing gentle words of comfort. He kindly assisted his maidservant to her feet, while the other four regarded the scene with indifference. As the host, the Lord warmly invited the trio to a dinner. Following 2 rounds of sparring, although the officials felt somewhat disheartened, the atmosphere was less tense than before, and the dinner grew more lively. The previous night, they had stealthily confronted the Lord, alleviating prior grievances. Today, citing health concerns, the Lord entrusted the sheriff with bidding farewell to the trio, who expressed their willingness to convey their intent for collaboration. However, the decision to cooperate, the nature of their partnership, and the terms of such an alliance were beyond the trio's authority. In reality, the town sought to collaborate with Evelyn, and they were merely messengers. Nevertheless, both William and Hermione harbored hopes for cooperation, eager to teach a lesson to the radical vampires. This was not a matter of good versus evil, but rather one of allegiance. Since those vampires had made a choice to target ordinary people, they had become adversaries. Neither William nor Hermione would show mercy to their enemies, nor would they mind the addition of a few more subjects for research. They were not benevolent souls. Moreover, they had inquired with the city lord regarding Helena, yet their efforts yielded little, merely reinforcing their conviction that she was not ensnared. However, in the afternoon, they unexpectedly received a letter from Professor Babbling. Had Helena already taken refuge in the vampire castle? William and Hermione exchanged weary glances, pondering for whom they were truly exerting themselves. While this was in fact also an excuse for their outing, Evelyn had long since granted them permission for apparition, though they believed it was primarily for Mina's safety. Long time no see, William, Hermione, and Mina. Helena floated before them, her demeanor cheerful as she scrutinized William and Hermione. The gentleman is quite handsome, and the lady has grown increasingly exquisite. So, Helena, where have you been these past few days? Hermione inquired with a hint of melancholy. Helena, feeling slightly embarrassed, hesitated, revealing that her escapades had led her into trouble, ultimately escaping from pursuit. Yet, could she articulate this? Helena merely stammered, attempting to justify herself. The two were resigned. As long as Helena was safe, they had never truly harbored grievances against her. Are you suggesting this is linked to Voldemort? William and Hermione listened, incredulous, as Helena recounted her findings. They found it hard to believe that Voldemort had any association with vampires. Were they not more closely aligned with giants and werewolves? Helena, sensing their disbelief, continued in a subdued tone. Ambition is ever expanding. Though vampires enjoy prolonged lifespans, one cannot overlook the necessity of blood and the fear of sunlight. Voldemort has promised to supply them with sufficient sustenance and to permit vampires to transform a realm within the wizarding world suitable for their habitation. However, his stipulation is the transformation of more controllable werewolves. William furrowed his brow, deep in thought, when suddenly a realization dawned upon him. Wait, does this mean the radicals have already made contact with Voldemort? Helena shook her head. No, Voldemort does not trust the radicals. They are aware he is not dead. Moreover, even if Voldemort were deceased, transforming controllable werewolves would still be advantageous for them, and they even plan to seize the wizarding world. William shook his head, stating, whether they seize the wizarding world is of little concern to me. What I care about is when Voldemort will finally perish. Helena, you previously destroyed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, did you not? William inquired, looking at her intently. He had sought the House of Requirement, but had never found it, fearing to evoke painful memories for Helena. Helena did not remain silent. Instead, she produced the diadem of Ravenclaw. I tampered with the diadem. It never truly became one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. allowing me to obliterate its residual soul. Thus, we have indeed vanquished one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. William and Hermione exchanged glances. It was a diary he had penned during his time at school. Hermione spoke, succinctly recounting their previous endeavors. We can locate Voldemort's Horcruxes and subsequently vanquish him. However, I believe we should refrain from such an approach. William interjected suddenly, drawing puzzled glances from his companions. One of the Horcruxes is Harry Potter, a student at Hogwarts. His tone grew cold. Although it is feasible to eliminate Harry Potter directly, thereby ultimately defeating the Dark Lord, this would not address the root of the issue. Even if Voldemort were to perish, other ambitious individuals would undoubtedly emerge. The discord among pure-blood families, half-blood wizards, and muggles proves exceedingly difficult to resolve, not to mention the presence of ordinary people. However, if Voldemort does not vanish and even resurrects, we shall confront him and his Death Eaters when he gathers them once more. The number of malevolent wizards lying in wait over the years is staggering. It might be wiser to expose them all. Helena did not counter his argument. Instead, she proposed our primary focus should be on the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban. If they are released, the ensuing chaos would be immense. Let us ensure they remain incarcerated. Hermione interjected suddenly. William and Helena regarded her with surprise. Yet Hermione spoke with calm conviction. That is not merely a trivial matter, is it? It is war, and we cannot afford to be merciful. Chapter 70, The Hunt. William and Hermione apprised Evelyn of the situation in the otherworldly town. However, Evelyn did not immediately acquiesce to a partnership with the community. Nonetheless, she intended to engage in dialogue with them. This matter no longer concerned William and Hermione, who, alongside Helena, deliberated on strategies to confront Voldemort. Confronting Voldemort was imperative. Otherwise, they would all face dire consequences, and now was the moment when he was at his weakest. If they did not seize this opportunity, they could not predict the ensuing complications. Do you recall Professor Snape's true identity? William inquired of Hermione. But how can we persuade Professor Snape to agree? We must disclose to him the fact that Voldemort created Horcruxes and that he is on the verge of resurrection. I believe that upon learning this, Dumbledore would likely send for Professor Snape. After all, this is the optimal time to approach him. What about Harry Potter? Should we inform Snape that he is also one of Voldemort's Horcruxes? Hermione hesitated. That is certainly a detail to share with Professor Snape. Their decisions will ultimately be theirs to make. Informing them of these matters is not of great significance to us, nor is Voldemort himself particularly crucial. A tiger, bereft of its claws, cannot stir up much turmoil. Sharing this information merely compels them to act. Whether they believe it or not, it could divert their attention. Our immediate priority is to eliminate the dark wizards who have already revealed themselves. After he finished speaking, he stretched lazily and continued. We have always merely wished to live our lives in peace. However, the current reality is that Voldemort does not desire our tranquility. If we cannot escape this fate, we must resort to self-preservation. Evelyn, gazing at William and Hermione with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Are you referring to that Armand whom you wish to capture?" She deliberately averted her gaze from Helena, as her presence had begun to irritate her. Helena remained silent, sitting quietly as if she were at the mercy of William and Hermione's plans. Indeed, we need him to reveal Voldemort's whereabouts, and we must take certain measures. Voldemort is likely in a peculiar state. He is neither dead nor fully resurrected. We must ascertain his location before we can strike at Azkaban. Otherwise, once Voldemort learns of any disturbances at Azkaban, he may suspect that someone is targeting him. If that is the case, Voldemort will likely continue to hide away. However, William and Hermione do not have the luxury of waiting a decade or two for him to emerge. In the end, Evelyn agreed to William and Hermione's request and consented to put on a grand performance when the time came. In the dimly lit dungeon, Armand had lost his previous handsome appearance, now bearing numerous wounds. He was uncertain how much longer he would endure this tormenting existence. As a vampire, he had believed he could withstand it, yet he had underestimated Evelyn's capabilities. Time was indeterminate for Armand in the dungeon. He could not discern day from night. However, today, he unexpectedly received a moment of respite. Without contemplating the nature of the trap, he succumbed to sleep, feeling that he could not endure without restoring his strength. With a sudden clang, the heavy door of the dungeon swung open. Armand opened his eyes to see a figure cloaked in a robe. "Who are you?" Armand furrowed his brow. He understood that in a prison, the arrival of a stranger could signify either rescue or an executioner. The newcomer kicked Armand, speaking in a chilling, almost deranged tone. "It seems you are of no further use. You cannot fulfill the Dark Lord's bargain." "Who are you?" Armand retorted angrily. Though he was in a state of despair, He was not one to be ridiculed by just anyone. If you were not still of some use to me, I would relish the opportunity to rid the world of you, you foolish and filthy vampire. The cloaked figure ceased speaking, hoisting Armand as if he were refused, and their figures gradually faded from view. Meanwhile, Evelyn, engrossed in her training, instinctively glanced toward the direction of the dungeon, lost in contemplation. Once outside the castle, the cloaked man unceremoniously tossed the vampire onto the ground. "Get up, stop pretending. Vampires are not that fragile," he remarked casually. They have now departed from the confines of the vampire castle. It is unclear how much time has elapsed when Armand, belatedly, begins to succumb to a fit of impotent rage. He harbors a deep resentment towards Evelyn, not only for ensnaring him without honor, but also for subjecting him to interrogation. Cease your futile musings, for that female vampire has long since ensnared your castle in her web. Since Evelyn procured evidence from the town lord regarding the radicals' opposition to the other two factions, those factions have been compelled to reorganize. Naturally, this process was not exhaustive, as some individuals managed to escape amidst the chaos. One cannot entirely fault the two factions. After all, the vampires between the three factions harbor their own clandestine agendas, and inflicting significant damage upon the radicals is no simple feat. As for the role of this vampire, Evelyn initially intended to use him as bait to systematically eradicate Armand's descendants and kin. However, such an approach proved laborious and time-consuming. It would be more efficient to consolidate Armand's progeny, simultaneously presenting Voldemort with a token of allegiance. In the vampire realm, finding refuge would be exceedingly difficult. At this moment, should he be pursued, he would have no choice but to surrender or flee. Seeking refuge with Voldemort represents an option that William has provided to these vampires. Evelyn cooperatively issued a bounty on Armand, generously promising a substantial reward. Chapter 71, Voldemort. Professor Snape's countenance was grim as he received a letter that was both familiar and foreign. Horcruxes, Harry Potter, and the Dark Lord's imminent resurrection. He pondered quietly whether he ought to disclose these matters to Dumbledore. Yet, who had sent this letter? Previously, he had uncovered the true identity of that wretched rat. Thus, what was the credibility of this new correspondence? The letter detailed the nature of the Horcruxes, their locations, and methods for their destruction. Professor Snape sensed a tone of mockery permeating the sentences. However, this was of little consequence. As long as it was true, his current objective remained the protection of Harry and the elimination of Voldemort. Professor Snape resolved to inform Professor Dumbledore about the Horcruxes, as it was an unavoidable course of action, for there was a place he would never wish to visit, nor could he, and that was the ancestral home of the Black family. He had also made a decision. He would journey to the Albanian forest. Looking out the window, Snape recognized that the Albanian forest was one of the few places where someone like Voldemort could find a semblance of security. Severus, where did you acquire this information? Dumbledore's gaze bore into Professor Snape. I believe this is not of your concern, is it? Snape replied rather bluntly, unwilling to divulge further details to Dumbledore. And the Dark Lord is about to re-emerge. Snape regarded Dumbledore with a hint of annoyance. Indeed, in the Albanian forest. Severus, I think this requires further contemplation. Dumbledore acknowledged Snape's implication. And you must take care of Harry. Professor Snape seemed to have recalled something unpleasant and turned to leave. Dumbledore watched Snape's retreating figure, furrowing his brow, ever convinced that Snape was concealing some truth from him. He gazed at the parchment in his hand, which detailed the methods Voldemort employed to create his Horcruxes, along with their respective locations. The parchment even elaborated on how to obliterate these Horcruxes entirely. Dumbledore had long felt as though someone was shrouding him in deception. Indeed, over the past 3 years, his control over Hogwarts had waned significantly. As the headmaster, he possessed the authority to investigate every corner of the castle and command its defenses. Yet, he had recently discovered that there appeared to be forces within the school that surpassed his own authority. Shaking his head, Dumbledore resolved not to dwell on it further. The immediate priority was to locate Voldemort's Horcruxes and destroy them. As for Snape, Dumbledore found himself at a loss. After all, apart from Harry, Snape had little else to care for. Armand gradually regained consciousness, finding himself sprawled upon an examination table. You're awake? Snape's grim visage loomed before him. It's you? No, you shouldn't be aware of our existence. Armand was certain that, aside from Voldemort, no one knew of them. Such foolish self-deception in the realm of magic. There are no secrets that remain forever concealed, Snape replied coldly. In truth, Snape had only just arrived when he encountered the vampire. Analyzing the information he had gathered indicated that someone had previously impersonated him to rescue the vampire before him. This vampire seemed to have a peculiar connection to the Dark Lord. Although Snape was unaware of the specifics, deceiving this naive vampire posed little challenge. A decade ago, the werewolf clans were not limited to just one. There existed a feeble yet controlled werewolf pack. How could I resist the urge to investigate further? Furthermore, it seems you have forgotten your station. You are but a stray dog now. Snape suddenly remarked with malice. The only reason I saved you was to seek your master. Should you fail to find him, I would not hesitate to take further actions against you. Armand glared at Professor Snape in fury, yet he found himself unable to retort, for he truly was a wanderer with no refuge. However, to be precise, he still had a means of support. He could summon his descendants and kin through their bloodline. Moreover, once they were secure, he could reach out to the formidable vampires of old, presenting them with an opportunity. Although the vampire community was currently embroiled in discord, the impact on those of true high standing was minimal. Should he gain their backing in the future, his faction might yet retaliate, even vanquishing the other two factions. Professor Snape, oblivious to Armand's contemplations, tossed him a vial of potion. This is for your healing. Do not expire just yet. As the most capable subordinate of the Dark Lord, you cannot even locate him and are reduced to seeking assistance from me. A mere stray? Amanda could not help but sneer. With readily available potions at hand, he certainly would not be courteous towards Professor Snape. However, this did not prevent him from indulging in occasional jibes. In the Albanian forest, a great serpent was in pursuit of its prey. Suddenly, it seemed to detect a very familiar scent. It abandoned its hunt and swiftly slithered in a certain direction. You had better not be deceiving me, Amand. Professor Snape glared menacingly at the vampire before him. The vampire, Amand, had inscribed a magical symbol with some blood and was now waiting patiently. Snape, though somewhat impatient, halted abruptly as he felt a sharp pain in his arm. It was coming, he had arrived. Snape had long employed the art of mental occlusion, and despite his earlier harsh demeanor, he remained vigilant. Severus, is that you? A raspy voice echoed in Snape's ears as the great serpent appeared beside him. Yet, Snape sensed that any movement on his part would prompt the serpent to instantly strike his throat. Voldemort paid no heed to Amand. His focus remained solely on Snape. Yes, my lord, Professor Snape replied with deep reverence. I did not expect you to find me. You are indeed very clever. Voldemort did not lower his guard, but instead drew closer to Snape. It was Amand. He exposed you. All the vampires of your faction have been purged. Is that so? Amand? The serpent flicked its tongue as it inched towards the vampire. Voldemort, spare us your theatrics. We are not your servants, Amand retorted with newfound boldness. Their relationship had always been one of mutual cooperation, and their powers were not necessarily inferior to Voldemort's. Not to mention, Voldemort was not in a significantly better position than they were now. Chapter 72, Horcruxes. Under the guidance of Minister of Magic Fudge and the influence of Professor Dumbledore, Sirius was finally granted temporary bail. Harry Potter once again beheld his godfather. Although he had no recollection of him, he found this circumstance far preferable to living with the Dursleys. This Christmas, Harry would not have to spend it alone at Hogwarts. However, the Black family home had long been devoid of its master, and the house elf Creature no longer maintained the premises. Creature often openly expressed his disdain for Sirius, unwilling to accept him as his master. The Black family home was quite filthy and disorderly, yet this did not dampen their spirits. It was a significant improvement compared to their previous lives. At that moment, Harry lay in his room, gazing at the ceiling, contemplating the past few days. A reality he had never dared to imagine. Never had he anticipated that someone would share so many tales of his parents' past, nor did he foresee gaining a godfather. In the distance, Sirius Black's harsh reprimand of Creature could be heard, a situation to which Harry had grown accustomed over the past few days as they had been at odds with one another. However, the Black family home had now welcomed a visitor whom they dared not treat with indifference. Dumbledore surveyed the two before him. Sirius's condition had improved somewhat, yet the absence of his arm remained conspicuous. Clearly, Professor Snape had declined to administer the counter curse to Sirius. Nevertheless, for Dumbledore, this was merely a matter of time to resolve. Yet, his primary purpose for visiting today was not solely this. May I inquire as to the reason for your presence? Professor Dumbledore? Sirius asked directly, noticing Dumbledore's scrutiny. Oh, gentlemen, I hope I am not intruding upon your pleasant time. Dumbledore replied cheerfully. I came to see both of you. It is evident that you are enjoying a delightful holiday. However, Dumbledore's tone shifted as he turned his gaze towards Creature, adding, but I must admit, I have other motives as well. I believe Mr. Creature has been harboring a secret. At this moment, Creature paid no heed to Dumbledore or his words, instead muttering under his breath about Sirius. Observing this, Sirius began to berate Creature once more. It seems Mr. Creature is not pleased with my uninvited interruption. But this matter is of great importance. We must uncover it, Dumbledore remarked, undeterred. He addressed Harry and Sirius. Might I trouble you both for a favor? I believe we need to locate a locket adorned with a serpent. No, you must not. Creature suddenly roused from his stupor, screeching in his hoarse voice, attempting to disapparate from the scene. However, Dumbledore immobilized him, and he quickly fell unconscious. Sirius glanced at the unfolding scene with curiosity, but refrained from commenting. Horcruxes are advanced dark magical artifacts that cannot be located with the summoning charm. Their search necessitates a methodical, manual approach. Consequently, the three decided to separate in their quest. During the search, Harry felt a familiar pain radiating from the scar on his forehead as he stumbled upon a particular spot. It was as if some unseen force was guiding him toward a destination. In a daze, he instinctively moved forward. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, sensing something amiss, hastened towards Harry's direction. Upon opening a cabinet, Harry discovered an exquisite locket. Yet, the pain in his head intensified, as if it were tearing at his very soul. Subconsciously, he reached out to grasp the locket. Just then, a frail yet surprisingly strong hand seized his arm. Harry, I think you've exhausted yourself. You should rest. Dumbledore said as he lifted Harry into his arms, casting a glance at the locket before turning his attention to the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. If there had been others present beside Dumbledore at that moment, they would have witnessed an unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face. The Dark Lord can only perish at the hands of Harry Potter, Dumbledore murmured to himself. In the sitting room, Harry lay unconscious on the sofa, with Creature by his side. Professor Dumbledore, what has happened to Harry? Sirius inquired, concern evident in his tone as he observed Harry's state. Do not fret. Harry is merely resting, Dumbledore replied softly. Shortly thereafter, both Harry and Creature slowly regained consciousness, their expressions clouded with confusion. However, in the next instant, Creature seemed to recollect something and vanished without a trace. Dumbledore chose not to intervene this time. Sir, if you can agree to a condition of Creature's, he will divulge everything to you, Creature stated, gazing at Dumbledore. However, Creature can only share this with one person, or perhaps with that Mr. Potter as well. After uttering this, Creature fell silent, repeatedly banging his head against the floor in a display of penance. It was evident whom this was directed at, and Sirius immediately bristled with anger, raising his fist as if to strike Creature. Dumbledore halted Sirius's movement, saying, Very well, sir. I trust you have your reasons. Sirius wished to voice his thoughts further, but the look in Dumbledore's eyes silenced him. You may step outside for a moment. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation, Dumbledore instructed Sirius. With a frustrated glare towards Creature, Sirius left the room. Unaware of the unfolding events, and with no one prompting him to leave, Harry remained, listening to Creature's words. As he did so, his face gradually transformed into one of shock. At some point, Sirius had stormed into their living room, gripping Creature's neck tightly. Despite Creature's previous mocking demeanor, Sirius had never exhibited such genuine fury before. Harry swiftly intervened to stop Sirius, while Creature, upon seeing him, appeared truly terrified for the first time. It resumed its self-punishment. Banging its head and hoarsely crying out, Creature is a villain. Creature failed to fulfill his master's tasks and disobeyed his commands. Under Creature's guidance, they made their way to the place where Regulus had met his demise, discovering his brother's lifeless body submerged in the water. Yet, Sirius found himself unable to grant Regulus a proper burial, even though his death stemmed from taking Voldemort's Horcrux. Nevertheless, this did not alter the fact that Regulus had been a Death Eater. Furthermore, Sirius had not entirely absolved himself of his own burdens. Alone, he interred Regulus and lingered by his brother's grave for an extended period. Harry wished to console Sirius, but was restrained by Professor Dumbledore. Harry, I believe we should afford him some time. Do you not agree? Chapter 73, A Break from Studies. After much contemplation, Professor Dumbledore ultimately decided to share certain revelations regarding Voldemort and the Horcruxes with Harry. Together, they commenced the quest to locate the remaining Horcruxes. However, this endeavor was merely a concern for Dumbledore and Harry. It did not impede Voldemort's machinations. Recently, Voldemort had been preoccupied with the notion of resurrection, or rather, the restoration of his corporeal form. Thanks to the existence of Horcruxes, he was not destined for death. After being struck by the killing curse, he lost his physical body. The components required for his revival included his father's bone, his servant's flesh, and the blood of his enemy, the latter of which he had yet to obtain. This necessitated a strategic plan among the three of them, though it posed no challenge for Professor Snape. At present, the faction of vampires led by Evelyn was gaining considerable power, leaving Armand with little choice but to align himself temporarily with Voldemort. Voldemort, for his part, opted not to possess Professor Snape, as Snape was far from the inept Quirrell. Instead, he chose to inhabit the body of a great serpent, with the intention of establishing a temporary residence in Hogsmeade. Following the incident involving the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort recognized the formidable nature of Hogwarts and was wary of entering it again. He decided to wait outside for Professor Snape to procure Harry Potter's blood. Tracking Armand was not particularly difficult for Voldemort, as he was well aware of his movements. However, the most pressing concern was the issue of Azkaban. Once a site for dark wizards to conduct malevolent experiments, Azkaban was rumored to house not only Dementors, but also other terrifying magical creatures. Nevertheless, their primary objective extended beyond these beings. Within a small cottage, William and Hermione gazed out at the sea, searching for the location of Azkaban amidst the waters. Mina trailed behind them like a shadow, while Helena perused books and research materials in the living room. Professor Babbler had conveniently assisted William and Hermione in taking a leave of absence due to health concerns. With Professor Babbler's testimony, Professor McGonagall felt reluctant to voice any objections. In truth, apart from a brief visit to their home during their first year, McGonagall was not particularly acquainted with William and Hermione. Meanwhile, Evelyn was orchestrating a crackdown on radicals while simultaneously monitoring Armand and his cohorts in Hogsmeade. Muggles could not locate Azkaban, but wizards could, albeit with some difficulty. The group eventually discovered the oppressive little island, but hesitated to approach it hastily. Infiltrating a wizarding prison was no easy feat in the laboratory. William and Hermione observed the gradually vanishing Dementors, deep in thought. Under normal circumstances, Dementors could not be killed, but if they failed to feed on emotions, they would weaken. Should their weakness reach a critical point, their forms would become ethereal, ultimately leading to their disappearance. However, should this method be applied in practice, it would prove exceedingly challenging, necessitating further in-depth research. Nonetheless, it underscores the formidable difficulty of infiltrating Azkaban through brute force, compelling them to abandon such efforts. Should they opt for a more conventional approach, Mina could assist them in concealing their presence. Yet, they must also ascertain the reason behind the Dementors' consumption of joy. Then, they could instigate a riot to exploit the ensuing chaos. This strategy would serve to diminish the vigilance of both Voldemort and the Ministry of Magic. Simultaneously, it would serve as a cautionary message to the bureaucrats of the Ministry that Dementors are not controllable entities. Thus, they must uncover what lures the Dementors. While they are most renowned for their ability to devour happiness, they appear to be perpetually suppressing their instincts. Dementors can influence human emotions through fear, evoking memories of anguish and inflicting psychological harm. In moments of mental instability, they can more readily siphon off joy, further exacerbating suffering. If emotions remain unaffected, it is exceedingly difficult for them to feed on happiness. What William and Hermione aspire to do is entice them to target specific Death Eaters, even offering the Dementor's kiss. Since these individuals wish for the demise of wizards of Muggle descent, they cannot be faulted for striking first. Such malevolent Death Eaters ought not to continue polluting the air of the magical realm. The temporary withdrawal of William and Hermione from their studies attracted little attention, as William was never particularly in the spotlight. Meanwhile, those around them were either gleefully trembling or sobbing uncontrollably in excitement. Penelope observed the reactions of the young eagles. Smirking slightly, before Hermione, they displayed cowardice, and now, with no oversight, they sought to unleash their true selves. Although she was aware, Penelope could not refrain from voicing her complaints. Luna flashed a smile, remarking, "Senior, you two will soon graduate." Upon hearing this, Penelope wore a pensive expression, realizing that graduation was just around the corner. However, could she truly aspire to be the Minister of Magic? Did she genuinely desire that role? She glanced at Luna, contemplating William and Hermione. A sense of confusion washed over her. Was she truly suited to be the Minister of Magic? Perhaps if circumstances allowed. Penelope yearned for the carefree existence that Luna, William, and Hermione seemed to enjoy. Harry Potter was particularly joyful lately, having experienced a delightful and entertaining holiday, receiving numerous Christmas gifts. During their quest for the Horcruxes, Dumbledore had also taken Harry to many significant places. However, what troubled Harry was the multitude of matters that could not be disclosed. Secrets, when borne by an individual of such vivacity, invariably lead to discomfort within their heart. He could only share fragments of what could be spoken with Ron and the others. "Harry, is this truly the firebolt that your godfather gifted you?" Ron gazed enviously at the broomstick in Harry's possession. "Harry, filled with joy, nodded. This was indeed the Christmas present from Sirius Black. Even a man with a vault brimming with gold would hesitate to procure such a treasure. However, when the heir of the Black family acquired it, he did so without the slightest furrow of his brow. Ron swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he implored, "Harry, may I touch it? That is the firebolt. The most ordinary one is worth at least 500 galleons, which amounts to nearly 3 months' wages for Mr. Weasley." Generously, Harry extended the firebolt to Ron, who eagerly accepted it. His gaze toward Harry, taking on an unusual fervor. "Let us head to the Quidditch pitch and give it a try," Ron exclaimed, pulling Harry out the door. Chapter 74, The Dementor Uprising. William and Hermione exchanged incredulous glances at the conclusions they had drawn. They even laughed, for they found themselves utterly at a loss for words. In truth, Azkaban resembled a dining hall. Though the fare was unpalatable, the Dementors could only extract a meager amount of joy. Yet here, they could occasionally indulge, feasting on the souls of criminals without anyone to intervene. Outside Azkaban, they would need to seek sustenance themselves. The collaboration between the Ministry of Magic and the Dementors hinged on food, and the Dementors had 2 reasons for not opposing the Ministry. Firstly, the Ministry controlled the number of Dementors within Azkaban, resulting in a limited population that posed a minimal threat. Secondly, fear and anguish served as fertile ground for the nurturing of Dementors, and Azkaban provided a natural advantage. They were reliant on it. In other words, their scarcity and dependence on Azkaban compelled their cooperation with the Ministry. William and Hermione found this conclusion rather absurd. Yet William was aware that the rationale behind any future betrayal by the Dementors would be even more far-fetched. Nevertheless, considering that they were mindless, dark, magical beings, they chose not to dwell on it further. At the very least, their time had not been squandered, as they had devised a method to expedite the disappearance of Dementors. However, if they desired to incite a Dementor uprising, there was perhaps an exceedingly simple means: impersonating Ministry officials. This did not necessitate the actual abduction of a Ministry officer. They could simply deceive the leader of the Dementors. Within the eerie confines of Azkaban, the Dementors began to stir. Ministry officials were stationed in Azkaban, primarily tasked with monitoring the Dementors and interring deceased criminals. These officials were equally disinclined to approach the malevolent dark creatures, preferring to keep their distance. They were uncertain whether the Dementors might go mad and consume their souls. "Quiet down, Alan. Is this your first day here?" An elderly official from the Ministry of Magic silenced Alan's cries. "The Dementors are here to consume the souls of the prisoners, and we cannot control them. It would be wise for you to remain quiet. Otherwise, should you attract their attention, who can assure us that we could escape their encirclement?" Instinctively, Alan covered his mouth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He murmured, "Wasn't it said that the Ministry could manage the Dementors?" Several Ministry officials exchanged glances, shaking their heads subtly. They seemed to see reflections of their younger selves in him. Alan ceased pondering such matters. Simply surviving in Azkaban is a stroke of luck in itself. One individual could not help but remind him, while the others remained silent. All gathered in the office behaved as though nothing had transpired in Azkaban. However, their hopes were not high. By the time the Ministry reacted, the incident would likely be over. Moreover, the officials on duty appeared drowsy. Suddenly, one officer felt his colleague tugging at him urgently. "What is it?" He rubbed his eyes, already weary. "Quick, inform Minister Fudge. The Dementors in Azkaban are in a frenzy." At dawn, Minister Fudge and a team of officials arrived at Azkaban. By then, the Dementors had feasted and dispersed, drifting aimlessly. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Fudge's forehead as he learned the grim statistics. The majority of the deceased were Death Eaters, at least. Those imprisoned on charges of being Death Eaters had their souls devoured. As to any omissions, William and Hermione's perceptiveness was not to be underestimated. However, after days of discernment, they had gleaned much about the criminals' inner thoughts, which left them feeling quite nauseated. Those confined in Azkaban had, in a sense, been granted a reprieve. Even dragging them through the depths of hell multiple times would hardly suffice as retribution. Fudge felt an acute sense of anxiety. Should he mishandle this situation, his position as Minister of Magic could be at stake. The reality was that the Ministry's control over Azkaban was alarmingly tenuous, and Fudge dared not dismantle it. Fearing it would rupture the already fragile cooperation with the Dementors, he lacked the resolve to shoulder such a responsibility. Thus, the only course of action was to conceal the incident, a relief for those within Azkaban. Among the officials was Penelope, who had recently begun her internship at the Ministry. She had not anticipated encountering such turmoil so soon. However, she quickly grasped the intentions of the Ministry, or rather, of Minister Fudge. Ever since the serious incident, Fudge's position had solidified significantly, with few daring to oppose him. Yet, Penelope sensed something amiss as she observed the hollow-eyed individuals. This sensation was all too familiar, reminiscent of the previous incident when they had been cornered. Penelope furrowed her brow. If it were indeed those two, there must be a compelling reason behind their actions. Otherwise, what could possibly motivate them to eliminate these individuals? Azkaban is universally acknowledged as the most terrifying place, and their actions paradoxically afford these criminals a chance at liberation. Within the confines of Azkaban, one is subjected to relentless torment, culminating in the degradation of the soul. Such a deed would, in fact, spare them from an abundance of suffering. Therefore, could there be a significant event on the horizon? The Death Eaters, the Dark Lord. Could a new Dark Lord be emerging? Are they attempting to alert us to something of import? The news of the Dementor uprising in Azkaban had not reached the outside world. William and Hermione were not disheartened, for they had already accomplished their primary objective, to eliminate a formidable ally of Voldemort. As for the remaining giants and werewolves, they had fled, and the two could not ascertain their whereabouts. Thus they could only await their inevitable reemergence. Moreover, other concealed dark wizards had yet to reveal themselves. Otherwise, their alternate identities would have surfaced by now. The next step would be to buy time until the Dark Lord could restore his corporeal form. William and Hermione exchanged glances, recalling an earlier incident. It seemed imperative to enhance the potion meant for Voldemort's resurrection. Chapter 75, The Snatching of the Basilisk. In the Riddle Graveyard, Professor Snape was diligently concocting the potion for Voldemort's rebirth, and beads of sweat adorned his brow. The flesh of the servant was, of course, supplied by Professor Snape himself. Master, this is Harry Potter's blood. Dumbledore is watching over him. He cannot be taken. The basilisk flicked its tongue, evidently displeased with this rationale, as it yearned to eliminate that seemingly indomitable boy during this opportune moment. However, the day had been long awaited, and the basilisk's cold, indifferent gaze upon the potion revealed its madness. The sky over Riddle's graveyard darkened gradually, and it was not just Voldemort who was attuned to this moment. William and Hermione were also distantly sensing Voldemort's restoration. They had prepared extensively for this day. The noseless specter emerged from the potion, and Professor Snape draped the long-prepared wizard's robe around him. He could feel that this new body was under his control. Was it due to the soul? He sensed a frailty emanating from his essence. No, this was merely the greeting from the Dementors, as William and Hermione observed this scene unfold. Logically, Voldemort should no longer possess any sensitivity to such matters. However, considerable effort had been invested by the two and Helena to destabilize his emotions. Perhaps the destruction of other Horcruxes by Dumbledore contributed to this. Moreover, Voldemort, even perceived his magical prowess, had diminished to a lamentable degree. Whenever he attempted to cast a spell, he felt an unseen barrier, sensing a dissonance between his soul and body. William gazed upon the being who toyed with his very soul, a creature who perhaps could no longer be classified as human. He perceived that Voldemort's essence was irrevocably fragmented, with certain facets having entirely vanished. After a prolonged interval, Voldemort's condition began to stabilize somewhat. It was the Horcruxes that had faltered. Someone had destroyed nearly all of his Horcruxes, and he cast a wary eye upon Professor Snape and the vampire Armand. Ah, the great serpent. He could still forge another Horcrux. Even in his diminished state, as long as a Horcrux existed, he could not perish. As for his soul, Voldemort cared little. Its imperfections could easily be supplemented by other means. However, that was a consideration for another time. Voldemort forced himself to maintain composure, calling out for the serpent. His unwavering trust had never been in Snape or Armand, but rather in that serpent. He extended his hand, gently caressing the serpent's head, knowing it would soon become a true Horcrux. William and his companions had tampered significantly with Voldemort's restorative potion, but it seemed that only a few modifications had proven effective. Fortunately, these complications could divert some of Voldemort's attention. They bore no regret, for they had exerted their utmost effort to weaken him. Yet, should he resolve these issues, and if Dumbledore and his allies failed to vanquish Voldemort, the outcome would no longer concern them. For unless they eradicated the fragment of soul tethered to Harry Potter, they could never truly eliminate Voldemort. Thus, the task of dealing with Voldemort would be left to Dumbledore and the Savior. Their primary objective for today was that serpent. After all, Voldemort's recovery hinged upon the fruits of their labor, and it was only fitting that they receive some recompense. A blood-cursed practitioner, they had once wielded the power to transform between human and beast at will, but ultimately succumbed to the fate of becoming a serpent. This was merely a curse. However, unlike Agamones, The blood curse allowed for transformation into magical creatures. They had previously studied Agamonis, who could morph into ordinary animals, yet found themselves utterly disinterested. The serpent's head rubbed against Voldemort's palm, relishing the sensation. At that moment, two uninvited guests materialized before them. Suddenly, two figures emerged. The masked man seized Professor Snape's wand and pressed it against his lower back. The inconspicuous Armand was unceremoniously kicked to the ground by the masked woman. Snape harbored a suspicion that even the slightest movement on his part could provoke the man to use his wand as a dagger. Ah, is that not Professor Snape? Why does he appear to possess only one arm? The masked man turned his gaze toward Voldemort, sighing, commenting on his abstract appearance. In former times, he had been quite dashing. Why had he descended into such despair? That one, yes, I speak of you. The masked man pointed accusingly at Voldemort, his tone laced with irritation. Is it you who has deceived this veteran of the circus? Voldemort's cold eyes fixated on the masked man, who, aware of Voldemort's current vulnerability, recognized this as the opportune moment to strike. If not now, when would there be a better chance to take a stand? Pray tell, how shall we seek recompense? He inquired. Whether it was fury or the inability to control his body, Voldemort remained silent. The masked man poked the masked woman gently on the arm, feigning exasperation as he remarked, "What do you think our course of action should be? If we fail to collect our due, we stand to incur a loss." The masked man continued with an affected seriousness. That one, yes, the one with the most unfortunate appearance. Should you choose to remain mute, I shall take matters into my own hands. He produced a vial of potion, playfully regarding Voldemort as he spoke. This is a new concoction we've developed, a potion that promises good fortune. After all, it could very well be your opportunity, a chance to alter your fate, perhaps transforming into a true beauty. Upon hearing these words, Snape felt a tremor within him, his gaze fixed intently on the masked man as if trying to pierce through his disguise. The masked man advanced step by step toward the immobile Voldemort. Blood trickled from the corner of Voldemort's mouth as he rasped. "I wonder how you expect me to make amends?" His voice strained, his throat already injured. Yet, he managed to employ a tone reminiscent of his youth, albeit with an unsettling juxtaposition against his countenance. "Let us ponder this carefully," the masked man responded. "For this unfortunate Ms. Nagini has been deprived of so much venom by your deceit, and thus deserves ample compensation. Not too much, merely 1 ton of each item listed above." A sheet of parchment materialized in the air, inscribed with a catalog of rather costly magical materials. "Very well, I consent," Voldemort replied without even glancing at the list. The masked man had no genuine intention of collecting such items. He merely sought a pretext to draw closer to Voldemort. It was evident that Voldemort had been subjected to several debilitating curses. The masked woman gently tapped the serpent's head, causing the great snake to gradually shrink until she could stow it away. Voldemort, however, did not direct his gaze in that direction, his expression remaining eerily calm. Chapter 76, 3 years later. Hogwarts continued its lessons as usual, with young witches and wizards spending their formative years within the enigmatic walls of the magical castle. Meanwhile, William and Hermione were preoccupied with their own pursuits, studying, training, researching, and, of course, keeping a watchful eye on Voldemort. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 years slipped by unnoticed. Snowflakes gently fell upon the streets of London, dusting the ground in a delicate layer. At that moment, 2 young individuals walked slowly through the soft snow. They entered a quaint restaurant, pushing the door open together. "Long time no see, Mr. and Mrs. Jones," they greeted the proprietors warmly. "Indeed, it has been quite a while since I last saw both of you." Mrs. Jones looked at the two of them with great delight and spoke warmly. Mr. Jones, equally pleased, nodded in their direction. "After such a long time, we all dearly miss the flavors of your dishes." William also gazed at Mrs. Jones. 3 years is neither long nor short, yet William could still discern traces of time etched on Mrs. Jones's face. The Jones couple were remarkably amiable, maintaining excellent relationships with their neighbors. The restaurant's cuisine was delectable, and the atmosphere here was quite lively. William and Hermione savored the ambience, filled with the essence of life, allowing themselves a rare moment of relaxation. In the span of 3 years, they had both undergone significant transformations. Many had forgotten about the two of them. With the exception of the Jones couple, their focus lay elsewhere, only occasionally gleaning news from letters exchanged between Luna and Professor Babbling concerning the school. Luna was now in her 5th year, a year below William and his peers, who were already in their 6th year. During their 3rd year, the Quidditch Cup held that summer passed without the turmoil of dark wizards, for they had been subdued before making their appearance by the notorious duo known as the Marauders. It is worth noting that the Marauders had become almost mythical figures within the circles of dark wizards. They were akin to demons. Whenever those dark wizards considered emerging, the Marauders would invariably arrive at their homes the night before. Consequently, they would endure experiences they would wish to forget for a lifetime, leaving them too fearful to practice dark magic again. However, these individuals were relatively fortunate. Some simply vanished, presumably to meet their great-grandmothers. The others dared not inquire, nor even entertain the thought. The Marauders were either deities or demons, capable of perceiving human hearts from great distances. Yet, William and Hermione were not the focus of much concern. Perhaps initially, some from Ravenclaw House remembered them. However, as time passed, they too gradually faded from memory. Nevertheless, those now in their third year or above still instinctively refrained from causing trouble. From the past, should they misbehave, Hermione would readily use her fist to dissuade them. They had now grown accustomed to this, which was indeed quite frightening. In their fourth year, the Triwizard Tournament was held as usual. The young wizards were quite mischievous, yet they could not cross that age threshold. However, there was one exception: Harry Potter. Indeed, it was he. Although young Barty Crouch Jr. had long since been sent to meet Merlin, Harry Potter still emerged as the fourth champion. The true orchestrator behind this intrigue could only be questioned of a certain white wizard. Voldemort had maintained a notably low profile in recent years, or rather, appeared discreetly on the surface, having no intention of confronting Hogwarts just yet. In the wizarding world, apart from those he chose to contact, almost no one was aware of his resurrection. However, the sentiment remains. Should the Dark Wizard dare to show his face, the outcome will invariably be the same. The Triwizard Tournament featuring 4 champions is indeed plausible, culminating in Harry Potter's victory. Over the years, Harry has received considerable support, facilitating his rapid advancement. Although he still pales in comparison to Cedric, nevertheless, their competition transcended mere rivalry. During the contest, Harry aided Cedric, who wished for Harry to claim the trophy. At this juncture, Voldemort had already been resurrected, and they encountered no unforeseen calamities. Such noble souls did not perish in vain. Together, Harry and Cedric raised the trophy, with victory belonging to Hogwarts, marking the conclusion of their 4th year. However, in the 5th year, matters began to take a disconcerting turn. Fudge's power grew increasingly formidable, leading him to become somewhat arrogant, while the Ministry of Magic began to meddle in Hogwarts affairs. In a particularly outrageous move, Umbridge, that wretched witch, ousted Dumbledore and imposed numerous regulations upon the young wizards. This incited considerable resentment among many Hogwarts students, yet they dared not openly confront the Ministry. It is noteworthy that Penelope had firmly established herself within Ministry. Although her current position was not particularly high, she had demonstrated unique capabilities and determination over the years. Gradually, her friends and some younger wizards began to rally around her. Coupled with Umbridge's antagonism, this drew even more newly inducted Ministry wizards closer to Penelope. She took it upon herself to train them, sensing that war was imminent. As time progressed, this year marked the 6th for William and Hermione. William observed Hermione across the table, noting how much she had matured. At 17, she had blossomed into a remarkably enchanting young woman. "William, is there something on my face?" Hermione asked without looking up, preoccupied with her meal. "Nothing at all. I simply realized that Miss Granger has become increasingly beautiful," William replied with a smile. "If I have indeed grown more beautiful, then why do you still?" Hermione felt a pang of disappointment, pondering William's intentions. He shook his head, instinctively understanding her unvoiced thoughts. Nonetheless, he sighed, choosing to redirect the conversation. The more they delved into their studies, the stronger William's sense grew that something intolerable was on the horizon. At that moment, how could he make promises to others? Yet, Hermione found joy in the clear recognition of William's regard for her. Her desires were modest. That was sufficient, as no one could thwart their bond. Chapter 77. Lucius Malfoy. They must first tidy up their home. However, for them, it was a task of utmost simplicity. The following day, the Smith family and the Granger family gathered once more. With William and Hermione reuniting with several older relatives they had not seen for over a year. However, the bonds among these adults had grown stronger. As they frequently traveled together, it was evident that the Smiths had led the Grangers astray from their responsibilities. Professor Dumbledore held a ring in his hand, a Horcrux belonging to Voldemort. This Horcrux had already been destroyed by Dumbledore using the Sword of Gryffindor. Nonetheless, Dumbledore valued the stone embedded within it, the Resurrection Stone. He was also aware that the ring had been cursed by Voldemort. On several occasions, before breaking the curse, Dumbledore had contemplated wearing it. Gazing at the stone, he understood that the Resurrection Stone could not genuinely bring back his parents or his sister. Meanwhile, the inebriated Professor Trelawney clutched a bottle of wine as Dumbledore approached her. "Sybil, could you make another prophecy for me?" Dumbledore inquired slowly. Professor Trelawney shook her head, mumbling incoherently. "A prophecy? My clairvoyance has not been able to perceive anything for a long time. Oh, it is truly terrifying. Everything has changed. Even my sight is evading me." With a hiccup, Professor Trelawney fell back into a stupor. Dumbledore observed her without pressing her for more, and he departed. During the Christmas holidays, the castle of Hogwarts was notably sparse, creating a sense of emptiness. Harry Potter spent his joyful holiday with his godfather. Dumbledore wandered alone through the castle, uncertain of his purpose, shrouded in a fog of confusion. Suddenly, he felt a desire for a drink, accompanied by his brother Aberforth. Dumbledore raised his hand, adorned with a ring, one that inflicted pain upon its bearer. At Malfoy Manor, Voldemort was grappling with the curse afflicting his body, aware that he had been ensnared. Naturally, he had suspected Severus Snape and 2 others, as the situation felt distinctly abnormal. However, Voldemort had employed legilimency on them to no avail and chose to abandon these thoughts. He had never placed his trust in anyone, and it was his regret and fury over someone having stolen his most cherished pet that plagued him. Lucius Malfoy recently found himself engulfed in confusion and fear. It was not Voldemort's resurrection that troubled him, but rather those 2 despicable individuals. What terrified him were the masked figures who had been so active recently. They had sought him out. Having dealt with them long ago, Lucius yearned to escape their presence. In their eyes, his wealth and power held no sway. Lucius understood that these 2 were the epitome of villains. He had attempted his own inquiries, but to no avail. That very night, he received a letter from those 2 individuals. Evidently, they were issuing warnings to themselves. Lucius often felt an urge to relay this information to the Dark Lord, yet he found himself unable to articulate it, as if he were under some malevolent control. Those 2 individuals were not merely rogues. They were akin to demons. He even inadvertently discovered that the Dark Lord's resurgence and concealment within his own abode were the result of those 2 fiends. Moreover, recently when those 2 demons sought him out, they threatened him, leaving him in a position where he was typically the one instigating threats towards others. In truth, he found himself utterly powerless, compelled to adhere to their demands, for they had already discerned his Achilles heel. Or rather, both the Dark Lord and those 2 were well aware of his vulnerabilities. Were one to assert that Lucius Malfoy was genuinely loyal to Voldemort, it is likely that Voldemort would be the first to disbelieve such a notion. Lucius Malfoy had always been a fair-weather ally, addressing Voldemort as his master solely out of fear. His pride was pathological, and he could not abide the thought of his bloodline being sullied. He held Severus Snape, also a Death Eater, in contempt, fully aware that Snape was a half-blood. Though he publicly maintained a facade of respect, deep within he harbored disdain. Recently, he unearthed a secret from those 2 demons, a secret that made him feel sullied just to contemplate. Although he had long speculated, it was based on the Slytherin lineage and Voldemort's formidable power that compelled him to show deference. They, the Death Eaters, had been deceived by the Dark Lord. He was merely a half-blood, yet they dared to call a half-blood their master. However, it was evident that Lucius did not outwardly betray these thoughts. Perhaps his strength was not formidable. Even ungraduated wizards could easily overpower him. Nonetheless, his true prowess lay in manipulating the hearts of others and leveraging their strengths. Lucius's abilities were never grounded in brute force. Furthermore, he was astute and adept at navigating situations. In reality, his loyalty to Voldemort was tenuous at best. Lucius Malfoy was devoted to himself and his family. One could argue he was an extremist or even malevolent, yet he had not directly stained his hands with blood. Lucius Malfoy had always ensured an escape route for himself and his family. He possessed a modicum of principles, albeit not many. At times, many of his actions appeared imprudent to others. He feared Voldemort and those 2 masked figures, yet he did not shy away from targeting Dumbledore with little to gain. As a self-proclaimed aristocrat of an ancient pure-blood family, Lucius Malfoy wielded a distinct power, his wealth and exceptional ability to generate it. It was this very trait that made him indispensable to Voldemort, as he could maneuver seamlessly between Voldemort and the Ministry of Magic, even extricating himself from culpability. Currently, however, he found himself in a state of helplessness, as Voldemort had commanded him to reach out to his supporters. Yet, those 2 demons continued to surveil him. He even attempted to identify one, but before he could establish contact, he became unreachable. Moreover, he could sense that the 2 malevolent beings wished for him to uncover some incriminating evidence against certain wizarding families, even those officials within the Ministry of Magic. As for the reasons behind this, Lucius chose not to ponder. He was acutely aware that possessing too much knowledge could be perilous. He did not resist. Lucius understood that opposition would be futile, and, in truth, he relished the situation. Regardless of who ultimately triumphed, he would never be the one to suffer defeat. Chapter 78. The Ministry of Magic. Penelope felt an unsettling sense of foreboding today. It was her turn to be on duty that night, and she exited her office with a heavy heart. Oh, pardon me. Deep in contemplation, Penelope seemed to have collided with someone. What's the matter, Penelope? You appear rather distracted, inquired a woman with fiery red hair. The redhead was just concluding her shift and had intended to check on Penelope, only to be met with an unexpected bump. My apologies, cries. I was lost in thought, Penelope replied, somewhat embarrassed. In truth, the bond between Cries and Penelope was a strong one, as Cries was merely a year ahead of Penelope and considered her a dear friend. By the way, Cries, isn't at the night of the full moon? Penelope asked, a strange sensation lingering in her mind, as if she could hear the distant howls of werewolves. Indeed, it is, Cries replied, her brow furrowing with concern as she scrutinized Penelope. Are you feeling all right? You seem overwhelmed. Would you like me to take your shift tonight? Penelope, sensing her friend's genuine concern, reassured her, no need for that, Cries. I'm simply a bit unsettled. Suddenly, Penelope seemed to recall something important, and she pulled Cries into a secluded corner. Cries, please be cautious tonight. I have an ominous feeling. Penelope's tone was grave. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, she emphasized. Earlier, she had seen Lucius Malfoy, who had arrived at the Ministry accompanied by several unfamiliar individuals seeking out Fudge in his office. Penelope was unaware of their conversation, but she knew that Lucius Malfoy's presence at the Ministry boded ill. William and Hermione had not chosen to conceal the truth from her or Luna. Long before, they had informed Penelope about Voldemort's resurrection and the fact that Lucius was working for him. Coupled with her earlier sense of foreboding, it seemed highly probable that Voldemort was plotting something against the Ministry. Cries placed her trust in Penelope and assured her that she would notify their companions. Should anything occur at the Ministry tonight, they would rendezvous at their previously arranged gathering point. As midnight approached, the silvery light of the full moon bathed the streets of London, and it seemed the citizens could hear the distant howls of wolves. At that moment, within the Ministry of Magic, Penelope was stealthily following two suspicious individuals, having concealed her presence and sound. Over the years, her time at the Ministry had not been in vain. She had diligently studied each wizard who had joined the Ministry during her tenure. In truth, there are always a handful of suspicious individuals who keep her on high alert, such as the two she is currently following. However, they were not previously affiliated with the Ministry of Magic. They were brought in today by Lucius Malfoy. After Lucius departed, these two remained. The old officials of the Ministry have grown accustomed to such occurrences, although they harbor some resistance due to the increasing power wielded by Minister Fudge. They have yet to openly oppose these matters. What perplexes Penelope the most is that these two do not resemble ordinary wizards. Despite their adept disguises, Penelope's perceptiveness is keen, especially on this night of the full moon. She followed the two into a concealed chamber. In her 3 years at the Ministry, she had never encountered a place like this. Just before the door closed, Penelope hurriedly slipped inside with them. Indeed, the two had transformed into werewolves, emitting chilling howls. As Penelope observed the scene before her with a grave expression, she pondered. So this is it? What significant event is to unfold within the Ministry of Magic under Lucius Malfoy's influence? The more she contemplated, the more uneasy she felt. However, her immediate priority was to escape. Yet, she suddenly sensed that someone was watching her from behind. Without a moment to think, she swiftly turned to counter the threat. However, upon recognizing the two familiar figures, she chose to halt her actions. Penelope nodded at them and exited the room together. What brings you here? She inquired, her gaze fixed on William and Hermione. For years, they had remained in a state of suspension from their studies, and, at times, Penelope was uncertain of their intentions. The unspeakables, Penelope whispered in astonishment. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Within the Ministry, the Department of Mysteries was undoubtedly the most intriguing place for them. Upon seeing the identities they had assumed, Penelope understood their objectives. She had always been aware of their true natures. If she could discern the underlying mysteries, then William and Hermione certainly could as well. In disbelief, she questioned, how did you manage this? Lucius is actually one of yours? Clearly, Lucius Malfoy's actions today were somewhat out of character for him. He looked down upon half-bloods, let alone two werewolves. However, for now, they need not concern themselves with him. The situation seemed rather urgent. Lucius Malfoy's personal arrangement of 2 werewolves at the Ministry was the prearranged signal indicating that Voldemort intended to take action against the Ministry. William regarded Penelope, aware that he had much more to reveal. Yet, it would be unwise to share this information with her, as she still harbored a sense of justice. Withholding the information would, in fact, be beneficial. Minister, the department heads are already awaiting you in the conference room. Fudge's assistant spoke to him. Yet there was a distinct lack of respect for the Minister of Magic in her tone. The deputy minister, Umbridge, observed this and felt compelled to reprimand the assistant. Ever since her plan against Hagrid and Harry had failed, she had been ousted from Hogwarts by Dumbledore, and Fudge had not reinstated her since. Umbridge feared that if matters continued to unfold in this manner, her own position as deputy minister might be at risk. However, Fudge halted Umbridge's intent and allowed his assistant to guide him to the conference room. Chapter 79, Trapped. At this moment, several department heads of the Ministry of Magic were seated in the conference room, their expressions clouded with confusion as they regarded Fudge, who was the last to arrive. It was already late at night, and most of them had retired for the evening, attending the meeting reluctantly. Cornelius, is there something of great importance that necessitates our presence at this hour? Inquired a short-haired witch with a square chin. This witch was Amelia Bones, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Tonight marked the full moon, and there had been several attacks reported in Nocturne Alley. The situation was peculiar, and Amelia was personally overseeing it, with Aurors diligently investigating. Indeed, esteemed gentlemen and ladies, a significant event has just transpired, Fudge responded, seemingly bewildered before addressing the gathered department heads. Dementors have once again gone rogue, and with even greater ferocity than 3 years ago. As soon as Fudge's words left his lips, the conference room erupted into chaos. How could this be? I always knew Dementors were unreliable. The meeting of the Ministry's department heads quickly devolved into turmoil. Fudge remained contemplative, seemingly oblivious to the uproar around him, while his assistant displayed an air of disdain for everyone present. Cornelius, as the minister, should you not address the matter? Amelia remarked, displaying her indifference towards power and her disapproval of some of Fudge's actions. It was evident that Fudge was a politician behind closed doors. Many believed that Amelia would be a more fitting candidate for the Minister of Magic. Fudge regarded Amelia as a political rival. 3 years prior, he had chosen to conceal the Dementor uprising to prevent panic, and many had acquiesced to this decision. Amelia Bones had voiced her dissent, yet at that time, few supported her. Back then, Fudge wielded considerable power as minister, buoyed by the support of families like the Malfoys. However, no one anticipated that such a significant incident would arise once more. Wait, why was I not informed of this? Amelia exclaimed, suddenly realizing the oversight. If Dementors were indeed on the rampage again, it would undoubtedly alarm the Aurors, who fell under the jurisdiction of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This, dear heads of departments, is certainly a consequence of our own making, he remarked, rising from his seat, regarding his fellow department heads with an air of disinterest. Amelia suddenly realized something and swiftly drew her wand towards the assistant, causing the atmosphere in the conference room to quieten swiftly. Who exactly are you? And you, Cornelius Fudge? Since Fudge had taken his seat, he appeared to be in a daze. It seemed that Cornelius had been ensnared by them. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Amelia cast a cold gaze upon the assistant, incredulous that anyone would dare to hold the Minister of Magic hostage. Do not be so hasty, my dear lady, the assistant replied, maintaining his composure and even performing a gentlemanly bow to the assembly. Gradually, his features morphed into those of a young and handsome man. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Armand, a bloodline, or, as you might refer to it, a vampire. The assistant, now identified as Armand, looked at Fudge with disdain and remarked, this foolish man is quite easy to manipulate. As for your inquiry into my intentions, I am merely awaiting your allegiance. Lord Voldemort, your Dark Lord, sends his regards. Should you choose not to pledge your loyalty, dire consequences may ensue. Armand lounged casually in his chair, seemingly indifferent to their choices. The notion that Voldemort could be vanquished by a mere child was beyond Amelia's belief. However, under these circumstances, she could not bring herself to acknowledge his survival. As soon as that word was uttered, the department heads began to verbally assail Armand. Indeed, they were spirited subjects for experimentation, Armand observed with excitement. Suddenly, the conference room turned ominous as several Dementors drifted in from the shadows. This unexpected turn of events startled the department heads. Nevertheless, despite their years of privilege, they still possessed some degree of power and quickly brandished their wands in defense. Umbridge, thinking rapidly, also drew her wand, ready for confrontation. Not only Dementors, but also savage werewolves, some vampires, and their kin appeared within the confines of the conference room. The department heads grew tense, aware that their magical prowess was comparable to that of a newly appointed Auror. Armand watched the unfolding scene with keen interest, sensing the fear emanating from these individuals. The influence of the Dementors was palpable, and deep down, they harbored the belief that Voldemort might indeed still be alive, instilling terror within them. "My Lord Armand, it is an honor to serve the Dark Lord," Umbridge said, flashing what she considered a sweet smile at Armand. However, he promptly kicked her away, revealing his disdain for her appearance. Moreover, he did not consider himself one of Voldemort's subordinates. "Cooperation, do you understand?" Armand could sense Voldemort's arrogance, yet he had to endure it for the time being. "Umbridge, you are utterly revolting. You are unworthy of being a witch." Amelia glared at Umbridge in disgust. Before this moment, while she harbored a dislike for Umbridge, it had not reached such depths. However, Umbridge paid no heed to Amelia. She rose and continued her tirade. "The Dark Lord's ambition to dominate the Ministry of Magic necessitated an individual to manage it, a role for which I am eminently qualified." Umbridge was ravenous for power and indifferent to the source from which it flowed. Armand observed her, suddenly breaking into a laugh, fully aware of the odious woman's ambitions. Though he remained unconcerned, his singular desire was to harness Voldemort's influence to combat Evelyn and her allies. He had no intention of allowing the vampires to remain confined to their meager domain. As for whether she was an ambitious individual, what dark wizard was not? If possible, he wished for their ambitions to swell even further, providing Voldemort with additional vexation. "Very well, provided you eliminate that woman." Armand cast a glance at Amelia. She would never align herself with Voldemort. A look of distress creased Umbridge's sagging visage. She was no match for Amelia Bones. Yet before Umbridge could decide whether to act, an assailant had already begun to attack Amelia. Chapter 80, The Breakout. Amelia Bones stared in disbelief at her former colleagues. Despite their usual ideological differences, she never anticipated that someone would turn against her at such a critical moment instead of collaborating to devise an escape. Amelia braced herself, enduring a stunning curse, narrowly dodging the second. "I'm sorry, Amelia. I wish to survive." The assailant's face bore an icy indifference as he continued to cast spells at her. Nevertheless, someone intervened on her behalf. To onlookers, the heads of the ministry appeared to be engaged in a brawl among themselves. Armand and the surrounding dark wizards were thoroughly entertained. Erupting into laughter, Penelope informed her friends within the ministry to make their exit, subsequently blending into the conference room alongside William and Hermione. She had witnessed everything that had transpired moments before. Though they typically clashed, she was astonished to see them squabbling at such a juncture. Penelope felt a twinge of confusion. Perhaps she was indeed ill-suited for the role of Minister of Magic. At times, working within the ministry felt overwhelmingly exhausting. She was not cut out for this. Perhaps the carefree existence that William and Hermione enjoyed was what she truly yearned for. Yet, as she anxiously observed the chaos within, an impulsive desire to join the fray surged within her. "Hold on," Hermione urged, sensing Penelope's mounting recklessness. "Put these on." William handed her a pair of glasses, a product of their own invention. Penelope accepted them with curiosity and donned the spectacles. At that moment, the light in the conference room vanished entirely, forcing both factions to cease their combat. Aside from vampires, who adapted to the darkness, and werewolves, with their keen sense of smell, the human wizards were left bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Even Penelope, with her glasses, could discern the palpable tension in the air as those around her anxiously surveyed their surroundings. However, the suspense proved too much for one fool, who suddenly unleashed a flicker of luminescence in the darkness. Consequently, he became the target for both sides, ultimately finding himself lamentably sprawled on the ground. William and Hermione observed their old friend Armand, noting with a tinge of disappointment that he seemed to have made little progress during their time apart. They glanced upwards, witnessing the return of the werewolves and vampires, signaling yet another harvest time. "Penelope, those dark wizards are yours to handle," William remarked as he and Hermione joined the fray. While they may not have been particularly adept at dueling wizards, they were certainly well-versed in combating werewolves, vampires, and dementors. For the past 3 years, they had dedicated their studies to these creatures, and they understood them even better than their own kind. At last, Penelope thought, eager for action and harboring a desire to confront certain department heads and an elderly woman who had long irked her. Amidst the tumult of battle, anguished cries echoed, with a particular vampire's wail rising above the rest in sheer agony. Amelia and her companions remained oblivious to the precise circumstances, yet they could easily identify the most vocal werewolves. Thus, they disregarded all others and focused solely on the werewolves, assured that they could not misidentify their targets. In the shadows, the sounds of conflict reverberated, interspersed with bursts of magical light. William observed from his seated position, taking in the spectacle of the brawl and the fervent engagement of Hermione and Penelope, inhaling slightly as he did so. Beside him, Armand lay on the ground, battered and bruised, unwilling to move. It was evident that Voldemort had not arrived, nor had Lucius. Even the formidable werewolves, vampires, giants, and various magical creatures they had recently recruited were conspicuously absent. Only Armand's minions, the dark wizards, werewolves, vampires, and a handful of dementors, had made an appearance. However, this was sufficient. The Aurors had already been lured away. Voldemort had spent 3 years infiltrating the Ministry of Magic. Coupled with the Death Eaters who had been lurking within the Ministry for over a decade, their ambition to seize control was not insurmountable. They could even manipulate certain department heads, gradually subduing the Ministry. Under normal circumstances, Voldemort would not resort to such tactics. He would likely launch a bold and overt assault on the Ministry. Yet, now his minions lay dead or wounded, and Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix had successfully assembled, having covertly targeted Voldemort for years. This predicament compelled Voldemort to revert to the cunning strategies he favored in his youth. As William pondered the scene around him, he occasionally lent support to Penelope, who, in her inexperience, failed to deliver the finishing blows, a perilous oversight. Hermione, by contrast, executed 7 decisive strikes before feeling reassured. However, William was resolute in his decision to cease the current course of action. He could sense that the conference room could not withstand much longer. Should the confrontation persist, their struggles would soon be revealed. Given Voldemort's dominion over the Ministry of Magic, both he and Hermione could indeed find themselves in dire straits. Penelope, you must go and rescue the others. The situation will become perilous if we linger any longer. William halted Penelope and then proceeded to pull the fiercely engaged Hermione away. He had no desire to become embroiled in a conflict with the Ministry. The thought of being falsely accused by infiltrators was intolerable. William would not suffer such indignities, for eliminating those adversaries would undoubtedly require considerable time, and they were already fatigued. He slipped away, carrying Hermione out of the conference room. In the midst of combat, Amelia suddenly felt someone grasping her. Instinctively, she retaliated, but her assailant deftly blocked her strike. "It's me, Director. It's Penelope." Amelia ceased her attack, recognizing Penelope without hesitation. After all, she was still affiliated with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Penelope's voice was familiar, and she no longer concealed her intentions, clearing a path for them. With her wand illuminating the entire conference room, William and Hermione had already departed, leaving her alone. Amelia and her companions stood in stunned silence before the sight of this, which wielding her wand like a flashlight, delivering blows to the dark wizards. "Hurry up," Penelope exclaimed, feeling exasperated by their lack of awareness. She was the one forging the way forward. Yet, instead of assisting, they appeared to be frozen in confusion. Had the absence of significant events over the past decade rendered them complacent? Nonetheless, Amelia proved worthy of her role, sharing Penelope's burden. Chapter 81, Reunion. Amelia and her companions escaped the Ministry of Magic in a somewhat disheveled state. Fortunately, their pursuers were few, and they quickly evaded capture. In a shadowy corner of a London street, several oddly dressed wizards were huddled, clearly reluctant to reveal themselves. It was evident that Voldemort's minions had utilized the identity of Minister Fudge to enact a manhunt against them. "Penelope, how did you know they were a threat?" Amelia inquired once they had reached safety. "Director, I was on duty tonight. While at my post, I happened to witness 2 individuals transform into werewolves within the Ministry. They even attempted to attack me. After I subdued them, I intended to notify you, only to stumble upon your ambush." Penelope's explanation had numerous inconsistencies. Yet Amelia chose not to press further, as she had just been rescued. Amelia glanced at her fellow directors, some expressing fear while others appeared bewildered. The group nodded in understanding, aware of the gravity of their situation. Amelia's words certainly carried an undertone of urgency. The directors all nodded and promptly employed disillusionment charms to depart. Amelia, however, remained behind, for her only niece was still at Hogwarts. She did not genuinely wish to rescue Fudge. Her primary concern was that the Ministry of Magic could not fall into the hands of Voldemort and his followers. "Miss Penelope, may I pose a question to you, and I hope you will answer me honestly." With only Penelope and Amelia remaining in the room, Amelia gazed intently into Penelope's eyes and asked, "Do you aspire to become the Minister of Magic?" Penelope remained unflustered, offering a faint smile. "Director, I did not quite comprehend your inquiry. Amelia shook her head, her expression earnest as she continued to scrutinize Penelope. Before you arrived at the ministry, I'd already learned about you. You were an exceptional president of the student council, always willing to step forward in times of danger. The skills you exhibited in your work at the ministry are remarkable. By ability alone, you could attain the position of director or even that of minister of magic. Amelia expressed a hint of regret as she shook her head, adding, however, in reality, they would never select a wizard of Muggle descent. The only minister of magic from a Muggle background faced considerable opposition, and he ultimately resigned due to illness. Yet, she continued, if you desire it, I would support you. As a gesture of gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Amelia spoke half-jokingly, aware of Penelope's capabilities and her excellent rapport with the younger generation of employees, even knowing more than she let on. Nevertheless, Penelope shook her head, declining Amelia's suggestion. I believe the director is better suited for the role. Just as Amelia was about to respond, Penelope interjected, I apologize for interrupting, but that position does not align with my aspirations. I once entertained such thoughts, but after forming bonds with my friends, I realized my true desires lie elsewhere. I prefer studying magic, cherishing joyful moments with friends, and protecting those I care about. The director is more fitting for the role of Minister of Magic, as she possesses both capability and fairness. Amelia looked at Penelope in astonishment. She had intended to persuade Penelope to pursue the ministerial position, yet now it was Penelope urging her to consider it instead. When had the position of Minister of Magic become so undesirable? First, Dumbledore had repeatedly declined it, and now even Penelope was rejecting it. Director, let's not dwell on that. I shall take you to meet my friends. Within a church, a group of young wizards, all around their 20s, anxiously awaited by the entrance. What is going on with Penelope? Autumn, who had recently begun her internship at the ministry, nervously clutched Chris's hand and asked, How many times have you asked me this? I do not even know what is happening. They had just received news from the ministry that Amelia and several other directors had betrayed the organization, and they were to assist in the search. Penelope had kept her identity concealed, so the ministry remained unaware of her presence. The group, having heeded Penelope's warning, chose not to head to the ministry, but instead awaited her arrival at the church. Penelope has arrived. As their impatience grew, a figure outside the door announced the arrival of Penelope and a cloaked woman, who were quickly surrounded by the crowd. Amelia, the cloaked woman, observed the scene with a sense of reflection. Clearly, she could discern the genuine concern etched on the faces of the onlookers. Fine. It's I who caused you all this worry. Penelope reassured her friends while introducing Amelia to them. It was evident that the crowd was taken aback, their anxiety palpable, not only because Amelia was now a wanted criminal, but also due to the solemnity she had cultivated during her tenure as a director. To dispel any misunderstandings, Penelope hastily recounted the circumstances surrounding their arrival. The air within the church seemed to thicken with tension, the young wizards displaying a spectrum of emotions, predominantly fear and apprehension. Is it true, Penelope? A chubby boy trembled as he directed his gaze towards her. It is true. I assure you. I have no reason to deceive you. Yet, a voice quivered in response. But wasn't it said that the mysterious figure had been killed? How can this be happening? Chris, her voice shaking, voiced their collective confusion. She struggled to empathize fully, as Penelope had not grown up in a wizarding family, and thus could not fathom the terror of Voldemort. Nevertheless, Penelope continued to soothe her friends. My dear friends, when I trained with you, it was to equip you for situations like this. Are you suggesting we should flee? Will we not take action? Someone exclaimed passionately. Chris, well acquainted with Penelope, inquired, You're not planning to send us away, so you can confront those dark wizards alone. Are you? Taken aback, Penelope suddenly laughed, eliciting puzzled looks from the crowd. Were you thinking? I intend to confront those individuals. But who says I must do so alone? The professors at Hogwarts, along with many other wizards, will not cower before Voldemort. Count me among them. Autumn, with her gentle yet occasionally petulant nature, chimed in. How could we be left out? Chris and the other young wizards echoed her sentiment. Despite their fear, they embodied the fervor of youth, when danger loomed, who truly wished to retreat into the shadows. Chapter 82. The Assault on Hogwarts. In Nocturne Alley, Voldemort was at Borgin and Burke's with Lucius and others, familiar with the surroundings. The shop housed a vanishing cabinet, the other half of which resided at Hogwarts, allowing Voldemort and his followers direct access to the castle. To draw the attention of the Ministry's Aurors, Voldemort had instructed werewolves to attack several shops within Nocturne Alley. Snape observed the scene before him, his expression betraying little. However, he instinctively tightened his grip on his wand. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Dumbledore sat quietly in his office, aware that Voldemort had been concealing many matters from Snape recently. Dumbledore was only aware that Voldemort would attack the Ministry of Magic that evening. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Fudge was under someone else's control. The inner workings of the Ministry had always been exceedingly complex, making it arduous to discern who was truly aligned with Voldemort and who was merely a puppet in his grasp. Furthermore, Dumbledore harbored an unsettling intuition that Voldemort's ambitions extended far beyond the mere conquest of the Ministry. The members of the Order of the Phoenix had all gathered at Hogwarts, and some officials from the Ministry had appeared seeking assistance. However, they regarded Professor Dumbledore with confusion, for he displayed no intention of taking action. Professor Dumbledore, one of the officials, visibly anxious, addressed him. In truth, with no one at the Ministry to support him, he felt compelled to act in this manner. The Ministry had fallen under the control of Voldemort-esque vampires and werewolves, and Minister Fudge was incapacitated. We require your help. Yet, the professors and members of the Order largely remained unresponsive. Most of them held little regard for the Ministry, with some harboring outright disdain. Sir, we are all aware of the perilous situation at the Ministry, but Hogwarts must prioritize the safety of these children. Professor Dumbledore ultimately declined their plea. However, in the next moment, he instinctively gazed in a particular direction. I believe this old man can accompany you to the Ministry. The rest of you shall remain here to protect the children of Hogwarts. For reasons unknown, Dumbledore suddenly reversed his stance. Professor McGonagall observed him, pursing her lips. Yet she remained silent. Without needing to utter any assurances, she would naturally ensure the safety of Hogwarts, though only one person would assist. The Ministry officials bore no semblance of discontent. In fact, they were rather exhilarated, for Dumbledore alone sufficed. Outside Hagrid's hut, rustling sounds emanated from the Forbidden Forest, as Fong had recently been quite agitated, and Hagrid was attempting to soothe him. Suddenly, a colossal spider emerged from the depths of the forest, prompting Hagrid to urgently intervene. However, the eight-eyed giant spider paid no heed to Hagrid's commands. Since Aragog's demise, the colony of eight-eyed spiders had lost all restraint. Hagrid's words bore no weight, and the creature, perhaps driven by some instinct, lunged at him with alarming speed. Moreover, an increasing number of eight-eyed spiders began to emerge from behind. From a distance, they appeared as a dense mass. Simultaneously, from the depths of the Forbidden Forest, giants, trolls, and other dark magical creatures surged forth. Under the luminous full moon, Dementors floated ominously above. It was evident that a concerted effort was underway to target Hogwarts, and their trajectory led directly to the castle. The tumult within the Forbidden Forest swiftly caught the attention of Professor McGonagall, who immediately began to alert her fellow professors. Hogwarts Castle seemed to have come alive, as barriers swiftly rose, transforming suits of armor into soldiers. Giants, Dementors, and eight-eyed giant spiders, among other dark magical creatures, quickly surrounded the castle. The giants and trolls on the ground violently assaulted the barriers, while Dementors spread terror in the sky, adding a bone-chilling cold to the night. The assault on Hogwarts had commenced. The younger witches and wizards were gathered by the upperclassmen in the Great Hall, while the older students stood vigilant, some hesitant to speak. The number of defenders was still sufficient, and the professors had not yet permitted the students to join the fray. However, the students believed in their own strength and yearned to confront the invading magical beings. Moreover, the house elves in the kitchen were ever watchful, brandishing pots and pans in readiness. Yet, amidst all this preparation, Harry, Ron, and Neville stealthily slipped away. Moonlight poured into Hogwarts, causing many wizards to sweat under the pressure. The battlefield erupted with a dazzling display of spells. Professor McGonagall quickly employed Transfiguration to disrupt the enemy's assault, creating numerous obstacles. Professor Flitwick effortlessly toppled the giants, inflicting significant damage upon them. The members of the Order of the Phoenix used the Patronus charm to drive away the Dementors overhead. Witnessing the chaos unfold before them, Harry, Ron, and Neville felt a surge of excitement and quietly joined the fight. However, Professor McGonagall grew increasingly perplexed. Where had the werewolves and Voldemort vanished to? The werewolves and dark wizards lurked within Hogwarts, urgently seeking the students. As they raced towards the Great Hall, 2 werewolves were sent flying by the upperclassmen defending Hogwarts. Fenrir Greyback wore an expression of intense rage. Leading his pack, he charged towards the Hogwarts students. The battle erupted within the Great Hall, despite the dueling club being banned by the Ministry of Magic for a year. However, the club had remained active over the years, significantly enhancing the abilities of the upperclassmen. In the heat of battle, although the older students felt some trepidation, they maintained their composure and cast spells with precision. The younger witches and wizards, sheltered in the midst, refused to remain mere bystanders. They aimed their wands at the enemy, though their efforts were largely ineffective. Chapter 83, Arrival. Though these ungraduated wizards displayed remarkable courage, they were no match for the ferocity of the werewolves and the dark wizards. Soon, the defense of Hogwarts began to grow perilous. Suddenly, a charming upper-class woman narrowly avoided being struck by a killing curse from a dark wizard. To escape this deadly spell, she fell heavily to the ground. Even the wand she held in her hand was knocked away by another dark wizard. Sophie, the other upperclassman, shouted anxiously, "Get out of the way." Another deadly curse hurtled towards Sophie, and she struggled to evade it. Unfortunately, she had already exhausted all her strength before she fell. No, however, just as the curse was about to strike Sophie, a barrier composed of magical energy timely shielded her. A beautiful woman gently cradled Sophie in her arms. "Long time no see, little Sophie," Penelope said, gazing at her. She remembered Sophie as a somewhat spoiled girl who often slacked off during training. Yet now, it seemed she was quite brave to stand up and protect her juniors. "Is that you, Merlin?" Sophie, somewhat dazed, rubbed her eyes and blurted out. Penelope playfully flicked her forehead, and Sophie finally came to her senses. "It's your senior," Penelope retorted in mock annoyance. At that moment, a group of young wizards swiftly appeared in the great hall, brandishing their wands to battle the dark wizards and werewolves. "Get up, Sophie," Penelope said, ruffling her fluffy golden hair. They were still in the midst of a fight. Sophie buried her head and hugged Penelope tightly. So warm, but she quickly released herself from Penelope's embrace. "Thank you, Penelope, my student council president." Sophie picked up her wand that had fallen to the ground and rejoined the fray. She had already embarrassed herself once and did not wish to humiliate herself in front of Penelope again. Penelope felt a bit bewildered, sensing something strange, but she dismissed it and led her friends in combating the enemy. "It's Penelope, our student council president." Upon seeing Penelope, the students of Hogwarts were invigorated as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. This sudden appearance caught their adversaries off guard. Perhaps the younger wizards were unfamiliar with Penelope, but the older students deeply admired her. Intense battles raged in various corners, yet Dumbledore, who was supposed to assist the Ministry of Magic, appeared in the Forbidden Forest. He surveyed the unusually quiet woods. "Come out, Tom," he called toward a spot in the forest. "I know you're hiding here." Truly worthy of Professor Dumbledore. "But I believe you shouldn't call me by that name." A green light suddenly shot toward Dumbledore's chest. Though Voldemort had not yet appeared, his killing curse was swift. Dumbledore quickly waved his wand to block Voldemort's spell, and the two began a duel. Meanwhile, William and Hermione sat in a booth watching their battle, casually munching on snacks. They were indifferent to the outcome. Both they and Dumbledore, who was dueling, understood that even if Voldemort were defeated, he could never truly be killed. However, William and Hermione discerned certain clues. It appeared that Voldemort's soul had once again been fragmented. "Do not worry, I'm aware of the location of his Horcruxes." Helena materialized beside them. A notebook belonging to Slytherin, concealed by Tom Riddle in a restricted section of the Hogwarts library. A thick black notebook materialized in Helena's hands, and both William and Hermione could sense its connection to Voldemort. It contains records of Slytherin's dark magical research. Are you interested? While Voldemort might have evaded Dumbledore's scrutiny within Hogwarts, he could not escape Helena's perception. Thus, this tactic of subterfuge was beyond Voldemort's grasp. The two exchanged glances, their expressions indifferent as they shook their heads dismissively. Their paths diverged. They had no desire to delve into the many adverse effects of dark magic. Moreover, it seemed that such dark arts also impacted a wizard's appearance. Originally, Slytherin and Voldemort were not unattractive, yet they had ultimately transformed into their current forms. Thus, even if William wished to study it, Hermione would undoubtedly prevent him. Particularly concerning was the fact that after Voldemort had recreated a Horcrux, his power seemed not diminished, but rather intensified. Conversely, Dumbledore's condition appeared rather abnormal, his mind somewhat disoriented. Cursed! Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Voldemort's eyes. Had they been ensnared within the Resurrection Stone? The curse upon the ring had been lifted by Dumbledore, yet he could not verify the nature of the Resurrection Stone. Dumbledore had never entertained the thought of examining the stone, for it easily ensnared him in its allure. The battle between the two endured for an extended period. Yet, at a certain moment, both Dumbledore and Voldemort struck one another simultaneously, collapsing onto the ground. They struggled to rise. "Draco Malfoy, I command you now. Go and kill Dumbledore." Voldemort suddenly shouted towards a direction in the Forbidden Forest. After a considerable delay, Draco staggered forward. He cast a fearful glance at Voldemort, then furtively at Dumbledore. "No, I cannot." Draco tightened his grip on his wand, unable to act against Dumbledore. What a worthless fool. Quickly, raise your wand against him. Draco flinched at Voldemort's serpentine voice, instinctively lifting his wand, yet his hand trembled uncontrollably. Draco, you're truly incompetent. Severus Snape darkly appeared beside Draco Malfoy. They had been observing the duel between Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. Master, allow me. Snape drew his wand, poised to attack Dumbledore. However, at that moment, a sound akin to applause echoed from a distance. The group turned abruptly towards the two masked figures. Apart from Draco and Dumbledore, the remaining two were no strangers to them. It is you, Voldemort said, calming himself as he gazed at the masked figures. He struggled to rise but found himself utterly immobilized, just as before. Dumbledore gazed contemplatively at the two masked figures. It appears we have intruded upon your leisure, he remarked. The masked man surveyed the assembly before finally addressing Voldemort. We have come to collect a debt, sir. Your lack of integrity is quite astonishing. You promised so earnestly, yet you have betrayed our trust. Snape found himself at a loss for words. What trust could possibly exist between them? Who would audaciously demand several tons of magical materials upon first meeting? Voldemort, too, was a squanderer and a rogue, having long forgotten this matter. Now, it seemed he was reaping the consequences. However, the masked figures were not primarily there to toy with them. They were pressed for time, as Dumbledore and Voldemort would soon regain their composure. Mr. Dumbledore, I believe we require a moment of your time, the masked man stated, disregarding whether Dumbledore agreed. He snapped his fingers, and the three began to fade away. When we meet again, do ensure that your debts are settled. Otherwise, our patience may wear thin. The masked woman produced a notebook, waving goodbye to Voldemort and his companions. This is all our shared property. In a fit of rage, Voldemort rose forcefully and cast the killing curse towards them. Yet, before his spell could reach its target, the three figures vanished. Chapter 84. The death of Dumbledore. Dumbledore and the two masked figures found themselves in a vast, open plain. The masked figures regarded Dumbledore, who in turn scrutinized them. I suspect this is not our first encounter, he began. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, I owe you thanks, the infamous duo, if I recall correctly. Dumbledore initiated the conversation. The masked figures understood the reference to the Chamber of Slytherin, but were more focused on the Resurrection Stone in Dumbledore's possession. Previously, when Nicholas's Philosopher's Stone had surfaced, they lacked the means to seize that opportunity. However, this Resurrection Stone, being associated with spirits, was an opportunity they could not afford to miss. They recollected Helena and knew that the stone required thorough examination. Since you have acknowledged that we once rendered you significant assistance, might we expect compensation for that endeavor? The masked man displayed no hint of embarrassment. At that moment, appearances held little importance. The masked woman recognized her oversight and quickly retrieved her notebook to note this brilliant method of debt collection. Even Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on their remarkable audacity. Had his youthful disposition mirrored that of the masked man, he pondered what his current state might have been. I believe that is only fair. Though I am curious as to what form of compensation you seek, Dumbledore inquired gently, rather than with anger. As for the ring you possess, the masked man had no intention of beating around the bush and spoke directly. Dumbledore glanced at the resurrection stone atop the ring, aware that the masked man might have already discerned its significance. Without a trace of reluctance, he removed the ring and tossed it to them. The masked woman received the resurrection stone and nodded at the masked man. Moreover, considering that we have rescued you, Mr. Dumbledore, shouldn't we be compensated for our efforts? Although it was conceivable that Dumbledore might not have met a dire fate even in their absence, the possibility was certainly present, was it not? Dumbledore, unfazed by this turn of events, readily acquiesced to the masked man's proposal. Naturally, I am uncertain as to what form of remuneration you seek, but I hope I can afford it. The masked man regarded Dumbledore without uttering a word, perceiving no hint of impatience in his gaze. In truth, this was merely a jest. Their intentions were solely centered on the resurrection stone. Observing the pair, Dumbledore suddenly made a suggestion. You, sir, and you, madam, may find great interest in one matter: the demise of the White Wizard at the hands of the Dark Lord. Dumbledore articulated this as if he were an outsider. Should you speak thus, I shall take my leave. Do you mean to use us as pawns? The two masked figures seemed to have surmised Dumbledore's intentions. To rid the world of the Dark Lord, the Savior must endure a profound tragedy to awaken. Dumbledore spoke gently. However, the masked man abruptly interrupted Dumbledore's discourse. You make a compelling argument, yet what concern is it of ours? We have no desire to partake in any Savior's game, for we have never recognized anyone as a Savior. If those wizards do not strive for their own salvation, then the arrival of any individual is of no consequence. nor is there any necessity to save them. Nevertheless, we are willing to assist those wizards who resist the Dark Lord and whom we find agreeable. Anyone can be a savior. We refuse to mold certain individuals into saviors. Mr. Dumbledore, it is evident that you have sought the wrong individuals. Dumbledore neither opposed nor endorsed this sentiment. Perhaps you are correct. However, prophecies are as such. Only a savior can vanquish the Dark Lord. This is a prophecy from the divine, an infallible decree. You may leave now, and I sincerely hope our paths do not cross again. The masked man, accompanied by the masked woman, vanished without a trace. Dumbledore remained rooted in place, contemplating the direction in which they had departed. Who were these individuals, and who had been concealing their secrets? Most importantly, could they potentially emerge as the new Dark Lords? Dumbledore shook his head, gradually fading from sight. Clearly, the emotions of the two had remained unaffected by Dumbledore's presence. William and Hermione had no intention of altering the choices of others, as those decisions no longer impacted them. Moreover, neither Voldemort nor Dumbledore could inflict harm upon the two. They merely yearned to live the life they envisioned. Oh, how I long for seclusion, Hermione mused, reclining on a rocking chair and gazing at William. William, once Voldemort has been utterly vanquished, shall we retreat into hiding? Of course, I hope this all concludes swiftly, William sighed, having always aspired to be an ordinary person. He had never anticipated that an owl would usher him into the magical realm, leading him to confront the looming threat of the Dark Lord. Furthermore, a multitude of dark wizards wreaking havoc was far from the excitement he once felt. Fortunately, they had finally reached a point where they could no longer be manipulated and possess the means to safeguard themselves and protect their loved ones. But no, he could only protect Hermione's parents, the Grangers. Reflecting on his own parents, he mused that they probably, perhaps, truly did not require his protection. Days later, Voldemort's forces temporarily retreated from Hogwarts. However, whether they were students or faculty, nobody felt the slightest joy. The greatest wizard, the headmaster of Hogwarts, had departed. According to the testimonies of Harry Potter and his friends, Dumbledore had fallen victim to a treachery orchestrated by Voldemort's double agent, Snape. Snape had conspired with the Dark Lord to slay Professor Dumbledore. Although both Voldemort and Snape sustained severe injuries, it was evident that Voldemort would soon return with renewed vigor. When that time arrived, no one would be able to impede their advance. Chapter 85, The Funeral. Voldemort's resurgence had overtaken the Ministry of Magic, and the news of Dumbledore's assassination spread swiftly. Not only within the walls of Hogwarts, but the entire wizarding community in Britain descended into chaos. Numerous parents of Hogwarts students petitioned for their children's withdrawal from school, hastily retrieving the withdrawn students. They were gripped by fear of Voldemort, desperate to escape the British magical realm at the earliest opportunity. Yet, not all students and parents wished to depart. Professor McGonagall acquiesced to their requests without imposing any difficulties. In truth, she harbored no desire for the children to remain. William and Hermione perused a letter from Penelope, wherein she conveyed the news of Dumbledore's demise and the recent upheavals. The two could distinctly sense the bewilderment in her words. They sighed, sharing a moment of silence. In the next instant, they found themselves outside Penelope's residence. Penelope did not reside within the ministry or the magical community, nor did she live with her parents. She rented an apartment in London. William and Hermione arrived at her apartment door and pressed the doorbell. No one responded from within, and they were not surprised. They simply stood quietly at the entrance, awaiting a reply. After a brief moment, the door swung open swiftly, and Penelope hurriedly ushered them inside her apartment. The apartment, though not small, bore witness to a certain disarray, with its walls adorned in rich brown wallpaper and a roaring fire crackling in the fireplace. Scattered across the floor were various bags and parcels, a sight that left Penelope feeling somewhat embarrassed as she tidied up, finally creating a semblance of order. "Is there something you two wish to discuss at this late hour?" she inquired, her gaze lingering on William and Hermione, who were visiting her for the first time. Moreover, few were privy to her current address. "Are we not allowed to come and see you without a particular reason?" Hermione quipped, picking up a sheet of parchment that detailed training schedules. Beyond her official duties at the Ministry of Magic, Penelope had not forsaken her training. In the magical realm, strength remained the ultimate safeguard, regardless of the time. "Ah, dear Hermione, how fond I am of your thoughtfulness," Penelope attempted to tease, only to find her energy waning. She slumped heavily onto the sofa, releasing a deep sigh. The situation has become dire. Ever since Dumbledore's demise, many have fled. Dark wizards continue to launch relentless attacks, leaving us utterly exhausted. Furthermore, The Ministry of Magic has been completely overtaken by Voldemort, and we must exercise extreme caution whenever we venture outside. It won't be long before Voldemort recovers from his injuries and mounts another assault on Hogwarts. At that point, we shall have little refuge. Do you think we can emerge victorious? Even Dumbledore couldn't. Penelope pondered, reflecting on the futility of escape, if Voldemort desired it, no matter where they fled. The dark wizards would easily ensnare them. Perhaps it's better to fight back than to be cowed into submission. So, are you preparing to pack for Hogwarts? Hermione observed the clutter within the apartment. Indeed, the Ministry has been temporarily relocated to Hogwarts under the direction of Amelia Bones. Alas, I must keep an eye on those foolish individuals, Penelope remarked, referring to her friends who refused to be cowards and flee ignominiously, a sentiment she shared. What could Voldemort truly achieve? In the end, who knows who will be vanquished? William, Hermione, do you intend to confront Voldemort? Penelope questioned, uncertain of their current prowess. They had surpassed her 3 years prior, and she could only imagine how much stronger they had become. Yet, William and Hermione exchanged a resigned sigh and shook their heads. Regrettably, we cannot. Dumbledore would likely prevent us from interfering with his plans. Dumbledore, he is not. Penelope began, but Hermione swiftly covered her mouth, and Penelope nodded in agreement, her wide eyes betraying her astonishment. Dumbledore intended for Harry Potter to confront Voldemort himself, orchestrating a scheme to galvanize Harry and his companions. William narrowed his eyes at Penelope and continued, "Do you believe we should allow Dumbledore to have his way?" William and Hermione exchanged a glance, suddenly breaking into mischievous smiles as they looked at Penelope, who seemed to feel a chill wash over the room. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the remaining students and professors mournfully gazed upon the still figure of Professor Dumbledore. Today, they were to hold the solemn funeral for Dumbledore, and nearly all the wizards who had not allied with Voldemort were in attendance. Harry, filled with sorrow, looked at Professor Dumbledore, who had personally guided him throughout the years. "Mr. Potter, I hope you do not grieve so deeply. Professor Dumbledore is merely embarking on a grand adventure," Professor McGonagall said to Harry, though her voice trembled, and her eyes were red and swollen. "Please do not leave immediately after the funeral. I still need to pass on Professor Dumbledore's belongings to you, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Longbottom." After uttering a few words, McGonagall departed, needing to preside over the ceremony. "What is it like to attend your own funeral, Professor Dumbledore?" 3 shadows stood in the hall, unnoticed by everyone else. These 3 figures were, of course, Professor Dumbledore and the 2 masked individuals. "Please do not be so harsh." Dumbledore shook his head. "We must allow them to grow, mustn't we?" The masked figures did not oppose him this time, though they had never promised Dumbledore that they would refrain from certain actions. One masked man gazed at Harry Potter, perceiving that Harry's soul was not entirely pure, tainted by fragments of Voldemort's essence entwined with his own. "You are within me, and I am within you." However, separating them was not an impossible task. Harry Potter received a golden snitch left to him by Dumbledore, and even the sword of Gryffindor was quietly bestowed upon him. Ron acquired a Lumos charm that absorbed light and navigated on its own, while Neville received a book titled The Tales of Beedle the Bard. Upon receiving these items, they felt the weight of Dumbledore's expectations upon them, particularly Harry, who longed for a final confrontation with Voldemort. These matters were unrelated to William and Hermione, nor to Penelope, who was leading the remaining wizards from the Ministry of Magic and Training. Amelia had entrusted Penelope with the management of her Aurors. Chapter 86, Defection. In the conference room of the Ministry of Magic, Voldemort and numerous dark wizards were convening. Meanwhile, Lucius lay writhing on the ground in agony, his body convulsing. "Excruciating," Voldemort declared, raising his elder wand towards Lucius. Lucius's body could clearly bear no more, and he cried out in pain once again. Professor Snape remained expressionless, not looking at Lucius, lost in his own thoughts. Despite the successful attack that had claimed Dumbledore's life, the atmosphere was tense. However, this operation was compromised, leading to the escape of Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, among others. Since the restoration of Voldemort's corporeal form, misfortune has perpetually shadowed him. He has continually sensed a malevolent targeting against him. Not only has he been ensnared in schemes, but his servants have also been systematically eradicated, one after another. Particularly after their conquest of Azkaban, he discovered that those who had truly remained loyal to him perished during a riot long ago, although Voldemort was indifferent to their fates. This resulted in a dearth of capable subordinates. He yearned to eliminate Harry Potter, yet to his astonishment, his spell rebounded, resulting in the destruction of his own body. Voldemort toyed with the Elder Wand, while the dark wizards in the conference room sat in trepidation. In truth, Voldemort cared little for whether his subordinates were genuinely loyal. He had never placed trust in others. He believed that none among his ranks would dare to betray him lightly, convinced that no one could keep secrets from him. Aside from Severus Snape and Lucius Malfoy, the other dark wizards were merely mindless creatures adept at evading danger. Although he harbored some suspicion towards Snape and Lucius, their utility was undeniable. Most importantly, Voldemort had scrutinized their memories. While memories are not always reliable, Voldemort dismissed such concerns, confident that neither would dare to betray him again. One provided intelligence and potions, while the other facilitated funding and connections to wizarding families. Thus, they were not permitted to die, though they were not exempt from punishment. Instilling greater fear in them would curtail any treacherous thoughts they might harbor. Compared to Snape, Voldemort held a particular disdain for Lucius, as he had once betrayed him. He relentlessly inflicted the Cruciatus Curse upon Lucius, believing that instilling profound terror would prevent another act of treachery. After a considerable time, Lucius lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, before Voldemort finally ceased his torment. With his cold, piercing gaze fixed upon Lucius, he rasped, "You must prove your loyalty to me, Lucius." "My lord." "No, please." Lucius scrambled to rise, pleading in agony. At this moment, Harry Potter remained within Hogwarts, which was heavily guarded by wizards. If Draco were to kill Harry at Hogwarts, escape would be utterly impossible. "Lucius, you have no alternative." Voldemort resumed the Cruciatus Curse upon Lucius. Unable to plead further, Lucius could not contain his cries of pain, ultimately succumbing to the agony and losing consciousness. At Malfoy Manor, Narcissa Malfoy was tending to Lucius. "No, my lord." Lucius suddenly awoke, instinctively grasping his wife's hand, before sitting up swiftly. "Narcissa, where is Draco?" He disregarded any semblance of noble elegance and forcefully grasped his wife's hand. "No, no," Lucius suddenly exclaimed, yet he fell silent thereafter. In the dead of night, Lucius donned a coat and sat alone by the window, gazing at the snow blanketing the castle, lost in thought amidst the crackling of the fireplace. Narcissa had already been lulled to sleep by Lucius's soothing words. At that moment, an acute sense of solitude enveloped him. "At last, you have arrived." After a considerable pause, Lucius set down his teacup, appearing remarkably composed this time. He sat quietly on the sofa, reminiscing about the moment these two sinister figures had first threatened him. Suddenly, two chairs appeared across from him, and the masked individuals took their seats. "As long as you can assure Draco's safety, I am willing to do anything for you." In that instant, Lucius shed his aristocratic aloofness. Yet in the next breath, his tone shifted abruptly. "Otherwise, do not expect me to assist you further." Lucius understood that these faceless marauders were anything but ordinary. Were it not for their malevolence, he might have considered aligning himself with them. Lucius was a complex individual. On one hand, he upheld a belief in blood superiority, while on the other, he was opportunistic, knowing when to yield and when to assert strength. How dare he threaten them? The two exchanged glances. Were they unable to retaliate, or was this man merely delusional? The masked man rose, stretching his limbs, and spoke with a surprising gentleness. "Transactions must be equitable, yet we seem to have no need for your loyalty and find threats quite distasteful." The masked woman, seizing the moment, tightened her grip, her hands crackling ominously. Lucius's eyes twitched involuntarily. He instinctively swallowed hard. He had momentarily forgotten that these two could not tolerate even the slightest hint of intimidation. "Please, allow me to explain. Do not strike. Do you truly acquiesce?" Lucius gazed at the two fierce figures with an expression of helplessness. However, their ferocity was merely superficial, far less damaging than the deep-seated anguish inflicted upon wizards. "I am aware of your grand ambitions. Do you aim to unite the wizarding families, or do you seek to completely dominate the Ministry of Magic?" Lucius felt as though he had narrowly escaped one peril only to stumble into another den of wolves. If things went awry, his family could face dire consequences. Yet, he had no choice but to plunge into this predicament. "Rest assured, we do not ask you to betray the entire pureblood faction. Rather, we are here to save you." Save us. Lucius did not perceive these two as saviors. Instead, he felt they were dragging him into their depths. "Abandon your decayed notions. It seems you have forgotten that the Wizard Protection Act is fundamentally designed to safeguard wizards. Yet, you are fixated on opposition without striving for progress. And your power barely surpasses that of a Hogwarts upperclassman. Should you persist down this path, the only entity facing extinction will be the wizards, and you shall be confined like endangered species." At that time, it was not merely the glory of wizards that was a luxury. To live with dignity was a coveted aspiration. Apart from the most formidable wizards, were not all others mere flesh and blood? Without proper defenses, a single bullet could send them to meet Merlin. The metallic wands of ordinary mortals were no jest. Moreover, in the face of truth, the world was laid to waste. Wizards relied predominantly on their individual prowess, while ordinary people depended on collective strength. Perhaps a wizard could exert control over a few, but could they dominate all of humanity collectively? After the liberation of thought, when people were invaded and oppressed by enemies, they often sought not to submit, but to resist with the fervor of moths drawn to a flame. Furthermore, warfare is not solely determined by brute force. It also encompasses strategy and supply chains. How long does it take to cultivate a wizard, and how long to train a soldier? How many individuals inhabit the wizarding world compared to the vast populace of ordinary people? In the magical realm, intrigues often arise for the sake of profit. Perhaps before a battle even commences, these lords may have already turned against one another. The masked man observed the veins bulging in Lucius's forehead due to anger, but chose not to continue the discourse. Lucius had encountered many, some of whom were not ignorant, but simply chose not to understand. In Chapter 87, Nagini, William, and Hermione were engaged in discussion with Professor Babbler in his lounge, while Mina indulged in roasted meat. Accompanying them was a giant serpent, devoid of the typical coldness associated with its kind. In its gaze, one could perceive a semblance of humanity, even a hint of tenderness. This was no simple study. It delved into the realm of human consciousness. Previously, the giant serpent exhibited scant awareness of human traits, and it took William and Hermione 3 years to restore some semblance of it. To break the blood curse, the simplest method would be to seek the original caster for release. However, the serpent's blood curse was inherited, making it difficult to locate the caster, who may have perished long ago. While William and Hermione could forcibly unravel the blood curse, such an action would likely result in the immediate demise of the serpent. It was a protracted process, yet William and Hermione remained patient. Nagini, this is for you. Mina offered her roasted meat to the giant serpent. Aware of Nagini's origins, she did not regard her merely as a snake. Nagini, content, nestled beside Mina at the dining table, savoring the roasted meat. Clearly, Nagini gradually overcame her serpentine instincts, having transitioned from consuming raw flesh to enjoying cooked meat. Professor Babbler gazed upon Nagini with a sense of nostalgia. William, Hermione, how is your research on the blood curse progressing? He inquired, his concern for Nagini evident. Initially, Professor Babbler had collaborated with William and Hermione in their studies, but their schedules rarely aligned. Additionally, the time required to unravel the blood curse was extensive, and the process itself was exceedingly complex. Professor Babbling must attend her classes and delve into the study of ancient magic, leaving her with only the occasional opportunity to inquire about the progress of the blood curse research, which of course pertains to the unraveling of the blood curse. Both William and Hermione are well aware of Professor Babbling's intent, yet they feel a certain helplessness. Throughout Nagini's continuous transformation, her human consciousness has been significantly diminished, ultimately leading to her complete suppression. The feral nature she developed over decades of a brutal existence has come to dominate her. Nevertheless, the profound impact of those years on Nagini cannot be overlooked, and we must assist her in shedding certain habits. As Professor Babbling listened to William's analysis, she nodded in agreement. I have encountered her and am cognizant of her plight, and I am equally intrigued by the blood curse. Initially, when Nagini could still transform into a human, I conceived the idea of overlaying the blood curse with other powerful spells. However, such an endeavor is fraught with peril and could yield catastrophic consequences. William gazed at Nagini, pondering. Even adverse consequences are preferable to enduring a cold-blooded existence as a serpent for so long. Nagini's departure signifies a missed opportunity to mitigate the blood curse. Professor Babbling's tone carried a tinge of regret, as if fate had played a cruel trick. I had intended to conduct further research, but at that time, I was compelled to succumb to slumber. By the time I awakened, she had long since departed from Hogwarts. In the dead of night, Nagini opened her eyes, gazing wistfully in the direction where William and Hermione resided. Yet, she resolved to leave this small abode, to part ways with William and Hermione. However, she soon discovered that this ordinarily easily accessible cabin had become a prison, rendering her unable to escape. Nagini, have you regained some consciousness? Hermione's voice broke through the silence. Startled, Nagini quickly retreated into a corner. You need not deceive us any longer, William declared as he approached Hermione, snapping his fingers to illuminate the dimly lit living room. Nagini seemed to be drawn forth by an unseen force, her entire being emerging from the shadows. Clad in their nightwear, William and Hermione took their seats opposite Nagini. With a sigh of resignation, Nagini averted her gaze from William and Hermione, fully aware that her true nature had been revealed. I'm a cursed being, unable to accept my identity, and I have come to realize that I bring suffering and death to others. I'm immensely grateful for your assistance, kind sirs and madam. Please, allow me to leave. I no longer wish to harm anyone. William felt increasingly perplexed. Wait, who told you that the blood curse brings pain and death? Furthermore, even in death, do you not intend to perish as a human? William struggled to empathize with Nagini, having never endured the tragic life she had experienced. Dumbledore, who claims that Dumbledore is truly dead? Hermione began to grasp that Nagini was perhaps overthinking her situation, her sensitivity perhaps getting the better of her. If you attribute Dumbledore's demise to yourself, I must confess my bewilderment. However, I can assure you that Dumbledore is presently alive and well. Nagini's eyes conveyed a distinctly human disbelief. Somewhere within the confines of Hogwarts, a powerful wizard, still indulging in a mound of cockroaches, suddenly paused, instinctively touching his nose. Following that fateful night, Nagini harbored no further thoughts of departing alone. She relished their company, particularly cherishing the time spent with the somewhat naive Mina. Nagini, I wish to hear more, Mina exclaimed, holding a crystal ball. For days, she had been pestering Nagini to recount her experiences battling Grindelwald. This crystal ball, a gift from Hermione to Mina, allowed her to comprehend Nagini's words. Very well, Mina. Chapter 88. Harry's Adventure. Both Hogwarts and the Dark Lord's faction began to impose restrictions on their subordinates, resulting in a recent reduction of conflicts between the two sides. Yet, it was evident to all that this did not signify a cessation of hostilities. In truth, it was quite the opposite, a tranquil reprieve before the tempest. Hogwarts classes continued unabated. Even with the impending war, the students were bound to their academic obligations, their avenues for activity significantly curtailed. On Saturday, in a Gryffindor boys' dormitory, Harry, Ron, and Neville were engaged in hushed conversation. Clearly, they were plotting something. Harry, is this truly wise? Neville hesitated regarding Harry's decision. Neville, let me explain. Voldemort's injuries have yet to fully heal. This is our most opportune moment to defeat him, Harry whispered to them. Remember to cover for me. If anyone comes looking for me, ensure they do not discover that I have left Hogwarts. That is impossible, Harry, Ron immediately countered. It's far too dangerous. I believe we should remain at Hogwarts. Ron, how have you become so hesitant? Our time is running short. Since Ron had assumed the role of prefect, he had grown more confident and composed, shedding the insecurities of his past. Yet, his newfound steadiness sometimes struck Harry as excessive. The three fell silent, Neville gazing at Ron, who in turn looked at Harry, each of them filled with uncertainty. Very well, you've won, Harry, but you must take me with you. That is non-negotiable. Ron fixed his gaze upon Harry, knowing he could not dissuade him, yet unwilling to let Harry embark on this perilous journey alone. You need us, Harry. He valued their friendship deeply and wished to protect Harry from harm. Moreover, he believed in Harry. Perhaps he could indeed vanquish the Dark Lord. You cannot leave me behind, Neville declared, having made his own decision. As the clock struck midnight, the three quietly slipped from the Gryffindor common room, cautiously making their way out of the castle. The concealed passages within Hogwarts Castle have been closely monitored by members of the Ministry of Magic and professors, rendering them impassable. Their only access to Hogsmeade's Shrieking Shack is through the passage concealed by the Whomping Willow, followed by use of apparition to reach the vicinity of the Ministry. At this moment, Ron and Neville, cloaked in invisibility, traversed slowly, while Harry opted for the disillusionment charm to mask his presence. Armed with the Marauder's map, they adeptly evaded the castle's patrolling guards. Let's go, Ron urged, giving Harry a gentle tap on the shoulder, to which Harry nodded in agreement. The trio stepped into the passage together. Was this part of your plan, Professor Dumbledore? The masked man directed his gaze at Dumbledore, clearly indicating that Harry and his friends had not eluded their notice. Dumbledore remained silent, his attention fixed on the direction for which they departed. Then I shall take my leave, Professor Dumbledore. After all, I would prefer the company of a lovely lady over that of an eccentric old man. With that, the masked man vanished, and moments later, Dumbledore followed suit. Penelope was evidently aware of Harry's group's movements, as their companions had already been waiting outside the Ministry. Penelope, why do you think they haven't arrived yet? Autumn remarked, a hint of boredom in her voice after their prolonged wait. They kept their distance, observing the entrance to the Ministry without any intent to approach. Patience, they have arrived. No sooner had Penelope spoken than a figure abruptly materialized in their line of sight, followed closely by two more appearing seemingly out of thin air. This invisibility cloak is truly remarkable, Autumn expressed with envy, noting its superiority over those sold in magical shops. The cloaks available there were hardly comparable to the disillusionment charm. Not only were they easily detectable, but they also came with a hefty price tag. Indeed, it is exceptional, Penelope remarked, eyeing the trio in the distance, for they were among the fabled Deathly Hallows. However, Harry and his companions did not intend to all enter the ministry. The three of them would be too cramped beneath the cloak, allowing entry for only two at most. Ultimately, Neville chose to remain outside to assist them, while Harry and Ron slipped into the ministry together under the cloak. Should we go in as well? Chris, standing beside Penelope, asked nervously. After all, the current ministry was rife with ruthless dark wizards and malevolent magical creatures. No, we do not need to enter just yet. Let us first observe what unfolds, Penelope replied, shaking her head. Their objective was not to infiltrate the ministry today. However, their presence in the cold night air was not due to any lapse in judgment. Their intention was to take advantage of the chaos. Once turmoil erupted within the ministry, their opportunities would multiply. Furthermore, Penelope felt assured about the safety of the two who had just entered. William and Hermione had shared some secrets with her. Professor Dumbledore would not allow the boy he was concerned about to suffer grievous harm. As Harry and Ron began their infiltration of the ministry, they encountered a significant dilemma almost immediately. Harry, can you sense that? Ron felt a chill coursing through his body. I sense it too, Ron. It's a Dementor. I'm all too familiar with that damn sensation. Harry involuntarily shivered, as they had not anticipated Voldemort employing Dementors as sentinels. Cloaked in invisibility, Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, silently communicating the urgent message. Run. Indeed, a Dementor materialized behind them, drawn by their very souls. For the cloak could not shield them from such creatures. Harry and Ron sprinted ahead, pursued closely by the Dementor. Expecto Patronum. Upon reaching a corner, Harry hastily conjured his Patronus to drive away the Dementor. A silvery stag erupted from his wand, charging towards the creature. The Dementor, repulsed by this sensation, was compelled to retreat. The two boys gasped for breath, their hearts racing. It was not the Dementor that frightened them, but the prospect of being discovered and overwhelmed by others, a fate from which escape seemed impossible. They dared not linger, hastily departing the scene. Although the Dementor had detected them, they remained unconcerned, for effective communication among Dementors was beyond their capacity. All they needed to do was flee. The Ministry of Magic was vast, and Harry and Ron surmised that Voldemort was most likely in the Minister's office on the basement level. Chapter 89. The Minister's Office. In the late hours at the Ministry of Magic, many remained, for under Voldemort's orders, no one was permitted to leave. Cloaked in invisibility, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley cautiously navigated past dark wizards, vampires, and even werewolves. The dark wizards were relatively oblivious, unable to discern their presence beneath the cloak. However, the vampires and werewolves sensed an unseen presence nearby, though they could not identify anything amiss. They employed various revealing spells and methods, ultimately failing to uncover any hidden individuals, leading them to dismiss their unease. Tension eased as Harry and Ron finally sighed in relief, following the dark wizards into the elevator descending to the basement level. The door to the minister's office creaked open silently from the outside, yet no one appeared to have entered. The office felt spacious, yet it was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any illuminating objects. After a brief interval, the door to the minister's office quietly closed. Harry and Ron materialized within, straining to observe the office's furnishings. It appeared that the Dark Lord was absent. He had indeed departed. Harry felt a twinge of frustration. Not necessarily. Harry, perhaps he is in the Department of Mysteries? Should he still be at the Ministry? Ron replied, shaking his head. The Department of Mysteries? Harry inquired, intrigued, for he was not well versed in the workings of the Ministry. Indeed, Harry, I once overheard my father mention that it is the most enigmatic part of the Ministry, a place shrouded in secrecy, with no one aware of their activities. Perhaps within the Ministry of Mysteries, there exists an artifact capable of swiftly healing the Dark Lord's wounds, Ron ventured to suggest. Indeed, Mr. Ron Weasley, it appears you are not as foolish as you tend to be during potions class. Your intellect is of some utility. A monotone voice resonated from behind the two, indicating they had been discovered. You weapon. Drowsy. However, the spells they cast proved ineffective, thwarted by shield charm. This response was somewhat commendable. Yet had your minds been functioning properly, you would not have committed such a blunder, one that even a troll would be incapable of. After infiltrating another's office, one should not emerge from that ridiculous, tattered invisibility cloak like a monkey. The minister's office suddenly illuminated, revealing Snape's figure emerging from the shadows. So it is you, traitor. It seems I have not erred in my suspicions. Harry, brandishing a sword, charged at Snape in fury. Snape regarded Harry Potter with a derisive gaze. Indeed, you are nothing but a dimwit, always acting without thought. How laughable that you seek vengeance for your mentor, Dumbledore. Suddenly, Snape's attention was drawn to Harry's eyes, prompting his caustic remarks to resurface. He then abruptly turned to the side, mockingly addressing Ron, who had been hiding. "And what of you, Mr. Weasley? Do you too wish for revenge?" Reluctantly, Ron stepped forward, wand aimed at Snape. "Professor Snape, I never imagined you could be so malevolent. I once believed you had improved. Yet you have betrayed Professor Dumbledore. You should have perceived your treachery sooner. Otherwise, he would not have perished because of you. You are a sinner." Snape regained his composure, regarding the two with that mocking expression, suddenly adopting a peculiar demeanor. "Betrayal, indeed, is a jest concocted by the foolish and ignorant. And this is what you term a sinner? Very well, noble gentlemen. You have long wished to take my life. I shall grant you the opportunity to act, to unleash all your might. I wonder how your prowess compares to the feeble spells you wielded in the dueling club." Harry and Ron ceased their verbal sparring, initiating a surprise attack on Professor Snape. Harry wielded Gryffindor's sword, while Ron employed his wand to cast spells, the two flanking Snape in tandem. Their coordination was evident, and for a moment, they exchanged blows with remarkable fluidity. Stupefied, Harry seized a momentary gap in Snape's defenses, brandishing his wand towards him, the spell soaring forth. "Nothing irks me more than being confronted with my own research against me." Snape's sudden counterattack sent Harry crashing to the ground. "Do you wish to humiliate me as Potter does, Harry Potter? Watch out, Harry." Ron quickly cast a shield charm before yanking Harry to his feet. The blow was severe, causing blood to seep from the corner of Harry's mouth. At this moment, Snape refrained from taking action, merely casting a cold gaze upon Harry and Ron. "Are you the Half-Blood Prince?" Harry's eyes were fixed intently on Snape. "Do not presume that by looking at me with those eyes, I will show you mercy." Snape's voice dripped with disdain. "Harry, do you realize you are akin to a pig awaiting slaughter, raised by him?" With an inexplicable remark, he added, "Had I known those notes in that book were authored by you, I swear I would have shoved it into the toilet and never opened it again." Harry spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, his expression one of disgust. "Is that so? I thought your brawny brain might suddenly surpass that of a troll. It seems this was merely your pitiful imitation, along with that hypocritical boast." Snape's wand flicked sharply, sending Harry flying once more. This time, he left a large hole in the wall of the minister's office, distinctly in the shape of Harry Potter. Ron, unable to react in time, was also struck by Snape's curse. The wall could not withstand the impact and collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Snape sauntered over, covering his nose as he surveyed the ruins. However, Harry and Ron were no longer present. They had seized the opportunity to escape. He displayed no signs of frustration, merely waving his wand gently, restoring the wall to its original state. Snape took a seat at the minister's desk, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically as the office gradually descended into darkness. Chapter 90, The Department of Mysteries. Harry and Ron fled the minister's office in a state of disarray. In a cluttered room, Ron supported Harry. "Harry, how do you feel?" Ron inquired anxiously. "I'm fine, Ron. Look what I got." Harry exclaimed excitedly, indifferent to his injuries. "This is Snape's hair." "You mean the Polyjuice potion?" "Un casped arrière sans tension." "The Dark Lord is currently healing in the Department of Mysteries. We can certainly disguise ourselves as Snape to approach him." Harry's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. In the Department of Mysteries, Voldemort emerged alone from the death chamber, gazing at the 12 identical doors before him. Sensing something amiss, he observed Snape entering the circular room. "Snape, choose a door." Voldemort did not look at Snape. He merely fixed his gaze on a point within the room, speaking in an emotionless tone. Snape appeared momentarily taken aback, staring at Voldemort for a considerable time before finally diverting his gaze. He scanned the surroundings, noting the oppressive darkness, the 12 identical doors, and the cold blue flames flickering ominously. Snape opted for one door, approaching and opening it. Together, Voldemort and Snape stepped into a towering chamber filled with coldness, lined with shelves brimming with prophecy orbs. "Is this the prophecy room?" Voldemort's eyes glimmered with a serpent-like coldness. "Very well, Snape, go ahead and select a prophecy orb." Voldemort's voice seemed to carry a certain allure. Snape's footsteps began to move, as though drawn forward by an unseen force. After a considerable distance, he halted, instinctively covering his head with his hand. "Is this the place?" Voldemort appeared in no hurry, gently urging, "Choose one, Harry. Follow your heart, Harry." Snape extended his hand and grasped a prophecy orb resting in the corner. "Excellent, Harry, hand it over to me, good boy." Strangely, Voldemort's tone turned unexpectedly tender. Snape hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to pass the orb to Voldemort, who reached out his hand. Just then, Ron suddenly burst into the prophecy chamber, seizing Snape's hand. "Harry, wake up! That's Voldemort." As if triggered, Harry groggily stirred awake. Still disoriented, he weakly pressed his temples. Looking at Ron, he asked, "What's wrong, Ron? What happened? Quick, give it to me, Harry. Hand over the prophecy orb." With Ron's arrival, Harry regained his senses, and Voldemort's demeanor shifted from gentle to furious as he addressed Harry. "You remain as predictable as ever, Harry Potter. Controlling you is exceedingly simple." Voldemort composed himself, mockingly pointing his elder wand at Harry. At that moment, the real Snape appeared in the prophecy chamber, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the face that mirrored his own. "Allow me to handle this. It was my negligence that permitted his escape." As he fled from my office, Voldemort regarded the Snape before him without objection, retracting the elder wand, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Snape stood before Harry and Ron, looking at them as though he had just consumed something distasteful. "What a repugnant thief. Not only have you pilfered my spells, but you've also appropriated my visage. How brazenly shameless you are. And now you've come here to steal the prophecy orb? Hand it over, Harry. You cannot withstand my spells." Snape aimed his wand at them, leaving Ron and Harry with no means of escape. This time, no one came to their rescue, and fortune did not smile upon them again. Nevertheless, they did not yield. Each drew their wand. "Have you truly become so arrogant over the years? Who has granted you such audacity?" Snape continued, "Since you refuse to surrender, you need not remain in this world any longer." The three engaged in combat. Yet it was evident that the odds were decidedly against them. Harry and Ron finally comprehended why Snape referred to himself as the Half-Blood Prince. The unequal battle concluded swiftly, leaving Harry and Ron gravely injured upon the ground. "Hand it over, Harry, or I shan't hesitate to take matters into my own hands to send you away." Severus Snape appeared to perceive the duel with them as a personal affront, vigorously rubbing his hands together as he once again aimed his wand at the two. "In that case, let us proceed to choose one," he declared. "Mr. Ron Weasley, my sincerest apologies. Due to the foolishness and absurd stubbornness of Mr. Harry Potter, I must send you on your way first, wouldn't you agree?" Voldemort seemed intrigued, making no attempt to thwart Snape's actions. In fact, he wished for Snape to eliminate Harry directly, eager to ascertain whether the seemingly indestructible boy could truly be vanquished. "Snape, if you intend to kill, then do so. Do not think you can sow discord among us. I shall never betray my friends," Ron retorted, recognizing the implications of Snape's words and glaring at him with indignation. "Betraying one's friends, indeed?" Snape regarded the two with a mocking air, soon growing bored. He pointed his wand at Ron's heart, as if bidding farewell to an old acquaintance. "Farewell, Ron Weasley. Avada Kedavra." A green beam erupted from Snape's wand, hurtling towards Ron. "No." Harry, still somewhat dazed, widened his eyes and shouted, unhesitatingly throwing himself over Ron to shield him from the killing curse. In doing so, the prophecy orb he clutched slipped from his grasp and shattered upon impact with the ground. Ron could feel Harry's weight slump heavily onto him. "No, Harry, no," Ron cried, cradling Harry in his arms, shaking him desperately. He called out Harry Potter's name repeatedly, but there was no response. Voldemort observed the scene before him, lost in thought. "Oh, did I err in my aim? Yet, it appears to make little difference. Alas, Mr. Ron Weasley, I regret that this brings you sorrow. But fear not, my curse is swift. You may accompany him to meet Merlin." Ron remained silent, gazing in disbelief at Harry, whose warmth was rapidly fading. What a poignant scene. Yet let us part ways. Avada Kedavra. Snape showed no mercy, casting a spell intended to send Ron to join Merlin as well. Unfortunately for him, his incantation was intercepted, causing both Ron and the recently deceased Harry to vanish from sight. "Halt! You are not yet a match for these individuals. Rest assured, we shall soon eradicate these hidden vermin," Voldemort asserted, his gaze fixed intently on Snape, who was deep in contemplation. He cared little for who had rescued Ron. He was furious about the shattered prophecy orb, but none of that compared to the prospect of Harry Potter being slain by Snape. Harry Potter could be killed. Yet why had he been unable to do so over a decade ago? Furthermore, was Snape truly loyal to him? Chapter 91, Harry's Soul. The masked man and Dumbledore were observing the unconscious Ron Weasley alongside the lifeless Harry Potter. "Good evening, Mr. Dumbledore. Why have you sought me out at such a late hour? It seems we are not particularly well acquainted, are we?" "Sir, your humor remains as ever. You are aware of my intentions." Dumbledore paid no heed to the masked man's jest, gently smoothing the disheveled hair on Harry's forehead. The masked man ceased his provocation, exchanging a meaningful glance with the masked woman, who nodded in response. A slender finger pressed against Harry Potter's forehead, and his supine form began to convulse violently. The masked man did not relent until an ethereal version of Harry gradually rose to his feet. "Is this the essence of Harry's soul?" Dumbledore inquired, observing the spectral figure. He referred to it as a soul, not a ghost, for the former embodies a person's spirit, while the latter represents a specter. However, a distinct blot of darkness marred the forehead of Harry's soul, resembling a pristine sheet of paper sullied by ink. "That is a fragment of Voldemort's soul inadvertently severed, which has influenced Mr. Potter's spirit for over a decade," the masked man remarked after a careful examination. "Separating them will not be a simple task, for that fragment is entwined with Mr. Potter's soul." The masked man spread his hands, seemingly resigned. "What, then, would you propose to simplify this matter?" Dumbledore remained unhurried, aware that the masked man's words held deeper implications. "Naturally, it requires compensation." Speaking of remuneration, the masked man appeared invigorated. "Certainly, after all, this is quite a laborious endeavor for you." Dumbledore responded with an air of nonchalance. "Ah, so generous. I agree to your request to replicate all the text from Hogwarts, including those previously deemed forbidden. Is that all? Such matters cannot be so easily quantified. Should he desire to replicate the text within Hogwarts, none could impede him." "This compensation is insufficient," the masked man retorted, insisting on adhering to the original proposal, merely to suppress the fragment. "This way, Mr. Potter can sever his connection with Voldemort." Dumbledore did not acquiesce. He disapproved of this plan. It would take too long, and too many variables could arise. "As an elderly man, I may not live to see that day. You may not survive until that time." The masked man remained silent, sensing that Dumbledore could likely live another century. "Truly, the old fox is clever. The agreed-upon terms can be altered." The masked man appeared unfazed, adopting an indifferent demeanor. As long as he possessed no moral scruples, he could not be coerced by ethics. "Of course, the text from the Black family and some cherished collections from my friends could also be made available for replication." Dumbledore chose to increase the offer, and the masked man, narrowing his eyes, ultimately consented. Harry's soul lacked the capacity for thought. Otherwise, he might have realized he was ensnared in such a sordid bargain, perhaps leading him to despair. The masked woman produced a magical artifact, drawing Harry's soul into it. 7 days. This is the time required for our separation, as well as the ultimate deadline for Mr. Potter's soul and body to part ways. Remember, bring Mr. Harry's body here by 9 o'clock in 7 days. At that point, payment must be made in advance. We kindly ask Mr. Dumbledore to assist us in making copies of those books, as we merely wish to earn some modest income." The two masked figures vanished, leaving Dumbledore to gaze at Harry and Ron, both of whom required healing. Meanwhile, William and Hermione were in the laboratory of the small cottage. "Hermione, is the soul still stable?" William inquired, as he worked on separating Harry's soul from Voldemort's fragment, while Hermione stabilized Harry Potter's essence. "It's fine, just some subtle fluctuations, but still within normal limits," Hermione replied, a sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. "All right." William ceased his chatter, intensifying the separation process. The fragment of Voldemort's soul agitated, attempted to resist, but was suppressed. The separation did not take the 7 days William had mentioned. Instead, they completed the division of Harry's soul from Voldemort's fragment in just 3 days. However, William was not entirely deceiving Dumbledore, as Harry's soul remained quite fragile and required 4 days of rest to recuperate. Hermione carefully returned Harry's soul to the magical artifact and entrusted it to William for safekeeping. This artifact possessed the ability to nourish the soul. Albeit it was a defective item, the superior one would naturally be given to Helena. "My dear lady, might you have time to share a few drinks with me?" William suddenly leaned towards Hermione, making the invitation. Hermione, somewhat disdainful, pushed William away and replied earnestly, "You, my young friend, would not turn 17 until this summer. Moreover, do you truly wish to drink? I hesitate to point it out." Hermione puffed her cheeks and placed her hands on her hips. William promptly began to counter Hermione, insisting he was quite mature. "I don't consider myself small. And who says a few drinks equates to alcohol? I simply feel famished and desire a splendid feast. You truly lack any sense of charm." William stretched languidly, lamenting Dumbledore for their forced overtime in recent days. "What charm?" Hermione's gaze suddenly sharpened. "So, Mr. Smith appreciates a special charm. No wonder you have remained so indifferent." "Cake." William seemed to realize he had misspoken, although he could not afford to show it outwardly. "What charm is there? You already know whom I admire, do you not? So, does Mr. Smith fancy the mature beauty of Senior Penelope?" "Don't say such nonsense." William would never allow Hermione to ensnare him in her words. Although years had passed, and Penelope had matured significantly, becoming particularly alluring in the eyes of others. She remained informal around William and Hermione, showing no concern for her image. Without the filter of perception, William found no special charm in her at all. It must be Autumn. I recall that, Mr. Smith gazed at her for over a minute when he first encountered Autumn. Such a long time ago, and you still remember it so vividly? No. It was merely because she looked unlike anyone from the West, William hastily explained. Is it the allure of exotic charm, then? It appears that Mr. Smith's affection lies not only in unique allure, but also in the exotic. No, that? Well, William conceded defeat. Hermione, noticing William's exasperated demeanor, poked his arm. William, are you upset? I apologize. I was just joking. I want to be angry. Pray tell, what delectable treat does Miss Granger desire this time? William understood that Hermione was teasing him, her aim being to secure a more substantial meal. Whatever you prepare, I shall partake, Hermione replied demurely. Very well. William playfully ruffled Hermione's hair, which she didn't mind. Wait, should you be the one cooking today? William suddenly recalled. All right, William, I was wrong. I shall go right away. In the blink of an eye, Hermione dashed off. William shook his head and followed her into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chapter 92, The Proposal. After Harry Potter was personally slain by Snape, Voldemort, though somewhat perplexed, felt no reservations. This time, Voldemort led his followers in the assault on Hogwarts, leaving few who could pose a threat to him. Dementors, Acromantulas, and other dark magical creatures encircled Hogwarts once more. Inside the castle, not only students and professors were present, but also officials and aurors who had fled from the Ministry of Magic, alongside some parents of students. Those young wizards who had experienced the first battle, though still anxious, followed the professors' and prefects' instructions with some order. The shopkeepers and staff of Hogsmeade, distressed by the presence of Dementors and dark wizards, were compelled to abandon their establishments. They evaded their pursuers and sought refuge within Hogwarts. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Longbottom, have you truly contemplated this thoroughly? Professor McGonagall regarded the three of them with seriousness, having learned of their earlier escapade. The moment she laid eyes on Harry Potter's lifeless form, her heart was filled with profound guilt. Professor, this is a viable option. Perhaps due to his brush with death, Harry had begun to exhibit a steadier demeanor. If we can persuade the centaurs to aid us against those acromantulas, our burden would be significantly alleviated. Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom offered no objections, both gazing at Harry Potter with admiration. Neville was unaware of the specifics of that day. He had remained outside the Ministry of Magic all night, oblivious to their departure. He waited there for considerable time, seeing neither Harry nor Ron emerge. Just as he contemplated the risk of entering, Penelope and others carried him away. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing he had hindered their efforts. Ron was equally burdened with guilt, especially considering that Harry had shielded him from the killing curse. Had it not been for Harry, it would have been Ron who perished. One was tormented by the belief that he had failed to assist, leading to Harry's demise, while the other mourned the sacrifice Harry made for him. However, they were utterly astonished when, on the seventh day, Harry awakened, completely unscathed. Even the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead had vanished. Initially, they could scarcely believe it and thoroughly interrogated Harry to confirm his identity, meticulously probing each other's peculiarities before they dared to accept that he was indeed their dear friend. From that moment forth, they gazed at Harry with a sense of reverence, for he truly was a boy who had defied death. If it were me, I would never consent to such a thing, Professor McGonagall murmured softly, observing the sunlit Harry, who seemed to radiate vitality. Since the disappearance of his scar, he no longer held his head down, appearing markedly more spirited. What a pitiable child, she thought, unable to mask her sympathy. Her voice was barely audible, and the three did not catch her words. Though curiosity nagged at them, they dared not question Professor McGonagall. Quickly regaining her composure, she addressed them with a serious demeanor. Under normal circumstances, I would never agree to let you undertake such perilous endeavors. However, Harry, Professor Dumbledore once advised me to respect your choices. While I may personally disagree, Dumbledore would not lead us astray in critical matters, so I choose to honor his counsel. Thus, Harry, I will also respect your decisions. Her tone softened considerably. But remember, Harry, you must exercise caution. I do not wish to lose any of you. Furthermore, it will be prudent for you to adopt a different appearance when you leave. In Voldemort's eyes, you are presumed dead. Should he discover that you still live, he will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Do you understand, Harry? In an unprecedented gesture, Professor McGonagall patted Harry's shoulder as a reminder. Harry nodded. aware that his revival was indeed extraordinary, and he sensed the oddity in Ron and Neville's gazes. Harry, are you truly invincible? Are you really the chosen one? As soon as Professor McGonagall departed, Ron and Neville voiced their lingering questions. No, Professor Dumbledore once explained that this is merely a consequence of the powerful enchantment my mother cast upon me with her life, Harry replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. This magic was designed to protect him, shielding him from Voldemort's harm until he reached adulthood, which is why he had survived this ordeal. However, this time it was Severus who acted, not Voldemort. Harry shook his head, feeling a tinge of confusion, yet still striving to find a plausible explanation. Perhaps it was due to Voldemort's presence that the magic misjudged the situation. After all, I had indeed been in a state of apparent death for 7 days. This explanation may not have convinced Ron and Neville, yet they found it to be the most reasonable. Dumbledore observed Harry and the others, his heart far from tranquil. Whether it be soul or spirit, such realms have always been shunned by the common folk. Yet he had witnessed Harry's soul restored to its rightful place. How he wished he could have experienced the same at that time. Perhaps she would still be here. Nonetheless, who were those two masked figures? And what were their true intentions? Dumbledore had once sought to uncover their origins, but his inquiries had been thwarted, yielding no results. Clearly, they were not ordinary. All he knew was that they were a man and a woman, and now he realized they were beyond his control. Their actions seemed dictated solely by their own desires. If they chose not to engage, they would simply depart. So, what manner of beings were they capable of manipulating souls, humans or demons? Those who have attempted to wield the power of souls rarely meet a favorable fate, and Tom serves as a glaring warning. Perhaps Ron and Neville marveled at Harry's remarkable ability to return from death, believing him to be invincible. Dumbledore sighed deeply. He truly longed for retirement. Chapter 93, Waning Moon. In the dead of night, the enemies outside Hogwarts Castle had yet to launch their assault, while the wizards within remained vigilant. A patrol composed of professors, Ministry of Magic members, and ordinary wizards was diligently surveying the castle. Others were taking the opportunity to rest, preparing for the inevitable battle that could commence at any moment. Harry and his companions set forth. At present, Harry appeared as an ordinary senior wizard, his identity as the renowned Harry Potter concealed. However, the trio found themselves in a quandary, for a professor had approached them. It was Firenze, the first centaur professor at Hogwarts. Professor, what brings you here? Harry sought to diminish his presence, prompting Ron to address Firenze. I once proposed to Professor McGonagall that I persuade the centaurs to join the fight. Should Voldemort prevail, creatures like the Acromantula or other dark magical beings would overrun the centaur tribes. Thus, this crisis extends beyond Hogwarts. It concerns the centaur clans as well. Professor McGonagall agreed to my request, but today she informed me that 3 wizarding students share my sentiments. I believe we can embark on this endeavor together. Firenze regarded the trio, particularly focusing on the disguised Harry Potter. However, Professor, did you not have a falling out with the centaur tribe? Ron hesitated, contemplating whether Firenze's involvement would be beneficial. The centaurs were known for their extreme exclusivity. They held a disdain for human wizards, and their participation could prove detrimental. The centaur tribe may harbor an aversion to humans, yet are you not also intent on joining this cause? This matter pertains to the very survival of the centaur tribe. I must go, and I trust that Bane and the others will know what choice to make. The trio pondered deeply, ultimately reaching a consensus. They chose to accompany Professor Firenze, aiding him in persuading the centaur tribe. Just then, Hagrid, the towering figure, approached them, distressed and dabbing at his tears with a tattered cloth. Ron, it is truly heart-wrenching. Poor Harry, how he suffers, Hagrid lamented, his cloth now smeared with his own sorrow. Harry Potter, amidst the group, felt a prickling unease, yet he could not reveal his identity here. Having spent considerable time with Hagrid, they were acutely aware that he could not keep secrets. Once disclosed to Hagrid, it would mean the entire Hogwarts community would be informed. With this thought, Harry glanced at Ron, another who struggled with secrecy. Ron, caught in Harry's gaze, shifted his eyes away, a flicker of guilt crossing his features. Nevertheless, this was merely an instinctual reaction. Ron understood the gravity of discretion and had withheld the truth for quite some time. Hagrid, what brings you here? Ron inquired, not wishing to linger unnecessarily. He was unaware of Hagrid's reason for halting their progress. At present, Hogwarts was besieged by Voldemort's followers, making their escape a daunting endeavor. They could only slip away under the cover of night, clearly unable to afford delays. Oh, I apologize. I am on my way to see my brother. Hagrid seemed to recall his purpose, ceasing his weeping. Hagrid, you have a brother? Harry and the others expressed their astonishment. Indeed, he is a giant named Grop, my sibling. He resides in the Forbidden Forest, along with the other giants. I wish to persuade them to abandon Voldemort, for he is truly malevolent. Hagrid's demeanor brightened at the mention of his brother, only to darken with anger when discussing Voldemort. He is despicable, having slain Dumbledore and Harry. They were such wonderful individuals. As he spoke, Hagrid retrieved his grimy cloth once more. Hagrid, I comprehend your intent. Please do not cry. Ron hastily intervened, fearing that if Hagrid continued to weep, they would be delayed indefinitely. The three wizards, accompanied by the centaur professor and a half-giant professor, commenced their stealthy descent into the forbidden forest beneath the moonlight. Meanwhile, William and Hermione sat atop Hogwarts, gazing at the moon, which was not full. The moon evoked feelings of longing, and William naturally thought of his family. Hermione leaned against William's arm, her eyes fixed on the celestial body. William, meanwhile, gazed at Hermione, gently arranging her hair with his hand. William, a duel is imminent. Do you think Penelope could become the Minister of Magic? Hermione inquired, inching closer to him. It ultimately depends on her desire to assume the role. With Lucius Malfoy stabilizing the pure blood aristocracy, her resistance should diminish significantly. However, I believe Penelope has never truly aspired to become the Minister of Magic. Oh, William, are you aware of this? You seem to know her quite well, he teased, ruffling Hermione's hair. Miss Granger, don't pretend you're unfamiliar with her. Ever since she became president of the Student Council, she has grown exceedingly lethargic. Given her current disposition, she undoubtedly does not wish to take on the mantle of Minister of Magic, especially right after vanquishing Voldemort. Hermione nodded as she harbored similar thoughts. William, what do you wish to pursue in the future? I mean, after everything concludes. William envisioned a life he had longed for. Isn't it akin to what our parents do? Hermione reflected on her own parents. Over the past few years, they had paid little attention to their dental practice, often traveling to various destinations with William's parents. Have you not noticed how much younger they seem? William gently massaged Hermione's temples, prompting her to relax. Indeed, so when will you take me along? Perhaps we could discreetly eliminate Voldemort now and embark on our travels. Hermione suggested playfully. William, somewhat exasperated, replied, 3 years and counting. How much longer do you wish to delay, my dear Mr. Smith? Miss Granger, do not rush me. I too desire this, but Dumbledore has other plans. However, we are nearing the end. The final Horcrux has been destroyed. Once he is dealt with, Voldemort will be entirely vanquished. Suddenly, Hermione blinked, feeling a bit shy as she asked, So, William, what do you think of me? This time, William refrained from jesting and pondered earnestly. Hermione remained patient, awaiting his response. Hermione, did you know that both salted fish and cabbage can be quite delightful? Chapter 94, The Battle Begins. The atmosphere at Hogwarts was thick with tension as the golden rays of the setting sun illuminated the castle. Voldemort and his cadre of dark wizards emerged beyond the expansive lawn. The battle had commenced, with giants, dementors, and numerous dark magical creatures advancing in attack. Master, everything is prepared, a voice reported, though Lucius and Armand were nowhere to be seen. Snape, his expression grim, remarked, Those foolish individuals are of no concern for now. Once I seize Hogwarts, I will teach them a lesson. This did not perturb Voldemort. He felt invincible, with no one capable of thwarting his complete domination over the wizarding world of Britain. What about those werewolves under Armand's command? Let them test the defenses of my fortress. He mused, eyeing Hogwarts, which would soon be his. Aside from Dumbledore, Harry Potter, and the two masked individuals who had previously bested him, he regarded no one else with any significance. The castle reverberated with cries and roars, the clash of magic resonating throughout its walls. To the east, a giant had smashed a colossal hole into the fortifications, while numerous armored soldiers were mercilessly torn apart by ferocious werewolves. Cloaked in dark robes, the Dementors spread an aura of dread across the sky, causing some young wizards within the castle to momentarily freeze in fear. Awaken, everyone! To the east we must defend. Professor McGonagall's voice pierced through the chaos, prompting many wizards to act without delay. The gaping hole was swiftly repaired by the wizard's transfiguration spells, yet the giant continued its rampage. Although they could still mount a defense, the outer perimeter of the castle would not withstand the assault for long. The dark wizards, shrouded in black cloaks, cast menacing glances towards Hogwarts. They raised their wands, poised to unleash fatal strikes upon their adversaries. Do not let them approach. Penelope cried out, her wand aimed defiantly at the malevolent figures. Colleagues, my comrades, let us unite today to eradicate these vile remnants lurking in the shadows. Leading the Ministry of Magic's fighters along with her aurors, Penelope charged towards the dark wizards. Many of these nefarious individuals were ruthless criminals, long evading capture by the Ministry like rats. Numerous grievances fueled their resolve. This was their opportunity for vengeance against those who had wronged them. As the wizards engaged in battle, Penelope and her companions employed not only their wands but also their fists and feet. Initially, when she had insisted on physical conditioning for her aurors, many had expressed skepticism. Now, amidst the fray, they realized the wisdom of her methods. The dark wizards had to wield spells while evading counter curses, all while remaining vigilant against the underhanded tactics of their foes. What a pitiful lot. Voldemort mused as he observed his loyal dark wizards. Snape, it is time for us to proceed. Their objective was clear, to seize control of the headmaster's office. With that, he would command all of Hogwarts, unimpeded by any opposition. Professor McGonagall, having spotted the two of them, fixed her feline gaze upon Snape but did not intervene as they approached. Everyone, eliminate these werewolves and acromantulas. They pose a grave danger. Others would surely confront Voldemort. While McGonagall's immediate task was to eradicate the most significant threats among the dark magical creatures. The wizards, driven by fervor, fought with relentless determination. Even as injuries plagued them, outside the headmaster's office, Voldemort and Snape stood at the entrance. It had been a long time since Voldemort had set foot here. This ancient castle was soon to belong to him. Memories of Dumbledore flickered in his mind, lessons learned in his youth. As they pushed open the door to the headmaster's office, Voldemort stepped inside, while Snape hesitated, refraining from following. The office featured a wall adorned with numerous portraits of past headmasters, their eyes watching the unfolding drama. At this moment, aside from Dumbledore's portrait, all others remained blank. Voldemort strode before the image of Dumbledore, who appeared to be peacefully sleeping with his eyes closed. Dumbledore, are you disheartened? In the end, I must prevail, mustn't I? Dumbledore? Impossible, you are dead. Indeed, I was the one who took your life. Voldemort brandished his ancient wand toward Dumbledore, who regarded the wand in his hand with a serene expression. I apologize, Tom. I did not anticipate that my survival would astonish you. However, it is regrettable, Tom, that I am clearly not dead yet. I once thought I was destined to meet Merlin, but evidently, I still live. Impossible, this cannot be. I killed you with my own hands. No, you two created Horcruxes. Voldemort's cold eyes fixed on Dumbledore as he mockingly declared, I never imagined that even the greatest of white wizards would resort to creating Horcruxes. Moreover, you have managed to destroy my Horcruxes, quite a clever strategy. Voldemort only believed what he could see. So those two so-called masked figures were in fact your ruse, were they not? Tom, if you must believe that, I do not mind. Reputation is of little consequence to an old man like me, who is nearing death. Dumbledore slowly shook his head, rising to approach the window of the headmaster's office. Tom, sometimes what you perceive may not be as you think. For instance, look now. The first line of defense had been breached by Voldemort's forces, and Professor McGonagall and others had retreated into the castle to establish a new defense. However, most of the dark creatures were still held at bay outside Hogwarts. Suddenly, many centaurs emerged from the Forbidden Forest, their arrows striking true. As some werewolves fell to the ground, pierced through the chest. The situation with the acromantula was somewhat better, their bodies covered with a hard shell. Nevertheless, Penelope and her companions did not choose to retreat. They were hurling strange magical devices into the swarm of spiders. Explosions echoed amidst the spider horde, and the scent of roasted spider could be detected from afar. The giants also began to turn on one another. Hagrid had not succeeded in persuading them, but he did manage to convince his own brother. Now, Hagrid and his brother were grappling with the giants, their struggle causing significant collateral damage. Voldemort merely observed Dumbledore, unconcerned with the chaos outside. He believed that by slaying Dumbledore once more, no one would possess the strength to oppose him. Chapter 95, Snape's Departure. A dark aura enveloped the entire headmaster's office as Voldemort raised the ancient wand. You have now lost the right to wield the Elder Wand, Dumbledore. Tom, you know that it is the wizard who chooses the wand, not the wand that controls the wizard. Dumbledore was unfazed by Voldemort's mockery, holding a well-maintained ebony wand in his hand. Only those courageous enough to accept themselves can unlock the wand's true potential. Tom, this is something you shall never comprehend, much like your inability to grasp the essence of love. Voldemort indeed lacks this understanding. He knows not the meaning of courage, nor the depth of love. He remains oblivious to the formidable power that love can wield. He chooses to believe solely in the tangible forces he commands, dismissing the ethereal notion of love. Outside the headmaster's office, Severus Snape stands in a daze, gazing at a small photograph cradled in his hands. Just in time, Harry has arrived with reinforcements. Formidable ones at that. In the midst of battle, Harry suddenly spots Snape and Voldemort heading towards the headmaster's office. Fueled by adrenaline, Harry recklessly follows them with his wand drawn. Spells are unleashed in rapid succession, and chaos ensues in the headmaster's office. Voldemort's dark cloak flutters ominously as a surge of malevolent energy gathers. Dumbledore's expression grows grave. He attempts to thwart Voldemort, yet his efforts clearly falter. A curse strikes Dumbledore from an unknown source, draining him of all magical power. A viscous black substance clings to his right hand, spreading swiftly. This is a material Dumbledore has never encountered before. Fortunately, he manages to contain its spread, restraining the enigmatic blackness to his right hand. It is an appalling dark magic. With merely a glance at his hand, Dumbledore feels an overwhelming wave of dizziness. You know, the ultimate victor will be me, Dumbledore. All shall belong to me. Not only the magical realm of Britain, but the entirety of the magical world. Observing Voldemort's frenzied demeanor, Dumbledore suddenly feels a sense of helplessness. The door to the headmaster's office bursts open, and Snape, akin to carrying a chick, ushers Harry Potter inside. Harry has once again placed himself in peril. His composure falters in the presence of Snape. Moments ago, upon spotting Snape outside the office, Harry disregarded the possibility of defeat and engaged in battle. It is evident that, at this moment, Harry stands no chance against Snape. This time, Snape does not hold back. He effortlessly disarms Harry, who remains alive. Voldemort observes the individual in Snape's grasp, yet he feels no anger from being outwitted. Ah, so this is how it is. You, the so-called White Wizard, are incapable of crafting a Horcrux. This implies you have mastered another method of resurrection. How intriguing. Let me ponder what this could entail. Voldemort's gaze falls upon the ring adorning Dumbledore's hand. So, it is the Resurrection Stone. How remarkable that it possesses such power. Snape watches the two with an air of calm, as Harry dangles helplessly in his grip, somewhat bewildered, uncertain of Voldemort's current madness. However, compared to Voldemort's erratic behavior, he yearned to know when Snape would finally release him. What an enchanting form of magic, wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore, I shall not end your life just yet. You will experience the exquisite allure of dark magic. The greatest white wizard devolving into the Dark Lord. Now that would be quite a spectacle. Voldemort cast his gaze upon Harry, who was glaring back at him with unbridled fury. He was indifferent, seemingly preoccupied with more intriguing thoughts. The savior, that indomitable boy, the one foretold to vanquish me. What if you too were to become a Dark Lord? Give up hope, Voldemort. I would rather perish than become such a person. Harry Potter glared furiously at his adversary, unaware that he had bitten his own lip in the process. Snape struck Harry forcefully at the nape of his neck, causing him to collapse into Snape's embrace. Under the watchful eyes of Voldemort and Dumbledore, Snape gently cradled Harry and laid him on the sofa. Voldemort felt a sense of unease, as if a foreboding omen loomed. Indeed, Snape disregarded Dumbledore, approaching Voldemort with his wand raised. Snape, what do you intend to do? Voldemort aimed the Elder Wand at Snape. Dark Lord, do you know that I have long admired you, even now? It was my fault, Dark Lord. Yet, you should not have slain Lily. That burden lies with me. Lily? You mean the mudblood I carelessly dispatched? Voldemort sneered. Who would have thought that the seemingly unfeeling Snape could harbor love for a mudblood? Upon hearing the term mudblood, Snape displayed no anger, only a bitter self-mockery. Farewell, Dark Lord. Avada Kedavra. Before Snape could finish his sentence, a green light erupted from the Elder Wand in Voldemort's hand. However, the curse, aimed at Snape's heart, failed to strike him. Dark Lord, it is futile. The Elder Wand cannot kill its master. The last time, I disarmed Dumbledore in a surprise attack. Otherwise, you would not have so easily slain him, would you? Allow me to take my leave then. Farewell, Dark Lord. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot forth from the tip of the wand Snape held, piercing straight into Voldemort's heart. Before Voldemort could register his anger, his expression became frozen, and he collapsed. Snape approached Voldemort, kneeling before him. He beheld Voldemort's wide-open eyes and reached out to close them. Severus, I thought you would never act, never. Dumbledore remarked, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Harry. Why do you wish for him to remain unaware? He should not harbor resentment towards you. Dumbledore, you know I do not favor him. My greatest disdain is reserved for Potter. Snape stepped before Dumbledore, grasping his hand. The dark substance from Dumbledore's palm transferred to Snape's. Snapes pallid visage. Previously reminiscent of a lifeless fish, now bore not a trace of color. Remember your promise, Dumbledore. Chapter 96, The Hunt. Draco Malfoy and his father, Lucius Malfoy, were currently awaiting something in their estate. Father, why do we not choose to join the battle? Draco inquired, gazing at his father with a look of confusion. However, a sense of relief washed over him when his father forbade him from participating. caught between the Dark Lord and the institution he had attended for 6 years. He was uncertain which side to support. Draco, you must remember that our Malfoy family has survived to this day because we possess intrinsic value. Galleons represent our worth. The Dark Lord requires our galleons. He wishes us to maintain connections and nurture relationships with other wizarding families. Yet, he has failed now. Lucius fixed his gaze upon Draco's eyes. Thus, we must swiftly make our choice. Father, I do not comprehend your words, Draco responded, bewildered. You need not fully understand these matters just yet, Draco. You must know that everything in the past was coerced by the Dark Lord. You must recognize that you are a wizard of noble birth. Galleons and the wisdom of self-preservation are paramount for a noble. Lucius lifted his teacup, savoring a sip of tea while his eyes turned towards the window. The Dark Lord will soon lose his power. Our task is to present a gift to the victors that satisfies them. The battle at Hogwarts raged fiercely, with the centaurs alleviating much of the pressure on the wizards within the castle. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our counterattack. Professor McGonagall raised her wand, leading the professors and students to push back the enemy. At this moment, Penelope was seeking her house head, Professor Flitwick. Is there something you need, brave Miss Clearwater? Professor Flitwick, recognizing Penelope, commended her. Professor Flitwick, I wish to ask for your assistance. Penelope articulated her plan and request. A massive barrier swiftly expanded above Hogwarts Castle. This was no mere shield. It enveloped the entire castle and all nearby foes. All wizards and dark creatures looked up at the barrier that seemed to illuminate the entire night sky. Miss Clearwater, go forth and shatter it. I assure you, no creature shall escape, Professor Flitwick stated. Though small in stature, none dared underestimate him. Penelope thanked Professor Flitwick and turned her gaze towards the distant enemy. Some dark creatures inadvertently collided with the barrier, emitting wisps of white smoke. Penelope looked back at her companions, a surge of courage swelling within her. Companions, leave no enemies standing. Penelope shouted, and all wizards of the Hogwarts faction echoed her rallying cry. With her command, everyone unleashed a torrent of spells, cascading simultaneously upon the enemy. Moreover, she had just received Hermione's message regarding Voldemort's demise. What was there to fear? Taking advantage of the black wizards being overwhelmed by the onslaught, Penelope led her fellow trained wizards forward. They unleashed their spells and fists, many black wizards unable to react, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, William and Hermione chose not to don their masks, joining the fray. William, we must deal with those giants, Hermione remarked, observing Hagrid and another giant struggling against a horde of giants. Sharing a knowing glance, they nodded and surged towards the colossal adversaries. The battlefield was chaotic, and at that moment, no one paid heed to their presence. Hermione approached one of the giants, her right fist glowing with a radiant white light. She leapt high into the air, descending forcefully, her fist striking the giant's abdomen. A searing pain erupted within the giant, who, before he could utter a scream, was propelled away by an immense force. The giant crashed into another, and soon, silence enveloped them. Simultaneously, another giant was hurled into the throng, wreaking havoc. Dust quickly stirred on the battlefield as the rugged giants fell as if made of fragile skin. Some fortunate giants lay groaning on the ground, only to be mercilessly dispatched by nearby wizards, while the less fortunate perished instantly. Penelope, having swiftly dispatched her immediate foes, glanced towards William and Hermione, muttering under her breath. Honestly, so powerful, yet they could lend me a hand sooner. She flexed her wrist, fixing a piercing gaze on another black wizard, who trembled in fear. Although William and Hermione had created considerable commotion, neither side possessed the luxury to pause and observe. The battlefield demanded their full attention. William, come see, it's our old friend, Hermione exclaimed, excitement bubbling as she forcefully hurled a troll towards William. You see, trolls were the very first dark magical creatures we studied. They were well acquainted with trolls, easily dispatching them like old acquaintances. Meanwhile, Harry Potter awakened, feeling a sharp pain in the back of his neck. Instinctively, he rubbed the area, the ache easing slightly. Wait, Snape and Voldemort, he exclaimed. Oh, Professor Dumbledore, we have Harry, who has ceased to resist. Voldemort is dead, and Snape has departed, Dumbledore reassured the newly awakened Harry. Really? Did you kill Voldemort, Professor? Harry asked, excitement swelling within him. No, it was Snape. Very well, let us converse no further for now, Harry. Dumbledore gazed upon the tumultuous battlefield and remarked, we have lingered long enough. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall divulge everything to you. Our paramount duty at present is to join the fray. Inaction is simply unacceptable. Observing the wizards valiantly repelling their foes. Dumbledore forcefully kicked open the window of the headmaster's office and soared into the fray. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall noticed a magnificent phoenix Patronus soaring through the skies, driving away the Dementors. Professor Dumbledore. The wizards on Hogwarts' side erupted in cheers, rejoicing that Dumbledore had not perished. Flames roared to life, swiftly consuming the eight-eyed giant spiders, while several werewolves succumbed to the inferno. Apologies for my tardiness, everyone. Now, let us stand united in battle. Dumbledore wasted no time, swiftly immersing himself in the conflict. Harry, too, was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and joined the tumultuous battlefield. Chapter 97, Dawn. The battle raged fiercely, yet with the addition of William, Hermione, and Dumbledore, Hogwarts forces found a renewed vigor. Look, who is that? A Ravenclaw upperclassman, having dispatched a werewolf, turned to behold two figures grappling with giants and trolls. Is that the head girl? His companion, having vanquished his own adversary, also cast his gaze toward that direction. The head girl? The upperclassman felt a sense of familiarity, yet the name eluded him. You actually forgot? She has bested you before. His voice softened, laced with admiration. Which wizard from Ravenclaw has not felt her wrath at some point? Later, when others attempted to bully them, emboldened by the head girl's temporary absence from school, Penelope had come to their aid. Eventually, when they were left to fend for themselves, they discovered that no one could intimidate them any longer. Their physical prowess seemed to have inexplicably improved. Surely, it could not be attributed to the head girl's past encounters with them, whether in Quidditch or during ordinary scuffles. They found that they often emerged unscathed. I remember now. That is the head girl and her rather unnoticeable companion, the upperclassman recalled, only to receive a sharp rap on the back of his head from his friend. Of course, their surrounding enemies had been cleared, allowing them a moment of levity. Otherwise, they would never have dared to engage in such banter. Keep your voice down. It will be disastrous if they learn of our thoughts. Have you forgotten they can read our minds? They had indeed often teased the head girl's fierceness, only to be met with her rigorous training sessions in response. However, that seemingly unassuming gentleman was no simple character either. William felled a giant with a single punch, and the giant had not even realized his demise. His companion turned to the upperclassman, saying, I recall you once claimed that fellow was quite weak. What is the current state of affairs? Do you believe you could withstand a few punches from him? You underestimate me far too much. Do you really think I could endure just a few punches? The senior wizard scoffed, asserting that the man would never resort to striking me. It is simply because that man possesses the ability to make one vanish without lifting a finger. Wouldn't you agree? His companion was well aware of the senior wizard's tendencies. This fellow's bravado exists solely in his words, and I've often found myself entangled in his troubles because of it. Moreover, who claimed that I deemed him weak. I've always held great respect for a man capable of keeping the formidable headmistress in check. At this moment, his companion nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. Although that man may not command a strong presence, he earns the respect of all, for it is only in his presence that the headmistress exhibits a softer demeanor. However, their conversation did not linger for long, as they had other places to assist. Dumbledore had ceased his actions, and many professors were now focusing on combating the Dementors. The battlefield was still alive with the struggles of Hogwarts students, with Penelope and her peers safeguarding them. This could be seen as a practical lesson for those yet to graduate. William and Hermione also paused, observing the Dementors, the most challenging of dark magical creatures to eliminate. Dumbledore approached them, gazing at William and Hermione. Ah, it is you two, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia, astonished to find two students who had yet to graduate. Indeed, it is us. This serves as our farewell to Hogwarts. Once this matter concludes, we shall take our leave. William and Hermione watched calmly as the professors battled the Dementors in the distance. Dumbledore, not wishing to impose further, inquired, surely you possess a method to deal with these Dementors? I once conducted research on them. Ultimately, they simply fade away, though I remain uncertain as to why. William shook his head. They too could not elucidate the phenomenon. Perhaps you could concentrate the Dementors together. While we may not yet be able to dispel them with spells, we can certainly contain them. Dumbledore nodded, fully confident in their capabilities. He communicated with Professor McGonagall and the other professors. McGonagall first glanced at Dumbledore before scrutinizing William and Hermione. Ultimately, she consented, and the professors collaborated with McGonagall to use the Patronus charm to herd the Dementors into a single location. Hermione produced an exquisite lantern charm, which began to enlarge and ascend. The lantern soared above the Dementors, generating immense suction that drew them in. Finally, there were no more Dementors hovering over Hogwarts. What a remarkable magical artifact, Dumbledore remarked with deep admiration. You flatter us. This is merely a clever trick, William and Hermione replied, having long since ceased to concern themselves with the opinions of others. I wonder what your plans are next. Would you be interested in teaching at Hogwarts? Perhaps instructing in your martial arts? Dumbledore articulated his suggestions, observing that Penelope and many other wizards exhibited commendable physical prowess, likely stemming from their heritage. Perhaps such qualities will flourish in the future. However, our intention is to embark on a journey, for these past years have been rather exhausting. Dumbledore nodded, recalling that the Order of the Phoenix had sought out dark wizards over the years, only to be thwarted by the notorious duo of thieves. During those 3 years, both Nocturne Alley and the dark wizards within the magical realm had remained unusually subdued. Yet now, Voldemort has once again summoned these dark wizards, who have failed to coalesce into a formidable force. Sporadic skirmishes continued, ultimately transforming the battleground into a testing ground. This even afforded the younger wizards a false sense of security, as they perceived the area as devoid of danger, brimming with eagerness to engage. As night receded, the dawn's light broke, and the last enemy was vanquished. Dumbledore's Crimson Phoenix soared through the sky, and many injured wizards began to heal. Subsequently, the Phoenix morphed into a rather unsightly, featherless bird. You have worked hard, Dumbledore murmured as he comforted his Phoenix, which nestled within the folds of his wizarding robes. The professors, students of Hogwarts, and various personnel from the Ministry of Magic, along with other wizards, were now filled with exhilaration, for they had triumphed. They gazed at the sunrise, many unable to contain their tears. Chapter 98, Lucius's Scheme. Amidst the battle at Hogwarts, Armand remained within the Ministry of Magic, unwilling to directly engage in the conflict. He gently swirled a glass of bright red wine in his hand, lost in dreams of leading vampires to dominance over the magical realm. His alliance with Voldemort was merely a matter of necessity, for he did not wish to be subjugated by him. Once his power was sufficiently formidable, and he had a voice within the magical community, he believed that vampires from all factions would rally to his cause. At that point, he would ensure that the humiliation he endured at Evelyn's hands would be repaid in full, all while harboring a desire for her beauty. Otherwise, he would not have frequently concocted excuses to visit Evelyn's castle. However, this led to Armand's previous lapse in vigilance, resulting in his easy capture by Evelyn, who even subjected him to her private retribution. Just as Armand fantasized about reclaiming his status and a life of splendor, an unexpected group of visitors arrived at his office. The door was forcefully kicked open, and Lucius Malfoy stormed in with an entourage. These individuals bore evident signs of battle, and Armand could even detect the scent of fresh blood in the air. Lucius, you are merely a servant of Voldemort. How dare you invade my office? Armand exclaimed, his arrogance surpassing even that of Lucius Malfoy, as he regarded him with disdainful nostrils. He held Lucius in contempt, for in truth, Armand looked down upon everyone except Voldemort. Armand considered himself an indispensable ally of Voldemort, viewing Voldemort's subordinates merely as servile minions. He had always treated his underlings with disdain, believing that Lucius and his ilk were unworthy of dialogue with him. Yet, at that moment, Lucius, surrounded by a throng of wizards, sat arrogantly on the sofa in Armand's office. Armand, I have investigated you and am well aware of your true nature. You are nothing more than a fugitive vampire, a wretched stray dog. As such, you ought not to exhibit such arrogance. You should be wagging your tail and begging for mercy and refuge. Only a fool would behave as you do, akin to an insufferable madman, wreaking havoc everywhere. As Lucius regarded him with disdain, he rose and forcefully kicked Armand, who was restrained by several others. Lucius ground his right shoe into the carpet, as if he had encountered something repugnant, drawing forth his wand to point at Armand. Perhaps you have yet to hear the news of the Dark Lord's failure. Regrettably for you, Armand, you find yourself devoid of support. This is inconceivable. How dare you betray your master, such a loathsome servant? While a flicker of panic stirred within Armand, he maintained his haughty demeanor, laced with fury. Lucius, uninterested in further discourse, signaled for his men to drag Armand away. He had no intention of killing Armand or delivering him to Hogwarts. Though Armand had fallen from grace, his background was still formidable, and Lucius deemed it unnecessary to eradicate him entirely. As they dragged him away, Armand unleashed a torrent of curses, only to be met with a thorough reprimand from the wizards escorting him. These wizards, under Lucius's financial sway and grasp of leverage, harbored their own resentments. They saw no reason to endure Armand's foul tongue, and perhaps administering a beating would serve to amuse Lucius further. Ultimately, Armand, battered and bruised, was unceremoniously discarded at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic by Lucius's entourage, Fortunately, there were few muggles about, and Armand was not foolish enough to linger. He chose to depart quietly. Lucius's aim in seizing the ministry was not solely for Armand or even the ministry itself, but also to confront Minister Fudge. In the dank confines of a cell, Fudge was imprisoned, his body marred by numerous wounds, both fresh and old. This did not imply that Fudge was particularly resilient. In truth, he had not withstood much at all, as Voldemort held little fondness for such individuals. Nevertheless, the value of a minister of magic was not insignificant, and Voldemort had yet to decide how to deal with him, opting merely to confine Fudge. However, while Voldemort may not have intended to dispose of Fudge, it did not mean that the dark wizards under his command shared the same sentiment. Before aligning with Voldemort, these dark wizards were merely considered petty thugs, perhaps with some particularly vicious sorcerers concealed among them. What remains consistent is that they have long been pursued by the Ministry of Magic, enduring a harrowing existence. Yet now, they find themselves in control of the very ministry that once hunted them down. The most esteemed Minister of Magic has become their captive. It is only fitting that they treat him with a degree of hospitality. No, I am the Minister of Magic. You cannot treat me this way. Lucius swung open the iron door of the cell, causing Fudge to cower in a corner. Cornelius, you have suffered. It is I, Lucius, holding a handkerchief to his nose, recoiled several steps in disgust. Clearly, Fudge had not bathed in a considerable time, emanating a pungent odor reminiscent of long-preserved pickles. The mingling of blood, sweat, and dirt on the minister's form rendered him scarcely better than a vagabond. Lucius did not conceal his disdain for Fudge. After all, he had no intention of currying favor with him. He sought scapegoats, those directors and officials who had defected to the Dark Lord. None would escape. The entire ministry, alongside the task of unearthing the traitors among Hogwarts, presented them with an irresistible opportunity. Many held a disdain for Fudge, and Lucius could easily expose the unsavory deeds committed during his tenure as Minister of Magic. By revealing these transgressions, Lucius could attract the attention of ordinary wizards and extricate himself from the fray. It was evident that he had preserved all pertinent evidence, for Fudge's misdeeds could not remain hidden from him. Lucius had prudently collected incriminating information to ensure his own safety. Furthermore, any compromising information about Lucius that others might hold was quietly destroyed once those individuals fell into Voldemort's grasp. This brought Lucius a measure of relief, although still precarious. He had minimized his liabilities. He had previously taken measures, striving to restrain his subordinates from disturbing ordinary wizards. For any shops or properties that had been deliberately damaged, Lucius promptly provided compensation to the owners. This strategy had been set in motion once he recognized the power of the two masked figures and began to serve them. He had adhered strictly to the rules, even when Voldemort tasked him with certain actions, doing his utmost to evade direct involvement. Thus, even if those from Hogwarts sought to hold him accountable, they would have little justification to act against Malfoy. Under Lucius's restraint, Draco had not engaged in any activities for Voldemort, ensuring the Malfoy family's continued prominence. Lucius waved his hand, and his disgruntled wizards carried Fudge away, preparing to tend to his injuries. Awaiting Fudge was an inevitable judgment and the prospect of Azkaban. Lucius sighed once more, having done all that he could. He had now completely betrayed Voldemort. Chapter 99. After the War. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, all the professors, students, and adult wizards were engaged in clearing the castle and the battlefield surrounding it. In the distance, a group of unknown wizards approached, prompting Hogwarts wizards to remain vigilant. Please, do not be alarmed, Minerva urged, continuing to lead the students in their efforts. Dumbledore recognized the newcomers and, after issuing his instructions, soared towards the gathering of wizards. Long time no see, Professor Dumbledore, Fudge said wearily, his body and spirit only just beginning to recover when Lucius summoned him to Hogwarts. He was acutely aware that his political career had come to an end, yet there were still matters he held dear. At this moment, Fudge served as the final companion in their grand performance. Good to see you again, Fudge. I am pleased to witness your liberation from Voldemort's grasp. That is thanks to you, Professor Dumbledore, Fudge replied, a newfound lightness in his tone, tinged with sincerity. I bear full responsibility for this incident, and I am grateful for Lucius's assistance, which has enabled me to bring these individuals to aid in the reconstruction of Hogwarts. Fudge made way for someone who was not Lucius, but rather Draco Malfoy. My sincerest apologies, Headmaster, for missing this battle. I sought some assistance. Draco expressed with an air of regret. The reconstruction of Hogwarts would be financed entirely by the Board of Governors, and those wizards who participated in the battle would also receive a sum of galleons. This is merely a modest gesture from the board and our Malfoy family. Draco Malfoy stated with a bow. I feel I must thank you for your generosity, considering I am but a financially strained elder, Dumbledore remarked. Gazing at Draco with a hint of nostalgia, aware that Draco represented the Malfoy family today. However, he found himself unable to refuse the offer, as Draco had indeed committed no wrongdoing. While the wizards brought by Malfoy might not possess extraordinary strength, they were well versed in the intricacies of castle restoration. Under their guidance, the efficiency of the reconstruction efforts markedly improved. Draco approached Penelope, bowing in a gentlemanly manner. Miss Clearwater, it is my honor to encounter you here. Penelope regarded Draco with curiosity, puzzled by his sudden approach, as the two had never interacted before and held little fondness for each other. She had not anticipated Draco would deliberately come to greet her. Pardon my intrusion, but I wish to inform Miss Clearwater that the Ministry of Magic's reconstruction will also be funded by our Malfoy family. Furthermore, Fudge will soon be impeached, leading to the election of a new Minister for Magic. I'm afraid that does not concern me. You should communicate such matters to Director Bones, Penelope interrupted, wishing to remain uninvolved in these affairs. Draco shook his head, unfazed by Penelope's interruption, and continued speaking. Please allow me to finish speaking. The Malfoy family, along with other wizarding families, will wholeheartedly support Miss Crivet's aspiration to become the Minister of Magic. Whether through financial backing or personnel, we are prepared to offer our utmost assistance. Of course, this entirely depends on the choices made by Miss Crivet. This is merely a suggestion. Nevertheless, my father has informed me that the most crucial task at present is to establish a connection with Miss Crivet. Additionally, please convey my father's and the Malfoy family's sincerest regards to your two friends. Draco was unaware of the identities of the individuals his father referred to, yet he sensed the gravity in his father's voice when he had given him this directive. Indeed, Penelope finally comprehended that Draco's intentions in seeking her out were clear. Their target was evidently William and Hermione. I shall relay this information. If there is nothing further, we shall meet again. Penelope preferred not to engage in prolonged conversation with Draco. Please, Miss Crivet. As Draco observed Penelope's retreating figure, both he and his father felt a tinge of regret, wishing she were a pure-blood witch. Penelope, however, brushed off such matters, believing that both William and Hermione would share her disdain for such issues. Yet, as she glanced around, it became apparent that William and Hermione had vanished once more. Penelope, were those two wizards your familiar juniors? Clarice inquired, unfamiliar with William and Hermione, having begun her internship at the Ministry of Magic during their second year. Nonetheless, Penelope frequently mentioned the pair. Clarice, you seem quite intrigued by them. Of course. Do you not find them handsome? Clarice exclaimed, embracing Penelope. With a hint of disdain, Penelope extricated herself from Clarice's embrace and, with a sudden mischievous grin, asked, So, do you think William is handsome? Absolutely. He could send a giant flying with a single punch. That's incredible. Penelope's demeanor suddenly stiffened, cold sweat breaking out upon her brow, as she recalled a warning from a certain witch. And yet, you still lament to me during your training sessions? If you were to apply yourself diligently, you too would be capable of dispatching giants with a single blow. Penelope, driven by a strong desire to survive, uttered this statement, wary of provoking the witch further. She felt a sense of frustration. After all, both of them seemed as reticent as clams, and Penelope had long wished to witness them confess their feelings for one another. Yet, to this day, neither had shown any inclination to respond, which was beginning to vex Penelope and her friends. Hermione, what is the matter? William noticed Hermione's sudden pause. Clearly something had occurred. It's nothing, William. Hermione ran alongside him as they prepared to feast together. She relished this lifestyle. The interaction between the two brought her comfort and sweetness, and she did not feel rushed. Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall observed the bustling wizards, each filled with sentiment. Many of these witches and wizards were their former students, and it seemed as though they had grown up in the blink of an eye, with some already standing on their own. Minerva, I do not consider myself an exemplary headmaster. You possess that quality far more than I. Professor Dumbledore, I believe you are indeed a remarkable headmaster as well. Professor McGonagall can certainly empathize with the pressures Dumbledore faces, even if at times he appears somewhat unreliable. Nonetheless, she understands, for they often find themselves ensnared by circumstances beyond their control. Minerva, if it were possible, I would sincerely like to take a proper rest, as I seem to be growing quite old. Chapter 100, The Downfall of Armand. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic requires a thorough cleansing. However, due to Lucius's willing cooperation, the situation has improved significantly. There are many who covet his life, particularly Evelyn and the remaining werewolves in Nocturne Alley who have not been swayed by Voldemort. In truth, the werewolves harbor a deep-seated loathing for Armand, as many have been maliciously bitten and subsequently ostracized by the wizarding community. Individuals like Armand specialize in coercing and threatening others, compelling them to transform into werewolves and manipulating their actions. The scars they bear inflict indelible wounds and shatter their former lives. Most wizards detest werewolves, for once bitten. A wizard may face death, or at the very least, a murderous thirst, becoming a source of contagion. Some werewolves conceal their identities, engaging in menial labor, yet once discovered, they face expulsion and the loss of their livelihoods. Ultimately, werewolves find themselves in Nocturne Alley, some struggling desperately, while others succumb to complete degradation until death. Unlike Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley is chaotic, filthy, and malevolent, thriving as a haven for dark wizards. For werewolves without connections, wandering into Nocturne Alley signifies the beginning of a countdown to death. Moreover, on nights of the full moon, most cannot afford potions and must hide in the remote wilderness, awaiting fate's judgment. If they manage to endure, they may extend their lives for another month. If not, they will die alone in the mountains. They harbor a deep hatred for Armand, even if he did not transform them into werewolves. Their animosity is more a catharsis for their own internal struggles. Clearly, Armand is not so easily evaded. In fact, he has never truly escaped. Armand, it has been a long time. A beautiful young woman appeared behind him, her slender, sharp crimson nails lightly tracing his back. Armand's appearance had transformed, yet he remained youthful and handsome. Perhaps his subconscious forbade him from becoming unattractive. "It is you, Pandora," Armand exclaimed, recognizing the beauty before him. Fully aware that she was a thorny rose and harbored no illusions about this venomous enchantress, Pandora leaned in closer, her nose brushing against Armand's neck. Her eyes narrowed, as if savoring a rare delicacy or recoiling from refuse. "Armand, I did not expect your blood to remain untainted, though your pitiable brain seems perpetually lacking in intelligence. However, it is true that such unsavory tasks would not fall upon you otherwise. Indeed, Armand, you are quite the arrogant and foolish individual." Armand remained wary of Pandora, choosing to distance himself from her. Although they belonged to the same faction, Pandora was a woman of madness, and when she succumbed to her frenzy, it mattered not who stood before her. "Have you come to see me for a reason? Or is it that they seek my presence?" he questioned. "When shall I be liberated from this repugnant existence?" Armand was thoroughly weary of this life. As a vampire noble, he once reveled in opulence. Pandora seemed to have heard a most amusing jest, covering her mouth delicately, as if taken aback. "Surely, Lord Armand, you cannot be unaware that the elders within our bloodline have long since reached a consensus." Armand furrowed his brow. He had severed ties with the vampire elite long ago. Or rather, he had been unable to reach them for quite some time. He was utterly ignorant of the recent developments. In fact, the Pandora before him was the first of her kind he had encountered on equal footing in many years. The progeny and thralls he had created were under his dominion. He regarded them as mere servants, unworthy of discourse with him. "Armand, do you comprehend why they have summoned me to find you today? It is because your presence has become an inconvenience in their eyes." "Pandora, do you truly believe I would trust your words? That is inconceivable. I must confront them personally. They cannot simply relinquish me." Unfazed by Armand's reaction, Pandora gazed contentedly at her elongated fingers, admiring her sharp nails. "The faction that once supported you has long since abandoned you, and your territory has been divided among your so-called friends. Of course, those antiquated individuals can no longer command me. I have even eliminated a few of the bothersome ones, including some who backed you. I seek you out, Armand, precisely because I harbor disdain for you. Do reflect on your own capabilities. Do you truly believe you are worthy of entanglement with Evelyn?" Pandora reached out, gripping Armand's throat with a fierce hold, her once alluring visage now replaced by an icy coldness. "Do you not fancy those werewolves? As a reward, you may go and keep them company." "No, do not do this. Pandora, I still hold value. I can create an army of controllable werewolves if only you grant me some time. This way, we would no longer need to bow to other factions of vampires or endure the disdain of those ancient relics. We could possess everything ourselves." Pandora paid his pleas no heed, casting Armand into a small room. Soon, anguished cries emanated from within, mingled with the howls of werewolves as chaos erupted inside. Evelyn naturally appeared at Pandora's side, glancing towards the small room. Pandora swiftly donned a different expression. "Sister Evelyn, how do you think I've managed? Are you satisfied?" "Oh, tracking that boy these days has truly exhausted me." Suddenly, Pandora leaned against Evelyn as if drained of all energy, yearning to rest her head upon her shoulder. However, Evelyn deftly evaded her, causing Pandora to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Tears welled up in Pandora's alluring eyes, and she clasped her arms tightly, biting her enticing lips as if to feign strength. Yet, Evelyn remained unmoved, merely standing by and observing Pandora's clumsy display. With a thick skin, Pandora weakly rose to her feet, rubbing her arm incessantly, feigning great pain. Pandora, you're actually much older than I am. You shouldn't be calling me sister. Besides, our relationship isn't quite that close yet. In truth, Evelyn had been covertly monitoring Armand, but Pandora had intruded unexpectedly. Considering that Pandora had, in a sense, provided her with assistance today, Evelyn decided to grant her a modicum of respect. Indeed, upon hearing Evelyn address her, Pandora ceased her act of distress and resumed her previous guise of a seductive beauty. Evelyn, who could resist such a charming and dashing figure as you? Pandora gazed at Evelyn, her eyes filled with admiration, longing to embrace her in a warm embrace. Alternatively, if it were possible, she would not mind being held in Evelyn's arms either.